The game has descended into reality, ushering the world into an era where everyone can change their professions. With the strong reigning supreme in the wilds outside the city, monsters abound, bosses roam freely, and an abundance of secret dungeons awaits. Bai Yu has traversed into this realm, awakening not with a mighty class, but with the discarded dual professions of a mere life profession and an ordinary warrior. In a moment of bewilderment, Bai Yu opens the profession information and exclaims, "What in the world? You call a GM a life profession? Such is the nature of the official cheat. It proves most lethal. Your boss is formidable. Modify your data and obliterate them instantly. The drop rate for rare items is low. Max out your luck and flood the ground with loot. Chests are difficult to open. Allow me to demonstrate what a fixed multiplier truly entails. Hidden Easter eggs are hard to find. This is my design. I'm well acquainted." Bai Yu reflects. In that year, with my hands tucked in my pockets, I knew not the meaning of an adversary. Chapter 1. Awakening Season 8. Discarded Dual Profession. ****. The next to awaken their profession is Bai Yu. The principal called out the name. A tall, handsome young man, standing over 6 feet tall, made his way to the stage under the gaze of faculty and students alike. With his entrance, a murmur arose among the assembly. At last, it's Bai Yu. I can't wait to see what profession he awakens. Isn't it obvious? Bai Yu is an academic prodigy. He's bound to awaken an extraordinary combat profession. Perhaps he might even unlock a hidden profession. Exactly. My idol must be extraordinary. I'm on the edge of my seat. I fear for the rest of us. If he awakens a combat or hidden profession, he'll soar beyond us mere mortals. Indeed, if he awakens a combat profession, he'll leave high school to train and prepare for the professional entrance exam, while we continue to struggle as ordinary scholars. I truly hope to awaken a profession myself, even if it's just a life profession. Who wouldn't? Ever since the game integrated with our world a century ago, professionals have occupied the upper echelons of society. Ordinary people merely exist. Listening to the conversations below, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Having traversed this world for 16 years, he was already well versed in its intricacies. Moreover, he was a core designer and member of the creative team behind the game that had merged with reality AS for today's awakening ceremony. While others were anxious, he remained unfazed. What was there to fear? Despite the numerous changes that had occurred since the world's fusion with the game, he believed that certain hidden Easter eggs still existed. Even if he failed to awaken a profession, or if the one he did awaken was unsatisfactory, he could always take an alternative route. All right, please place your hand on the awakening stone. The principal's voice jolted Bai Yu back to reality. Sure thing. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu placed his hand upon the awakening stone with anticipation. Though there was a safety net, who doesn't relish the thrill of a revelation? Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted. He's awakened. A profession. Wow. Bai Yu can truly become a professional? Before the cheers from below could subside, a red light flared again. Holy cow. A dual profession? Unbelievable. Bai Yu actually possesses a dual profession? Truly worthy of being my idol. He's amazing. With this, Bai Yu is destined for greatness. He might even challenge the top 100 prodigies of this academic year. Be confident and drop the mic. I heard from my father that dual professionals receive double the free attributes with each level up. How could he not make the list? Wow. The top 100 prodigies? That's the elite of the elite, the best 100 professionals across the nation, all sought after by prestigious universities. Indeed, I've even heard that not only do they get special admissions without taking the entrance exam, but they also gain priority for selection into the 3 major guilds after graduation. The 3 major guilds, every professional's dream destination. Joining one guarantees an unparalleled future. All I know is Bai Yu is about to strike it rich. Even if he doesn't enter the 3 major guilds, he'll certainly find a place among other prominent guilds. Silence. The principal called out, and the hall quickly fell quiet. Turning to Bai Yu, he smiled and said, Bai Yu, you are a dual professional. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Bai Yu replied, unable to hide his delight. A dual profession. Wasn't this akin to a cow doing a handstand? Utterly extraordinary? Yet the next moment, the principal's smile faltered. Wait a moment. What's wrong, principal? Seeing the principal hesitate, Bai Yu rolled his eyes. Given the principal's imposing stature, why did he speak so hesitantly? Could he not be more straightforward? Bai Yu, your second profession is a warrior, a rather ordinary warrior. Bai Yu nodded. A warrior? Acceptable. Though conventional, it remains a mainstream profession among professionals. Moreover, as a dual professional, even if the first profession is merely the most mundane with adept utilization, it can still be remarkably formidable. I don't know why, but I can't quite see your first profession. However, it seems to be a life profession. Bai Yu was taken aback. The entire assembly was equally stunned. A life profession? It is widely known that leveling up a life profession does not yield additional attribute points. In other words, this dual profession is worthless? After a moment of silence, a fresh wave of discussion erupted below. Those who had harbored some resentment towards Bai Yu now wore expressions of schadenfreude. I told you, a dual profession isn't that easy to obtain. Exactly. The awakening probability for a combat profession is merely 1 in 1,000. A dual combat profession is 1 in a million. What kind of luck would that require? Turns out he's just an ordinary warrior after all. Forget about the top 100 prodigies. Even making it to the county's top 100 seems unlikely. You're just envious. At least he's a professional. What about you? Shut up, little sycophant. In the end, he won't even glance your way. You. TSK, another wasted dual profession. But such cases aren't rare. A life profession, you say? The smile on Bai Yu's face faded, yet his heart remained undisturbed. The situation was not dire. There still existed a chance for a comeback. He descended the stage under the watchful gaze of the disheartened director. Bai Yu returned to his designated spot. Amidst the murmurs of those around him, he remained unperturbed. Instead, he endeavored to access the attributes interface that had emerged following his transformation. Others might be oblivious, but as one of the game's designers, he was acutely aware. Although the game itself did not feature a dual-class system, the underlying mechanics suggested that dual-class, or even a legendary tri-class, would have their strengths ranked. In a specific order, that he was curious to ascertain what kind of lifestyle profession could possibly be placed ahead of the warrior, a combat vocation. Bai Yu's thoughts stirred. A semi-transparent screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Name, Bai Yu. Profession, Rule Maker, GM Level 1, Warrior, Vacant. Level, LV.0. Strength, 20, affects physical attack power. Intelligence, 10, affects magical attack power. Stamina, 15, affects health points limit. Agility, 15, affects attack and movement speed. Endurance, 15, affects both physical and magical resistance, as well as the resilience to other attributes. Remaining free attribute points. Unavailable. Luck, 10. Combat Power Index, 100. Talent. Internal account, Mastery of melee weapons. Passive skill, Rule Disregard. Skills, Data Manipulation, Data Removal, Charge Strike, Powerful Sweep. Chapter 2, Life Profession, ISNT. That a GM, Hidden Profession. The moment Bai Yu caught sight of his attribute panel, he was utterly dumbfounded. Rule Maker? GM Authority? Good heavens, can a GM even be classified as a life profession? Could it be due to the fact that he was the core designer of this game before his transmigration? With a heart full of questions, Bai Yu shifted his gaze to the talents and several skills displayed on his panel. Currently, he possessed 2 talents, Internal Account and the universally held melee weapon proficiency among all warriors. Internal Account, leveling up does not grant free attribute points. The 5 fundamental attributes are fixed with an increase of 15 points per profession. There are no class restrictions on equipment and skills. Personal information cannot be scrutinized, and one can freely view hidden information regarding any character, monster, item, or quest. This is absurd. Surely it won't be reported? All 5 attributes are fixed to increase by 15 points. Moreover, with each additional profession, this will double. It is well known that in today's world, the aptitude of combat professionals, aside from the strength of their class, is significantly influenced by the quantity of free attribute points obtained upon leveling up. The minimum is 10 points, with records showing a maximum of 20 points. Though the difference of merely 10 points at level 1 may seem trivial, professionals undergo 10 reincarnations, each reaching a level of 200. After each rebirth, they start again from level 0, yet retain their attribute points. Altogether, this results in a staggering difference of 2,000 levels and attributes. Gradually, a mere disparity of 1 point per level can lead to a monumental difference in battle prowess. Turning his attention back to Bai Yu, each level equates to an impressive 75 points in attributes. Even with just 1 profession, he utterly dwarfed everyone else. He was merely slightly behind those with extraordinary talents who meticulously maximized their points. However, this minor gap was negated by the existence of the warrior as his secondary profession. With 150 attribute points per level and an increase of 30 for each attribute, the advantages at higher levels are self-evident. Moreover, the true terror of the internal account, talent extends far beyond what has been mentioned. Having all professional slots open means he could add 2 professions at any time. Ignoring equipment and skill restrictions, alongside the attribute allocation, he would become omnipotent. The inability to have one's information scrutinized, coupled with the freedom to view hidden information about others, monsters, and even items and quests, explains why even the director of education failed to discern his primary profession. ISNT. This a blatant bug? The only aspect that puzzled him was why this profession, labeled as rule maker and endowed with GM authority, was categorized as a life profession. Was it simply due to the inability to freely allocate points? However, this was not entirely unfavorable. At least it heightened the element of deception. Bai Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his exhilarated heart. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence. Even without seeking other hidden features, with this godlike passive ability and the seemingly ordinary warrior profession, he could carve out his own niche in this world. However, this was unacceptable. Why should he settle for a mere ordinary warrior as his secondary profession? Bai Yu licked his lips and continued to scan downwards, convinced that the rule maker profession, with such an outrageous talent, would undoubtedly possess skills that would not disappoint. Rule ignorance, cannot level up. A passive skill that disregards indestructible terrain, shields from pain, bloodshed, resurrection, and other common unreasonable rules. Hiss. This is not a skill for a good child to wield. Bai Yu stroked his chin, while he was uncertain about the terrain disregard. The pain and bloodshed shields, given the integration of game and reality, have obscured the gruesome visuals and 98 of the pain during both monster hunting and conflicts with foes. This is precisely why everyone exhibits such bravery. Heaven help us. If these two aspects were obscured, the visuals would be too beautiful to bear. Of course, the most outrageous aspect was the disregard for the resurrection methods that most players currently possess. No, this ability should not be disclosed lightly before acquiring the means for self-preservation. In strength, it serves as a deterrent. In weakness, it becomes a threat. Resolute in his decision, Bai Yu promptly determined never to showcase the effects of ignoring bloodshed, pain, and resurrection in front of others. Otherwise, if someone were to discover that he could disregard others' resurrection methods and eliminate them so brutally, it would surely lead to him being hunted down relentlessly. Next, he turned his attention to the two skills. Rubbing his hands together, Bai Yu opened the descriptions of the other two active skills. Data alteration, LV1. Alters the attributes of a single target for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Data removal, LV1. Erases all data within a specified range, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Bai Yu paused for a moment. The descriptions of these two skills ignited a ludicrous hypothesis in his mind. Could it truly yield the effects he speculated? Whatever. He would find out once he obtained the proof of his combat profession and ventured outside the city. Satisfied, he closed the interface, a confident smile returning to his face. This scene puzzled his peers, who wondered how a dual profession could be reduced to just an ordinary warrior, yet still be smiling. What an audacious heart. Faintly, Bai Yu caught snippets of others awakening various professions like bloodthirsty berserker or frost arcane mage, accompanied by waves of astonished exclamations. However, he was indifferent to it all. His mind was solely focused on testing his new skills outside the city. At last, the awakening ceremony concluded. Hurriedly collecting his proof as a combat professional, Bai Yu spent all his hard-earned savings accumulated over the years to purchase an iron sword. Equipping it, he made a beeline for the outskirts of the city. As he crossed the barrier of Changta County, the wild southern wind swept across his face. Although it was already afternoon, the area outside the city remained bustling with activity. Today marked the Unified Awakening Day across all schools nationwide, and it was evident that Bai Yu was not the only one eager to test new skills. The primary reason was that the area just outside the city was entirely designated as a novice leveling zone. The monsters here would not initiate attacks, making it exceedingly safe. Not wishing to expose himself at this juncture, Bai Yu ventured deeper into the wilderness. As the presence of people dwindled, Rule Ignorance activated. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sword lights flashed, and blood gushed from the body of a red-eyed wild rabbit. 15, 14, 15. Perhaps due to the pain shield being in effect. The rabbit, which should have retaliated, turned tail and fled, acquiring a fear debuff in the process. Regardless of the rabbit's struggles, Bai Yu struck again, decisively severing its head. 20. The scene was undeniably bloody. With a flash of light, his experience bar advanced a notch. Bai Yu quickly deactivated the Rule Ignorance effect. Thankfully, he was not squeamish. Otherwise, he would have found the scene intolerable. He silently complained, then wiped the blood from his iron sword and continued deeper into the wilderness. This outing was primarily to experiment with those two active skills. The level of monsters in this training area is rather low, yielding little in terms of effectiveness. It would be best to seek out a minor boss instead. I recall that it was mentioned online that there exists a hidden minor boss in the training zone near the red-eyed wild rabbit. Bai Yu made his way towards the location of this hidden boss, as remembered. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched various monsters, and before he knew it, he had reached level 3. Class, Rule Maker, GM Authority 1. Warrior, Empty, Empty. Level, LV3. Strength, 115. Influences physical attack power. Intelligence, 100. Influences magical attack power. Stamina, 105. Influences maximum health. Agility, 105. Influences attack speed and movement speed. Endurance, 105. Influences both physical and magical resistance, as well as the resilience of other attributes. Remaining free attribute points, not available. Luck, 10. Combat Power Index, 572. Talent, Internal Account, Mastery of Melee Weapons. Passive Skill, Rule Ignorance. Skills, Data Manipulation, Data Removal, Charged Slash. Powerful Sweep. In just reaching level 3, the increase in attribute points had already amassed to an impressive 450. His combat power had exceeded 500. It seemed that even the most gifted prodigy with top-tier talents would require at least 20 levels to attain such combat prowess. Bai Yu was thoroughly pleased as he gazed at his attribute panel, his heart swelling with satisfaction. At that moment, a shadow, towering at the height of 2 men, caught his eye. The ominous red name indicating hostility also flashed before him. Mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen, silver, LV20. Ah, there it is. Bai Yu licked his lips. And at the instant the boss charged towards him, he activated his skill, Data Manipulation. Chapter 3. Instantaneously defeating the boss. A monster beyond the top 100 prodigies. Ding. As the skill prompt sounded, numerous numbers and symbols abruptly appeared on the data panel of the mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen. Oh no, this can't be. A horrific speculation surfaced in Bai Yu's mind. With a mere thought, the data panel of the mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen began to flicker with numbers. Including its nearly 5-digit health, all data had been altered to the minimum value. 1. Ding, you have manipulated the data of mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen, silver, LV20. Unbelievable. Bai Yu stared in astonishment at the data panel of the mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen. At this moment, aside from its name and level indicating it was a boss, all other attributes were indistinguishable from a level 0 slime at the city gates. In his shock, the red-eyed wild rabbit queen charged headlong into Bai Yu. 0. It didn't even breach his defenses. Without a second thought, Bai Yu raised his sword. Swish. 132. In merely reaching level 3. He dealt a damage output that typically required others at level 10 or above. In the past, while this damage would have been impressive, it still would not have been sufficient to harm the red-eyed wild rabbit queen. However, at this moment, under the effect of data manipulation, the queen's health was reduced to 1. With a dull thud, the frozen red-eyed wild rabbit queen collapsed to the ground. After a brilliant display of light, experience orbs erupted from its corpse, merging into Bai Yu's being. Ding, you have slain mutated red-eyed wild rabbit queen, silver, LV20. Ding, you have achieved an over-level kill on a boss. Drop rate increased by 15 times. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding. Amidst a flurry of leveling prompts, Bai Yu surged from LV3 to LV18 in a matter of less than 2 hours since leaving the city. This was equivalent to others toiling for 3 or 4 days. Of course, at this moment, levels were of little consequence. This was extraordinary. I can truly modify panel attributes. Bai Yu gazed at the skill, Data Manipulation, now locked in a 24-hour cooldown, his heart filled with elation. If this skill had no usage restrictions, it would imply that even a fully leveled world boss standing before him would be obliterated with a single skill. Though it could only be used once a day, the impact of this one instance could last for years. Given the outrageous nature of data manipulation, one could only imagine that the other skill, data removal, would prove equally formidable. Resisting the urge to unleash the skill immediately, Bai Yu decided to first inspect his inventory. Having just achieved an over-level kill on the LV20 silver boss, he was eager to see what loot he had acquired. Upon opening his bag, a dazzling array of items greeted his eyes. Mutated rabbit fur vest, bronze, LV20. Equip slot, upper body. Category, leather armor. Class restriction, assassin and archer classes. Defense, 21. Mutated rabbit bone dagger, silver, LV20. Equip slot, weapon. Category, short sword. Class restriction, melee classes. Physical attack power, 60, 68. Strength 3. Agility 3. Endurance 1. Skill, bunny pounce, short sword. Usable with short sword class weapons, grants the skill, bunny pounce upon use. Small health potion, restores 50 health upon use. Small mana potion, restores 30 mana upon use. Mutated resilient rabbit fur, silver, 3. Well, it seems I have covered my travel expenses. Bai Yu licked his lips. 2 pieces of level 20 equipment, 1 bronze armor, and 1 silver weapon. Such items are coveted during this peak awakening season. Moreover, there was a universal skill for short swords and some silver materials. Just when he was grappling with how far the location of that Easter egg was from Changde County. With the exorbitant costs of using the teleportation array, fortune had smiled upon him. With his new gear in hand, Bai Yu joyfully set off towards another high-level wilderness area in Changde County. As he vanished from sight, the dense forest quivered suddenly. A man and a woman emerged. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned equipment that, while obscured in its quality, was nonetheless unmistakably exceptional. The glaring 4th turn LV-135 above his head was particularly intimidating. The girl, seemingly of similar age to Bai Yu, was tall and stunningly beautiful. The robe of a maid she wore accentuated her slightly youthful, yet undeniably alluring curves. At this moment, both gazed in the direction Bai Yu had disappeared, their faces still etched with astonishment. How peculiar. I cannot see his information. Has he employed some means of concealment? However, Wei, did your junior truly just awaken today? Indeed. Bai Yu had awakened just today, and as a dual-class novice, Gu Yue appeared puzzled. Initially, she had accompanied her cousin to level up. Being a year older than Bai Yu, her talent was regarded as the finest in the entire Lingtai city, even ranking among the top in the entire Liao province. In previous years, she would undoubtedly have had a chance to contend for a spot among the top 100 geniuses. However, the last competition was overwhelmingly populated by exceptional talents. In order to secure priority admission into the 3 major guilds after graduation, her cousin, who is affiliated with a prominent guild, suggested that she repeat her year and participate in the next competition. Having awakened a year ago, her level remained stubbornly capped at level 0. It was only when the current second-year students began to awaken their professions that she prepared to come and level up. Yet upon her arrival, she happened to witness the scene of a level 20 silver boss falling beneath Bai Yu's feet. Her close friend had shared ample information regarding this campus heartthrob and academic prodigy, including the fact that today Bai Yu awakened dual professions, albeit one being a mere life profession and the other a discarded warrior class. However, at this moment, she realized that something was amiss. Awakening only today, he could single-handedly challenge a level 20 silver boss. Wei, I fear your junior is anything but a simple life profession coupled with an ordinary warrior, her cousin mused, stroking his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This might just be a stroke of luck. Cousin, could it be that Bai Yu used some kind of item? Gu Wei inquired curiously. Impossible. Setting aside whether there exists an item with such outrageous damage below level 50, even if there were, it wouldn't be affordable for an average person. That makes sense. Bai Yu has been supporting himself through work study after losing his parents. Our Wei is quite well informed. Her cousin chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Gu Wei. It's all thanks to my infatuated friend who told me. I have no interest in such matters. Gu Wei retorted with a hint of annoyance. Nevertheless, to challenge a level 20 silver boss on the very first day of awakening. Cousin, is that really possible? Of course. Though very few can achieve such a feat, her cousin replied, his smile fading. I've heard that some prodigies not listed among the top geniuses can defeat bosses at higher levels even while still in their early levels. Such prodigies often find themselves admitted to the 3 major guilds before even graduating from university. Gu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Outside the genius rankings, they joined the 3 major guilds before graduating? Indeed. It is said that they refrain from appearing on the list to avoid discouraging ordinary individuals. Therefore, Wei, you must cultivate a good relationship with your classmate, her cousin advised earnestly. At that moment, Bai Yu was blissfully unaware that he had been labeled a prodigy by the school's bell. However, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. This world is one where risk and opportunity coexist. The stronger and more exceptional the genius, the more they are coveted, yet concurrently, they also gain access to superior resources and opportunities. If the chance arises, he would not hesitate to showcase his abilities. Well, except for his trump card. After walking for a while, Bai Yu found a promising area. Observing the densely packed level 30 trance before him, he focused intently. Data removal. Chapter 4. The terrifying data removal, level 101. With a sound akin to shattering glass, bizarre spatial fissures erupted across a vast area selected by Bai Yu's skill. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A sense of foreboding gripped Bai Yu. The disturbance seemed far greater than he had anticipated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, countless spatial cracks suddenly expanded, revealing an endless torrent of data behind them. In the next instant, rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the tumult, vast quantities of data began to vanish into thin air. As the data dissipated, the wild creatures outside the fissures transformed into beams of experience and faded away. Even some landscapes and plants, merged with reality from the game, were not spared. In the blink of an eye, the data within the fissures had vanished completely. Boom. With a muffled thud, the fissures closed and numerous fragments of space exploded, showering the area in a cascade of light. The entire region, bathed in this luminous rain, appeared eerily tranquil, as though nothing had ever occurred. The only discernible difference was that the wild creatures that had once roamed this area were now entirely absent. Within Changta County, the city lord and several high-ranking official practitioners were engaged in serious discussions. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The group exchanged glances and hurried outside. Lord Zhao, look at the western city wall's barrier. One of the official high-ranking practitioners exclaimed in alarm, prompting everyone to look. Countless spatial fissures spread rapidly, encompassing the city's defensive barrier in the blink of an eye. Do not worry, it should be fine, Lord Zhao Tuo reassured them. It is important to note that the city's defensive barrier is crucial to the lives of millions of citizens and is of utmost significance. Typically, it is established by 8th tier or higher barrier mages, taking several days and considerable precious materials to set up. It is fully capable of withstanding attacks from randomly spawned 9th tier bosses for a short period. I suspect a high-ranking practitioner has employed some spatial magic, he ventured. I agree, but there is no need to be overly concerned. Such barriers are generally immune to spatial magic. Ha ha ha, let us just enjoy the spectacle. Everything will be fine, they said. Just as the barely discernible city defensive barrier suddenly burst forth with a blue light and began to flicker rapidly. Oh no, the barrier is malfunctioning, Zhao Tuo exclaimed, summoning his flying mount to ascend and assess the situation. However, in the next second, as countless spatial rifts erupted, igniting a rain of light, the city's defensive barrier crumbled like paper, the area once shrouded in fissures torn open to reveal a gaping void. As the breach appeared, the blue hue of the barrier gradually dimmed before disappearing entirely. The city barrier, capable of withstanding attacks from 9th tier bosses, had collapsed just like that. This is dire, Zhao Tuo ordered gravely. Someone quickly contact military practitioners and the city officials. I will investigate. Be careful, Lord. As the city lord soared into the sky to scout the situation, the two official practitioners sprang into action. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the city. The shattering of the defensive barrier sent countless ordinary citizens and low-tier practitioners fleeing in all directions. Heavens! The wild bosses are coming to attack the city. What on earth happened? Why is the defensive barrier gone? Quickly find a place to hide. This is outrageous. I'm still young and not yet third tier. I don't want to die so soon. Brothers, grab your weapons. With the barrier gone, there's a good chance a powerful boss is outside. If we take it down, we'll strike it rich. Stop dreaming. The force capable of breaching the barrier is at least a 9th tier super boss. One breath from it could end your life. You better run. The city lord has gone out to assess the situation. Officials and members from the 3 major guilds are on their way, so everyone, stay calm. Fortunately, the official practitioners acted with remarkable speed. The low-tier practitioners began to restore order, while the high-ranking practitioners immediately initiated defensive measures. Mages and priests gathered elemental energies around them, while warriors donned their glistening armors, their blades and swords shimmering with deadly light. This indeed provided a sense of security. You have slain a Treant, level 30. You have vanquished the Treant LV30. You have vanquished the Treant LV30. You have vanquished the Treant LV30. You have vanquished the Treant Elite, Black Iron, LV35. You have vanquished the Treant Elite, Black Iron, LV35. You have vanquished the Millennium Treant Elite, Silver, LV50. You have vanquished the 10,000-Year Tree King, Gold, LV100. A series of kill notifications overlapped one another. Countless glimmers of experience surged into Bai Yu like a tide. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding. A vast amount of experience propelled Bai Yu's level from LV18 to LV101. As the architect of this entire event, Bai Yu awoke from his stupor. Observing the vanishing city defense barrier in the distance, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Good grief, this has escalated. Has it truly breached the city's defensive barrier? Is this skill truly that outrageous? Initially, he had merely intended to find a random spot to experiment with the skill. However, realizing he had unleashed a series of skills, he couldn't afford to waste the 24-hour cooldown. Thus, he maximized the range, encompassing a vast area of 3 kilometers. He had noticed the possibility of the skill affecting the defense barrier, but thought little of it. Who could have anticipated that this cursed skill would be so preposterous? My goodness, has the city defense alarm sounded? The wind is picking up. Amid the piercing alarm, several dark figures appeared in the sky above the city. Without regard for his current attributes or what loot the bosses affected had dropped, Bai Yu dove into the nearby dense forest. A shadow flashed past, and with a mere exertion of strength, Bai Yu darted away like a specter. Before the high-level professionals flying in to investigate could arrive, he had completely distanced himself from the area. In just a few minutes, he had traversed from the west to the east of the city. Only then did Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief. Had he known the commotion would be so great, he would have tested the skill from a greater distance. However, having just fled so swiftly, he was sure to reap a bountiful reward. Bai Yu opened his personal information panel. The splendid attributes came into view. Profession, Rule Maker, GM level 1. Warrior, empty. Level, LV101. Strength, 3055, affecting physical attack power. Intelligence, 3040, affecting magical attack power. Stamina, 3045, affecting maximum health. Agility, 3045, affecting attack speed and movement speed. Endurance, 3045, affecting both physical and magical resistance. Number of defensive parries. Remaining free attribute points, unavailable. Luck, 10. Combat Power Index, 16730. Talent, internal account, mastery of melee weapons. Passive skill, rule disregard. Skills, data manipulation, data removal, charge strike, powerful sweep. Merely testing a skill had catapulted his level to LV101. His combat power soared to an astonishing level of nearly 17,000. This was nearly equivalent to the combat power of a fully equipped level 200 combat professional. If his equipment and talents were slightly inferior, it would not be impossible to rival a first transfer professional below level 50. Truly, such is the privilege of being a GM. Isn't this akin to cheating? The corners of Bai Yu's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. In his previous life, had he encountered such a situation within a game, he would have unhesitatingly entered the backend to initiate a data removal. However, now that this had fallen upon himself, quite splendid. Let us see if anything valuable dropped just now. Bai Yu rubbed his hands together and opened his backpack. Instantly, a dazzling array of colors illuminated his vision. Chapter 5 Ding, 0° Walker Gu Yue has sent you a party invitation. Divine Tree Staff, Gold, LV100. Equipment slot, Weapon. Category, Staff. Class restriction, Mage and Priest professions. Magical attack power, 550, 595. Intelligence, 275. Agility, 80. Endurance, 120. Damage, 5. Skill, Divine Tree Protection. Divine Tree Protection. Upon using this skill, gain a magical shield with 50 health points, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Note, those who possess the Divine Tree's protection shall endure through the ages. Wooden vine armor, silver, LV50. Equipment slot, upper body. Category, light armor. Class restriction, melee professions. Defense, 189. Stamina, 81. Agility, 65. Endurance, 65. Damage mitigation, 3. Skill, divine tree protection. Emerald orb, silver, LV100. Ebony spike, silver, LV95. Skill, vine entanglement. Skill, woodification. A level 100 gold quality staff, a silver quality necklace, a level 95 short sword, and a plethora of various quality equipment for level 50 across different professions, along with 2 universal skill books for mages and priests. This bounty is simply too generous to not fill one's coffers, especially considering the diligent contributions of the wild creatures. Gratitude to the Treant for the generous rewards. Bai Yu's smile nearly reached his ears. On merely the first day, not only had his level soared to LV 101, but his combat power had also skyrocketed to nearly 17,000. His backpack was overflowing with treasures. Is it any wonder that professionals earn so handsomely? Looking at the items resting in his backpack. Aside from health potions and some common black iron-grade materials, any ordinary piece of equipment would suffice to sustain an average family for a good portion of their lives. Not to mention the several high-quality pieces of equipment and skill books. If his memory serves him correctly, he should be able to equip gear for all professions. Bai Yu attempted to equip the staff and light armor from his backpack. Sure enough, the 2 pieces of equipment transformed into radiant light, enveloping Bai Yu. His combat power surged by 6 to 7,000, directly breaching the 20,000 threshold. Gazing at his panel, Bai Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Quite intriguing. It's a pity that I currently lack the mage profession. Otherwise, my magical damage would surely surpass my physical damage by a significant margin. Is this the allure of a golden staff? Alas, Bai Yu thought for a moment, returning the 2 pieces of equipment to his backpack, reverting to his previous state wielding a short sword. My current leveling speed is too rapid. It would be more beneficial to sell these low-level items rather than keep them for personal use. The skills have been tested, and my level has risen. The next step is to earn money. Bai Yu, laden with treasures, entered the city and hailed a taxi straight to the trading hall within. At this moment, order had been restored in the city, thanks to the swift response of the official professionals. Nevertheless, the streets were still bustling with the figures of professionals. As the instigator, Bai Yu felt no fear, confidently striding along the pedestrian street towards the trading hall. The development of the current world seems somewhat distorted. In a world dominated by professionals, the 5 major trading houses within the confines of Huaxia have nearly monopolized all industries. Among these, 3 are official commercial entities, Longxing, Yindi, and Shengshi, which specialize in equipment, medicinal materials, and everyday goods, respectively. The other 2, Taotao and Dongdong, are joint ventures that focus primarily on online marketplaces, boasting a wide array of products. As for the various merchants and wealthy individuals operating private enterprises in the cities, they are not included in this equation. With the intention to sell, Bai Yu made a beeline for Taotao's offline consignment store, carrying a backpack laden with goods. The motivation behind this choice was simple. Taotao's expansive online sales channels offered slightly higher acquisition prices compared to the other establishments. Once these items are sold, how much will I receive? He inquired. All of them. The manager at the offline store was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of items Bai Yu produced. It wasn't the quality that surprised him. After all, even high-tier professionals occasionally brought forth equipment of the stellar or even radiant moon tier, fetching astronomical prices in the billions. The astonishment stemmed entirely from Bai Yu's youth. It was remarkable that someone so young could possess such an impressive collection of beginner's gear. Mr. Bai, please hold on a moment while I conduct a value assessment, the manager said politely, offering a smile before inspecting the items one by one. Shortly thereafter, he presented Bai Yu with a detailed list of item valuations. Mr. Bai, these equipment, items, and skill books amount to a total of 912,000 universal currency. What do you think? Bai Yu merely glanced at the summary before tucking it away. The 2 came to an agreement, and the manager promptly arranged for the items to be taken away. Bai Yu received a notification indicating a change to his account balance. With funds now available, he felt a newfound confidence. Taking a sip of the tea offered by a server, he asked, I would also like to purchase a first-tier skill book. May I take a look? Skill books, well. The manager's expression turned somewhat troubled. Mr. Bai, you may not be aware, but it is currently the awakening season. Private enterprises are stockpiling goods. And both Taotao and the other 4 trading houses have completely sold out of low-tier equipment and skill books. The remaining stock has already been reserved for various families. Unfortunately, we have nothing left. This revelation caught Bai Yu off guard. He had initially intended to acquire some warrior skill books for practice. Regardless of whether he would eventually use them, a competent warrior should at least possess such knowledge. Moreover, observing that his attribute panel still had 2 vacant job slots suggested he could potentially choose 2 additional professions. Having extra skill books on hand would save him the trouble of running around later. Little did he expect such an obstacle to arise. Just as Bai Yu prepared to leave, a melodious voice chimed in. Do you need skill books, Junior? I can assist you. Turning towards the source of the voice, He found himself staring at Gu Yue, an upperclassman who had nearly made it onto the national top 100 genius list. He was somewhat familiar with her, having heard tales of her aloof demeanor. Yet, she appeared anything but cold at that moment. Hello, this is my junior. We have a good relationship. May I use the privileges of the Gu family? Gu Yue addressed the manager, who clearly recognized her, or at least her family. Of course, Miss Gu, please hold on. The manager nodded eagerly, operating the computer in front of him to access a new web page. This one, and this one, do you have them in stock? Gu Yue inquired. Yes, we do. All right, charge it to my card. As Bai Yu watched her effortlessly swipe her card, he began to understand why women often found men most attractive when they were making such transactions. However, he hesitated, senior, as a newly awakened warrior. I probably can't afford all of this. Yet, Gu Yue did not take the bait. You needn't call me senior. I just completed my retention procedures this afternoon. We are now classmates. A faint smile graced her face as she looked at Bai Yu. Although I awakened last year, today is my first day of leveling up. I happen to have a dungeon quest. Would you like to join me? At that moment, Bai Yu received a notification. Ding. 0-degree walker Gu Yue invites you to join her party. Do you accept? Senior. Bai Yu's expression turned contemplative. Recalling the words of Zhang Wuji's mother, the more beautiful the woman, the less you can trust her. He gazed intently at Gu Yue. A pie falling from the sky makes me somewhat uneasy. Is it possible this is because of your looks? Gu Yue chuckled lightly. Oh please, I may lack other virtues, but self-awareness is not one of them. Bai Yu shrugged. I am handsome. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a gift from my parents. However, being handsome aside, Gu Yue was not one to be easily swayed by superficial charm, especially considering her status as a nearly guaranteed candidate for the top genius list this year. Moreover, Gu Yue's fame was directly proportional to her beauty and talent. With her qualifications, countless individuals more handsome than Bai Yu would line up for her attention. Seeing that Bai Yu was not easily taken in, Gu Yue opted for honesty. To be frank, I happened to see you single-handedly defeat a level 20 silver boss while leveling up outside just now. Bai Yu, you must be more than just a simple warrior, right? Bai Yu remained non-committal. He had no qualms about revealing his strength. After all, in this era, those with potential and talent were more likely to receive better resources and attention. He merely needed to conceal the unique traits of his role as a rule maker until he became truly formidable. Ding. Warrior Bai Yu has joined the party. A warrior? Gu Yue paused for a moment, surprised. The most ordinary type of warrior? Could it be, as my cousin said, that you possess a special life profession that enhances your combat prowess? Classmate Gu, when shall we schedule a time to meet? Upon hearing such an ambiguous inquiry, Gu Yue, momentarily distracted, quickly blushed. I meant, when shall we schedule the quest? Oh, then let us make it tomorrow morning. After bidding farewell, the two parted ways. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, Gu Yue wrinkled her nose. That was definitely on purpose. TSK, so insincere. Unbeknownst to Bai Yu, who had been inadvertently labeled as insincere by the school's flower, he headed straight for the teleportation point in the city. Ever since the game had merged with reality, teleportation points had appeared in every settlement worldwide. While this facilitated travel, the exorbitant teleportation fees, coupled with the vastly expanded world and the abundance of wild monsters and bosses, ensured that most ordinary individuals who had not awakened a profession would remain confined to a single city for their entire lives. Ding. Traveling to this area will cost 672,000 universal currency. Do you wish to proceed with the teleportation? As he gazed at the system notification, Bai Yu felt a dark line form on his forehead. He had heard tales of the exorbitant costs associated with teleportation arrays. Yet he never anticipated it would be this outrageous. Curse it, who was the fool that suggested raising the teleportation fees for the sake of profit? Oh wait, that seemed to be me. What a transgression. With a heavy sigh, Bai Yu lamented. Although it pained him to part with his funds, the prospect of that elusive Easter egg made even a million worth the sacrifice. Little did he know, what he thought was a newfound wealth turned out to be merely a one-way ticket. Confronted by the consequences of his past misdeeds, Bai Yu had no choice but to endure the pain of payment. In a flash of white light, the scenery around him transformed rapidly. Ding. Welcome to the Tibetan Plateau region. Ding. A friendly reminder. The number of active participants in this area is limited. Please exercise caution. Ding. Upon entering the plateau region, your strength, agility, and endurance have been diminished. 3 system notifications resounded in succession. Bai Yu opened his attribute panel to assess the situation. His diminished attributes had decreased by 10, consistent with the game's mechanics. Yet again, he found himself the architect of his own misfortune. After a brief moment of reflection, Bai Yu stepped out of the teleportation array. Before him lay a settlement composed of various tents, albeit sparsely populated, far from the bustling towns he was accustomed to. Not wishing to linger, he purchased a local wilderness distribution map from the Shengshi Merchant Association store. Sword servants, present. The terrain distribution mirrored that of the game, so the Easter egg should surely be nearby. Safeguarding the map, Bai Yu set forth at a swift pace towards his destination. It was already evening, yet the Tibetan region, being situated to the west and at a high altitude, remained bathed in sunlight. With an agility attribute exceeding 3,000, Bai Yu moved with remarkable speed, reaching his goal in mere minutes. As he beheld the sword servants roaming the vast grassland, a pang of anxiety struck him. Having brought the map, it would be rather impolite for the Easter egg not to accompany him. The round-trip fare exceeded 10 million. He could not afford to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A flash of sword light cut through the air as Bai Yu wielded his subpar iron sword like a machete, swiftly clearing his path. He toiled for an hour. If I had known it would come to this, I should have made that Easter egg less elusive. The cycle of karma is relentless. Who can escape its grasp? Gazing at the endless expanse of grassland, Bai Yu felt tears welling up. When he designed this feature, he had only considered how to make it more challenging to discover. After all, the planners had informed him that this Easter egg was a uniquely hidden warrior class of immense strength, deeply entwined with the game's overarching narrative. Little did he expect to be the one ensnared by his own trap. Hour after hour passed until it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Just as he was becoming numb to the monotony, Bai Yu, aided by the moonlight, finally discovered a rusted iron ring hidden among the grass. He had found it. Indeed, it was still there. An ordinary person might have overlooked it entirely, yet Bai Yu, filled with excitement, picked it up and aimed it towards the full moon above. Ding! Under the refracted moonlight, you have discovered the lost sword mage ring, which seems to pulsate with a unique power. Ding! Do you wish to use the lost sword mage ring? Use. Ding! You have utilized the lost sword mage ring, acquiring the power of the sword mage. Ding! Do you wish to change your profession from warrior to sword mage? Sword mage? In that moment, Bai Yu was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated this hidden profession. No wonder the planners had been so cryptic. The entire narrative of the game revolved around a sword mage. They truly dared to include a class notorious for its balance-breaking abilities within the storyline. It would be them facing the backlash if the class turned out to be overly powerful. Despite the internal grumbling, Bai Yu could not help but feel exhilarated. Licking his lips, while he would never allow this to fall into another's hands, if it was his own, then by all means. Ding! Do you wish to change your profession from warrior to sword mage? The system prompted again, and this time, Bai Yu made his choice without hesitation. Ding! You have successfully transitioned to sword mage. Success! Struggling to suppress the urge to howl at the moon in wild glee, Bai Yu eagerly opened his attribute list. Name: Bai Yu. Profession: Rule Maker, GM Authority 1. Sword Mage, empty. Level: LV 101. Strength: 4065, affects physical attack power. Intelligence: 4050, affects magical attack power. Stamina: 3045, affects health limit. Agility: 3045, affects attack speed and movement speed. Endurance: 3045, affects both physical and magical resistance, defense block count. Remaining free attribute points, not available. Luck: 10. Combat Power Index: 19045. Talents: Internal Account, Sword Mage Body, Dark Arts, Mastery of Melee Weapons, Mastery of Magic. Passive Skills: Rule Ignorance, Demonic Chaos, Magical Counterstrike Storm. Skills: Data Tampering, Data Removal, Minor Annihilation, Explosive Flame Slash, Thunderstorm Surge. Chapter 7. A warrior who doesn't aspire to be a mage is not a true sword mage. Upon promotion, he acquired dual talents and dual passive skills, along with a mage's mastery of magic. Furthermore, he received 3 active skills that sounded formidable just by their names. Even his strength and intelligence attributes had surged by 1,000 points each. What was even more absurd was that merely changing professions had catapulted his combat power by 3,000, bringing it to an impressive 19,000. Filled with excitement, Bai Yu clicked on the skill descriptions. Sword Mage Body. Each level up grants an additional 10 points in strength and intelligence. Physical and magical damage taken is reduced by 50. And attacks are no longer constrained by weapons, eliminating the need for spell incantations and wind-up time. Holy moly. Just this first talent sent a wave of exhilaration through Bai Yu. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but those well-versed in game mechanics understood its true potential. Not to mention the additional 20 points of attributes per level, which was outrageous in an era where even exceptional talents only gained 20 free attribute points at level 1. The remaining damage reduction of 50 was akin to possessing a piece of mythic armor with no attribute bonuses. It is well known that mages are often referred to as artillery. To maintain balance, spell incantations and casting delays are unavoidable. However, the absence of incantations and delays meant that this balance would be utterly shattered. Bai Yu, as a warrior, now possessed a formidable magical output that even mages could only envy. Moreover, with attacks no longer restricted by weapons, he could cast spells wielding a sword, unleashing sparks and lightning. Truly befitting of a narrative class, this was becoming intriguing. Suppressing his burgeoning excitement, Bai Yu continued to delve deeper. Dark Arts. Damage calculations will integrate the total of strength and intelligence attributes. Each of your attacks will simultaneously inflict both magical and physical damage. Demonic Chaos. Once activated, you will embody a true sword mage. The sword mage form will replicate your every ordinary attack or skill. Bai Yu could hardly contain himself. The damage statistics will amalgamate the total of strength and intelligence attributes. To put it plainly, with his current attributes, it translates to a doubling of output. Moreover, whether wielding a staff or a long sword, both physical and magical damage remain unaffected. The fact that each attack concurrently inflicts both magical and physical damage essentially results in yet another doubling. With this one talent, damage is directly quadrupled. Furthermore, it liberates the mage from dependency on weapons. Remarkably, a skill such as Celestial Demon's Whirlwind, which should belong to a hidden class and be a rare ultimate technique usable for merely 5 or 10 seconds with a cooldown of a day, has transformed into a passive skill. This singular talent, combined with a passive ability, could potentially yield 8-fold damage from a basic attack. Should a critical hit occur, the damage could soar to dozens of times. Ridiculous. Observing the array of skills listed, Bai Yu couldn't help but marvel. Thankfully, this class did not fall into the hands of another. Otherwise, I would be compelled to report the exploiters. Magic Counterstorm LV1. Each time you receive damage, there is a 5 chance to trigger a free counter using your ranged magic skill. Minor Obliteration LV1. Accumulates dark attribute magic, charges, and releases it to inflict 3 segments of area damage with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Blazing /LV1. Concentrates tumultuous fire attribute magic on the weapon to perform a slash, causing fire attribute burning and physical explosion, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Thunderous Surge LV1. Concentrates lightning attribute magic on the weapon to execute a slash, conducting electricity to all enemies within a fan-shaped area in front, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. There's a curse I'm tempted to utter. Bai Yu I twitched slightly. Fortuitously, he had traversed to this world before the game was launched. Otherwise, one could only imagine the monumental effort required to amend this class if it had fallen into someone else's hands. 3 active skills, 1 single target, 1 area of effect, and a formidable ranged ultimate. Each name alone suggests significant power. However, what leaves Bai Yu utterly speechless is that passive skill. Though it boasts only a 5 chance, it can be upgraded. Moreover, it is without cost and ignores cooldowns for random releases. If I were to place a forbidden spell in my skill bar, what would ensue? At that moment, Bai Yu suddenly felt that the ranking of the top talents might not be as significant as he once thought. Oh, and there are those 3 skills gifted by the campus spell. As the saying goes, a plethora of skills never burdens the body. Furthermore, skills worthy of the campus bell's generosity are certainly not trifles. Ding. Do you wish to learn Battle Intent Surge, Piercing Thrust, and Critical Strike? Learn. Ding. You have learned Battle Intent Surge. Under the influence of the Sword Demon's power, it has transformed into Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Ding. You have learned Piercing Thrust. Under the influence of the Sword Demon's power, it has transformed into Frostbite Piercing. Ding. You have learned Critical Strike. Under the influence of the Sword Demon's power, it has transformed into Bloodthirsty Slash. Skills can even undergo transformations? Bai Yu was astonished to see the 3 commonly used warrior techniques evolve. When did I establish such settings and mechanics? Were they newly added before the launch? Or perhaps due to the amalgamation of the game and the world? Bai Yu was momentarily perplexed. Nonetheless, he simply opened the skill panel to examine it. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Upon active release, enter a state of Bloodthirsty Frenzy, during which health decreases continuously, attack power increases by 50, and each attack restores 30 health from the damage dealt. After termination, it enters a cooldown of 24 hours. Frostbite Piercing. Concentrates ice attribute magic on the weapon for a thrust, inflicting piercing damage on enemies within 10 meters behind the target, with a chance to freeze them. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Bloodthirsty Slash. Consumes 10 health to inflict 3 times the consumed health as true damage, 10 times for bosses, over a duration of 5 minutes. 3 potent skills once more. The final, Bloodthirsty Slash, can inflict true damage. Bai Yu clapped his hands in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the wandering sword attendants nearby. As they were all first transformation LV100 monsters, there should be no issue. With that thought, Bai Yu concentrated his mind. Celestial Demon's Whirlwind. Buzz. A wave of inexplicable terror radiated from Bai Yu, coalescing around him. A colossal semi-transparent phantom resembling a demon, interlaced in red and blue, materialized behind him. Goodness, what an imposing presence. Glancing up at the sword demon's true form, Bai Yu activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy with a flick of his wrist. Instantly, his blood surged, igniting a frenzy within his heart. Ignoring the rapidly depleting health, Bai Yu brandished the rusty iron sword and charged at the nearest sword attendant. Blazing Slash. Boom. Amidst the resounding explosions, the iron sword surged forward, enveloped in intense heat. In the void, the sword demon's true form mirrored the motion with a strike of its own. 1909998, 104924, 1899976, 105421, 199845 for consecutive exaggerated damage figures, totaling nearly 600,000 in damage and an additional 200,000 in healing. Bai Yu, at LV101, instantaneously defeated the sword attendant, who was over 200 levels higher and possessed considerable defense. Chapter 8. A Stone, 100,000 damage. Absurd. Bai Yu stood, sheathing his sword. In the moment of distraction, Blazing Slash had already refreshed and was ready for use. Yet he remained entranced by the astonishing damage, just as he envisioned. His fundamental attributes of over 4,000 strength and intelligence, under the influence of evil outside path, resulted in a staggering base damage calculation exceeding 8,000. Such a terrifying base attribute value had even reached the level of a typical 5th transformation awakened individual in their bare state, coupled with the quadruple amplification of evil outside path. The Sword Demon's double attack, and the 50 increase in attack power from Bloodthirsty Frenzy, it all culminated in this nightmarish scene. After this strike, Bai Yu abandoned the notion of experimenting with techniques. After all, dealing in the hundreds of thousands of damage was far beyond what first or even second transformation ordinary monsters could withstand. With this thought, Bai Yu cancelled the Sword Demon's true form and deactivated Bloodthirsty Frenzy, contentedly preparing to return home. However, insufficient balance to use the teleportation array. What a calamity! Bai Yu tugged at his hair in frustration. If only he could turn back time. Even if the boss had a knife to his throat, he would not have opted for such exorbitant teleportation fees. Sigh, an all-nighter it is. With no other choice, Bai Yu hefted the rusty iron sword and retraced his steps to the grasslands. After all, he had promised the campus belle to undertake a quest together tomorrow. It would be unthinkable to stand her up. Hey, take my sword. Thunderous surge. ZZZZ, rumble. If you don't flee, you 1T die? Explosive demise. Puffed, frostbite piercing. The innocent sword attendants on the grasslands suffered as mere collateral damage, becoming Bai Yu's punching bag. Alas, first transformation monsters could only provide experience to first transformation practitioners. Those who have not been reincarnated, or those who have undergone 2, 3, 4, or 5 reincarnations, find their efforts utterly fruitless. After an entire day of labor, Bai Yu's level remained stagnant at LV 101. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, a first rebirth LV 200 diamond tier boss, the Sword King, makes its appearance, illuminating Bai Yu's eyes with hope. Good brother, for life. I will remember you. Explosive flame slash. Boom. With the boss collapsing amidst the blazing flames, Bai Yu finally manages to gather enough funds for the journey home. Bai Yu, where are you? I'm waiting for you at the south gate of the city. Comes the voice of Gu Yue in the team chat. I've arrived, I've seen you. Bai Yu waves at Gu Yue not far away and hastens toward her. Here, these are some equipment for you. Gu Yue initiates a trade and presents a full set of LV 30 golden tier warrior gear. This gesture causes Bai Yu to regard her with renewed respect. It is rumored that Gu Yue comes from a wealthy family. And given her demeanor at the Tao Tao Commerce yesterday, alongside her generosity today, it seems the rumors hold some truth. After all, this set of warrior golden equipment alone must be worth several million. I'm just worried you will hold me back. Is your level sufficient? Gu Yue remarks, glancing at Bai Yu's information out of habit. Although his level remains hidden, his profession catches her off guard. Sword demon? Wasn't he a warrior just yesterday? Oh, I inadvertently transitioned to a hidden profession. Bai Yu replies nonchalantly. TSK, you sure are quite careless. Without further ado, Bai Yu accepts the equipment and dons it. You reached level 30 in just a day and transitioned to a hidden profession. I truly did not misjudge you. Gu Yue surveys Bai Yu with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. However, beneath her calm exterior, she cannot help but speculate. Just yesterday, he was merely an ordinary warrior, yet he could challenge golden bosses beyond his level. Today, having transitioned to a hidden profession, he is bound to become even more formidable. They share the task information and swiftly make their way to a cave where the task is located. Along the way, countless novices fight valiantly against wild boars and hares. Observing Bai Yu and Gu Yue pass by, their eyes brim with envy. That gleam must be from golden equipment, right? It's infuriating. I'm already level 16. Yet my father hasn't revealed his billion-dollar fortune. Who is peeing yellow? Wake him up. I have diabetes. I'll take my own sweet time. Handsome men, beautiful women, and wealth. What am I, chopped liver? ISNT that the school heartthrob Bai Yu? Looks like it, and that girl seems familiar. Wait, ISNT that Gu Yue? Gu Yue? No way. I heard she repeated a year and is aiming for this year's top 100 genius list. Why is she with Bai Yu? That seemingly useless dual-class player? Goodness, are they? What? Where's the gossip? As they delve deeper into the high-level wilderness, the surrounding monsters swiftly escalate from levels 1 and 5 to levels 20 and 30. Soon, under Gu Yue's guidance, they arrive at a deeply hidden cave. Without hesitation, Gu Yue leaps inside, leaving Bai Yu momentarily astonished. This girl is truly bold, leaping into the unknown without a care. Shaking his head, Bai Yu follows suit. Splash. Almost immediately, a damage number floats into view, 100. Ah, Bai Yu, you crush me. No wonder you're so soft, my apologies. You pervert, get off me. Alright. Bai Yu stands calmly, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. Could you be more careful when you jump next time? Gu Yue grumbles while rubbing her backside. Is this the task location? Bai Yu changes the subject, scanning the surrounding environment. Soon, a stone-marked, indestructible terrain appears in his line of sight. Noting Bai Yu's observation, Gu Yue explains impatiently, This is the exit. It can only be opened from inside. We need to follow that tunnel and fight our way through. There are elite monsters and mini-bosses along the way, and we must conserve our skills for the level 40 diamond boss at the end. This path has already been scouted by a 4th rebirth player from my family, who also compiled a strategy for the small monsters. As she speaks, Gu Yue shares a strategy document with Bai Yu. The first monsters are 2 level 40 golden elites. We need to cooperate well. You use your skills to hold aggro first, and I'll bring one out for us to tackle together. Boom. A loud crash interrupts Gu Yue's explanation. Bai Yu claps his hands. The stone that was marked indestructible terrain has been utterly shattered. Through the opening where the stone once blocked, a vast space is revealed, along with a colossal ice blue tiger. Observing Gu Yue's stunned expression, Bai Yu casually explains, I just touched it, and it shattered. There must be a mechanism. What's wrong? You're making me look foolish. No worries, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. With that, Bai Yu brandishes his 30-level golden longsword and steps inside. Gu Yue, seeing this, quickly warns, be careful. That boss is not easy to deal with. Wait for me while I buff myself. Okay. Though he verbally acknowledges her, Bai Yu casually picks up a brick, preparing to pull aggro using the techniques taught in school. Here goes. Swish. The brick lands squarely on the ice blue tiger's forehead. Roar. With a desperate scream from the ice blue tiger, 2 exaggerated damage numbers float up. 56. 320. 56. 320. Ding. You have slain the ice storm tiger, diamond, LV 40. Chapter 9. Don't speak. I'm charging up. Ding. Your teammate Bai Yu has slain the ice storm tiger, diamond, LV 40. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. As a series of system notifications ring out, Gu Yue, who had been fervently chanting spells to buff herself and Bai Yu, freezes in place. Slowly, she turns to Bai Yu. Their eyes meet, both filled with bewilderment. I just used a super powerful skill to take down that boss in one hit. Do you believe me? Should I believe you? Gu Yue looks at Bai Yu with skepticism. Let us check the task status first. Has it been completed? Bai Yu quickly diverts the topic. Hearing this, Gu Yue opens the task list and glances at it. Seeing that the task status shows completed, she remarks meaningfully, it's done. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. From entering the map to completing the task, it took less than 5 minutes in total. It's simply more efficient than being led by an 8th rebirth veteran. As she spoke, she approached the lifeless form of the ice blue giant tiger, placing her hand atop its head and softly reciting an incantation, marking the final phase of her task. Meanwhile, Bai Yu discreetly exhaled in relief. It appeared that this esteemed school belle had no intention of delving deeper into matters. This was fortunate. Forgetting the innate ability of the sword demon's body, which allowed attacks to be unbound by weapon constraints, he silently admonished himself. If I use a stone to draw aggro again, I'll be the laughingstock. The notion of defeating a boss with a mere stone was indeed absurd. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, in the context of evil and depravity, inflicting double attribute damage, it had once again unleashed both physical and magical damage. Coupled with his own extraordinary base attributes and the talent that disregarded weapon restrictions, along with the suppression of levels, inflicting 100,000 damage with a single stone was within the realm of reason. Just as he pondered this, a melodious notification chimed in Bai Yu's ears. Ding. Your team has completed the quest Ice Tiger Menace, earning rewards, 100 free attribute points, 30,000 experience. Free attributes? 100 points? Bai Yu gazed at Gu Yue, his mind swirling in confusion. No wonder this prominent school belle was willing to take risks, leading an untranscended duo to slay a level 40 diamond boss. It turned out to be a rare hidden quest that rewarded free attribute points. Nonetheless, he was too indolent to check his personal attributes. The more he knew, the more he would regret. He suspected that those 100 points had likely been evenly distributed by the talent of the internal account. Why is the drop rate so low? He mused, when Gu Yue's voice reached him from the boss's corpse. Bai Yu, is your level already over 40? She jested. I have my cousin's guidance, and plus, with the experience from the boss, I'm just level 40. You've only awakened 2 days ago. How is that possible? Yes, you're right. Bai Yu nodded repeatedly, absolutely unwilling to reveal that he was already level 101. Otherwise, he would be solely responsible for the boss's dismal drop rate. After sorting through the loot, Gu Yue placed several pieces of equipment in the team trading window. This time, thanks to you, these items rightfully belong to you. As for the equipment, Bai Yu refrained from accepting. Not to mention that he had already taken 3 of her skill books at the outset. The 100 free attribute points from this quest were invaluable and could not be measured in mere worth. What does 100 free attributes signify? Even a genius with full talents would need to level up 5 times to compensate, especially during this critical moment in the competition for the top 100 genius list. Sometimes just a few points could mean the difference between seizing an opportunity and missing it entirely, leading to drastically divergent futures, let alone a full 100 points. Gu Yue clearly possessed a straightforward disposition. Seeing Bai Yu's reluctance, she ceased to insist. Since you want to take the items, allow me to share some news that may prove useful later. News. Yes, Keep heading west from the west gate of the city to the level 100 leveling zone. There's a hidden realm. Gu Yue began to elaborate on the hidden realm. This realm restricts levels to 50 and 200, with the experience monsters scaling with the challenger's levels. The realm can also be repeatedly farmed, allowing for rapid leveling before the first ascension. However, the ownership of the realm belongs to a family that is not on good terms with ours, so I cannot join you, but you should have no issues. Upon hearing about the prospect of rapid leveling, Bai Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He had been troubled by the difficulty of finding suitable leveling zones around the small county of Changtu, which would hinder his progression. Unbeknownst to him, fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. All right, let us ascend, Gu Yue said as she approached the entrance of the cave. However, upon looking up at the 6 or 7 meter high opening, a look of distress crossed her face. Oh no, I forgot to lower the rope. You can't jump up there? Bai Yu remarked. Then, with a single powerful leap, he bounded out of the cave. I'm a wizard with extreme points allocated. My strength is still at 0. How can I jump up? Gu Yue placed her hands on her hips and looked up. Quickly, see if there's a rope nearby. A rope? Bai Yu glanced around at the jagged stones. Forget about ropes. Aside from myself, there isn't a hair in sight. Where would a rope come from? I'll take you up. Bai Yu crouched down in the cave once more. Come, ride on my shoulders. Gu Yue glanced at her high-slit wizard robe and then at Bai Yu's neck. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to position herself behind him. Soon, Bai Yu felt a warm sensation against his neck, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, and an astonishingly delicate touch graced both sides of his cheeks. The myriad sensations compelled him to arch his back slightly, creating some space for his little Bai Yu to avoid any awkwardness. What are you doing? Don't speak. I'm gathering strength. Oh, Gu Yue tightened her grip around Bai Yu's head, fearful of slipping and falling again. After a considerable while, Bai Yu finally stood upright. Hold tight. I'm about to exert force. As his words fell, Bai Yu leaped high, carrying Gu Yue out of the cave. Once she dismounted from his shoulders, Gu Yue began to adjust her disheveled attire, casting a dubious glance at him. You clearly could have just picked me up. Why did you do it this way? Oh, if that got out, it would be too ambiguous, wouldn't it? Those who don't know might think we have some sort of relationship, Bai Yu replied nonchalantly. Gu Yue's forehead twitched in annoyance. Writing like that would be even more absurd. Besides, as long as you don't blab, how could it possibly spread? After tidying their garments, the two prepared to part ways. I'll head home first. What about you? I'll wander around a bit, Bai Yu answered. All right, keep in touch. Okay. Watching Bai Yu's departing figure, Gu Yue activated her communicator. Her cousin's voice came through. Wei, have you arrived? Remember to stack your status before the boss fight, and don't forget to give your junior the ice resistance potion. Though the potion is expensive, the one taking damage up front is your teammate. Don't be stingy. Also, cousin, we completed the quest. Oh, you finished? Make sure to give a good share of the drops to the others, okay? Wait, suddenly, her cousin's voice faltered before rising an octave. You said you finished? How long have you been out of the city? And you're done already? Gu Yue glanced in the direction Bai Yu had disappeared, forcing a wry smile. Indeed. We completed it. He must have used some method to open the exit, and then, he defeated the boss in a heartbeat. Chapter 10. The beginning with a divine beast boss. Then I must be cheating. What? Defeated the boss in an instant. Her cousin exclaimed incredulously. The situation of that cave was something he had personally investigated. The boss was a level 40 diamond tier tiger-type creature. While that might not pose much of a challenge for him as a 4th transcendence professional, for those below the boss's level, facing a diamond boss with health exceeding 100,000 was a death sentence for novices dealing only a few hundred damage. Defeated in an instant? What an utterly preposterous array of attributes, equipment, and skill enhancements must one possess to inflict such outrageous damage at merely level 40? My dear brother, I recently inquired with Bai Yu. He mentioned that he utilized an exceptionally powerful skill, and furthermore, he transitioned from a warrior to a hidden class known as the Sword Demon just yesterday. Ah, a hidden class, indeed. My cousin sighed deeply. Truly, talent emerges in every generation. This is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Wei, now you understand how astutely I advised you to befriend this junior of yours. Do you not? Indeed, Gu Yue nodded, her mind drifting to the words her cousin had previously imparted. In this world, there exist prodigies beyond the top 100 talents, individuals with even more astonishing gifts. Their every appearance serves as a blow to the confidence of the ordinary. They are often recruited by the 3 major guilds even before graduation. Initially, she thought this was merely hearsay. Yet at this moment, an intense intuition surged within her. Bai Yu may very well be one of those extraordinary individuals, perhaps even stronger. Wei, you should return home. I need to reach out to the 3 major guilds. Cousin, do you intend to inform the guilds about Bai Yu? Gu Yue asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. A chuckle emanated from the other end of the communication. Silly girl, having a prodigy like your junior in our midst is a fortuitous opportunity for us ordinary folk. When one ascends, all associated benefit. That is how it works with the 3 major guilds. Once the guilds confirm Bai Yu's extraordinary potential, we, as his recommenders, can also join the guilds. Wei, the 3 major guilds. Do you comprehend the implications? Listening to her cousin's excited voice, Gu Yue furrowed her brow. Cousin, have you forgotten our family's principles? We must never act out of self-interest at the expense of others. I refuse to partake in such matters, and you shall not either. Otherwise, I will inform my father. With hands on her hips, her tone was resolute. Yet her cousin responded with a smile tinged with exasperation. I am well aware. But this is merely to notify the guilds. Besides, it's beneficial for your junior. Only by being seen can he seize greater opportunities and explore a broader world. Will this truly not cause him any trouble? Gu Yue questioned, still skeptical. Trouble? The various enhancements and benefits offered by the 3 major guilds would only serve your junior better the sooner he joins. You make a valid point. Now go home. We shall discuss the remaining matters later. Meanwhile, Bai Yu remained blissfully unaware of the arrangements being made on his behalf. He was en route to the dungeon that Gu Yue had previously mentioned. Changta County is not particularly large, from the west gate to the east gate. Bai Yu's speed ensured he did not take much time. Soon, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. You have entered the area of the dungeon. The abyss of divine retribution. Please watch your step. Watch my step? Bai Yu mused, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the crowd gathering nearby. Such clarity hardly necessitated caution. Before him loomed a massive entrance encircled by a structure. Numerous individuals, having paid their dues, were entering. The abyss of divine retribution. A sanctuary for leveling up. 1 million per entry. Low risk, high reward, and fair for all. 1 million per entry. Purchase health and mana potions. Essential for dungeon runs. Is there anyone looking to form a party? 1 mage, 1 healer, 3 warriors. We just need a tank. New group forming. Hidden class spellcaster leading 5 for rapid farming. Pay to join. Recruitment for the Meat Cleaver team. Quick clearance for sets. Anyone interested? The commotion outside the dungeon resembled a bustling marketplace, causing Bai Yu's eyelid to twitch slightly. Where was the so-called hidden sanctuary? This was far too conspicuous. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, it was still a haven for leveling up. And any experience gained was valuable, even at the exorbitant price of 1 million. Before long, Bai Yu found himself at the front of the line. 1 million per person. Direct entry. The gatekeeper, with an air of superiority, declared. 1 million per person? I thought it was 1 million for entry. Bai Yu inquired, perplexed. Correct. 1 million per person. Any objections? If you do, keep it to yourself, the gatekeeper replied dismissively. With an eye roll, Bai Yu transferred the funds. Just as he prepared to leave, he was halted once more. Wait a moment. A group of 6, and you're just paying 1 million? What's the meaning of that? That means I intend to solo it. Bai Yu pushed past the individual, making his way into the building. His declaration sparked a flurry of murmurs among the waiting crowd. What? That kid intends to solo it? Such audacity. He dares to tackle the abyss of divine retribution alone? He must be a first-timer. After the initial storyline, the first phase involves 12 elite monsters. How could one person possibly manage? Indeed, only someone on the top 100 talents list could hope to solo 12 elites below first transition. Speaking of the top 100 talents list, I heard that someone from the Gu family is preparing to make a push for this year's rankings. I heard that our Lingtai city hasn't produced a top 100 talent in ages. Who would have thought it would happen right here in Chengdu? Indeed. The recent events surrounding the city's defensive barrier have stirred quite the commotion. Even the 3 major guilds have sent representatives, including a prominent figure. Best to lay low for a while. Those from the 3 major guilds are not to be trifled with. One misstep, and it could spell disaster. Exactly. After completing this dungeon, I'll head home and take a couple of days off. The chatter outside faded as Bai Yu was led by staff to the dungeon entrance. Ding. Recommended party size for the Abyss of Divine Retribution, 6. Recommended level, LV 150. Do you wish to enter? Yes. With a flash, Bai Yu found himself transported to a dimly lit underground realm. Before he could fully acclimate, a colossal, terrifying figure emerged from the darkness, bearing down upon him with the intent to devour. Goodness. An ambush? Divine chaos. Bloodthirsty rampage. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu activated all his status effects. With the essence of the sword demon coursing through him, he raised his sword for an attack. Little annihilation. Boom. 2 dark energy orbs detonated, unleashing a torrent of damage. 378, 800, 544, 002, 381, 211, 584, 433. A staggering total nearing 2 million damage. Sufficient to obliterate a fully leveled diamond or even a meteor boss in an instant. Yet, the colossal figure's health bar barely diminished by a tenth. Simultaneously, the figure's information materialized before Bai Yu's eyes. Earth God Kuan, Mythical Beast, LV 200. Race, Beast. Health, 18, 123, 00020, 000. Strength, 9, 152. Intelligence, 3, 556. Stamina, 18, 700. Agility, 3, 320. Endurance, 15, 699. Combat power, 610, 043. Skills, Devour, Earthquake, Earth Pulse, Crumbling Rock. What the hell? Is the opening boss battle truly this outrageous? Upon witnessing the formidable display of the boss beast, accompanied by a plethora of zeros signifying its health. Bai Yu was rendered momentarily dumbfounded. This was a level 200 divine beast, after all. However, a mere glance at the attribute list revealed that it was far beyond the capabilities of mere first transcendence practitioners. What an enigma. How could such a divine creature exist? And how on earth had those individuals navigated the secret realm? Furthermore, this intensity was hardly characteristic of a pre-transcendence dungeon, was it? Others may have been oblivious, but Bai Yu could no longer afford to conceal his prowess. As the cooldown refreshed, he unleashed his formidable skill, data removal, with a resounding crack akin to shattering glass. The sound reverberated throughout the underground world. The devouring divine Kuan was momentarily frozen in the void. As the data within the rift dissipated, the divine Kuan's form quickly fragmented, ultimately being consumed by the rift and vanishing from sight. Ding. You have slain the Earth Divine Kuan, Divine Beast, LV 200. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, the secret realm of the Heavenly Punishment Abyss has collapsed. Chapter 11. You defeated the boss in an instant, and you dare to tell me it's a plot twist? As a series of notifications echoed, Bai Yu had yet to open his personal attribute panel when the scene before him abruptly flickered. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Upon reappearing, he found himself outside the very building he had just been in. What? Observing the myriad flashes of light around him, an unsettling premonition welled up within him. After a moment of silence, a cacophony of voices erupted. What the hell? How did I get out? What the hell is going on? Our party was engaged with the boss, so why were we teleported out? What's happening? Can the secret realm truly collapse? Refund, refund. What a trashy secret realm. Exactly. Hurry up and refund us. We just got some loot, and before we could even collect it, everything went awry. We even lost 2 brothers in the process. So compensation is a must. Countless voices turned their ire towards the Chung family, the operators of the secret realm. However, at that moment, the Chung family was evidently too preoccupied to attend to the commotion. What on earth has transpired? Why did I suddenly receive a notification that my bound secret realm has collapsed for unknown reasons? In the main urban area of Lingtai City, the head of the Chung family abruptly stood up. Quick, send a message to the people in Changta County, inquiring about what has happened. Wait, never mind. Just as he spoke, a private message notification from the secret realm manager of the Chung family popped up. What has occurred? Wasn't I clear about ensuring the secret realm was secure? Head of the family, I don't know what happened. The manager lamented, nearly in tears. It had been an utterly normal day, yet this inexplicable incident had unfolded. He felt utterly innocent. The head of the Chung family, his countenance darkened, coldly snorted. I don't care. You are the manager, and any issues that arise are your responsibility. You better figure it out. With a dismissive beep, the private voice chat was severed. At the Changtu County Secret Realm facility, the manager appeared ashen. Responsible? Though merely a pre-transcendence leveling dungeon. Its daily revenue reached several tens of millions. Coupled with the dungeon's inherent value, the compensation could easily amount to over 10 billion. 10 billion. Even selling the place wouldn't cover that. Having exited the dungeon, Bai Yu felt somewhat withdrawn. What on earth? Upon entering, he was confronted with a divine beast? With such an immense health pool, how had the practitioners who came here for leveling managed to overcome it? Or perhaps my understanding of the world post-integration with the game is flawed. Are all others not significantly behind me? Are they all capable of forming parties to challenge divine beasts even before transcending? As he pondered, his communicator beeped. Upon opening it, he saw it was Gu Yue, who he had just parted ways with. As soon as he answered, her voice, laced with concern, reached him. Bai Yu, are you alright? Huh, I'm fine. That's good. Gu Yue sighed in relief. I heard that the Chung family's secret realm collapsed, the one I mentioned before. I was worried something had happened to you. Oh. A smile crept upon Bai Yu's lips. However, it was evident that Gu Yue was already prepared. Don't overthink it. I don't want to ruin a talent because of my issues. Bai Yu shrugged. If you say so. As long as you're fine. As for the Chung family, they only have themselves to blame. What do you mean? Bai Yu's curiosity was piqued by Gu Yue's slightly gleeful tone. You might not be aware, but the Chung family has been exploiting customers for quite some time, even earning a reputation as a pitfall for low-tier practitioners in Lingtai City. Typically, similar experienced dungeons charge around 1 million per group, which translates to about 100,000 per individual. However, the Chung family, leveraging their monopoly, hiked the prices, and low-tier practitioners, lacking the funds to venture to other regions, had no choice but to endure the exploitation to level up swiftly. Bai Yu was enlightened. Initially concerned about inadvertently destroying their secret realm and contemplating how to compensate discreetly, he now realized it was entirely unnecessary. It was merely ridding the world of a nuisance. Yet, there remained a question. By the way, I heard that the dungeon began with a divine beast boss. Bai Yu inquired tentatively. Gu Yue, without hesitation, explained. That's irrelevant. It's a plot twist. The actual secret realm is within the belly of the Earth Divine Kuan, so it has to devour you first. Why? Nothing. Bai Yu forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward. No wonder the secret realm collapsed. No wonder it started with a divine beast. It turns out it was a plot twist? I don't recall any plot twist dungeons or instances when I was developing the game. It must be a new phenomenon post-integration with reality. Nonetheless, it must be said that that skill was indeed outrageous. It even dispatched a plot twist boss. No wonder a perfectly functioning dungeon would suddenly collapse. Alright, as long as you're fine. Let us keep in touch. Gu Yue ended the call. And as the instigator of the entire incident, Bai Yu quietly slipped away amidst the chaos of the crowd. Upon returning to the city, Bai Yu promptly opened his attribute list. Name, Bai Yu. Profession, Rulemaker, GM Authority 1, Sword Demon, Vacant. Level, LV 200. Strength, 80-85, affects physical attack power. Intelligence, 80-70, affects magical attack power. Stamina, 60-65, affects health limit. Agility, 60-65, affects attack speed and movement speed. Endurance, 60-65, affects both physical and magical resistance, defensive parry count. Remaining free attribute points, unavailable. Luck, 10. Combat Power Index, 38900. Talents, Internal Account, Sword Demon Physique, Evil Path, Mastery of Melee Weapons, Mastery of Magic. Passive Skills, Rule Disregard. Celestial Demon Turmoil, Magic Counterstorm. Skills, Data Tampering, Data Removal, Minor Annihilation, Explosive Flame Slash, Thunderstorm Surge, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Ice Spike, Bloodthirsty Slash. Having slain the Earth Divine Koan, his level had soared directly to LV 200. All attributes had doubled, and his combat power had breached the formidable threshold of 40,000. I fear that if I were to venture out and tell others that I had amassed nearly 40,000 combat power before my reincarnation, no one would believe me. Bai Yu contentedly stroked his chin. After all, achieving such a formidable combat strength solely through innate attributes without any equipment would typically require at least a 5th or 6th rebirth. Oh right. Bai Yu suddenly smacked his forehead. In my eagerness to examine my attributes, I completely overlooked what treasures this divine beast might have dropped. It's no wonder the challenge was so formidable. It was a narrative-driven assassination. I wonder if the boss from such a narrative will drop any loot. However, since I have already received experience points, it stands to reason that it wouldn't be so miserly as to withhold rewards. Muttering to himself, Bai Yu opened his backpack. In the next moment, a dazzling array of lights emerged from his bag. Earthbound Barrier Helmet, Radiant Moon, LV 200. Earthbound Barrier Chest Armor, Radiant Moon, LV 200. Earthbound Barrier Leggings, Radiant Moon, LV 200. Earthveil Protector Shield, Artifact, no level. Class Change Scroll, Earthbound Envoy. Skill Book, Divine Technique, Earthshaker. Among the high-quality equipment and materials that had dropped, the three most striking items were a Divine Shield, a hidden Class Change Scroll, and a Skill Book of Divine Technique. Even Bai Yu could not help but have his eyes gleam with excitement at the sight of these three treasures. Chapter 12. A Grand Loot, No Level Artifact. Divine Technique Skill Book. Earthveil Protector Shield, Artifact, no level. Equip Location, Offhand. Category, Shield. Class Restriction, Night Class. Defense, 2930. Health, 1530. Stamina, 1290. Damage Reduction, 25. Skills, Earthveil Eruption, Earthveil Protection, Earthquake Charge, Child of the Earth. Earthveil Eruption. Triples the health of oneself and allies, increases physical and magical defense by 50, and enhances damage reduction by 10, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Earthveil Protection. Immunity to all damage and control effects for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Earthquake Charge. Delivers a shield bash to the target, stunning them for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Child of the Earth. Upon death, resurrects in place and restores 50 health, with a cooldown of 30 days. Note, equipping this shield will make you the favored child of the Earth. Incredible. No level. While the shield's attributes did not overly astonish Bai Yu, the no-level designation certainly sent a thrill through him. As the game's designer, he understood better than anyone that artifacts come in varying degrees. The most common type consists of ordinary artifacts similar to standard equipment, which possess level restrictions, high attributes, and multiple skills. Yet, such artifacts inevitably face obsolescence as the equipment bearer levels up. In contrast, superior artifacts like this shield, which bear no level restrictions, offer the remarkable ability to scale with the user's level, allowing for continual use. Acquiring such a no-level artifact is tantamount to graduation. Beyond that, the pinnacle would be a level 0 super artifact. Though its attributes could disrupt game balance, it too could level up indefinitely, but upgrading it requires substantial investment, making it a financial burden. For the average player, even if they obtained one, they would likely have to sell it. Thus, for the vast majority of ordinary players, the optimal choice for equipment is indeed a no-level artifact. One can only imagine the astronomical price such a shield could command. Calm down, it's just a minor event. Bai Yu took a deep breath, steadying his mind. There will be plenty of divine beasts to hunt in the future, and no-level artifacts like this will only become more common. One will grow accustomed to it. Having examined the shield, Bai Yu's gaze shifted to the hidden class scroll beside it. However, after a brief glance at the scroll, he dismissed it from further consideration. Class change scroll, Earthbound Envoy, a hidden mage class, specializing in earth magic. It's not that this hidden class is lacking, on the contrary. He had participated in its design in his previous life. Many of its characteristics and skills place it among the strongest hidden mage classes. While he indeed seeks a mage class, this Earthbound Envoy would not fully leverage the unique characteristics of a rulemaker's profession. To put it plainly, it feels somewhat lacking. Conversely, the Divine Technique skill book piqued Bai Yu's interest. Skill book, Divine Technique, Earthshaker. Upon use, learn the Divine Technique Earthshaker. The skill requires a casting time of 42 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 days. The specific effects were not detailed, and this skill was unfamiliar to him. It likely emerged as a new creation following the integration of the game and the real world. However, one thing remains unchanged: the level of divine techniques. Generally, skills are categorized from levels 1 to 10, with anything above 10 referred to as ultra-tier magic within the realm of the divine. Divine techniques fall between the 10th tier and the ultra-tier, being unique to certain divine beasts and mythic bosses, typically dropping upon their defeat for practitioners to learn. The longer the casting time, the more powerful the skill. A 42-second chant surely promises something extraordinary. Bai Yu licked his lips. This was precisely the kind of absurdly lengthy casting skill he desired. For him, a longer charge time equates to greater rewards. After all, he does not require a casting time. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu crushed the skill book. Ding! You have learned the divine technique Earthshaker. Gazing at the skill list, now adorned with a red border signifying the divine technique, Bai Yu beamed with satisfaction. Finally, he had added another powerful card to his hand. Suppressing the urge to find a place to experiment with the skill, he ultimately decided to head back towards Changtu County. The past few days had been somewhat tumultuous in Changtu. A secret realm had just erupted. As the instigator of this chaos, it was prudent for him to remain low-key for the time being. Moreover, the most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength. Having reached level 200, he could not level up further without going to the professional temple in the city to undergo reincarnation. Humming a cheerful tune, Bai Yu returned to the city, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face at the city gates. Ah, is that not Bai Yu? A young man approached him, flanked by a throng of admirers. Who are you? Bai Yu furrowed his brow at the individual speaking with a peculiar tone. Strangely enough, the young man looked somewhat familiar. Huh. It seems even a dual-class practitioner like you cannot remember us little people, the young man said, a hand resting on the hilt of his great sword. His head held high in arrogance. Beside him, a few lackeys chimed in with mocking tones. Brother Gua, have you forgotten that this fellow is a discarded dual class? An ordinary warrior, compared to your bloodbath berserker, is simply incomparable. Yes, Brother Gua, you are now part of the Breaking Dawn Guild, the leading force in Lingtai City. I say, Bai Yu, you might not be aware, but Breaking Dawn is a level 5 guild. Such an ordinary warrior as yourself will likely never grasp the edge of greatness in your lifetime. Bai Yu regarded the group with an expression of bemusement. What is the matter? Have I desecrated the ancestral graves of your families? Why do you come out swinging with hostility, seeking validation? Bai Yu had always been intolerant of these petty thugs and confronted them head-on. How dare you speak to me like that? One of them cursed angrily and stepped forward, only to be halted by the young leader. He scrutinized Bai Yu for a moment before sneering. Are you puzzled? Fear not, for I shall enlighten you. I am Guofeng, and I take great displeasure in your existence, Bai Yu. So what? I am now a member of a level 5 guild, and I have the means to assert that. Look at you, Bai Yu. You are now nothing but a target for my scorn. Guofeng, brimming with excitement, reveled in the power of the Podian Guild. With his hidden profession, he had transformed into a being that ordinary individuals could only aspire to behold. In the entirety of Lingtai City, the Podian Guild wielded unparalleled influence. Just look at Bai Yu, who once stood above him, now reduced to a figure of humiliation. A level 5 guild? Podian? Upon hearing Guofeng's words, several onlookers who had intended to intervene promptly withdrew, pretending not to witness the confrontation. After all, it was a level 5 guild, boasting over 1,000 members, comprised of high-tier professionals and hidden classes. Their subsidiary level 4 guilds and countless ventures, dungeons, and secret realms rendered them a formidable force. To provoke them was akin to inviting doom. With a mere command, all private realms and dungeons within Lingtai City would be inaccessible. Many merchant associations and professional clubs would find themselves unable to operate, and even leveling up in the wild could lead to harassment or even ambush. In essence, survival in Lingtai City would become untenable. The crowd watching Bai Yu exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in dismay. What a fine young man. Why provoke someone from a level 5 guild? Bai Yu, where's that prowess you displayed at school? Are you not the academic genius? Guofeng jabbed a finger at Bai Yu's chest, wearing a smirk of triumph. How tiresome. Bai Yu suddenly rubbed his temples. He looked down at Guofeng, who was a half-head shorter than him, and spoke in a low, measured tone. I have never claimed to be exceptional. Moreover, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. You truly are begging for a beating. Chapter 13. Your genes must be exceptionally fine. With that, Bai Yu delivered a light push to Guofeng's chest. In an instant, Guofeng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending him hurtling uncontrollably through the air. He transformed into a human cannonball, crashing straight into the distant woods. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, followed by the emergence of a vivid red damage number, 1450. How fragile. Thankfully, I refrained from activating my passive abilities. Otherwise, it would have been an instant kill. Bai Yu scoffed inwardly. This was already the result of him exercising control. Given his current attributes, inflicting 4-digit damage was quite the challenge. You, what about me? Bai Yu coldly regarded the dazed subordinates nearby. Hurry up and tend to your master, you worthless fools. With that, Bai Yu turned his back and strode toward the city, leaving behind the astonished onlookers. Wait for me. Bai Yu, you won't be able to survive in Lingtai City. Guofeng's furious shouts echoed from the woods. Bai Yu halted his steps momentarily. His tone laced with a chilling calm. Speak again, and you shan't leave the city alive. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the area. Even Guofeng in the woods fell silent. An unambiguous threat. This was a member of a level 5 guild. This young man is formidable. Upon entering the city, Bai Yu hailed a taxi, heading straight for the professional sanctuary. As he gazed out the window at the scenery, his icy demeanor softened somewhat. A good person? He had never been one. The adage of a gentleman avenging himself after a decade is merely the excuse of the incompetent. Someone like Guofeng, a mere fly, deserved to be silenced. As for the Podian guild behind him, he had never considered them a threat. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, talent and strength are the only currencies that matter. Not to mention the Guo family, who were well aware of their own talents and had connections with members of level 7 guilds, would likely relay this information to higher guilds. Even if the Podian guild became aware of this, they would undoubtedly opt to abandon Guofeng rather than confront him. Hidden professions were plentiful, and to antagonize someone who could easily join at least a level 7 guild was, quite frankly, a grievous error. Of course, there was always the possibility that the Podian guild's leader was a fool. Even so, the troubles they could bring would amount to little more than being unable to operate within Lingtai City. However, Bai Yu had already planned to return to school for class registration in a few days before heading to Fengtian City. As the capital of Liao Province, the resources there far exceeded those of Lingtai City. As for travel expenses, he was currently in no shortage of funds. Lost in thought, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the professional sanctuary. The driver turned to him with a jovial smile. Young man, we've arrived, $10. But the next moment, upon noticing the combat professional emblem at Bai Yu's waist, his smile faltered. Ah, my apologies, esteemed professional. I failed to recognize your status. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pulled out his phone to scan the payment code in the vehicle. Seeing this, the driver hurriedly exclaimed, no need, no need. Professionals don't have to pay. Really, it's on the house. Just 10 yuan, Bai Yu replied with a smile, exiting the vehicle. The driver thanked him profusely before driving away. Watching the taxi disappear, Bai Yu couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of this society. Turning, he entered the professional sanctuary. As he pushed open the grand doors, the spacious hall and its opulent decor immediately caught his eye, standing in stark contrast to the somewhat dilapidated urban landscape surrounding it. Welcome. A staff member, evidently chosen for their excellence, approached him. May I assist you, sir? Rebirth. Certainly. Please complete this registration. The staff member politely handed him a tablet. Following their instructions, Bai Yu swiftly completed the registration process. Upon seeing the title Sword Demon in the profession column, the staff member's gaze toward Bai Yu turned notably more admiring. A hidden profession, and he is so handsome. If I could get close to him, wouldn't that be the pinnacle of my life? Mr. Bai, please follow me. The staff member gently linked her arm with Bai Yu's, guiding him toward the rebirth hall, savoring the soft and fleeting touch on his arm. Bai Yu found it quite enjoyable. Truly, the service at the professional sanctuary was impeccable. Mr. Bai, we have arrived. Thank you. Bai Yu discreetly withdrew his arm and pushed open the door. Mr. Bai, could I possibly have your contact information? Clang. The door to the rebirth hall closed behind him. Bai Yu scratched his head in confusion. What did that woman just say? Never mind. I shall reincarnate first. The rebirth hall maintained a commendable level of privacy, with a central pool brimming with crystalline liquid. Beside the pool stood a resplendent reincarnation officer, her figure alluring and her features striking. Upon seeing Bai Yu enter, a blush crept onto her cheeks, accompanied by a warm smile. Mr. Bai, may I kindly request that you present your personal information panel? Certainly. Bai Yu replied as he opened his personal information page, sharing publicly accessible details such as his level and profession. While he operated the interface, he inquired, there is one more thing I wish to ask. I have an open profession slot and would like to add a mage profession. You are a dual profession vacancy holder? My heavens. The reincarnation officer gasped in disbelief at Bai Yu's statement. A dual profession vacancy is far rarer than the typical dual profession holder, although essentially similar to ordinary dual profession holders. The significant advantage lies in the ability to choose a second profession that aligns perfectly with the first, rather than relying on random chance, as the ordinary dual profession holders do. You possess a hidden profession and a vacancy for a dual profession. Given your age, are you currently in your second or third year of high school? I dare say your name must be among the top contenders in this year's 100 most talented individuals. She chuckled, her laughter melodious and enchanting. Rest assured, Mr. Bai, with your open profession slot, we can assist you in this process. Well, actually, I have another vacancy. As soon as the words left his lips, the reincarnation officer was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Bai, are you implying that you have 3 professions, all of which are vacant? Bai Yu remained noncommittal. The reincarnation officer surveyed him anew, her complexion deepening in hue. Your genes must be exceptionally commendable, I presume. What do you mean by that? Nothing. She replied with a charming smile, deftly shifting the topic. As your reincarnation officer, I must advise you. While tri-profession holders are indeed the elite, not everyone can wield such power. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. Oh, do elaborate. Chapter 14, A Rebirth. All 4 professions filled. The reincarnation officer's words compelled Bai Yu to take heed. Could the number of professions have adverse effects? This notion was entirely foreign to him, and his school had never broached the subject. In his previous life, games did not even feature dual profession holders, let alone this phenomenon. Moreover, he was not a tri-profession holder. Once he completed his reincarnation, filling the 2 vacant slots would render him an authentic quad-profession holder. He feared the implications of that would be even more significant. Noticing Bai Yu's serious demeanor, the reincarnation officer smiled gently. Mr. Bai, there is no need for such anxiety. The reason I mention this is that each reincarnation after your first requires you to complete a reincarnation task, which you are aware of, yes? Bai Yu nodded. He had proposed this very concept initially, so he was well aware. Historically, the more professions one possessed, the more arduous the subsequent reincarnation tasks became. Over the past century, numerous tri-profession holders had emerged, yet only 2 had reached the pinnacle of 10 reincarnations thus far. Ah, I see. Bai Yu nodded calmly. Though internally, he was lamenting his predicament. Had he known, he would have never initiated such reincarnation tasks. What a travesty. The reincarnation officer appraised Bai Yu's handsome visage and advised, Mr. Bai, you already possess 1 hidden profession and an open profession slot. Such talent is already considered top tier. There is no need to pursue a 3rd profession. Is it unnecessary? Bai Yu smiled broadly. Having come this far, if he hesitated now, it would be somewhat disrespectful to both the rule makers and the 2 professions of sword demon and mage. Bai Yu made his decision. Reincarnate. Why not? Have you made up your mind? Of course, let us begin. Seeing Bai Yu's unwavering resolve, the reincarnation officer ceased her attempts to dissuade him, instead smiling. Then I wish you great fortune, Mr. Bai. You may now disrobe. All right, Bai Yu nodded. However, as he began to remove his outer garments, he felt something amiss. Wait, do I really need to take everything off for the reincarnation? Certainly, otherwise your clothes would become soaked. The reincarnation officer gestured towards the liquid in the reincarnation pool. All of it. Yes, all of it, she confirmed with a grin. Could you perhaps step away for a moment? I cannot step away. Who would assist you with your reincarnation? The reincarnation officer teased. Mr. Bai, do you harbor any secrets you wish to conceal? Nonsense. With the conversation having reached this point, he could no longer hold back. Emboldened and under the playful gaze of the reincarnation officer, Bai Yu swiftly undressed, leaving him entirely bare before stepping into the reincarnation pool. In contrast, the reincarnation officer remained in place, observing him. It seems Mr. Bai possesses other remarkable talents, she giggled. Bai Yu closed his eyes, ignoring her playful banter. Soon, the liquid in the pool grew warm, and the reincarnation officer's voice echoed in his ears. For the next 3 hours, you will lose consciousness. The rebirth hall is completely secure and equipped with resurrection formations, so there is no need for concern. Bai Yu nodded. He then felt the surrounding liquid caressing his body, growing increasingly warm and comfortable, and his consciousness began to drift away. 3 hours later, a sudden chill jolted Bai Yu awake. The once full reincarnation pool was now entirely empty. Mr. Bai, you are awake? The reincarnation officer approached with a blush on her cheeks. Yes, he responded, feeling somewhat awkward in his vulnerability before a woman he hardly knew. He hastily donned his clothes and, amidst her melodious laughter, took his leave. Once he returned to his modest rental apartment, he finally found a moment of tranquility. He could not fathom why he had never heard of the necessity to be completely unclothed for reincarnation before. Sitting on his bed, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Bai Yu ultimately cast aside such trivial concerns. What mattered most now was to examine the changes in his profession after reincarnation, to discover what new traits and skills he had acquired. With anticipation in his heart, Bai Yu opened his attribute panel. Name, Bai Yu. Professions, Rule Maker, GM Authority 2, Sword Demon, Mage, Knight. Level, First Rebirth LV0. Strength, 14085, affects physical attack power. Intelligence, 14070, affects magical attack power. Stamina, 13065, affects health points limit. Agility, 13065, affects attack speed and movement speed. Endurance, 13065, affects both physical and magical resistance. Number of defensive blocks. Remaining free attribute points, not available. Luck, 10. Combat Power Index, 75908. Talents. Internal account, Fixed multiplier, frenzy, sword demon physique, evil entity. Mastery of melee weapons, mastery of magic, enhanced flesh. Passive skills, rule ignorance, authority dog, heavenly demon frenzy, magic counterstorm. Skills, data tampering, data removal, console, dimensional slash. Explosive flame strike, thunder surge, bloodthirsty rampage, ice piercing, blood devouring strike, fireball, ice spike, enhancement, shield bash. Indeed, with all 4 professions maxed out, attributes began to escalate dramatically. The 5 primary attributes, all exceeding 10,000, coupled with a combat power of 76,000 in a bare state, caused a smirk to grace Bai Yu's lips. Initially, he had harbored concerns that filling the 2 vacant profession slots upon first promotion would result in the loss of the attributes accrued up to level 200. However, it appeared that such worries were entirely unwarranted. At present, each of his 5 primary attributes, when considered individually, demanded the utmost allocation of points, attainable solely by a prodigy at the peak of their 3rd promotion. This was no longer merely strength, it was unequivocally a BUG. As for why he chose the mage and knight professions, it was primarily due to the unparalleled synergy between the mage and the sword demon, the foremost combat class. Beyond the unexpected augmentation of attributes, the most significant aspect was undoubtedly the skills. In this reincarnation, the sword demon class exhibited little alteration apart from the introduction of one active skill, dimensional slash. However, the rule maker had not only escalated from GM Authority 1 to GM Authority 2, but all upgradable class skills had transformed into LV2, without the need for proficiency or skill points consumption. Additionally, there was 1 talent, 1 passive skill, and 1 active skill. Bai Yu opened the skill descriptions. Fixed multiplier. The first item drawn each day, in any form, can be specified for extraction. Immunity dog, LV2. A 1/5 chance to be immune to any form of damage or debuff once. Console, LV2. Modify one of your own attributes, lasting for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. It goes without saying that these were 3 skills that could only be described as bug-like. Moreover, they started at LV2. Although he had speculated about this, witnessing the specific skill information left Bai Yu momentarily dumbfounded. Fixed multiplier? That was hardly a lottery, it was essentially a selection. Furthermore, the attribute granting immunity to damage, which should have a lengthy cooldown, had become a passive skill with no cooldown. And that console, while it was euphemistically termed a console, one could hardly deny it was akin to a modifier. Had Wind Spirit Moon Shadow truly arrived? As he marveled at this, before he could even click to view the details of dimensional slash, his communicator buzzed with a notification. It was a message from the school. Class 1, Senior 3. Bai Yu, report to school tomorrow for Martial Artist College Entrance Examination Identity Registration. Contact Class Monitor Gu Yue upon arrival at Changte County First Senior High School. Chapter 15, 8-star difficulty. The Sword Demon S Equipment Quest. Class Monitor Gu Yue. To think he was placed in the same class as her. Bai Yu chuckled softly at the message from the school. This must be fate, he thought. Closing the message and gazing at the deepening night, Bai Yu prepared to rest. Yet, just then, a sudden glimmer on the task list caught his attention. A task? Intrigued, he opened the list and discovered a task titled Reforge. Sword Demon S Body had appeared out of thin air. By the name, it seemed to be a class-specific quest. With curiosity piqued, Bai Yu delved into the task details. Reforge, Sword Demon S Body, task difficulty, 8 stars. Details: the Sword Demon, who once nearly brought about an apocalyptic disaster, was vanquished by the gods. Yet its lingering power remains. Collect the lost divine armor of the Sword Demon to reforge its divine body and awaken the true power of the Sword Demon. Task content: clear the Demon Sword secret realm before reaching level 100 in the first promotion, and personally slay the projection of the boss, Soul Swordmaster. 3 attempts available. Reading the task content, Bai Yu inhaled sharply. No wonder the difficulty was rated 8 stars. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish. The Demon Sword secret realm was an equipment realm for those at level 200 in their second promotion, inherently more challenging than the experience realm. Yet it was limited to completion before reaching level 100 in the first promotion. At least a 300 level disparity existed. Fortunately, he was not just anyone. For Bai Yu, with his current attributes, this task was far from insurmountable. In contrast, what truly captivated him was the task reward. Collecting the lost divine armor of the Sword Demon hinted at an equipment quest. This was indeed splendid news. Bai Yu licked his lips. In the story's background, the previous Sword Demon had been capable of single-handedly confronting supreme deities. Thus, the strength of its equipment was beyond imagination. If it truly involved collecting the gear of the former Sword Demon, then those planners were utterly despicable. If such equipment were to fall into the hands of players, what hope would there be for others? Thankfully, Bai Yu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead as he reclined back onto his bed, silently resolving that after registering his information at school the next day, he would embark on this task. The following day, Bai Yu prepared early and took a cab to school. Inside the Senior 3 teaching building, many second-year students, just promoted to their 3rd year, were busy cleaning. Upon seeing Bai Yu approach, everyone swiftly cleared a path. Former classmates from the first and second years no longer dared to greet him. After the awakening ceremony, their statuses had diverged drastically, making it impossible to interact as they once had. Bai Yu sighed inwardly as he ascended to the 5th floor where Class 1 was located. Those he encountered cast envious glances at him. Even if he were merely a discarded dual profession ordinary warrior, he was still a combat class. His future was destined to be lofty, leading a life entirely different from that of these ordinary individuals. This situation persisted until Bai Yu entered the classroom, where a change finally occurred. "Oh, isn't that Bai Yu? You arrived quite early," one of the 10 or so students already seated remarked. The speaker was none other than Guofeng, whom Bai Yu had encountered previously, alongside a slender boy wearing glasses, clad in a blue robe within the classroom. The gazes directed at Bai Yu were tinged with malice. It was easy to surmise why. They had likely felt the weight of Bai Yu's dominance over the past 2 years, unable to shine in any regard. Now, with the label of an ordinary warrior with discarded dual professions, it was only natural for them to seek an opportunity to belittle him. Human nature, envy towards the affluent and the excellent, thrives on witnessing those who once stood high fall to mediocrity. As Bai Yu sought a place to sit, Guofeng approached with his entourage. However, before he could utter a word, Bai Yu coldly interjected, "Did you forget yesterday's lesson? You." Upon hearing Bai Yu reference the previous day, Guofeng's forehead twitched in anger. "You, Bai, don't get too cocky. If I'm not mistaken, your level should be a bit higher than mine, right? And considering my current low level, my hidden profession advantage is minimal, which is why you got the better of me yesterday. I want you to know that I've already informed the guild about yesterday's incident. Prepare for your doom." "Oh." Bai Yu crossed his arms, a disinterested expression on his face. "Let us see how this unfolds then. At worst, I won't be able to return to Lingtai City. And you won't be able to leave Lingtai City either." His words were a blatant threat, and Bai Yu showed no signs of tolerance. Truly a scholar. Your arrogance knows no bounds. At that moment, the blue-robed mage seated in front spoke up. "What does it matter if you lead now? You're still merely an ordinary warrior at most. As those of us with hidden professions progress, we become increasingly formidable, and your advantages will soon be matched." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nearly burst into laughter. For him, a player of the 4 professions who gains a staggering 320 attribute points with each level, the gap between himself and these individuals was narrowest at the moment of their rebirth. After Bai Yu's rebuttal, Guofeng returned to his seat, his expression somber. Around them, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Just an ordinary warrior. What gives this boy such audacity? Indeed, what confidence does he possess? If I weren't aware of his background, I might assume he had already secured a spot on the top 100 genius list. Please, let us be realistic. He is merely an ordinary warrior, not even close to being among the top 100 talents of Chengde County. Speaking of the top 100 genius list, I heard that Gu Yue is in our class, and is even our class leader. If I had known earlier, how delightful it would be to share a class with the legendary Gu Senior. Mentioning Gu Yue seemed to invigorate the effeminate boy in front. Her talent is truly unparalleled. I heard she completed a task yesterday that increased her free attributes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will undoubtedly secure a place on this year's top 100 genius list. Wow. Chenling, you seem quite familiar with Yue. Do you know her personally? Guofeng quickly inquired, eager for the latest gossip. The blue-robed mage, named Chenling, casually brushed his hair back and replied with a smile, "Naturally. Come on, tell us. Just how impressive is the Gu family? I've heard they are quite influential in Liaoning province." Someone chimed in. Yes. What is the goddess Gu like? Does she have any hobbies?" "Take it slow," Chenling said, surrounded by admirers as he began to elaborate. "Yue is quite nice. When we were grinding monsters together, she often gifted me her equipment." "Wow, you even teamed up?" "Indeed, it was just yesterday. Her skills are formidable." Just as Chenling was speaking, a cold voice interrupted him. "Team up with you? Are we that familiar?" Everyone turned to see Gu Yue standing at the classroom door, clad in casual attire. Her face reflecting disdain as she looked at Chenling. Yue, don't you remember yesterday?" Chenling quickly tried to signal her. Although the two were not acquainted, he hoped that as a hidden profession mage, she might have heard of him. Perhaps he could use his exaggerated tales as a cover and gain a favor in return. Nevertheless, it was clear he underestimated Gu Yue. "Are you insane? Who do you think you are, calling out my name without any courtesy? Didn't your parents teach you about manners?" In an instant, the gazes of all present shifted to Chenling, their expressions laden with incredulity. Gu Yue scoffed, moving to sit beside Bai Yu, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Bai Yu, her unfriendly tone piqued the curiosity of the class. It seemed that the goddess Gu was irked by Chenling and was now seeking an outlet for her frustration. This promised to be an amusing spectacle. However, what Gu Yue said next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. "Bai Yu, we were on the same team yesterday. Why didn't you mention it to everyone?" Chapter 16. The 3 major guilds? An invitation would be considered. The class collectively gawked in disbelief at Gu Yue's words. Bai Yu rubbed his face, exasperated. "My dear class leader, look at these people. If I were to say that, who would believe me?" Gu Yue frowned and surveyed the room before saying nothing more. Instead, she took a seat next to Bai Yu. effectively becoming his desk mate. It feels rather distant when you call me Gu Senior or class leader. I started school earlier. We are essentially the same age, so just call me Yu Wei. Bai Yu nodded, acquiescing to her request. Their rapport had been quite harmonious over the past few days, and the previous formalities did feel somewhat stiff. While Bai Yu was unbothered, the class erupted into a frenzy. Is something wrong with my hearing? The class leader actually wants Bai Yu to call her. Forget that. The goddess Gu is chatting with Bai Yu? Why do they seem like they've known each other for ages? Didn't you hear? The one who teamed up with Gu Senior yesterday wasn't Ti Chunling at all. It was Bai Yu. First, she scolded Chunling for calling her name. Then she invites Bai Yu to use her name? This is... Holy cow. Does this mean what I heard yesterday was true? Quickly, tell me what you heard. I heard from someone in the next class that they spotted Bai Yu and Gu Senior together in the wild. And Bai Yu was wearing a full 30-level Golden Warrior set. I thought someone had misidentified them, but now it seems it might be true. What is going on? How could the goddess Gu possibly be with this ordinary warrior? We don't know. Perhaps he is handsome? Don't you see the issue here? A 30-level golden set. Damn, Bai Yu is already level 30. Moreover, a golden set would likely cost millions at this point. What is going on? Is he secretly a wealthy second generation? Suddenly, whispers spread throughout the class. In response, Bai Yu and Gu Yue both seemed unconcerned. Let them talk. After all, we are all professionals. Yet there are distinctions among us. We are no longer from the same world. Have you heard? Many big shots have come to Changde County. Gu Yue suddenly spoke up. Bai Yu nodded, aware of this fact. After all, it was a mess he had created. This time, not only the titans from Liaoning province were present, but 2 representatives from the 3 major guilds had also come. It was said that they were there to investigate recent events in Changde County and, secondly, to recruit. Gu Yue's words surprised Bai Yu somewhat. The 3 major guilds are here to recruit us? Gu Yue replied cryptically. The people from Guangzhou arrived yesterday. But it seems the official representatives from Longya received their news only last night and arrived this morning. Is that so? You didn't know? Gu Yue looked into Bai Yu's eyes, as if trying to discern something. Bai Yu met her gaze head-on, allowing his eyes to drift slightly downward. Where are you looking? Gu Yue blushed, feeling flustered. Why are you sitting so close? I'm a guy too, you know. Bai Yu chuckled and turned his gaze to the window, contemplating. Longya had indeed arrived. Among the 3 major guilds, while the presence of Guangzhou was uncertain, he had fully anticipated the arrival of Longya. The professional S-Temple is affiliated with the authorities. Once he completed his rebirth and leveled up, his information would be uploaded online immediately, matching it with his identity details. Soon, he would reach level 200, and the revelations of his hidden profession and 3 vacant positions would become public knowledge. With such talent, it would be bizarre if Longya did not take notice. By the way, hypothetically speaking, Gu Yue turned her head to look at Bai Yu again. If you had the opportunity to join one of the 3 major guilds, would you? Well, Bai Yu pondered for a moment before chuckling. It depends on the manner of joining. If it were to require me to shamelessly beg for an assessment, imploring for mercy, I would likely decline. However, should an invitation be extended, who could possibly refuse? Understood. Observing Bai Yu's relaxed demeanor, Gu Yue fell into contemplation. Indeed, is this the pride that belongs to the prodigies? Such ambition is certainly not something ordinary individuals can possess. Yet, from Gu Yue's understanding of Bai Yu's background, this very pride had become a source of amusement for the common folk. Bai Yu, do you truly comprehend the words you utter? Guofeng dragged a stool to sit opposite Bai Yu, mocking. Are you seriously expecting the 3 major guilds to come and invite you? How absurd. Do you even realize your own worth? Do you understand what the 3 major guilds represent? Just moments ago, Chunling, having made a fool of himself, had seemingly arrived beside them, leaning against the table, feigning an air of superiority. Perhaps this is the audacity of the ignorant? A frog at the bottom of a well. Allow me to enlighten you about the stringent criteria for recruitment by the 3 major guilds, and you shall understand just how ludicrous your previous remarks were. Hearing his derisive laughter, Bai Yu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yue. It was evident that this Chunling had likely attributed his earlier embarrassment to himself. How absurd. Wrongs have their rightful owners. If you have the capability, go and confront Gu Yue. Noticing Bai Yu's silence, Chunling coldly remarked. The 3 major guilds are the only 3 level 10 guilds in the nation, gathering the most renowned warriors from across the country. Each year, these 3 guilds admit only 50 individuals, all of whom are the most outstanding graduates from various prestigious universities. The vast majority of them are prodigies featured on the annual Top 100 Genius list, with some even having soloed a first-tier challenge before the martial arts entrance examination. Others are exceptionally talented dual-class individuals, possessing free attributes exceeding 30 points. Do you grasp the significance of 30 points? Chunling regarded Bai Yu with disdain. Haha, Chunling, have you forgotten that our Bai scholar is also a dual class? Oh right, it seems to be a discarded dual class. The mockery from Guofeng was unabashed. Suddenly, the temperature in the surrounding air plummeted. Even frost began to creep across the ground and tables. Gu Yue's hair and pupils transformed into a chilling azure. Step away. I do not wish to repeat myself. The icy tones sent shivers down the spines of Guofeng and Chunling, particularly for Chunling, though both were ice mages. The exaggerated magical aura made it abundantly clear that their professional strengths were not on the same level. Witnessing Gu Yuwei's declaration, Guofeng and Chunling dared not utter another word, retreating sheepishly to their seats. Looking at Bai Yu, who yawned in utter boredom, it was evident that the words of Guofeng and Chunling had left him entirely unaffected. Following this commotion, the entire class settled into silence. Yet, the gazes directed at Bai Yu shifted. What is the nature of the relationship between this fellow and the goddess Gu? How could he elicit such fierce protection from her? Chapter 17 Bai Yu, Genius List? My attributes exceed the limit tenfold. In an instant, the male and female students began to whisper amongst themselves, their glances at Bai Yu and Gu Yuwei becoming laden with ambiguity and peculiarity. What charm does Bai Yu possess that could captivate the goddess Gu? Do you think they are together? Is that even a question? Just look at Gu Yuwei's attitude. Can Bai Yu possibly be oblivious? If I were Bai Yu, I would simply hold her hand right then and there. Moreover, they formed a party together yesterday. They must have been together for some time now, right? I can't believe it. What could the goddess Gu find appealing about that, Bai fellow? Is he good in bed? Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Stop being so lovesick. Your goddess has already run off with someone else. Who knows what they're doing? Hey. If you're going to fight, take it outside. In an instant, the previously quiet classroom erupted into chaos once more. Observing this turmoil with a smile, Bai Yu remarked, Gu. Oh, Yuwei, it seems you truly are unafraid of any rumors spreading, are you? What do I have to fear? I'm not raising fish. Gu Yuwei replied, leaning back in her chair with a nonchalant air. Witnessing this, Bai Yu could only shrug in resignation. If the girl herself did not mind, why should he concern himself? He stood to gain nothing from worrying. Soon, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the classroom, bringing about another hush within. A strikingly attractive female teacher, clad in professional attire, entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher, Chunlu Min. For the upcoming year, I will be notifying you about various school activities. The students nodded fervently, not daring to make a sound. Throughout Shanghai, who did not know of the homeroom teacher for the senior vocational class, Chunlu Min. Beneath her fiery exterior lay the formidable prowess of a fiery fist master, boasting a formidable melee output profession, with a level reaching up to 200 in the third tier. In the previous year, a reckless rich heir, emboldened by his father's third-tier status, had attempted to flirt with her, only to be soundly beaten alongside his father by this formidable instructor. It was said that if the principal hadn't arrived in time to administer recovery potions, that father-son duo would have perished. The next 6 months will be your time for free leveling. During this time away from school, I will outline some important matters. Chunlu Min proceeded to explain various situations that would require attention over the next year, such as timely reporting to ensure one remains alive, their whereabouts after leaving Lingtai City, and how to seek assistance from the homeroom teacher and school in case of danger. I hope everyone takes notes and ensures their own safety. As she spoke, Chunlu Min distributed a form to all the students. Next, please fill out the martial arts entrance examination information form. Bai Yu glanced over the form, noting it merely contained basic information like name, gender, and identification number. The only difference from the previous life's college entrance examination was the inclusion of a profession category from which to choose among several foundational professions. As you fill out the form, listen to my instructions. There will be a special form later. Those in need may fill it out. With that, Chunlu Min produced another document. This is the application form for the top 100 genius list. Anyone who believes they possess the ability to compete for a place on the genius list may fill it out. The last student to make it onto the previous year's top 100 genius list required a high-intensity hidden profession, with a base attribute of 7,149, reaching level 182 in the first tier by the time of the entrance examination. This year, the projected last place on the genius list would require a high-intensity hidden profession, with a base attribute of 6,800, achieving level 170 in the first tier by the time of the entrance examination. Wonderful. Indeed, the requirements are considerably lower than last year. Bai Yu was in the midst of completing the form when he heard Gu Yuwei's excited exclamation from beside him. Isn't it merely a difference of over 300 attributes and 12 levels? Why are you so thrilled? Bai Yu queried, perplexed. Gu Yuwei seized Bai Yu's arm, exclaiming with enthusiasm, do not underestimate the significance of that 300 attribute difference. It is enough to eliminate thousands. To achieve a passing line of attributes at around level 170 to 180 in the first transition, it is necessary to allocate at least 183 free points per level. My free attribute stands at 19, and with the additional 100 points from yesterday's hidden quest, I should be able to exceed the threshold by 1 or 200 points this time. Perhaps I could even aim for a spot in the top 80. Is that truly such an extreme requirement? Bai Yu found himself somewhat bewildered. Are we even considering decimal points here? Everything is so meticulously calculated. After all, someone like me, who experiences an explosive increase of 300 points upon leveling up, struggles to comprehend this. By the way, does it really take 7,000 attributes to make the list? Bai Yu instinctively opened his attribute panel for a glance. Oh, my total bare attributes are nearing 70,000. Bored. He closed the attribute panel and observed Gu Yuwei's excited demeanor, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not intersect. While she remained elated at the prospect of surpassing the standard line by 1 or 200 points upon reaching the requisite level, any one of my 5 major attributes could easily eclipse the passing score by a factor of 2. So, Bai Yu, would you like to fill out a form and push for a spot on the list? Gu Yue inquired enthusiastically. Bai Yu shook his head. Forget it. The competition is too inflated, and I have little interest. Gu Yue felt a pang of disappointment. Just as her cousin had predicted, those prodigies blessed with exceptional talents show no interest in the coveted top 100 genius list. In that moment, Gu Yue became even more convinced that Bai Yu's strength was undoubtedly far more formidable than it appeared at present. Ultimately, in the entire class, only Gu Yue requested the application form for the top 100 genius list. After exchanging a few final words of encouragement, the vocational class announced its dismissal. The ensuing 6 months would be a period of free leveling for everyone. 6 months later, the martial arts examination would take place, coinciding with the unveiling of the top 100 genius list, marking one of the most bustling days nationwide. However, certain individuals evidently lacked enthusiasm for such matters. Bai Yu, shall we level up together? Before the class could disperse, Gu Yue once more directed a team invitation towards Bai Yu in front of the entire class. However, with the equipment quest still hanging over him, Bai Yu had little inclination to level up. Moreover, since his friend had already transitioned, they could no longer play together. Perhaps next time, I have a task to attend to. Bai Yu waved his sleeve, leaving without a trace. Observing Gu Yue left alone, Guofeng and Qinling, both of whom possessed hidden occupations, approached her without hesitation, extending a team invitation. However, only at a mere dozen levels, Gu Yue regarded them with disdain. I intend to venture into the level 60 wild area. I don't want to die in a group. With that, Gu Yue activated her invitation acceptance mode. But Guofeng and Qinling appeared quite awkward. Level 60 wild area? Excuse us, but we won't be able to break through the defense. Meanwhile, after leaving the school, Bai Yu sought out an inconspicuous corner and donned a long robe. Utilizing the capabilities of his internal account, he thoroughly concealed all his information. Having completed these preparations, he made his way to the Dragon Commerce store. He was set to handle the equipment dropped by the Earth God Koan. Among them, the artifact shield with no level would undoubtedly cause a stir. It was wise to exercise caution. Chapter 18, Consigning the Level-less Artifact, Shocking the Regional Manager. Welcome to Dragon Commerce. May I ask if you wish to consign or purchase, sir? Upon entering, a staff member approached him. Bai Yu lowered his voice. Consign valuable items. Please summon your manager. Upon hearing valuable items, the staff member did not dare to be negligent, promptly signaling a colleague. Just as Bai Yu was led to the lounge area, a middle-aged woman dressed as a manager approached him. Hello, I am the manager of the Changtu branch of Dragon Commerce. My surname is Su. Manager Su scrutinized Bai Yu from head to toe. Clad in a black robe and mask, he was clearly a practitioner wishing to conceal his identity. Such attire was common in large cities, yet it was the first time she had seen it in the small county of Changtu. May I inquire what item you wish to consign, sir? A level-less artifact shield, Bai Yu stated directly, dropping a bombshell. No. Manager Su gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Glancing around, she quickly rose and whispered, Sir, your item is exceedingly valuable. Let us discuss this inside. I will contact the provincial manager of Liaoning. Very well, Bai Yu replied calmly, though inwardly he was astonished. Truly, it was no surprise that a level-less artifact could rouse the regional manager of Dragon Commerce. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Otherwise, he might have been subjected to thorough scrutiny. Upon entering the internal conference room of the commerce, Manager Su activated the projector. As the light flickered, a three-dimensional projection of a man in a suit materialized before Bai Yu. Greetings, I am the provincial manager of Liaoning for Dragon Commerce. I understand that you possess a level-less shield for consignment? Indeed, Bai Yu produced the shield and revealed its attribute information. As expected, the level-less artifact shield. Goodness, what a splendid item. It even comes with invincibility and resurrection from the start, and its attributes are exceptional. Unbelievable. The regional manager's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Earth Vein Protection Shield. Having spent over 20 years in Dragon Commerce, he had encountered countless treasures. Yet this level-less artifact shield would undoubtedly rank among the finest. Sir, I need to report this shield to headquarters. If all goes as expected, they will promote this shield and host a special auction for it. Remarkable. An auction dedicated solely to a shield? Isn't that quite lucrative? Bai Yu licked his lips. The Earth Vein Protection Shield was even more sought after than he had anticipated. Sir, may I ask if this shield can be temporarily stored at the commerce? The regional manager proposed. Of course, Bai Yu generously handed the shield to Manager Su. After all, Dragon Commerce was an official establishment, unlikely to engage in unscrupulous dealings regarding customers' equipment. Sir, here is Dragon Commerce's black gold card. Please accept it. Upon receiving the black gold card from Manager Su, Bai Yu jokingly remarked, You may register a temporary contact number so we can reach you once everything is prepared. If all goes well, the auction will commence within 3 working days. After leaving a temporary contact number, Bai Yu then produced a complete set of level 200 gear from the Daylight series. Additionally, there were various other odds and ends. Please assist me in handling these as well. It appeared that the gentleman had quite a collection of valuable items. Upon seeing the entire set of LV-200 daylight gear, the regional manager's eyes brightened once more. Although it was merely untranscended equipment, its value was still sufficient to fetch a good price during the current awakening season. And these materials are also rare, remarkable. Please wait a moment. I will have someone assess the prices. Bai Yu nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Dragon commerce was highly efficient. Mere minutes later, the price list was presented. The total sum amounts to a staggering 11.2 billion. Among this, the set of Daybreak gear alone holds a value of 500 million. Upon witnessing the price, Bai Yu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Merely a set of untranscended Daybreak armor commands such a price. These professionals are indeed immensely wealthy. Concurrently, he harbored a premonition that the auction price for that unparalleled artifact shield would likely exceed his wildest expectations. Ultimately, Bai Yu departed from the Longxing Trading Company with a hefty sum of 11.2 billion, escorted by Manager Su. He hailed a taxi to the teleportation array. Gazing at the 7-digit teleportation fee, Bai Yu waved his hand with flamboyance. Teleport. I have plenty of money. With a flash, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously underdeveloped, low-rise buildings were replaced by towering skyscrapers. Surrounding the spacious teleportation plaza were wide, double-lane roads. As he glanced around, he could see intricate overpasses layered upon one another. The entire city was bustling with vehicular traffic and throngs of pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. Ding! A text message notification chimed. Dear adventurer, welcome to Tianfu City, a renowned tourist destination, home to 302 various secret dungeons of all levels. For specific locations, please refer to the website https. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the capital of Sichuan province. There are over 1,000 secret dungeons alone. Bai Yu opened the link provided in the message. The Sword Demon and the Sword Demon. The 300+ secret dungeons were neatly listed. Soon, Bai Yu located the position of the Sword Demon dungeon, not far from the city, which saved him time on the road. After confirming the route once more, Bai Yu exited the teleportation square and made his way directly to the nearest light rail line. He rode the light rail to the eastern gate of the city, then followed the officially designated route northeast. Before long, a service area for the dungeon came into view. Prominently displayed on the main structure were 4 large, illuminated characters. Sword Demon Dungeon. In the service area plaza, numerous adventurers were gathered, selling various potions, offering a defensive buff for consumption over 1 million. Anyone need strategies for the Sword Demon Dungeon? Selling cheap. Level 200 second transformation team forming. We need a tank. Level 3 rapid clear group for third transformation. Full group to depart. Is there a set farming group? Just 1 chest piece short to complete the set. Sword Demon equipment exchange. Gloves for boots. Casual group level 9, missing a powerful mage. The various shouts melded into a cacophony. There were sellers, strategists, and all manner of group formation information. Adventurers of all kinds mingled together. After careful consideration, Bai Yu chose a casual group that was 1 member short. As he approached a few individuals, a burly warrior with a thick Sichuan accent exclaimed, "Hey, brother, want to join our group? We need a mage." Just in time. I am a mage. Let us team up. All right, Captain, we're all set. The warrior shouted, and Bai Yu was promptly accepted into the group. Aware of the protocol, he clicked on the captain's avatar and transferred the ticket fee. All set, you loser. At that moment, another mage stepped forward, glaring at the warrior, then scrutinizing Bai Yu. You look young. What level are you? Show me your stats. Sorry, that's not convenient. Bai Yu firmly declined. You, don't make a fuss. I'm warning you. A woman clad in fiery red light armor approached. She appeared to be the captain of this group. Grasping the other mage's ear, the captain admonished. He has already transferred the money. What are you blabbering about now? Why didn't you speak up earlier? My bad. Who said it was wrong? I was wrong. Humph. The captain released the mage and disregarded him. Once everyone had exchanged their tickets, they proceeded to the entrance of the dungeon. Observing the teleportation portal to the dungeon, Bai Yu licked his lips in anticipation. The equipment quest for the Sword Demon truly promises exciting rewards. Chapter 19. Is this what you call a fireball? Whoosh. With a surge of weightlessness that swiftly dissipated, Bai Yu found himself within the dungeon alongside his 10-member team. The entire dungeon resembled a secluded little realm. Before them lay a desolate and withered landscape, the dim yellow sky adding to the oppressive atmosphere. All right, everyone, let us get ready. The captain, garbed in fiery red light armor, moved to the forefront, basking in the buffs from the priest and knight within the team while reviewing the strategy. Clearly, this team was also entering the Sword Demon Dungeon for the first time. Everyone quiet down and listen to my explanation. The captain, flipping through the strategy guide, stated seriously, First, let me clarify. This Sword Demon Dungeon is one of the most challenging dungeons for second transformation players, but it also offers the highest quality gear and most abundant loot for second transformation players. Moreover, the dungeon boss, the Soul Sword Master, has a very slim chance of dropping an extraordinary treasure chest. Wow, this boss drops an extraordinary treasure chest? What a delightful surprise. Hey, why are you so excited, you coward? The drop rate for the extraordinary treasure chest is only 1 in 100,000, you know? What if, with our luck? Stop dreaming. You're just an unlucky priest. The chest is bound to the killer. The crowd exchanged banter, while Bai Yu was left in confusion. Extraordinary treasure chest? Another new product post-fusion? Seemingly noticing Bai Yu's curiosity, a kind-hearted knight stepped forward to explain. What the captain mentioned about the extraordinary treasure chest is indeed a valuable item. It's said to contain many good things, rare skills, hidden class transfer scrolls, rare materials, and even items that can expand class slots, allowing one to become a dual-class character. Oh, now I understand. Bai Yu enlightened, realizing why everyone was so excited. However, a drop rate of 1 in 100,000 was rather disheartening. Suddenly, Bai Yu had an idea and opened his attributes panel. Observing his standard luck score of 10, his gaze shifted to the new class skills acquired post-transformation. Control panel, LV1 modify a certain attribute of oneself, duration 20 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Modify personal attributes. I wonder if luck can be altered. Stroking his chin, Bai Yu felt a surge of excitement. If this skill could indeed modify his luck attribute, it would be rather intriguing. First, 5 level 200 diamond elite monsters will spawn at the start of the battle. Elite monsters have high damage and agility but are relatively fragile. Knights focus on aggro and positioning, while healers must keep a close eye on the knight's health. Range damage dealers, be nimble. Melee fighters, wait for the right moment to strike. The captain meticulously assigned roles and positions for combat. Although in a typical dungeon, death would result in respawning outside, the sensation of dying felt all too real. Nobody wished to experience the bitterness of death unless absolutely necessary. Ding. The safety period has ended. Challengers, please prepare for battle. As the system notification echoed, 5 monstrous figures, adorned with sharp blades, emerged from the desolate plains nearby. Simultaneously, the details of these creatures materialized before Bai Yu's eyes. Blade Demon, Diamond, level 200, second transformation. Race, Demon. Health, 540, 000. Strength, 7, 230. The captain, with 540, 000 health, possessed 7, 000 strength and 3, 000 agility, while other attributes hovered around a mere 1,000. Lacking ranged abilities, the creature did, however, possess a teleportation skill. Before long, the assassin at the forefront of the team relayed the elite monster's information back. Upon hearing it, the captain's brow furrowed. Goodness, such high attributes? And a teleportation skill? This wasn't mentioned in the strategy guide. Everyone, stay alert. Prepare for battle. At the captain's command, all classes swiftly drew their weapons. Bai Yu instinctively retrieved his long sword from his backpack. However, the mage standing beside him gawked in disbelief. What are you doing with a sword? Aren't you a mage? Bai Yu awkwardly opened his backpack once more, only to find himself in an even more embarrassing predicament. Prior to arriving in Tianfu City, he had sold off all his equipment at the Dragon Trading Company. He had no staff to wield. Hearing the mage's exclamation, the captain hurried over. This isn't the time for jokes. Are you really a warrior? No jesting here. I am indeed a legitimate mage, Bai Yu replied, raising his hands in surrender. His concealed identity as a mage was now revealed. As for the rest, let it be. You are a mage, yet you wield a sword? Why? The captain inquired, perplexed. I have a unique skill that requires a sword to cast spells. He began fabricating excuses. What? Mages have such a skill? The nearby mage, Trump, looked utterly bemused. Just watch. Bai Yu aimed at the nearest elite monster and swung his longsword with force. Fireball. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, followed by an unbearable heat akin to the sun's core. A fireball, trailing a distortion of air, crashed down upon the elite creature. Boom. Damage numbers of 388, 700 and 379, 950 floated into view as the second transformation level 200 elite monster crumpled to the ground, exploding into a shower of glimmering loot. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire dungeon. The captain stared at Bai Yu, his eyelids twitching. A one-hit kill? You call that a little fireball? Basic skills, nothing impressive. Bai Yu flicked off the residual flames from his long sword and advanced. Since he was already here, there was no need to hide his strength any longer. After all, once they exited the dungeon, none would recognize one another. Ladies, let the team gather the loot. We wouldn't want it to disappear on us. With that, he aimed his long sword at another elite monster. Frostbolt. Fireball. Oh no, cooldown. Little annihilation. Chilling ice and searing fire clashed. Intermixed with a black hole-like imitation of a mage's skill, little annihilation, targeting the approaching elite monster. As an array of exaggerated damage numbers illuminated the air, the first wave of elite monsters was swiftly eradicated. Total time taken, 30 seconds. Stop dawdling. Let's push forward. Bai Yu's shout roused the stunned group of 9. The captain was the first to react. Quick, gather the gear and follow. WeVE hit the jackpot. Cheers erupted from the team as they hurried after him. The ensuing minutes could only be described as the most exhilarating of their lives. Their sole responsibility was to loot. They collected treasures from the entrance of the dungeon to the boss's lair. It was only when Bai Yu halted that everyone realized what had transpired. Wait, We are already at the boss after less than 10 minutes? Bai Yu approached a towering crystal pillar in the center of the wilderness and placed his hand upon it. Ding! You have disturbed the dungeon boss, projection of the Soul Blade Master. The moment the notification sounded, the crystal shattered with a resounding crash. A towering figure wielding a colossal sword, standing 3 meters tall, leaped forth, aiming a swift strike at Bai Yu. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed. Mississippi. Ding! You have been attacked. Skill, Magical Counterstorm, activated. At the instant the system prompt appeared, a yellow skill icon with a red border in Bai Yu's skill bar ignited brilliantly. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently. Chapter 20. Divine Skill, One-Shot Boss. A splendid explosion of fortune. What just happened? In the moment of the quake, the other 9 members of the team panicked. Knights and healers hastily activated various buffs and defensive skills, while the damage dealers retreated to a safe distance. Clearly, they believed it was the boss's opening attack. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Hey look, is the boss stuck? A warrior's startled cry drew everyone's attention. In the next instant, rumblings echoed. Accompanied by increasingly intense tremors and a deep roar from beneath the earth, the once solid ground transformed into a fluid-like sea. Plates of earth heaved and cracked. Amidst the chaos of shifting soil and stone, towering mountains of rock, weighing thousands of tons, erupted into the sky, piercing the clouds in an instant. The mountains completely surrounded the newly emerged projection of the Soul Blade Master. The ground had become a surging sea, engulfing the stone blades that rushed toward the Soul Blade Master's projection from all directions. Boom! The colossal waves of earth crashed down. The surrounding mountains, now towering into the sky, crumbled in response. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens were collapsing. The world turned upside down. 2, 980, 034. 2, 932, 290. 2, 897, 765. 2, 954, 506. 2, 944, 903. 2, 990, 698. Astronomical figures of damage floated into the air like snowflakes. Such a terrifying amount of damage should have obliterated the projection of the Soul Blade Master upon the initial hit. Yet, due to the skill's lock, it found itself unable to perish, forced to endure an overflow of damage exceeding its own health by hundreds of times. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Only the architect of this chaos, Bai Yu, looked on in bewilderment at the pandemonium unfolding before him. What on earth? To encounter such a low-probability event? It seemed that the timing of this occurrence was impeccable, striking during a team battle. Observing the dazed expressions of his companions, Bai Yu resigned himself to the situation. Let it be. After all, once we exit the dungeon, none will know each other. Oh, but now is not the time to dwell on this. The skill is about to end. As the effects of the skill began to fade, Bai Yu hastily activated another skill. Control console. Ding. With a gentle chime, the personal information panel materialized. Unlike the usual interface, this time each attribute was accompanied by a comma and a numeral. As anticipated, the luck attribute was no exception. Had it not prospered? With a mere thought, Bai Yu opted to maximize the luck attribute. Instantly, the previous luck 10 transformed into luck 999,999. Almost simultaneously with the disappearance of the information bar, a system notification echoed in the minds of the team members. Your teammate Bai Yu has slain the projection of the dungeon boss, the master of the Demon Soul Sword. Wow! A deluge of luminous treasures erupted forth. Upon closer inspection, nearly 100 items exploded forth with the demise of the boss, in a cacophony of colors and levels. Once they touched the ground, the original visage of the earth was scarcely visible. What a magnificent explosion! What a fortunate sovereign! In comparison to the current scene, those paled in significance. Wait, am I seeing things? Captain, did the strategy guide mention that the boss would drop this many items? This is absurd. While the Demon Sword Secret Realm has a high drop rate, it surely cannot be this excessive. Goodness, are you all misplacing your focus? That last skill was unleashed by that child. I told you it was a powerhouse. Let us keep our voices down. This individual is likely not as young as they appear, having perhaps utilized some form of disguise. Enough with the chatter. The level cap in the Demon Sword Secret Realm is 3rd transformation LV200. How could they possibly be a big shot? I reckon they might be one of the top 100 prodigies. That holds some truth. A prodigy from the top 100 could not possibly inflict such high damage. We are not privy to the world of the affluent. It is likely just a one-time skill scroll that annihilates monsters. In an instant, the group, previously captivated by the plethora of treasures and that remarkable skill, commenced speculating about Bai Yu's true identity. As for Bai Yu, there was no time for such trivialities. Did I truly extract this extraordinary treasure chest? I shall examine it further upon my return. Securing the chest, Bai Yu redirected their gaze to the scattered bounty. Thanks to the maximized luck, this explosion had yielded every possible item that the boss could drop. Among them were 3 complete sets of dungeon gear, several rare materials, and a plethora of skills, scattered items, and tools across various professions. Selecting a few valuable materials and skills, Bai Yu waved their hand and declared, "The remaining items are of no use to me. Feel free to divide them amongst yourselves. Upon hearing this, a woman clad in fiery red light armor appeared somewhat bashful. Great one, we Haven Tea contributed much on this journey. We merely sought some materials to cover our entry fees. I have no intention of selling them. And without you all, I would not know how long I would have to wait to enter the Demon Sword's secret realm. As Bai Yu spoke, they waved farewell to the group. My task is complete. May we meet again by chance. With that, the notification of leaving the team echoed, and Bai Yu's figure vanished from their sight. For a moment, the remaining 9 members exchanged glances, before their attention returned to the dazzling array of treasures scattered across the ground. Joy swiftly adorned each face. We have struck it rich. Thank you, Powerhouse. Long live the Powerhouse. After exiting the dungeon, Bai Yu found a secluded corner and opened their backpack to retrieve the extraordinary treasure chest. Glancing at the luck value, it had reverted to its original score of 10. Alas, the duration was still too brief. I wonder if the skill upgrade will extend its duration after the second or third transformation. Bai Yu clicked their tongue in contemplation. Yet, to yield such rewards in merely a few minutes. Imagine if I could dedicate several hours each day. It would be utterly delightful. Though the luck value had returned to its base, the treasure chest still awaited opening. Ding! You have opened the extraordinary treasure chest and activated the talent skill, Fixed Multiplier. As the notification resounded, a plethora of items materialized above the treasure chest. At the top, 3 empty slots appeared. The item list should encompass all potential items that could be obtained from the chest, hence 3 slots provided for selecting 3 items at once. What a lucrative opportunity. Bai Yu stroked their chin as they perused the item information. It must be said, the items obtainable from this extraordinary treasure chest were indeed remarkable. Any single item plucked from it could fetch a princely sum. A multitude of divine artifacts constituted a significant portion of the offerings, even including unranked artifacts, alongside numerous renowned rare items from across the world, such as resurrection items that restore revival counts, top-tier barrier items, hidden profession scrolls, powerful skills, and so forth. Furthermore, 2 exceptional items particularly caught Bai Yu's attention. Profession Expansion Scroll. Upon use, it adds an empty profession slot, restricted to users of first transformation or lower. Rebirth Task Exemption Voucher. Upon use, it instantly completes the profession task. Chapter 21. Demon Sword Set. Divine Skeleton Demon Spirit Chestplate. Although the descriptions of these 2 items consist of merely a single line, that line alone is enough to drive the world's elite professionals into a frenzy. The Profession Expansion Scroll is self-explanatory. Anyone using it, even an ordinary person, would possess the potential to break into the top 100 prodigy rankings. If bestowed upon someone with exceptional talent, it would undoubtedly amplify their prowess. Each appearance of the Profession Expansion Scroll causes a stir. In fact, within the circles of advanced professionals, this scroll is often referred to by a nickname, the Prodigy Making Scroll. If the Profession Expansion Scroll is the finest gift advanced professionals can offer to their juniors, then the Rebirth Task Exemption Voucher represents the sole opportunity for advanced professionals to defy fate. It is well known that as one progresses, the rebirth tasks become increasingly arduous. The majority of professionals who reach the maximum level find themselves stymied by the daunting nature of these tasks, often resulting in failure, thus severing their path to higher transformations. However, once the Rebirth Task Exemption Voucher is employed, the previously obstructed path reopens, effectively transporting them to the finish line. Utilizing the scroll requires no further action. One can proceed directly to the professional temple for rebirth. This is an item so invaluable that advanced professionals would go to great lengths, even exhausting their fortunes and borrowing from friends, to obtain. Its worth surpasses that of the unranked artifact shield. No wonder those individuals turned rabid upon hearing about the extraordinary treasure chest. It seems such delightful items exist. Bai Yu rubbed their hands together and ultimately selected 3 items. A resurrection item capable of granting 3 revivals and rechargeable upon use. Life's Blessing Divine Jade. The Profession Expansion Scroll, and the Rebirth Task Exemption Voucher. The former was retained for personal safety, while the latter would be saved for sale. One could likely live off the proceeds for several years. As the brilliance flickered, the extraordinary treasure chest vanished, replaced by 3 priceless treasures in Bai Yu's backpack. Satisfied, Bai Yu stretched languidly. Alas, the console's combination of fixed multipliers could indeed serve as a steady source of income. When funds run low, one could merely revisit the treasure chest for withdrawals once more. With a resolute mind, he returned to Tianfu City contentedly. As he sat aboard the light rail bound for the teleportation square, Bai Yu opened his quest list. At that moment, the task Reforge, Body of the Sword Demon, was marked as complete. However, Bai Yu did not feel rushed. Given the significance of this quest, it was wiser to delve into it once he returned home and could reflect in peace. After a journey back to the teleportation square and paying the requisite fee, he was transported back to Changde County. He then took a taxi back to his modest rental apartment. After all the commotion, night had fallen. Following dinner, Bai Yu settled back onto the sofa and submitted the task. Ding! The quest, Reforge, Body of the Sword Demon, has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. In a flash, A deluge of experience points surged through him, propelling Bai Yu's level from the initial first transition LV0 to an astonishing first transition LV30. Simultaneously, an item appeared in his inventory. Lost Body of the Sword Demon, Spirit Armor of the Godly Skeleton, Black Iron, LV0. Equipment slot, Torso. Category, Light Armor. Class restriction, Sword Demon. Note, the Spirit Armor, once a guardian of the Sword Demon's body, has lost its divine radiance following the Sword Demon's fall. Reduced to an ornament devoid of power. Upon seeing the equipment, Bai Yu's brow furrowed. Black Iron, it bore no attributes whatsoever? While pondering this, another task notification chimed in. Ding. Equipment task, Rejuvenation of the Godly Skeleton Armor. Task details, the Spirit Armor of the Godly Skeleton, having lost its divine light, must drink the blood of enemies at the hands of one who inherits the power of the Sword Demon to regain its former glory. Task content, before the second transition. While equipped solely with weapons and the Spirit Armor of the Godly Skeleton, slay 50, 000 level 200 wild monsters and 10 bosses of the Meteor level or higher. As expected, I knew the task to acquire the Sword Demon equipment could not simply involve grinding through a dungeon. While he verbally complained, Bai Yu felt a sense of relief upon reviewing the task. Although donning this black iron level chest armor without any attributes felt akin to being unequipped. The requirement to eliminate 50, 000 level 200 wild monsters and 10 meteor level bosses in such a state seemed nearly insurmountable for an ordinary person. Yet, this was merely the case for the average individual. With a thought, he equipped the Spirit Armor of the Godly Skeleton. Instantly, a menacing chest plate enveloping Bai Yu's front, back, and shoulders manifested. The armor was a deep purple black, seemingly crafted from a unique skeletal material imbued with metallic qualities. At its center lay a palm-sized gem resembling exquisite glass. While the armor was currently only of black iron quality, its extraordinary design was evident to any observer. Comfortable yet prestigious, it was regrettable that it remained at the black iron level for now. It appeared that he had tasks ahead in the coming days. Content. Bai Yu placed the chest armor in his equipment preparation slot for easy access before reclining back onto his bed. As night deepened, Bai Yu began to snore in his rental apartment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some were unable to sleep. In the central area of Changta County, within a luxurious mansion designated for high-profile guests, a man clad in an expensive silk nightgown, appearing to be in his 50s, joyfully engaged in a conversation via communication device. What did you say? A level less divine shield? In this godforsaken place, such treasures exist? He chuckled, clearly elated. Though he appeared to be in his 50s, he stood at least 185 meters tall, his physique well-defined and muscular, akin to a towering iron edifice. Rest assured, Elder Ing, if that young man is as formidable as Gu Jia claims, I shall abduct him to our faction, regardless. Xiao Zhang, this matter is of great significance. Do not take it lightly, the elder on the other end cautioned repeatedly. It seems that Long Ye has caught wind of something, sending people to Changtu. I wonder if it is related to that boy. You must remain vigilant. Understood, you can rest easy. By the way, Elder Ing, I have a small request. Could you lend me some funds? I find myself in need of a shield at the moment. The elder, with a bold demeanor, chuckled sheepishly. How much do you require? 5 billion should suffice. I have 800 remaining. That should be enough. I'll transfer it. Thank you, Elder Ing. I shall await good news. Simultaneously, in another mansion, a middle-aged man was also on a call. Master, everything remains normal in Changta for now, but according to activity records, it seems Bai Yu visited Tianfu today and returned in the evening. The frail, white-haired elder on the other end wore an expression of reproach. I sent you to Changta County to scout for talent, not to investigate individuals. My apologies, Master, the man replied, lowering his head in contrition. He then queried with curiosity. Master, what manner of person could warrant such your attention? I have predicted through my skills that this boy possesses the potential to elevate us to new heights. New heights? Are you referring to the guild? The elder did not respond directly, instead chuckling softly. Do not miss the auction tomorrow. I have just used my skills to predict. Apart from that shield, there lies a greater opportunity. Chapter 22, Gu Yue advances to dual professions. As dawn broke, Bai Yu prepared himself and arrived at the teleportation point in Changta County. Coincidentally, just as he arrived, Gu Yue's communication came through. Bai Yu, where are you? Shall we tackle a quest together? As Gu Yue's voice resonated, a party invitation promptly appeared, recalling the professional expansion scroll that had dropped from the extraordinary treasure chest yesterday. Bai Yu accepted the request. I'm at the teleportation point. I have something for you. Where shall we meet? Let us grab breakfast first, then head to Fengtian City. Alright. Send me the address via V. Closing the communication, Bai Yu followed the address Gu Yue sent and arrived at the breakfast shop. Bai Yu, over here. Gu Yue waved at him from the entrance. Observing the modest establishment and then her obviously expensive attire, a slight dissonance arose. Upon entering, the proprietress warmly greeted them. Aunt Zhao, the usual 3 dishes, please. 2 servings. Coming right up. Gu Yue's familiarity piqued Bai Yu's curiosity. The esteemed young lady of the Gu family, a candidate on the top 100 genius list, often dines in such humble eateries. What's wrong? Do you think I'm too delicate? Gu Yue smiled at Bai Yu. By the way, you mentioned you had something for me? Indeed, it dropped while we were raiding yesterday. I thought you might find it useful. With that, Bai Yu produced the professional expansion scroll and handed it to Gu Yue. A scroll? Is it a skill? With curiosity, Gu Yue opened the item description. In silence, she first appeared utterly astonished, followed by an expression of mixed excitement and confusion, frequently glancing between the scroll and Bai Yu. Here come the usual 3 dishes. In the midst of silence, the owner of the breakfast shop approached with a tray in hand. Bai Yu took a glance at the so-called old 3 dishes that Gu Yue mentioned, which consisted of steamed buns, fried eggs, and tofu pudding. Although simple, these offerings were remarkably comforting to eat. Slurping away, Bai Yu had already begun to indulge without paying heed to Gu Yue, who was still lost in thought. A person is made of steel, and food is iron. One meal skipped leaves one feeling hollow. In a matter of moments, he devoured a bun. As he enjoyed his tofu pudding, Gu Yue finally snapped back to reality. The first instinct that struck her was to return the professional expansion scroll. Bai Yu, this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. I cannot accept it, she insisted. Consider it a token of gratitude for the equipment and skills you previously bestowed upon me, as well as for allowing me to benefit from 100 points of free attributes, Bai Yu replied, while continuing to eat. However, Gu Yue found herself somewhat at a loss for words. Bai Yu, how can such a trivial item possibly compare to the value of this scroll? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu chuckled inwardly. To others, it may seem valuable, but in reality, it was merely an easily acquired trinket devoid of significance to him. He could easily harvest 3 of these in a day. Was it unreasonable to repay the kindness of someone who extended a helping hand when he needed it most with something so trivial? Regardless, he asserted, I insist. A gift is a gift, do not mishandle it. But you clearly, why must you be so stubborn? Bai Yu could no longer endure the conversation. Putting down his chopsticks and gazing at Gu Yue with a serious expression. Given our relationship, is there really a need for such discussions? Besides, my ability to offer you this means I have even better things at my disposal. Do you understand? Our bond. Gu Yue lowered her head, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the dynamics that had unfolded between them over this period. Initially, her approach to Bai Yu was merely a matter of adhering to her cousins' and family's advice to befriend this exceptionally gifted junior. Yet, it was undeniable that this was the first time in her life she had grown so close to a male. Their frequent interactions, teaming up, and completing quests together had sparked something within her. Born with a competitive spirit and high aptitude, she had felt, for the first time during their last task, that relying on someone else could be quite pleasant. Most notably, when they exited the dungeon, he had been riding on her shoulders. Reflecting on it now, the thin layer of fabric that separated them felt overwhelmingly intimate. Why is your face turning red? Bai Yu, bemused by Gu Yue's sudden blush, was perplexed. And nothing, thank you. Gu Yue glanced at the scroll in her hand. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to use it. With a swish, as the scroll transformed into shimmering light, Bai Yu finally felt at ease. Once the matter of the scroll was settled, the two resumed their meal and conversation. Bai Yu, you might need to wait for me a bit later. I need to inform my family about this and ask them to help me find a suitable hidden profession transfer scroll. I can't let your kindness go to waste. Gu Yue said, her face glowing with palpable excitement. From this day forth, she was also a dual profession player, and even better, a hidden profession with an open slot. If utilized effectively, she might even challenge the top 5 of the genius rankings. Perhaps she could even become an anomaly outside the rankings. Compared to merely competing for the bottom spots, this was a meteoric rise, all thanks to Bai Yu. At that moment, Bai Yu, engrossed in his meal, had evidently not noticed Gu Yue's subtle change in demeanor. While eating, he inquired, what type of second profession are you planning to pursue? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yue replied, Earth Mage. You might laugh, but I actually contemplated this last year after my awakening. If I were to have a dual profession, what would be the optimal choice for my second? My Frostwalker is an ice-based control mage with high output, which is quite formidable. If I could also have an Earth Mage profession, it would provide dual magic strength, double control, and enhance my defenses, aligning perfectly with my philosophy of maximizing attributes while compensating for my defensive shortcomings. Aside from my short legs, I would have virtually no weaknesses. Short legs? Bai Yu glanced sideways at Gu Yue's long, fair legs. Anything below 36C is a long leg. How can you call this short? Yet, I must say, having a C cup at your age shows immense potential. Are you here to eat or to gawk? Gu Yue shot Bai Yu a glare, though she couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy at his compliment. Just as Gu Yue drifted into her thoughts, Bai Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. An Earth Mage could be quite excellent. With that, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a yellowish scroll, handing it to Gu Yue. This scroll was the hidden profession scroll for Earth Mages that had dropped from the Earth deity Kuin they had previously defeated. The moment Gu Yue saw the scroll's details, she quickly covered her mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment. The Earthly Veins Envoy. It's truly the Earthly Veins Envoy. Bai Yu was somewhat taken aback by Gu Yue's reaction. Why did she seem even more astonished by this hidden profession than by the professional expansion scroll? Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Gu Yue looked earnestly at Bai Yu. Bai Yu, have you heard of mythic professions? Mythic professions? Bai Yu shook his head in confusion at this unfamiliar term that had not existed in the game. Gu Yue explained, each profession category has several exceptionally powerful hidden professions. These professions are unique globally. They only appear when the previous practitioner dies or when a player reaches the pinnacle of their career after achieving level 10. The next inheritor of such a unique profession will have every attribute point at the maximum of 20 points per level. Additionally, unique professions come with a talent that grants an extra 10 fixed attribute points at each level, totaling 30 points. Bai Yu, do you realize what this implies? Bai Yu silently opened his attribute panel, glancing at the Sword Demon S talent skill. Sword Demon S body increases strength and intelligence by an additional 10 points with each level. What does that mean? I'm not quite sure. Regardless, I have an extra 20 points. Bai Yu muttered, unsure of what Gu Yue was thinking. Gu Yue continued, most importantly, these unique hidden professions possess exceptionally high skill potency. They are so formidable that there exists an unwritten rule in the genius rankings. Acquiring a unique hidden profession allows one to bypass the annual qualification requirements and have their name listed directly on the board. That is why they are referred to as mythic professions. With that, Gu Yue pulled out her phone, found a piece of information, and handed it to Bai Yu. Look, among the mythic professions for mages, the Earthly Veins Envoy is this one. The previous Earthly Veins Envoy was a powerful individual from Europe several years ago, who, it is said, ascended to the divine tier decades ago when the world tree was still accessible. Oh, Bai Yu finally understood. It turned out that the unique hidden professions in the game had become mythic professions upon merging with reality, wielding such significant influence. But speaking of which, he queried, you just mentioned that the world tree was still accessible? What does that mean? Is the world tree no longer usable? Bai Yu wore a perplexed expression. He was exceedingly familiar with the world tree. Within the game's lore, it served as the sole pathway for top-tier players to ascend after their 10th transformation. He had personally crafted the foundational code of the world tree. Logically speaking, its status should not be influenced by any individual. So why was passage obstructed? Noticing Bai Yu's confusion, Gu Yue sighed. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics. After all, such matters are reserved for elite professionals. She continued, that said, regarding the mythic profession and the recent class expansion scroll, I am at a loss as to how I can repay you. Perhaps you could offer yourself in gratitude. Bai Yu jested. How flattering. Gu Yue shot him a playful glare before shattering the hidden class scroll. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Bai Yu remained preoccupied with thoughts of the world tree, while Gu Yue's face radiated uncontained joy, clearly entranced by the unique attributes of her new class, the Geomancer. After a few minutes, she snapped back to reality. Bai Yu, after we complete today's mission, come visit my family. My father will undoubtedly be immensely grateful for your assistance. Bai Yu made no objections. It was evident from Gu Yue's excitement that the Geomancer's attributes had indeed lived up to the name of a mythic class. After enjoying a hearty meal and settling the bill, Gu Yue, eager to explore her new class abilities, swiftly led Bai Yu to the teleportation point. This time, they were embarking on a special mission, with a reward of a powerful skill. The task was relatively straightforward. Defeat 5 level 100 elite monsters and 1,000 level 70 wild beasts, all to be accomplished within 2 days. The choice to venture to Fengtian City was primarily due to the scarcity of resources in Changtu County. While there were untransformed elite monsters in Changtu, hunting around a provincial capital like Fengtian would undoubtedly yield better efficiency. Swamp of Mud. Frost Breath. In the wilds, Gu Yue deftly waved her staff. The earth beneath the horde of monsters abruptly transformed into a viscous mire, ensnaring the beasts. Following this, an overwhelming chill enveloped the area. Instantly, damage numbers, typically achievable only by ordinary mages of level 100 or more, began to rise in succession. The swamp was further frozen by the frigid air, rendering the monsters completely immobilized. Is this how it can be utilized? Even Bai Yu was taken aback by the spectacle. The synergy between attributes in the real world was evidently more palpable and formidable than in the game. 2 ordinary skills combined to produce such remarkable control. However, it was clear that Gu Yue's prowess extended beyond this. With another flourish of her staff, she declared, continue. Forest of Earth Spikes. Ice Explosion. The previously frozen mire erupted into countless spikes of earth, shooting skyward. The ice covering the spikes detonated instantaneously, unleashing a barrage of damage numbers and a terrifying display of skills that left Bai Yu feeling a chill down his spine. Such methods would render even the great Count Dracula envious. Truly, she was a prodigious talent. In a single surge, the wild beasts in the area were decimated. Gu Yue, transformed into a relentless artillery piece, unleashed a barrage of ice and earth combination skills, swiftly reaping the lives of the wild creatures. Bai Yu, meanwhile, was not idle. With swift movements, he executed a series of basic attacks, dispatching one beast after another. While his actions lacked the grandeur of Gu Yue's, his efficiency in harvesting wild beasts was exponentially greater. As the monsters perished, the wilds continued to respawn with new foes. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt a sense of unease. Why was Gu Yue silent? Turning back, he was astonished to find her merely staring at him, no longer engaging in combat or casting skills. You mean to say your basic attack damage surpasses my skills? Isn't that quite normal? Bai Yu replied, casually checking his level. Gu Yue fell silent in disbelief. You've already transformed to level 30? Well, let's just continue, she sighed, rubbing her temples. In that moment, she fully grasped why her cousin had remarked that those exceptional players remained unlisted to protect the true talents. The realization was somewhat disheartening. As they continued their rampage, the 1,000 wild beasts that would have taken a full day to defeat were dispatched in less than half a morning. After returning to town for lunch, the two set out in the afternoon to stir up trouble for the elite monsters. It must be said that wealth indeed facilitates endeavors. Bai Yu initially planned to rely on his past memories to deduce the respawn points of elite monsters. However, Gu Yue produced a meticulously prepared map that clearly marked the respawn locations. With little effort, they located the first elite monster, leading Bai Yu to exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be wealthy." With the elite monster found, Gu Yue began to enhance her own status. While preparing, she asked Bai Yu, "Aren't you going to apply a buff? Although your level is significantly higher, this is still an elite monster. It could be somewhat troublesome." Before she could finish, Bai Yu had already raised his hand and executed a basic attack against the elite before him, dealing 165 for 101 damage. The creature collapsed, transforming into a wisp of white light. "Troublesome? I'd say it's manageable," Bai Yu remarked, sheathing his sword and turning to head to the next elite respawn point. "Bai Yu, is your damage output normal?" Gu Yue looked at him, bewildered. "Of course, once you undergo reincarnation, you'll be able to achieve similar feats. It's primarily due to level suppression." "Really?" "Absolutely." Bai Yu held his gaze steady, weaving a tale to assuage Gu Yue's doubts. Little did they know, once Gu Yue reincarnated and returned, she would find herself facing a skill that barely dealt a few thousand damage, exclaiming in disbelief at Bai Yu's extraordinary capabilities. By 2 in the afternoon, having completed their task, Gu Yue ascended to level 69. As for Bai Yu, he acquired a rare buff skill for warriors, War Cry. Under the influence of the Sword Demon class, War Cry transformed into Demonic Howl. Demonic Howl LV1 temporarily doubles 1's attributes and instills fear in enemies, reducing their attributes by 30 for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. It was yet another formidable buff skill. At long last, their efforts had borne fruit. The two agreed to meet later in the evening before parting ways for the time being. Gu Yue eagerly returned home to share her joy of attaining a dual class, with her second profession being a mythic one. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, after disguising himself, made his way to the offline store of Longxing Trading Company. Upon recognizing his familiar appearance, Manager Su greeted him without hesitation. "Sir, welcome back." "Yes, I've heard about tomorrow's auction. I have a few items for consignment," Bai Yu replied, handing over the reincarnation task exemption voucher, obtained from the extraordinary treasure chest the previous day. This is... Manager Su trembled all over, his voice quivering as he spoke. "Sir, I must discuss this with the regional head." With that, he led the way back to the conference room, where the head once again made an appearance. Upon catching sight of the rebirth task exemption certificate, the regional head was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his previously calm demeanor vanished, replaced by fervent excitement. "Sir, might I propose a discussion? I am willing to offer a substantial sum for that exemption certificate." "Manager Chung." Manager Su hurriedly interjected from the side. The regional head snapped back to reality and quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize for my outburst. The exemption certificate is precisely what I have been seeking." Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. However, his anticipation for the rebirth task exemption certificate surged to new heights. If even the regional head of the Dragon Commerce Guild exhibited such enthusiasm, his earlier conjectures had indeed been correct. Rest assured, this rebirth task exemption certificate will be included in tomorrow's auction. The auction is set to commence at 3 in the afternoon, and we have prepared a private room for you. Following the auction, there will be a cocktail party attended by members of both Longya and Guangzhou. Bai Yu nodded calmly. His mind was solely focused on hastening the conclusion of the auction so that he could find a suitable location to hunt monsters and complete the task for unsealing the divine skeleton demon armor. He was utterly captivated by this exclusive equipment for the sword demon. After departing from the Dragon Commerce Guild and making a brief stop at home to tidy up, Bai Yu arrived at the location he had previously arranged with Gu Yue. Before long, an extraordinarily eye-catching convoy appeared in his line of sight. Leading the procession was a luxurious Rolls-Royce, followed by a fleet of identical Maybachs. Together, there were about 10 vehicles, all of which came to a halt before Bai Yu. Once parked, the driver stepped out, bowed, and respectfully stated, "Mr. Bai, the head of the family and the young lady have prepared a dinner for you. Please, get in." Bai Yu felt somewhat taken aback by the grand display. Wasn't this just to pick someone up? Did it really warrant such an extravagant show? The singular Rolls-Royce alone was more than the total number of Maybachs in Changte County, and yet here were 10 of them, clearly transferred from Fengtian. While the transportation fees between Fengtian and Changtu were relatively inexpensive, the sheer number of vehicles involved would undoubtedly rack up costs in the hundreds of thousands. With a sense of bewilderment, Bai Yu entered the vehicle, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The convoy made its way to an estate in the central area of Changta County. Upon arrival, the grand entrance of the mansion was already occupied by several individuals waiting there. In addition to Gu Yue, there was a middle-aged couple and a young man. Bai Yu. Upon seeing him step out of the car, Gu Yue rushed forward. Allow me to introduce you. These are my parents. Both are fully leveled 6-turn professionals. This is my cousin, Gu Qinglan, a level 138 4-turn member of the 8th tier guild, Feiyang, under Quan Chao. Bai Yu greeted each of them in turn. To his surprise, the Gu couple was exceedingly warm. Mr. Gu Jinghao clapped Bai Yu on the shoulder with hearty approval, saying, "Good lad. You're the first to have our Wei speak so highly of you." He continued, "And about those 2 scrolls you gifted her today, our Gu family is deeply grateful. In the future, should you need anything within our capacity, we will assist you wholeheartedly." Haha, Uncle Gu, in that case, I shall eagerly await the opportunity to lean on the Gu family, Bai Yu grinned. Mr. Gu waved his hand. "No problem. When you soar to great heights in the future, we will be the ones seeking your favor." Within a few exchanges, Mr. Gu's demeanor had left Bai Yu with a favorable impression. Mrs. Jiang Yanru, however, quietly interjected, "Old Gu, we should let the children inside. Standing out here is rather impolite." Yes, come in. Without hesitation, Mr. Gu draped his arm around Bai Yu's shoulder and led him into the mansion, leaving no opportunity for Gu Qinglan, who had wished to engage Bai Yu in conversation. Observing Bai Yu's retreating figure, Gu Qinglan quietly asked, Wei, is it true that your junior has already achieved his first turn?" Gu Yue nodded in affirmation. "I witnessed it myself while grinding monsters today. He reached level 30 in his first turn. Wow, he might be far more formidable than we initially thought," Gu Qinglan remarked, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Huh. Noticing Gu Yue's confusion, he elaborated, "I heard from someone in Guangzhou yesterday that a representative from Longya came due to a report from the practitioner temple. They mentioned a prodigious talent emerging from the rebirth hall, supposedly a previously unseen hidden class resembling a warrior. Moreover, there are 2 vacant class slots. 2 vacant classes." Gu Yue was left speechless. At present, she had only obtained 1 vacant class slot and felt confident about pursuing the title of prodigy. But a 3-class professional with 2 vacant slots? That would be a world-class monster. Gu Qinglan added with significance, Wei, have you not realized the implications? The rebirth hall. This current batch. Gu Yue abruptly turned her gaze towards the figure of Bai Yu ahead. What else could one do at the rebirth hall besides undergo rebirth? And this current batch had only awakened a few days prior. Apart from Bai Yu, there was no one else. Chapter 25, Ding. The 3 major guilds extend a guild invitation to you. Wei, you should understand what it means if the individual mentioned in that report is indeed your junior. Gu Qinglan remarked with a knowing expression. Gu Yue nodded. The news received by Longya only indicated that this individual possessed a hidden class and 2 vacant class slots. However, if this person truly was Bai Yu, the reality would be far more complex. After all, he had been a dual-class professional since his awakening. Aside from being a warrior, he also possessed an unspecified life class. Logically speaking, when a situation like Bai Yu's arose, the school would only need to register his warrior level. Who would bother with the trivial matter of a life class when they already had a combat class? Yet, Bai Yu's life class was far from ordinary. Not only was it not useless, but it was powerful enough for him to single-handedly defeat a level 30 golden boss on the day of his awakening. Its strength likely surpassed that of most hidden combat classes. Cousin, I believe it is highly likely to be Bai Yu. Indeed, Gu Qinglan nodded. For this batch, a rapid first turn, and an unheard-of hidden warrior class, the Sword Demon. In the small territory of Changtu, the coincidences are too numerous. I find it hard to believe it is not him. Gu Yue gazed at Bai Yu's silhouette, murmuring, a 4-class professional. I only know that theoretically, it should exist. But in over a century, no one has ever claimed to be one. An unknown, yet potentially possessing formidable combat support capabilities, special life class. The Sword Demon. Coupled with the other 2 classes, it was no wonder he was so extraordinarily powerful. Gu Qinglan halted his steps and whispered, Wei, you all continue your conversation. I must make a call. I need to inform Quan Chao about this matter. It would benefit your junior as well. After relaying this, Gu Qinglan turned and exited the mansion. On Bai Yu's side, ever since stepping through the threshold of the Gu residence, he had wholly absorbed the essence of warmth and hospitality. Uncertain whether it was due to the 2 scrolls he had given Gu Yue today, or if the 2 truly felt an instant camaraderie, Gu Jinghao's smile remained unwavering as he gazed at his face. The most frequently uttered words were, Xiao Yu, take whatever you fancy from my home. Consider it your own. Each time he heard this, Bai Yu felt an urge to jest. I have taken a liking to your daughter. May I take her with me? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, for he dared not voice them. If he did, and Gu Jinghao took him seriously, would that not lead to an early marriage? That simply wouldn't he do. After touring the Gu residence and perusing the armory and all the collected skills, the group proceeded to the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the expansive hall, comparable to the size of a basketball court, Bai Yu couldn't help but marvel internally. In this era, professional individuals were indeed flourishing financially. While the majority of ordinary citizens struggled to afford modest accommodations or apartments, toiling for their daily meals, professionals indulged in extravagance, relishing the conveniences afforded by technology and extraordinary powers. Living in the same city, yet inhabiting utterly different worlds, such is the harsh reality. At Gu Jinghao's signal, music filled the hall, and hired dancers began to twirl gracefully. The guests took their seats at a table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, all crafted by life professionals. The price of even a single dish could rival the monthly salary of an average citizen. Xiao Yu, I apologize for the hasty preparations. These are merely homestyle dishes. I hope you won't mind, Gu Jinghao chuckled. Oh, not at all, Bai Yu replied, his eyelids twitching slightly. These dishes are indeed quite homestyle. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was notably harmonious. Bai Yu found himself pleasantly surprised. He had initially assumed that the esteemed Gu family, being so prominent in the entire Liao province, would carry an air of superiority. However, he discovered that the couple was remarkably approachable. Xiao Yu, how can you live alone? You should consider moving in with us, Jiang Yinru said with an expression of concern. Upon learning that Bai Yu had lost both parents at a young age and had been living alone all these years, her maternal instincts surged. This large house has plenty of rooms. Choose one. Indeed, Xiao Yu, we seem to get along splendidly. You could move in and share a drink with your Uncle Gu. Gu Jinghao added, not giving Bai Yu a chance to respond as he waved for the driver. Xiao Chun, gather some capable hands to help Xiao Yu move tomorrow. Bai Yu was momentarily stunned by this turn of events. Was he truly moving after uttering but a single word? It was clear that Gu Jinghao was in high spirits, opening a new bottle of beer. Interestingly, despite being a formidable six-turn professional with a fortune that likely numbered in the tens or hundreds of billions, he relished drinking inexpensive beer. As the camaraderie at the table flourished, Gu Qinglan suddenly whispered something to Gu Jinghao. What? Zhang Lao from the Indomitable Shield is coming? Quick! Let us go down to welcome him. As Gu Jinghao rose to his feet, a thunderous laughter echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. Ha ha ha, no need to fuss. I can manage myself. An elderly man, clad in casual attire and robust as a wild bull, strode into the hall. Zhang Lao, it's an honor. The once boisterous Gu Jinghao suddenly became reserved in the elder's presence. Jiang Yinru and Gu Yue lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Only Gu Qinglan interjected softly to Bai Yu. This esteemed individual is one of the high-ranking members of the Storm, Zhang Xiang, known as the Indomitable Shield. The Storm? Bai Yu was taken aback. The Storm was one of the three major guilds? Although he had heard they had sent people to Changde County, he never anticipated encountering them in such a setting. Bring an extra set of utensils and fetch my treasured whiskey, Gu Jinghao instructed as he approached the elder. Zhang Lao, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My sincerest apologies for the oversight. Not at all, not at all. I am quite easygoing, Zhang Xiang said, settling himself comfortably at the dining table as if he were among friends. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Take your seats. Once everyone was seated again, Zhang Xiang turned his gaze toward Bai Yu with a smile. Ah, you must be Bai Yu. You know me, Zhang Lao? Bai Yu met Zhang Xiang's gaze without flinching. A fine young man. I like your spirit, Zhang Xiang exclaimed, grinning broadly. Bai Yu, you might not realize it yet, but not only I, but the entire upper echelon of the Storm is aware of your name. Oh, Zhang Xiang continued, his gaze piercing as he posed a question to Bai Yu. Did you indeed advance to your first turn the day before yesterday? Bai Yu glanced at Gu Yue and Gu Qinglan, then nodded without reservation. That is correct. Excellent. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiang stood. Bai Yu, would you consider joining our Storm? Ding. Zhang Xiang, the Indomitable Shield, has extended an invitation to you to join the guild. Do you accept? Chapter 26, an exceedingly generous recruitment offer. The moment Zhang Xiang's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. Gu Jinghao and Jiang Yinru exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Was this a direct invitation from the Storm, one of the three major guilds? Even Gu Jinghao, the head of the esteemed Gu family, found it hard to believe his ears. This was one of the nation's premier guilds, symbolizing immense power and wealth, along with resources of a magnitude unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Regardless of talent, even the top-ranked individual on the Great Talent list had to graduate from university before qualifying for selection by any of the three major guilds. And that was merely a chance. Only those exceptional individuals outside of the top ranks could potentially gain the opportunity for selection even before their university graduation, or during their final year of high school. Yet, that too was merely a possibility. At this moment, the high-ranking member from the Storm, the illustrious Zhang Xiang, the Indomitable Shield, had directly extended an invitation to Bai Yu. No selection process, no interview, just a straightforward offer to join the Storm. This is, wait, you must have heard of our Storm, right? Zhang Xiang inquired with a grin. Of course, as one of the three major guilds, the name Storm is renowned. Bai Yu affirmed with a nod. Then it settled. Zhang Xiang's broad smile revealed a row of pristine teeth. Gu Qinglan and Gu Yue exchanged glances, their minds beginning to piece together the situation. It seemed evident that this invitation stemmed from Bai Yu's status as a four-turn professional. Otherwise, the Storm would not have gone to such lengths. Ding. Zhang Xiang, the indomitable shield, has extended an invitation to you to join the guild. Do you accept? The system prompt echoed for the second time. Yet, Bai Yu, gazing at the shimmering interface visible only to him, found himself engulfed in hesitation. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Xiang suddenly interjected once more, saying, Bai Yu, while you are aware of the existence of the three major guilds, do you comprehend why everyone is so irresistibly drawn to them? Power? Resources? Zhang Xiang chuckled and shook his head. Yes, but it is far more than that. Our three major guilds are all of the 10th level, each commanding 2 affiliated 9th level guilds, 5 8th level guilds, and over 10 7th level guilds, with influence radiating across various domains in every major region of the country. Joining one of the 3 major guilds indeed grants you access to power and resources that are beyond the imagination of the average person. However, these are merely trifling appendages. Trifling appendages? Gu Zhenghao, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback. From Chun Xiang's words, it seemed that the benefits brought by these 10th level guilds far exceeded his comprehension. Suddenly, Bai Yu spoke up. Old Zhang, you are referring to the guild attribute bonuses and the contribution value shop, aren't you? Well, you seem to know quite a bit. Zhang Xiang looked at Bai Yu in surprise. The guild attribute bonuses are not difficult to discern, but the contribution value shop is exclusive to guilds of level 7 and above. How do you, a lad who hadn't even ventured beyond Changta County prior to awakening, know about that? Bai Yu merely smiled subtly and refrained from elaborating. Let us not even mention the contribution value shop. He had spent several sleepless nights coding the underlying framework of the entire guild system, excluding the new elements that emerged after the integration with reality. There was likely no one in this world who understood it better than him. Well, if those colleagues from my past life were still around, it would be a different story. No matter, since you're aware of the benefits of joining a guild, what is there to hesitate about? Oh, I see. Zhang Xiang turned to Bai Yu with a smile, saying, it seems you've guessed the reason why Langya is coming to Changtu? Indeed. You possess both talent and intellect. I like that in you. He slapped the table, under the astonished gazes of those present. Zhang Xiang pushed aside Gu Qinglan and sat beside Bai Yu. His robust arm draped over Bai Yu's shoulder, and his smile grew even more pronounced. Since you already know that Langya is also here for you, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Upon joining Guangchao, you will acquire the status of a senior core member, and once you reach the 7th transition, you will directly enter the management tier. With the status of a senior core member in Guangchao, you will be granted permanent ownership of a residence in the central area of any provincial capital, along with the highest privileges bestowed by the guild across any region in the country. Additionally, you will receive 100,000 contribution points. Do not underestimate this sum. It can nearly be exchanged for an entire set of the 9th transition daybreak gear or a divine artifact, along with a plethora of mythical materials in the contribution shop. Most importantly, the guild will exert every effort to assist you in completing all reincarnation tasks up to the 10th transition. Upon hearing Zhang Xiang's words, Bai Yu had yet to respond when Gu Zhenghao and his wife, along with Gu Qinglan and Gu Yuwei, were already left speechless. What generous terms were these? It is well known that within a guild, the hierarchy of members is strictly enforced, from the lowest outer members to ordinary members, and then to core members. Each tier is further subdivided into low, medium, and high ranks. Above the core members are the guild management, vice presidents, and presidents, with ascension through each level being exceedingly challenging. For instance, Gu Qinglan had been a member of their guild for 3 years and still remained merely a low-tier ordinary member. In stark contrast, Bai Yu, upon joining Guangchao, would immediately attain the highest tier beneath management, the senior core members of the 3 major guilds, and moreover, a quasi-administrator. Such a prestigious status is unimaginable for an ordinary practitioner. As for the 100,000 contribution points, they represent rewards of divine artifact caliber, needless to say. Yet, despite all this, Bai Yu still did not acquiesce. Looking at Zhang Xiang, a hint of a smile graced his lips. The more Guangchao invested, the more it indicated their concern, their worry about him being snatched away by Langya's people. Ah, I see what you sly little fox are implying. Zhang Xiang sighed, downing the last of his wine. I have yet to encounter a junior as difficult to handle as you. With that, he stood up. In that case, let us wait until you have met with Langya before making your decision. First, let us add each other as friends when the time comes. Remember to give me a definitive answer. Ding. Shield manipulator Zhang Xiang has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Upon agreeing to Zhang Xiang's friend request, the latter's smile returned. Till we meet again, lad. After downing the rest of his whiskey, Zhang Xiang departed from the Gu household. It was only then that the members of the Gu family remained ensconced in their shock, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. After dinner, Bai Yu had initially intended to return home. However, Gu Zhenghao, with his eloquent tongue, could not retain Zhang Xiang, yet he thought to keep you here? Ultimately, Bai Yu found himself half-heartedly persuaded to stay. His room was directly arranged opposite Gu Yuei's. The Gu family truly possessed great wealth. After finishing his shower, Bai Yu could not help but privately marvel. Though merely a guest room, it was a standard large suite. The accompanying bathroom was larger than the living rooms of ordinary households, While pondering this, a knock resounded at the door. Gu Yue's voice came from outside. Bai Yu? I need to talk to you. Is it convenient for me to come in? Come in. As the door opened, Gu Yue entered and closed it behind her. Upon seeing Gu Yue's attire, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback as he dried his hair. She wore a delicate silk nightgown, exposing large swathes of pristine skin. Her gaze flickered, her ruby lips slightly biting, as if she had something to say but hesitated. This left Bai Yu utterly flustered. What is this? Seeing Kuang Chao's attitude towards him, was the Gu family attempting to employ the allure of beauty? Chapter 27, A New Mage Myth Class. The optimal solution for the third profession? Bai Yu, actually, I wanted to apologize to you. Gu Yue lowered her head, appearing somewhat remorseful. An apology? The corners of Bai Yu's mouth lifted slightly. In truth, he had already surmised when Zhang Xiang inquired about his first transition. If all went as expected. The reason Kuang Chao had come to Chengtu was indeed because someone from the Gu family had leaked information about him. As for who? It was undoubtedly Gu Yue, with whom he had been consistently teaming up. Additionally, it must have involved her cousin, Gu Qinglan. Coincidentally, the 8th level guild to which Gu Qinglan belonged was also one of Kuang Chao's affiliated guilds. Ultimately, all of this fell well within his expectations. I'm sorry, Bai Yu. Your information was relayed to Kuang Chao by my cousin and me. Gu Yue kept her head bowed, not daring to meet Bai Yu's gaze. You could have chosen not to say anything, Bai Yu replied. Gu Yue shook her head. I actually feel quite guilty today. My cousin and I reported your information to Kuang Chao, yet you gifted me such a valuable item. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu chuckled. Given my current circumstances, ordinary people would probably go to great lengths to forge connections, yet you, on the other hand, seem to be operating in reverse. I am not the petty type. May I inquire what losses or potential hazards your actions may bring upon me? Gu Yue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Isn't that a relief? Bai Yu chuckled. I was initially contemplating how to engage with the members of the 3 major guilds and subtly showcase my talents. After all, in this era, resources must be fiercely contested. Upon learning that your cousin is affiliated with a subsidiary guild, I chose to take a step back. It turns out you have been of immense help to me. Otherwise, the tide would hardly have taken such a keen interest and offered such lucrative conditions. As Bai Yu spoke, Gu Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is, Bai Yu replied. However, I must say, Yue, individuals as honest as you are quite rare, he added with a grin. Gu Yue furrowed her brow. Are you complimenting me? It doesn't sound like flattery. Oh, don't overthink it. So, you don't hold a grudge against me? Of course I do. You owe me a recompense, Bai Yu exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Huh. How do I repay you? Perhaps in kind? You scoundrel, Bai Yu. This isn't over. In a huff, Gu Yue was thrust out the door by Bai Yu. The previously awkward and serious atmosphere dissipated amidst their playful banter. With the sound of knocking echoing from outside, Bai Yu wore a smile on his face. How could he not notice? Whether it was at school or during the dinner before Zhang Xiang's arrival, both Gu Yue and her family had shown him utmost sincerity. While his remarkable talents contributed to this, the genuine emotions shared between people are unmistakable. As he was lost in thought, the door was knocked upon once more. It was Gu Yue again. Bai Yu, I'm not here to bicker. I have a serious question. Are you coming to the auction at 3 p.m. tomorrow? I think I'll pass. I've taken on a time-sensitive task. You can fill me in when I return. Oh, very well then. Good night. Good night. After politely declining Gu Yue's invitation, Bai Yu reclined back onto his bed. The auction, of course, was an event he intended to attend. However, he could not go in his current guise. The following morning, after breakfast with the Gu family, Bai Yu departed early. He wandered outside until afternoon before disguising himself and arriving at the auction house located in the heart of Chengtu County. It was quite absurd. Every city at or above the county level, regardless of necessity, would have an auction house, typically funded and managed by the government. It was occasionally rented out by companies such as Tao Tao and Dong Dong. This auction marked the inaugural event since the establishment of the auction house in a resource-scarce place like Chengtu County. Upon entering, attendants promptly approached him, clearly prepped for his arrival. After presenting the black gold card from Longxing, Bai Yu was escorted to a premium private room. A beautifully arranged platter of fruits and drinks awaited him, alongside 2 exceptionally attractive attendants standing by. Sir, here is the list of items for this auction. Please peruse at your leisure. As he settled into the sofa, the attendant handed him a list. Sipping the poured red wine, Bai Yu began to peruse the contents. A 7-turn starry set, an assassin's legendary skill tome, mythical materials, resurrection items. Quite an array indeed, presumably all transported from the Longxing headquarters to bolster the auction. Hidden professions were also present. Wait. Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression froze. Auction item. Mage class mythical profession, historical bidding. 2 times, starting price, 36 billion. A mage class mythical profession? With 2 failed bids in history, it implied that it had been overlooked. The price wasn't exorbitant, but the mere revelation of this information plunged Bai Yu into contemplation. Logically, a mythical profession should attract fervent interest, yet clearly, this one was deemed undesirable. Could it be that one? In a daze, Bai Yu recalled a peculiar hidden mage profession concocted by a teammate. If that were indeed the case, it could very well be the mythical profession that had fallen from grace. He pondered whether, given his sword demon-esque characteristics, he could harness such a profession. If feasible, it would undoubtedly be the third profession most suited for him. Bai Yu silently resolved. He might forego other purchases today, but he must secure that hidden profession. As time elapsed, the number of participants in the auction grew. Bai Yu even spotted members of the Gu family among the crowd. Just then, a sudden hum resonated through the venue. The previously closed ceiling began to part. With a deafening roar, a frost dragon descended, flapping its majestic wings, inciting gasps of awe throughout the hall. A dragon. A giant dragon. Has a big shot arrived? If I'm not mistaken, this is the frost dragon. Ranked 45th among mounts, right? Just witnessing this dragon makes this trip worthwhile. It was said that this frost dragon was an 8th-tier demigod beast. One could only wonder the caliber of its master. Whispers filled the auction house. Bai Yu approached the floor-to-ceiling window of his private room to gaze down. Truly, the three major guilds put on quite a spectacle for their appearances. According to city regulations, common professionals were prohibited from using flying skills or any combat skills within the city limits, let alone mounts. Such privileges were reserved solely for the upper echelons of the three major guilds. Soon, the frost dragon vanished in a flash of light, reappearing in the palm of a middle-aged man who then entered Bai Yu's private room. Before Bai Yu could react, two colossal beasts descended from the sky. One was shrouded in mist, revealing only fleeting, indistinct shapes, while the other resembled a fiery phoenix, continuously screeching. Bai Yu recognized one of them. It was Zhang Xiang from the Tide Guild. Indeed, the members of the three major guilds had all arrived, making things more interesting. He wondered if they were there for the unranked shield or the rebirth task exemption voucher. Bai Yu licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 28, New Profession. Spirit of Supremacy. Now auctioning item number 12. This is a quasi-artifact level 200, 8-turn longsword. For specific details, please refer to the big screen. The auctioneers began to showcase the sword's attributes while extolling its virtues. It must be noted that a quasi-artifact level 8-turn longsword certainly captured the attention of numerous warriors. Regrettably, Bai Yu, seated in the private room, felt rather lackluster. His mind was wholly consumed by the sword demon exclusive set, and he surmised that a weapon would be indispensable. Once he gathered the components of the God-Soul Demon Spirit set, it would amount to a complete unranked set, far surpassing this quasi-artifact by a significant margin. The thought of the God-Soul Demon Spirit set Bai Yu's excitement ablaze. Awaiting the conclusion of the auction, it was time to seek out a location to slay a few monsters and complete the quest to unlock the breastplate. In a moment of contemplation, a longsword was auctioned off for an astonishing price of 22 billion. Next up was item number 13, the Mythic Class Transfer Certificate for Mages, a rather peculiar profession. As the auctioneers below elaborated on its details, Bai Yu snapped back to attention, sitting up straight. This profession was named Supreme Spirit. For specific information regarding this class, please refer to the large screen. As the announcement concluded, the screen illuminated with a brief yet cryptic description of the transfer item. Upon use, you shall become a supreme magic spirit. Your magic will undergo a metamorphosis, and your life shall ultimately be sacrificed for this. Though succinct, the description was somewhat vague. Nonetheless, it evidently did not deter the auction participants, all of whom displayed a palpable disinterest in this mythic class. I was genuinely astonished. What was Dragon Walk thinking? Who would possibly desire such a profession? The last time this item was auctioned, I was unclear about its implications, but later discovered that anyone who chose this class was truly deranged. A profession that could lead to your demise upon casting a single spell. Surely, no one could genuinely be tempted by that. I dared not to act. While others expended mana for abilities, this class paid with life itself. Yet, I had heard rumors of someone from Eagle Nation who, inexplicably, had chosen to become a supreme spirit. Although they perished shortly after testing the abilities, it was undeniably impressive. But what good is an impressive skill if it results in mutual destruction? I found myself questioning, does casting skills with this profession lead to death? Can resurrection items not be utilized? They can be used, but they are exorbitantly expensive. Each use of a skill consumes one item, likely making it only feasible for the three major guilds to sustain. Without understanding, one should refrain from speaking. If that were the case, this strategic weapon would have been snatched long ago. Its failure to sell was primarily due to the absurdly high transfer requirements. The attendees within the auction house murmured amongst themselves, and the auctioneer bore a hint of awkwardness on his face. However, unbeknownst to them, while the others held disdain for the supreme spirit, Bai Yu was filled with an uncontainable excitement. Indeed, this was it. If memory serves, this profession was originally designed with a lengthy casting time, during which health would continuously diminish, initiating skills only upon death. Although there were objections when this design was proposed, it ultimately came to fruition. After all, in the game, death merely represented a downgrade. As long as the skill's potency was sufficiently high and the class characteristics appealing, it was relatively acceptable. However, this was the real world. Death here meant true demise. To activate a skill at the cost of genuine life was a troubling proposition. Such a class could ordinarily be seen as a bug. Yet, for Bai Yu, this was an exception. This was solely due to the Sword Demon S class talent. Sword Demon Physique. Magic casting is no longer limited by weapons, nor requires incantation or casting time. The reason the Supreme Spirit incurs death upon casting spells lies in its unique class mechanics, which cause health loss during the casting period. Should the casting time be eliminated, the situation transforms entirely. The mythic class, Supreme Spirit, commenced bidding at 36 billion, with increments no less than 1 billion. The bidding began. 37 billion. As the auctioneer's words fell, Bai Yu promptly pressed the bidding button beside him. Instantly, all eyes in the auction room turned towards Bai Yu's booth, clearly astonished. Why would anyone bid on such a perilous class? Curiosity swirled among the crowd, yet no one dared to raise their bid. 37 billion once. 37 billion twice. 37 billion 3 times. Sold. The entire auction transpired so smoothly that Bai Yu felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Had it not been for his bid, the Supreme Spirit would have surely gone unsold for a third time. Soon, there was a knock at the booth door. Sir, here is the item you have won. Accompanied by 2 official 7th-tier professionals, the auction house staff delivered the Supreme Spirit transfer item. On the tray lay a translucent crystal. After accepting it and dismissing the staff, Bai Yu opened the detailed information of the crystal. Supreme Magic Essence. Description: upon use, you shall become a Supreme Magic Spirit. Your magic will undergo a metamorphosis, and your life shall ultimately be sacrificed for this. In addition to the known description, the panel displayed an extensive list of each rebirth stage and the attribute restrictions for transitioning to a Supreme Spirit. At the first rebirth, the restrictions capped intelligence at 10,000 and vitality at 4,800 in a bare state. This was utterly exasperating. A total of nearly 15,000 attribute points meant that even at level 200 for the first rebirth, one would require an astonishing 37 points of free attributes per level to rank among the top 10 geniuses. Moreover, how many proper mages would idly allocate points to vitality? Indeed, every unsold item had its justifiable reasons. With a soft sigh, Bai Yu quietly opted to use the item. Ding. You have used Supreme Magic Essence. Your magic has undergone a metamorphosis. Ding. Do you wish to change your class from mage to Supreme Spirit? Without hesitation, Bai Yu affirmed. Ding. You have successfully transitioned to Supreme Spirit. Eagerly, he opened his information panel, revealing his class attributes in full view. Name: Bai Yu. Class: Rule Maker, Authority 1. Sword Demon. Supreme Spirit, Knight. Level: First Rebirth LV 30. Strength: 15,885, affecting physical attack power. Intelligence: 17,900, affecting magical attack power. Vitality: 14,865, affecting health limit. Agility: 14,865, affecting attack speed and movement speed. Stamina: 14,865, affecting both magical and physical resistance, defense, and parry count. Remaining free attribute points, unavailable. Luck: 10. Combat Power Index: 90,001. Talents: Internal Account, Fixed Multiplier, Sword Demon Physique, Evil Arts, Supreme Metamorphosis, Supreme Spirit, Mastery of Melee Weapons, Mastery of Magic, Enhanced Physical Body. Passive Skills: Rule Ignorance, Authority Dog, Demon Chaos, Transcendence, Magic Counterstorm. Skills: Data Manipulation, Data Removal, Control Console, Magic Roar, Supreme Fire Slash, Supreme Dimensional Slash, Supreme Flame Strike. Supreme Thunder Surge, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Supreme Ice Stab, Supreme Bloodthirsty Slash, Supreme Fireball, Supreme Ice Spike, Supreme Magic Solar Fall, Enhancement, Shield Smash. Chapter 29. Skills transformed into ultimate abilities? Revenue of 480 billion. Without exception, not only did Bai Yu acquire the Fireball and Ice Spike spells accompanying the Mage class transition, but even the skills originally belonging to the Sword Demon class were imbued with the Supreme prefix. This revelation greatly exceeded Bai Yu's expectations. Would even the skills of the Sword Demon be influenced? Could it be due to their inherent magical attributes? Pondering this, Bai Yu first selected the previously frequently used Flame Slash, Supreme Explosive Slash, upon completion of the preparatory motion. The weapon is imbued with Supreme Explosive Magic to execute a strike, resulting in formidable fire attribute explosive and slashing damage. The preparation time is 5 seconds, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Note: due to the unique nature of this skill, failure to complete the preparatory motion will render it unusable. For a moment, Bai Yu found himself at a loss, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, this profession cannot be taken lightly. A single misstep could lead to a situation where 11 becomes less than 1, were it not for the inherent characteristics of the Sword Demon class. The absurd stipulation regarding the preparatory motion of warrior skills alone would suffice to obliterate his career, even with the Sword Demon's innate resilience providing a safety net. The transformation of what was once a standard output skill into a 24-hour cooldown ultimate was undeniably vexing. What a nightmare. Surely, other skills haven't been similarly affected. With a heart heavy with despair, Bai Yu opened several of his commonly used basic skills, only to find that none were exempt. Even the cooldown for the fireball had escalated to 12 hours. As for the potency of these skills, magical abilities are classified from tiers 1 to 10, beyond which lies the realm of supreme magic, known as the domain of the gods. Additionally, there exist unique divine techniques exclusive to mythical beasts or legendary bosses, which surpass tier 10 magic but fall short of supreme magic in power. Generally, legitimate supreme magic requires the consumption of vast quantities of rare materials, meticulously arranged in a formation. It demands the activation by several mages with over 8 advancements, led by a mage with 9 advancements, to be unleashed. As for skills transformed through the profession's unique characteristics, their power may be somewhat diminished, but they are by no means trivial. Now, with the profession change, it seems the skills have encountered issues. Bai Yu chuckled at his own predicament. However, he was not overly troubled. After all, his circumstances were exceptional. The damage from basic attacks alone was substantial. If he were to encounter a situation where even basic attacks fell short, having such a plethora of ultimate skills might prove beneficial. Supreme Metamorphosis. All your magic will automatically transform into supreme magic. Spirit of Supremacy. Each level up grants an additional 10 intelligence points, utilizing supreme magic without the need for consumables or formations. During the preparatory motion for supreme magic, one cannot be affected by other magic. Each second drains 3 health points from intelligence attributes. Upon death or completion of the preparatory motion to release magic, the longer the preparatory duration, the greater the damage dealt. These 2 talents were quite in line with what Bai Yu had previously understood. However, the other 2 skills filled him with pleasant surprise. One was the passive skill, Transcendence, and the other was the active skill, Falling Sun of Supreme Magic. There was no need to elaborate on Falling Sun. Its distinct prefix indicated it was indeed a genuine supreme magic. It seemed that only by enduring the entirety of the preparatory motion could one unleash the terrifying power of supreme magic. As for Transcendence, it was particularly intriguing. Transcendence. After releasing any supreme magic, your overall attributes increase by 10. This effect expires upon the next level up and can stack. If Bai Yu's assumptions were correct, this should be a compensatory mechanism for the aftermath of using practical skills, ensuring that players do not suffer too great a loss in combat power upon dying and being downgraded after utilizing the skill. However, if used now, it would be quite amusing. A mysterious smile graced Bai Yu's face. He could unleash supreme magic without fear of demise. Cast 1 for a plus 10, and cast 10 to double his attributes. Furthermore, as long as he refrained from leveling up, the buff would remain effective. Was this not a divine skill? Without a doubt. Based on this skill alone, the class change was a boon. Leaning back contentedly on the sofa, Bai Yu felt utterly satisfied. His visit to the auction house had certainly been worth it. Just then, a furious roar erupted from a nearby private room. 100 billion. I, Zhang Xiang, will bankrupt myself to secure this unparalleled shield. Good heavens, has the bidding already reached the shield? Bai Yu rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, discovering that the venue had become a veritable tempest of excitement. At that moment, from another private room, a young man's voice echoed. Mr. Zhang. A junior from the Zhang family happens to be in need of it. I sincerely apologize. Zhang. How dare they challenge Zhang Xiang, a high-ranking figure in the tumultuous world? Presumably, this was the only guild among the 3 major guilds controlled by a family, a scion of their bloodline. Humph, let strength decide. 150 billion. 170 billion. Damn it, 120 billion. 123 billion. The 2 engaged in a fierce bidding war, ultimately resulting in the unparalleled shield being secured by Zhang Xiang for the astronomical sum of 135 billion. Witnessing such a figure, Bai Yu could not help but marvel once more. Truly, professionals are immensely wealthy. Before long, the auction was nearing its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final featured item, Reincarnation Task Exemption Certificate. I believe there is no need for an extensive introduction regarding its purpose. We shall now commence the bidding. With a starting price of 100 billion in increments of no less than 50 billion. Let the auction begin. The starting price of 100 billion spoke volumes about the allure of the Reincarnation Task Exemption Certificate for elite professionals. Almost instantaneously, the lights in the private rooms of the 3 major guilds illuminated, marking the commencement of a fierce battle. 150 billion, 200 billion, 250 billion, 300 billion, the price soared rapidly. Ultimately, the Reincarnation Task Exemption Certificate was auctioned off for the astronomical sum of 390 billion, secured by someone from the neighboring Dragon Tooth Guild. As the auction concluded, the banquet prepared by the Dragon Trading Company commenced. However, it was evident that Bai Yu had little inclination to participate. Sir, here's your card. After deducting the 370 billion spent on item number 13, you are left with 488 billion. Good. Please keep an eye out for any mounts of at least semi-mythical quality, Bai Yu instructed. To claim he was uninterested in mounts would be disingenuous. Especially during the auction's opening, the impressive steeds of the 3 major guilds had ignited a longing within him. Now that he possessed ample resources, failing to acquire an impressive mount would be rather unbecoming. Rest assured, I will notify you immediately should any news arise. After departing the auction house, Bai Yu made his way to the teleportation point. He had planned from the outset that after the auction, he would venture to the Tibetan Plateau or the vast grasslands of Mongolia, where the population was sparse, to undertake the equipment quest for the skeletal magic armor. However, circumstances had changed. With the addition of the immensely powerful Supreme Spirit class, it would be wise to seek out a location with more wild creatures and greater rewards. Ding. Traveling to the Eastern Abyss Region Number 1, a fee of 900,000 universal currency is required. Do you wish to proceed with the teleportation? Ding. Friendly reminder. The Abyss region is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 30. Supreme Magic. Falling Sun. The Abyss region, as the name suggests, is akin to an abyss for ordinary individuals and even most professionals. It is teeming with aggressive wild creatures of all levels. The density of elites and outdoor bosses is alarmingly high. Most terrifyingly, the entire Abyss region is interconnected. Aggro management is exceedingly challenging. This has led to the paradox where, despite the absurdly high drop rates, few venture here to hunt monsters. In this realm, all who engage are elite teams from various prestigious guilds or renowned independent gold farming squads. To prevent the relentless influx of wild monsters from the abyssal zone from besieging the surrounding cities, the Abyssal Defense Town was established. This locale serves as a sanctuary for specialized teams dedicated to combating the abyss. Ding. Welcome to the East Liaoning Province, Abyssal Zone Defense Town Number 1. Ding. A gentle reminder. The Abyssal Zone is fraught with peril. Please exercise caution. Ding. A friendly alert. The density of wild monsters in the Abyssal Zone increases at night. Please remain vigilant. Ding. You are affected by the abyssal power seeping from the rifts. All attributes are diminished by 10. Ding. The hidden mechanism of the Sword Demon class is activated. Under the influence of the abyssal power, all attributes are enhanced by 25. The incessant notifications nearly overwhelmed Bai Yu, causing his head to spin. What in the world is this? A glance at the message log illuminated the situation for him. Ah yes, I recall that the Sword Demon class is indeed related to the abyssal rifts. What exactly was it? Bai Yu scratched his head, finding his memories frustratingly elusive. Regrettably, he had been too focused on coding back then. Had he known such events would unfold, he would have paid more attention to the storyline. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even if he could not recall the specifics, the buffs were what truly counted. As the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, the sky began to dim. In the waning light, the full expanse of the defense stronghold became vaguely visible. Though termed a town, it was, in reality, an elongated arc of fortified defenses. Together with 5 other defense towns, it formed a complete encirclement around the abyssal zone. The total area it encompassed was nearly equivalent to that of the entire Lingtai city. The air was thick with a sense of iron and blood. Aside from the formidable city walls, comparable to those of a provincial capital, there were no permanent structures, only numerous makeshift tents. Scanning the area, Bai Yu observed not only weary adventurers, but also squads of ordinary soldiers equipped with specialized firearms. Although they were mere mortals, they wielded energy weapons developed collaboratively by scientists and alchemists from various professions, making it easy to dispatch ordinary adventurers or monsters of the second transition or below. Upon walking from the teleportation point to the gate of the defense town, Bai Yu encountered not a single ordinary person. Rather, he saw an abundance of military installations, weaponry, and supply points for adventurers near the city walls. Additionally, distant sounds of gunfire and flashes of skills could occasionally be heard. Please present your combat profession credentials to exit the city. As he approached the entrance, Bai Yu was halted by the official guard stationed there. Clearly, the vigilance here was several levels stricter than that in Changta County. There's been an incident, the gatekeeper informed him. Young man, unless it's urgent, I advise against leaving the city today. The abyssal zone at night is an entirely different matter than during the day. Thank you for the warning, my friend. I'll just take a quick stroll and return, Bai Yu replied, waving as he ventured towards the abyssal zone. No sooner had he departed the city gate area than a red-eyed, corrupted wild boar charged at him from nearby. The range of its aggro was indeed considerable. With a swift strike, Bai Yu unleashed a basic attack that dealt nearly 6 figures in damage, swiftly dispatching the corrupted beast. As he delved deeper, the density of wild monsters increased. The exaggerated aggro ranges began to intertwine, and at times, advancing just a few meters would attract a swarm of monsters. Even Bai Yu found himself compelled to sprint at full speed, evading monsters while pushing further into the depths. Soon, a peculiar hue emerged on the distant horizon, resembling a fissure standing tall upon the earth, from which vile creatures occasionally emerged. The Abyssal Rift, the gateway connecting the real world to the abyssal domain, impervious to any means of destruction. At this moment, the monsters surrounding Bai Yu were predominantly at levels between the second transition level 200 and the third transition. This should suffice, he mused, confirming his surroundings before deciding not to venture further. Instead, he slowed his pace, weaving between the wild monsters. In an instant, the entire abyssal zone erupted into chaos. The monsters, drawn to Bai Yu, surged towards him in droves, including several elites and high-level bosses. Thus commenced his monster-drawing strategy, which persisted for a full hour. Behind him, an endless tide of monsters roared like a tempest, trampling the ground beneath them. To call it a beast tide would be no exaggeration. However, as the number of monsters surged, the scale of the tide began to spiral out of control. The greater the commotion, the more monsters were attracted, the more monsters, the louder the chaos. In this vicious cycle, even the lower-tier monsters on the outskirts and the 6 and 7 transition monsters from the core area were stirred. Ultimately, a true beast tide was born. Woo-woo. The chilling alarm echoed above the 6 defense towns, prompting all official adventurers and stationed soldiers within to assume battle positions. Although the atmosphere was tense, it remained orderly, indicating that this was not the first time they had faced a beast tide. At the forefront of the tide, Bai Yu felt his scalp prickle as he gazed at the monstrous horde behind him. The concept of the abyssal zone had originated from him, and the code had been his creation. Yet, only through first-hand experience did he realize he had underestimated the aggro chain reaction of these monsters. He wondered if that transcendent magic could resolve this predicament. For safety's sake, he could not afford to conceal his capabilities any longer. It was the perfect opportunity to test other skills. With a mere thought, the god skeleton demon armor manifested. In the next moment, radiant skills flickered to life. Heavenly demon chaos. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Enhancement. A fearsome shadow of a sword demon materialized behind Bai Yu, pulsating with crimson light. He lunged forward, executing a swift turn, and brought his long sword crashing down. Supreme explosive flame slash. Boom. The sword's blade erupted into a raging inferno, extending several dozen meters in length. Simultaneously, the sword demon's shadow swung its flaming sword. The searing heat, capable of melting steel, unleashed a series of terrifying explosions that spread rapidly at the moment the two swords struck. The violent detonations wreaked havoc, the sheer magnitude of damage coalescing into a crimson carpet across a vast area. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed hundreds of meters in a fan-shaped radius. Even after the flames subsided, the molten ground, still seething with heat, continued to impede the advance of the monsters behind. My word, Bai Yu gasped, his scalp tingling from the sheer power displayed. He surmised that even if an ordinary adventurer unleashed their ultimate skill, the results would hardly rival this. Glancing at his other transcendent skills and the approaching beast tide, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Since he was already here, it would be a shame not to test out his skills. Transcendent. Thunderstorm surge. With a resounding crash, a storm of thunder erupted around Bai Yu, transforming the area within a 500-meter radius into a tempest of lightning. Anyone daring to step beyond the bounds of the thunderstorm would be reduced to cinders. Transcendent. Dimensional slash. It seemed as though time had momentarily come to a standstill. Within this stillness of space and time, Bai Yu and the shadow of the sword demon behind him simultaneously unleashed and retracted their swords in what appeared to be a slow motion. In the next instant, countless beams of sword light ravaged through the tide of beasts, annihilating nearly 10,000 wild boss monsters in an instant. Skills were unleashed without restraint, one after another, as waves of beasts were mercilessly harvested, akin to cutting chives. With each spell cast, Bai Yu's attributes soared under the enhancement of transcendence, propelling him like a rocket. Yet, even after exhausting all his skills, the scale of the beast tide remained formidable. As he observed the advancing horde, Bai Yu's heart remained unperturbed. He simply raised his longsword high, while the shadow of the sword demon behind him mirrored the gesture, pointing its sword towards the heavens. Supreme magic. The sun falls. Chapter 31. Look, there are 2 suns in the sky. My lord, all combat personnel are in position, and the high-level professionals have arrived at their designated locations, ready to strike at elite wild monsters and bosses. The deputy commander reported to the lord on the walls of the number 1 defensive stronghold. The lord, his expression grave, gazed at the looming tide of beasts on the horizon and said in a solemn tone, "Ensure that no one underestimates the threat." It has been 2 years since such a large-scale beast tide has emerged in the Abyss region of the Eastern Territory. Furthermore, there have been few high-level professionals hunting in this area recently. The tide undoubtedly harbors a multitude of 6-turn and 7-turn threats. Yes, as the deputy commander prepared to depart, he suddenly froze, his countenance transforming into one of alarm. What has happened? A sense of foreboding washed over the lord as he noted the deputy commander's change in demeanor. Taking a deep breath, the deputy commander replied gravely, "My lord, a professional with a danger detection skill has reported that within the beast tide, there is an 8-turn meteor-level boss." What? The color drained from the lord's weathered face in an instant. An 8-turn meteor-level boss. It is known that 8-turn beings represent the pinnacle of combat power within the human race. Although he held the title of lord, he himself was merely a 7-turn level 200. Faced with such a boss, even if he were at his peak, he would be swiftly annihilated in a single encounter. What do we do? Quickly, contact the superior command and request the top professionals from the 3 major guilds for reinforcements. Yes, the deputy commander dared not hesitate, hastily making the call. Just then, a conspicuous burst of flame erupted from the beast tide on the horizon. What is happening? Are there surviving professionals in the beast tide? The lord's heart raced, and he swiftly commanded, Quickly, send high-level professionals from the nearby defensive stronghold to assist. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the roaring flames spread like wildfires across the prairie. Even from a distance, one could see swathes of wild monsters turn to ash within its embrace. Amidst the inferno, a faint blue light flickered, seemingly gathering some form of energy. In the next moment, azure lightning illuminated the sky near the horizon, as spells intertwined in a dazzling display. Vast numbers of wild monsters were reduced to ashes like moths drawn to a flame. This spectacle left the defenders of the 6 strongholds utterly mesmerized. Even the level 7 lord found himself momentarily entranced, murmuring, "Could it be that a great power is intervening against the beast tide? Such a terrifying intensity of skill, level 9? Or perhaps level 10? While everyone was momentarily spellbound, the very fabric of the world began to shift. "My lord, do you feel a bit warm?" "Warm?" The lord snapped back to reality. Indeed, it felt as if the sun's rays were cascading upon him, yet strangely, it was night. Where could this sunlight be coming from? What is going on? My fire attribute skills are temporarily unusable? Curse it, I am experiencing the same issue. What is happening? Damn it. My water attribute skills are also offline. My lightning attribute skills are fine. Our team's earth attribute skills are unaffected. Wang Defa, my flame slash has gone dark. I cannot use it. Squad leader, all our fire attribute firearms have malfunctioned. What should we do? It's so hot. Why is it so warm at night? In an instant, chaos erupted atop the castle walls. Just as confusion reigned, the sky suddenly brightened. What is happening? Is it dawn? Are you dreaming? It's 8 in the evening. When has it ever been dawn? Believe it or not, just look. By heavens. Everyone look. There are 2 suns in the sky. Someone shouted, and all heads turned upward. Indeed, to their astonishment, 2 blinding suns had emerged in the once inky night sky. Brilliant light cascaded down, making the abyss region at 8 in the evening shine as brightly as noon. Yet something felt amiss. This did not resemble the sun at all. Beads of cold sweat formed on the Lord's brow as he stared at the ever-enlarging celestial bodies above. He could distinctly feel the temperature of the world rising at an alarming rate. These 2 entities were certainly not suns, nor were they any celestial phenomena. This was a skill, an arcane power that surpassed all imagination. Everyone retreat. Quickly fall back. The Lord's piercing cry jolted everyone back to reality. In mere moments, the once warm sunlight became searingly hot, warping the very air around them. Yet, the 2 suns in the sky continued to swell ominously. The temperature of the world surged higher, prompting even the most oblivious to recognize the impending doom. Countless professionals and soldiers hastily evacuated the castle walls, fleeing the now oppressive heat enveloping the defensive stronghold. Nevertheless, many soldiers and lower-ranking professionals suffered burns from the intense heat. Inside the defensive stronghold, a tent suddenly ignited, flames merging into a vast sea of fire. Gradually, the walls closest to the abyss region began to glow red, softening, until even metal structures began to melt. Meanwhile, the 2 suns plummeted into the core of the abyss. Without a sound. First, a noticeable tremor swept through the crowd, followed by a pressure that crushed their eardrums. Then, a visible white shockwave erupted forth. Wherever it passed, molten lava splattered from the intense heat, uprooting trees without a chance to resist, shattering them into countless fragments scattered by the shockwave. Within the 6 towns, the inner walls collapsed, and all tents were obliterated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, an endless expanse of light and heat ignited the world entirely. The searing white glow engulfed the land, as if consuming all other colors in its wake. The clouds in the sky were instantly vaporized by the heat wave, and the ground of the abyss region began to vaporize and explode under the extreme temperatures. As for the core area where the 2 suns had fallen, it was likely reduced to the purest void. What wild monsters, what bosses. Even the dropped equipment and items vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. A cataclysmic explosion echoed in the distance, its reverberations arriving late. The onlookers, despite covering their ears, wore expressions of palpable anguish. 2 colossal, incandescent mushroom clouds slowly ascended amidst the thunderous roar. Terrifying waves of fiery energy rippled outward, gradually dissipating only after several minutes. In the eastern abyss of Liaoning province, the once menacing beast tides, formidable bosses, and fortified strongholds had all vanished without a trace. Only a single, unscathed rift remained, towering over a crystalline plain that had turned to glass. Chapter 32. The Unleashing of the Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit. A windfall of wealth. All, including the city lord, stood in stunned silence, gazing towards the abyss. It was a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. In the darkness of night, 2 suns inexplicably descended from the heavens, igniting the earth below. Everything around them was consumed in flames, as if the entire world had transformed into an inferno. A piercing bird call suddenly resonated from afar. A streak of fiery red rapidly approached the spot where the city lord and a gathering of professionals had momentarily paused. It was the undying fire phoenix, alongside the indomitable Zhang Lao of the Tide of Fury. Beside them flew the frost dragon, Bai Ning. Upon witnessing these legendary figures, Even the city lord's eyes sparkled with awe. The other professionals and ordinary soldiers felt a surge of reassurance upon learning that titans from the three major guilds had arrived. The Fire Phoenix and Frost Dragon soared through the air, their forms dissolving into radiant light as they merged into the hands of Chen Xiang and Bai Ning. As soon as they touched down, the city lord rushed forward. I've met Zhang Lao and Mr. Bai. What on earth has transpired? We were just about to use the teleportation array when we discovered it was inoperative. What has happened in the Abyss region? Chen Xiang's gaze turned towards the Abyss. Now a void of desolation, his shock evident. What became of the defensive stronghold? How can there be no trace left? And what is with this overwhelming wave of fire energy? The system has already indicated that my ice magic is being suppressed. Bai Ning voiced her own confusion. The city lord, with a wry smile, produced his phone and handed it to them. Gentlemen, this video was recorded by a support class during the entire incident. Please take a look. Chen Xiang accepted the phone while Bai Ning leaned in to watch the video. As the footage played, their expressions shifted from bewilderment to astonishment. When the blinding light in the video illuminated their faces, the city lord recognized the emotions etched upon them, horror and gravity. Bai Ning exhaled deeply and remarked gravely. If I'm not mistaken, what we witnessed in the video was an ultra-level magic. Wow, Bai, is the ultra-level magic of your mages truly this formidable? To launch two such extraordinary energy spheres simultaneously? Chen Xiang inquired. Bai Ning shook her head in response. Firstly, ultra-level magic cannot be unleashed by just one mage. It necessitates the prior expenditure of exceedingly valuable materials to prepare the formation, along with the cooperation of multiple individuals and an extensive casting time. More importantly, it is not merely a case of two energy spheres being released at once. Rather, it appears that two ultra-level magics were unleashed simultaneously. Chen Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously releasing two ultra-level magics? Which organization possesses the capability to execute such a feat within China's borders, without leaving any traces? What could their intentions be? To dismantle the defenses of the eastern abyss of Liaoning province? No, Zhang, I must investigate further. After a brief notification, Bai Ning summoned her frost dragon once more and sped towards the nearest city. Observing this, Chen Xiang opened his communication device to relay everything he had witnessed back to the headquarters of the Tide of Fury. Once he had completed this task, he gazed at the scorched earth on the horizon and sighed. It seems the tides are shifting. Ding. Task completion. The Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit Battle Armor Reborn. The melodious notification brought a smile to the face of Bai Yu, who had been mingling among the crowd. He instinctively glanced at the Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit chest piece adorning him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the once clear, purple-black center of the chest armor now radiated a dazzling golden light. It pulsed with an intense magical fluctuation, as if the very core of the armor had come to life. Golden energy flowed from it, spreading through the structure and seams of the armor, flickering in intensity as if the entire chest piece had awakened. Such an extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of those around him, prompting Bai Yu to hastily conceal the armor and blend back into the throng. He followed the procession of professionals back to the nearest city before using the teleportation array to return to Chanta County, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly drew unwanted attention. He had acted swiftly, slipping away before anyone could regain their bearings. Had he hesitated, he might have found himself the focus of scrutiny, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Finding a quiet spot, Bai Yu opened his backpack to examine the attributes of the Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit chest piece. Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit chest piece, Ultra Artifact, Level, 0 Equipment Slot, Upper Body Type, Light Armor Class Restriction, Sword Mage Defense, 340 Strength, 150 Intelligence, 150 Agility, 100 Stamina, 80 Endurance, 80 Damage Reduction, 10 Skills, Divine Protection, Demon Spirit Possession, Energy Detonation, Miracle Rebirth, Revenge Reflection. Set effect. Usable after the first transformation. Indeed, this was an ultra artifact, and a piece of a set, no less. The excitement on Bai Yu's face was palpable. The existence of ultra artifacts had been a controversial decision made by the developers to entice players into spending exorbitant amounts. Despite protests from many, including himself, who warned that such items would disrupt game balance. Yet here before him was the Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit chest piece. Not just an ultra artifact, but a component of an entire set of ultra artifacts. Even at level 0, its defense exceeded 300, with overall attributes boosting 3 stats into the triple digits. The 4 skills, judging by their names, were undoubtedly formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu opened his backpack and retrieved an item he had yet to sell, feeding it to the Divine Skeleton and Demon Spirit chest piece. With a flash of light, the chest piece's level increased to level 15. Another item was consumed, raising its level to 24. One by one, he fed items of varying levels into the chest piece. As a core developer, no one understood the most efficient feeding methods better than Bai Yu. After feeding a significant portion of the equipment in his inventory, the chest piece finally reached level 200. However, just as he prepared to continue feeding it more items, a system notification chimed. Ding. to surpass the reincarnation level. Materials of the first transformation or artifacts without level restrictions are required. Bai Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A first transformation artifact? Or an artifact without level restrictions? Although other programmers have mentioned that the boss has set a cap to promote in-game purchases during each upgrade of the super relic. The absurdity of this cap is simply outrageous. It's truly astonishing. Who could possibly afford to maintain a super relic? Bai Yu muttered curses under his breath. Yet his body obediently made its way to the teleportation array. There was no choice. His fragile heart required the relic's upgrades, compelling him to grind through the night. Fortunately, with the exploits of Fixed Multiplier and Console, farming for extraordinary treasure chests was not overly challenging, as acquiring a non-tiered relic was manageable. Otherwise, merely supplying the breastplate to the second transition would lead to financial ruin. Not to mention the complete set of the Divine Relic Spirit Ensemble. Whoosh! In a flash of brilliance, Bai Yu vanished into the teleportation array. An hour later, just past 11 at night, he returned to Changtu, brandishing a dagger and approaching the breastplate. He murmured, "My dear, consume this. It's 100 billion. As the light flickered, the Divine Relic Spirit breastplate finally ascended to a first transition level 0. He continued to feed it until his entire backpack of equipment, including the recent dungeon loot, was exhausted, finally elevating the Divine Relic Spirit breastplate to a first transition level 200. Upon reopening the equipment attribute panel, the resplendent data left by Yu, who had been nursing his losses, utterly wide-eyed. What a return on investment. This was absolutely worthwhile. Chapter 33, The True Super Relic. Exaggerated Attribute Enhancements. Divine Relic Spirit Breastplate, Super Relic, First Transition, Level 200. Equipment slot, Upper Body. Category, Light Armor. Class Restriction, Sword Mage. Defense, 19,800. Strength, 18,000. Intelligence, 18,000. Agility, 14,000. Vitality, 11,000. Stamina, 11,000. Damage Reduction, 29. Skills, Divine Relic Protection, Spirit Possession, Energy Detonation, Miraculous Rebirth, Vengeance Reflection. Set effects, 1 piece, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 8 pieces, 10 pieces. Overall attribute increase, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. Damage increase, 10, 50, 100, 300, 1000. Cooldown reduction, 10, 25, 45, 65, 90. Every time a skill is released, there is a 20, 30, 50, 80, 100 chance to reset a random skill as cooldown. Set skills, 1 piece. Rebirth of the Heavenly Demon. Skill, Heavenly Demon S Whirlwind. Effect enhanced by 500. 3 pieces. True Sword Mage Power, not unlocked. 5 pieces. Demonic Transformation, not unlocked. 8 pieces. Equip 3 pieces of the Divine Relic Spirit set to view. 10 pieces. Equip 5 pieces of the Divine Relic Spirit set to view. With a mere glance, Bai Yu instantly donned the Divine Relic Spirit breastplate, as if fearful of it being snatched away. What defines a super relic? This is the epitome of a super relic, with a first transition level 200. The 5 additional attributes exceed 10,000 each, totaling an astounding 72,000 points. The attributes conferred by this single breastplate are nearly 3 times that of an ordinary player at the 10th transition's maximum level. What was originally a double damage effect from Heavenly Demon S Whirlwind, under the set S enhancement, astonishingly transformed into 5 times the output. Moreover, there are still 4 even more powerful set effects yet to be unlocked. This fundamentally disrupts balance, shattering the rules. What talents? What top 100 genius rankings? In the face of the overwhelming attribute boosts from the super relic, the previous obsession with incremental attributes per level seems nothing short of a joke. However, this aligns perfectly with the original intention behind the design of the super relics. While talent classes are indeed significant, as long as the affluent can spend enough money, even a priest wielding a club could obliterate the sole hidden class. It is an embodiment of the rich enjoying their game. Yet, as the game manifests into reality, the implications of the super relics extend far beyond mere gameplay. As the breastplate adorned his form, a warm stream of powerful energy surged within him. This sensation, Bai Yu blissfully closed his eyes. The feeling of wielding such power was both familiar and exhilarating. Although his awakening time was brief, rendering his perception of strength not yet fully realized, he could sense that, with the Divine Relic Spirit breastplate equipped, his prowess should be at least thrice what it was before entering the abyssal zone. Of course, this assessment was solely based on attributes. If one were to factor in the 5 skills inherent to the breastplate, the enhancement would likely surpass even that. Name, Bai Yu. Class, Rule Maker, GM Authority 2. Sword Mage, Superlative Spirit, Knight. Level, First Transition, Level 200. Strength, 44,085, affects physical attack power. Intelligence, 46,100, affects magical attack power. Vitality, 39,065, affects maximum health. Agility, 36,065 affects attack speed and movement speed. Stamina 36,065 affects physical and magical resistance, defense, and evasion counts. Remaining free attribute points, not available. Luck 10. Combat Power Index 293, 200. Skills. Indeed, my intuition was not misguided. Gazing at his attribute panel, Bai Yu was overwhelmed with joy. His level soared as 2 casts of superlative magic obliterated the entire beast tide, filling his experience meter to capacity. Coupled with the 72,000 attributes granted by the Divine Relic Spirit Breastplate, his own attributes had indeed nearly tripled. With anticipation, Bai Yu opened the accompanying skills of the breastplate. Divine Relic Protection. Upon activation, enter an absolute defense state, becoming unselectable and immune to all damage and debuffs for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Spirit Possession. Upon activation, all attributes increase by 50, stackable with other skills, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Energy Detonation. All hostile targets within a 100-meter radius are forcibly stunned for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Miraculous Rebirth. Upon reaching 0 health, instantly restore to full health and increase all attributes by 200 for 3 minutes, during which other equipment skills cannot be used, with a cooldown of 3 days. Vengeance Reflection. Passive skill. 50 of the damage received is reflected back to the attacker. And if the wearer dies, the attacker is forced to lose 30 health points. The monstrous effects, exaggerated durations, and outrageous cooldowns were Bai Yu's immediate impressions upon reading the skill descriptions. Without a doubt, under the enhancement of these 5 skills, survival would be a challenge even to those wishing for death. Undoubtedly, this equipment, meant for combat against the highest divine beings, possesses attributes, skills, and set properties that are all outrageous. Looking at the set properties at the bottom of the breastplate, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As a set, if the breastplate's attributes are this explosive, the others should not be lacking either, right? With its splendid appearance, formidable set attributes, and astonishing equipment skills, Bai Yu promptly prioritized the collection of the Divine Relic Spirit set as his utmost objective. Among the array of equipment, the one he anticipated the most was undoubtedly the weapon with the highest number of additional attributes and the most potent skill effects. If the chest armor was already so formidable, how extraordinary must the weapon be? In comparison, any expenses or the need for gear-consuming resources seemed trivial. With a decisive wave of his hand, Bai Yu declared, "I shall nurture it, even if it means sacrificing my vitality." Reluctantly, he stored the splendid chest armor back into his preparation slot. Although the equipment no longer provided defensive or offensive capabilities once returned, its supplementary attributes and skills remained accessible, which was quite convenient. Suddenly, the notification sound of a friend's message chimed. Bai Yu opened it to find a message from Gu Yue. "Have you completed the task? A significant event has occurred in Liaoning province today. Please exercise caution when outside." Task. Bai Yu momentarily paused before realizing that Gu Yue was referring to the timed quest he had casually withdrawn from. However, her mention of a significant event piqued his curiosity. Was it related to the Abyss Zone? He summoned a vehicle to return to the Gu residence, where the estate was surprisingly quiet. It seemed that Gu Zhenghao and his wife were not home, which he surmised was appropriate given the circumstances concerning the Abyss Zone. As he pondered this, he made his way back to his room. Just as he opened the door to Gu Yue's room swung open. She was clad in her usual cool pajamas. "Bai Yu, have you heard? The Abyss Zone has exploded. My parents just went there to provide reinforcements, and my brother has returned to the guild." "Oh, I heard about it. But are you implying that it's just the two of us at home?" Bai Yu replied with a smile, looking at Gu Yue. "Oh," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing something, and in the next moment, dashed into her room, closing the door behind her. I'm a bit tired. Let us talk tomorrow." "Understood, but next time, perhaps choose a more substantial fabric for your pajamas," Bai Yu teased as he closed his own door. After a refreshing shower, he lay back on his bed. Just as he prepared to scroll through his phone, the system communicator beeped again. This time, it was an unfamiliar friend request. The message was succinct. "Dragon Tooth, by Ning. Our guild has taken a keen interest in you. Let us discuss tomorrow." Chapter 34. 2 major guilds competing for Bai Yu. In the heart of Magic City, at the headquarters of the Storm Guild, several individuals were gathered around a circular conference table, deliberating the events that transpired in the Abyss Zone yesterday. Among the 3 prominent seats, 2 were vacant, while an elderly man occupied the center. These 3 individuals were renowned as the 3 Titans of Storm, each a level 200 veteran of unparalleled prowess. Just their mere presence could send ripples throughout all of China. The remaining 6 members, including Zhang Xiang, along with 7 empty seats, comprised the entirety of Storm's 13-member management team. One fire element mage spoke up, "Elder Ing, I can confirm that the explosion in that abyss area was indeed caused by an advanced fire spell, and it was cast twice. Does anyone else have additional intelligence?" Elder Ing scanned the group. Another warrior chimed in, "Elder Ing, could it be that the neighboring Goguryeo is stirring up trouble in Liaoning's eastern region?" "Impossible." Elder Ing immediately dismissed this speculation. That area has a sparse population and fewer organized powers, historically reliant on the Lighthouse's 10th tier guild for support. To locate a guild with at least one 9th tier fire mage, 5 8th tier fire mages, and ample resources is quite the challenge. Furthermore, casting an advanced spell incurs a 1-year cooldown. 2 consecutive casts would necessitate at least 2 such teams. With a heavy sigh, Elder Ing continued. The only guild in the country capable of such feats is likely Dragontooth. There are a few in the West and the Lighthouse, though. At the mention of the West, Zhangxiang couldn't help but scoff. It was once the weakest region, yet now it has risen. In contrast, we, who once dominated the world by the strength of our nation, have fallen to mediocrity. It's quite frustrating to reflect on. A mysterious assassin, shrouded in darkness, lamented. What can we say? Our misfortune was simply too great. The last 8 who ascended to level 10, 5 of whom departed after reaching the world tree, led to the stagnation of our ascent. The remaining 3 faced dire fates. 2 perished at the base of the world tree, while 1 was besieged by the West and the Lighthouse. Recalling these bygone events ignited a fire within the Storm members. Even Eldering managed a wry smile, lamenting. It's tragic. Even a figure as remarkable as our president, who has completed the reincarnation task, hesitates to undergo the 10th transition. The moment our name appears on the world combat rankings for the 10th transition, we shall only face relentless pursuit and demise. These individuals are utterly intolerable. Returning to the topic, Elder Ing inquired, Zhangxiang, have you made contact with that young man named Bai? Upon hearing Elder Ing mentioned Bai Yu, Zhangxiang appeared somewhat flustered. Elder Ing, that lad is quite cunning. He likely realizes our interest in him, as he hasn't let slip a word about Dragontooth. Elder Ing waved his hand dismissively. In this current climate, being astute is commendable. The youth is perhaps a bit spoiled. That's no matter. I'm curious to see how Dragontooth regards this young man. Do keep an eye on him. After all, they have an ancient oracle among them. If necessary, you may wish to test the waters. Welcome to the Martial Arts Professionals Club. Upon entering the club, a staff member greeted Bai Yu warmly. No need to mind me. I'm merely waiting for someone, Bai Yu replied. Very well, enjoy your time, the staff member responded. As Bai Yu stepped further into the club, he surveyed his surroundings. Opulent decor, young and attractive staff, an array of entertainment facilities, and even a dedicated trading area along with bars and night venues exclusively for professionals. It was clear that this place offered far more than the external world. Undoubtedly, it was a haven where most professionals spent their longest hours within the city, offering both convenience and comfort. Finding a spot at the bar, he ordered a glass of whiskey to sip while he awaited his companion. Just as the liquid warmed his throat, a middle-aged man approached him. Bai Yu? Brother Bai? Bai Yu regarded him with a cursory glance. Clad in a well-fitted deep blue suit and polished shoes, the man exuded an air of seriousness, reminiscent of a military background. Presumably, this was the esteemed figure from Dragontooth who had appeared at the auction with the Frost Dragon, and indeed, the one who had reached out to him, Bai Ning. Bai Ning offered a friendly smile. Shall we? Let us discuss in the VIP room. Following Bai Ning upstairs to the exclusive suite, the staff prepared the drinks and left. However, neither touched the wine or cigarettes. May I call you Brother Bai? Of course, we are of the same kin, Bai Yu replied. Bai Ning chuckled. I intended to speak with you last night. However, the circumstances prevented us from doing so. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yu spoke candidly. Brother, let us get straight to the point. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush, Bai Xiaodi. I have come here on behalf of Longya to extend an invitation to you, Bai Ning stated directly. I am aware that the members of Quanchao may have already met you. The conditions they offered you are also within our reach, and in addition, the official will bestow upon you the rank of Major General. Before Bai Yu could formulate a response, laughter echoed from outside the room. Ha ha ha, little Bai. Your Longya lacks sincerity. The door to the private room was flung open with a loud bang, and Zhang Xiang strode in with confidence. Without waiting for Bai Ning to say anything, he plopped down beside Bai Yu, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a grin. Kid, don't think that Quanchao has forgotten about you. One of the 3 giants up top, Elder Ing, has spoken. If you nod, they LL double the previous offer. Oh. Longya stands by its words, Bai Ning said solemnly, gazing intently at Bai Yu. What Quanchao can offer, Longya can match. Oh. Hearing this, Zhang Xiang perked up. Little Bai, Elder Ing also mentioned that if you join Quanchao, the president will personally present you with an additional generous gift. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but we have an abundance of beautiful women in Quanchao. While Longya is predominantly comprised of men, there's an imbalance, if you catch my drift. You old rascal. Bai Ning was nearly incensed by Zhang Xiang's remarks. He decisively stated, Bai Yu, if you choose to join Longya, you can simply express your interest in any young lady, and my teacher will personally come to mediate on your behalf. By the way, my teacher is the astrologer among the 4 sages of Longya, and no one in Huaxiao would dare to disrespect him. Hey, little Bai, are you determined to oppose me? Clearly, it's you who is being obstinate. The two were on the verge of a heated exchange when a sudden, potent surge of magical energy interrupted them, manifesting a brilliant blue light. Before they could react, a shimmering portal appeared before their eyes, and an elderly man with a white beard stepped through. Bai Ning was momentarily taken aback before hastily bowing in respect. Teacher. Zhang Xiang also inclined his body slightly. Zhang Xiang, I've met the astrologer. The astrologer? Even Bai Yu stood up at this revelation. The astrologer smiled warmly at Zhang Xiang. Ah, Xiaozhang, no need to be anxious. I have merely come to express my stance. This young lad, Longya, can concede to Quan Chao, but he must agree to 2 conditions: receiving an official military rank and holding the title of president of a level 9 affiliated guild under Longya. Chapter 35, Dual Identities. Representatives of 2 major guilds. Zhang Xiang and Bai Yu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. The official military rank was inconsequential, merely a nominal title. However, the position of president of an affiliated guild was rather outrageous. Affiliated guilds are a unique entity, typically established by core members of the main guild or created when an independent guild applies for affiliation, altering its nature. Each individual possesses the opportunity to join one main guild and one affiliated guild, but not everyone is qualified to fill both slots. According to the regulations in Huaxia, only the president and vice president of an affiliated guild can join the parent guild. Yet, because they oversee subordinate guilds, they retain all privileges equivalent to core members of the parent guild, including access to guild tasks and contribution stores. This raises a question. If a person belongs to Quan Chao, but is simultaneously the president of Longya's affiliated guild, a level 9 guild, which guild does this individual truly belong to, Quan Chao or Longya? Ah, sage, this seems rather unorthodox, doesn't it? Zhang Xiang forced a strained smile. Ah, Xiaozhang, I didn't expect you to be more conservative than this old man. Regulations are merely human constructs, the astrologer remarked, stroking his beard. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. He only needs to hold the title of president here. The operations of the guild will be managed by our Longya members. Ultimately, he remains one of you from Quan Chao. How does that sound? Zhang Xiang glanced between Bai Yu and the astrologer, a multitude of questions flooding his mind. To hold the title of one guild while serving as the president of another affiliated guild is tantamount to enjoying the benefits of both guilds simultaneously. Quan Chao posed no issue. After all, the name above this young man's head was that of Quan Chao. But Longya, wasn't this akin to handing out benefits for free? The astrologer's regard for Bai Yu surpassed everyone's expectations, or was there some deeper intricacy at play? I must consult with Eldering. Please hold on a moment. Sage. Zhang Xiang informed them before stepping out of the room to contact his superior. Inside the room, the 3 exchanged glances, each lost in thought. The astrologer smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, young lad. If Quan Chao does not agree, you can always join us in Longya. The conditions my apprentice promised you remain unchanged. Bai Yu pondered briefly. It seemed like a reasonable proposition. After all, he stood to gain no matter the outcome. Yet, he felt a twinge of curiosity. How was it that he possessed such a lure to draw the attention of both Quan Chao and Longya to this extent? Even Bai Ning was taken aback. What had the teacher foreseen that warranted such a hefty investment to recruit this novice who hadn't even undergone his second transition? Just then, Zhang Xiang returned, his demeanor markedly more resolute. Sage, Quan Chao can agree to this condition. Excellent. The rest now lies in the hands of the young lad. The astrologer said, turning his gaze to Bai Yu with a smile. So, young one, will you choose Quan Chao, or will you opt for us in Longya? Or perhaps, do you wish to select bloodline? But I suspect you won't be foolish enough to choose that, given its exclusivity. Only direct descendants can enter the management tier. Choose. It seems there's no real choice here. Bai Yu reached out his hand toward Zhang Xiang. Zhang Lao, I look forward to your guidance. Hey, no problem. I'll have your back in the guild from now on. Ding. Shield manipulator Zhang Xiang has sent you a guild invitation. Do you accept? This time, Bai Yu did not hesitate. Ding. You have joined the level 10 guild Quan Chao. Ding. Under the protection of the guild, your attributes have increased by 35. And experience gained from kills has increased by 20. It appears this lad has officially become one of you in Quan Chao. Congratulations. The astrologer beamed at both Bai Yu and Zhang Xiang. With that settled, I shall not impose further. Young lad, regarding the matter of the affiliated guild president and military rank, someone will reach out to you shortly. I must take my leave now. With that, the astrologer waved his hand lightly, causing the blue magical portal to reappear. It wasn't until he and Bai Ning vanished through the portal that it closed behind them. Why does this feel so off? Zhang Xiang mused, rubbing his chin and furrowing his brow at the spot where the portal had once stood. Bai Yu shared the same sentiment. Though it was said to be his choice, it felt as though he had none. It was only logical to maximize his benefits through Quan Chao, while it seemed Longya was unwittingly setting itself up for a loss. Strange indeed. What intentions does this astrological sage harbor? At this moment, the curiosity extends beyond just Zhang Xiang and Bai Yu. Bai Ning, who followed the astrological sage back to Kyoto, wears a puzzled expression as well. Master, please enlighten your disciple. Ha ha ha, the astrological sage chuckles, stroking his beard with a smug demeanor. It seems our dragon tooth has suffered a loss, having not only dispatched a military rank, but also handed over the presidency of a level 9 guild to someone else. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Ning nods vigorously. Undeniably, in my predictions, this little fellow is of immense significance to us and to all of China. However, He is a person of emotion. As long as we genuinely stand by his side, when he matures in the future, he will naturally not forget us. Master means. The astrological sage pours himself a cup of tea, savoring it with satisfaction. What we have given away is honor and symbolism, but to put it plainly, it costs us little. While others may rely on monetary means to attract him, let those affluent individuals from the tide take care of that. The funds of Dragon Tooth are earned through the hard work of ordinary citizens and professionals. We must save where we can. At this moment, Bai Ning understands. It appears her master is leveraging his prophetic skills to pull off a clever scheme. Dragon Tooth and Bai Yu stand to gain, while only the tide suffers the repercussions. Truly, wisdom comes with age. Meanwhile, as the astrological sage departs, Bai Yu receives a message from the authorities. Mr. Bai Yu, you have been awarded the rank of Major General by the military. Your uniform, officer's certificate, sidearm, and related items will be delivered shortly. Please provide a receiving address. Staring at the message on his phone, Bai Yu is momentarily taken aback. Is this award being conferred rather casually? Before he can gather his thoughts, another notification pings. Ding. The formidable blade of the town, Xiao Jinyu, has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Ding. You have accepted Xiao Jinyu's friend request. Ding. Xiao Jinyu has transferred the presidency of the Level 9 Guild, Red Star, to you. Ding. You are now the president of the Level 9 Guild, Red Star. As the guild affiliation belongs to the Level 10 Guild, Dragon Tooth, you enjoy the privileges of a Dragon Tooth Guild member. Chapter 36, Headquarters of the Tide. A generous gift from the president. Another series of system notifications ensues. Before Bai Yu can process the information, his guild status now lists him as the president of a Level 9 guild. Hey, kid, has someone from Dragon Tooth messaged you? Zhang Xiang, noticing Bai Yu's dazed expression, surmises something. Bai Yu nods. It seems I received a message from a Level 9 guild called Red Star. Someone added me as a friend and transferred the guild to me. Wow, Red Star. Dragon Tooth is indeed quite generous. Who would have thought you possessed such charm to entice Dragon Tooth to offer you one of the top guilds? Zhang Xiang scrutinizes Bai Yu, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Curiosity piqued, Bai Yu inquires, is the astrological sage's profession related to astrology? Indeed, Zhang Xiang confirms. The hidden professions capable of foreseeing the future are exceedingly rare, and only about 10 individuals worldwide have achieved the 9th transformation, like the astrological sage. It is likely he discerned your potential through his own means, prompting him to make such a significant investment to recruit you. Is that truly acceptable? Bai Yu glances at his guild list. What typically holds a single entry now displays two. One is as a low-level peripheral member of the Level 10 Guild, Tide, while the other is as the president of the affiliated Level 9 Guild, Red Star. Although the titles seem impressive, he can't shake the nagging feeling of straddling two boats, reminiscent of a cat. Zhang Xiang laughs heartily. Kid, don't overthink it. To become a Level 10 guild, all three major guilds are, to some extent, under the auspices of our Chinese government. Ultimately, we are still branches of the same tree. As for the superficial aspects, they merely represent healthy competition. Hearing Zhang Xiang's explanation, Bai Yu breathes a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that if tensions arose between the two sides, his unique status might make him a target. That would be an unwise trade-off. Come on, kid. Let me take you back to the guild to elevate our guild privileges. Otherwise, if Dragon Tooth has a Level 9 guild president while we remain mere low-level peripheral members, it would be quite the joke for Tide. Under Zhang Xiang's guidance, the two make their way to the teleportation point in Changta County. Soon, they will teleport directly to the Magic City, and once inside the guild's domain, they can use the guild's teleportation to return to headquarters. After a brief explanation, Zhang Xiang prepares to activate the teleportation point. Just then, Bai Yu suddenly extends his hand. Zhang Lao, could I have my travel expenses reimbursed? The distance from Changtu County to the Magic City is quite substantial. A round trip will cost at least several million. Although he had sold a level-less artifact shield and earned billions from the reincarnation task meeting voucher, times have changed. With the addition of the costly divine skeleton demon spirit set, he must consider the future. However, Zhang Xiang remains oblivious to these concerns, unaware that the precious shield and auction voucher were Bai Yu's sales. He assumes that Bai Yu, being of lower rank, hasn't saved much money. Here, there's 50 million in this card, spend it wisely. Not fearing mockery, he adds, I bought a shield yesterday, and my savings have been entirely depleted. With that, Zhang Xiang brandishes his prized shield, flaunting it before Bai Yu. What do you think? Stunning, right? A level-less artifact. Its attributes are remarkable. Wow, Zhang Lao is incredible. Truly impressive. Bai Yu feigns enthusiasm. Observing Zhang Xiang's childlike delight at acquiring his cherished toy, Bai Yu feels reluctant to dampen his spirits. Level-less. The divine skeleton demon spirit breastplate indeed seems rather splendid. In a flash of brilliance, the two find themselves in the bustling Magic City. A cacophony of sound envelopes Bai Yu, filling his senses. Towering skyscrapers stretch as far as the eye can see, seemingly blotting out the sky. In the distance, the Oriental Pearl stands tall by the Huangpu River. The entire city exudes a vibrant and prosperous ambience. Yet, with so many people, how will they navigate through? Bai Yu glances at Zhang Xiang. However, Zhang Xiang simply grins, pointing towards a nearby exclusive passage. Kid, you are now a member of the 3 major guilds. Don't engage in such undignified behavior. Follow me. With that, Zhangxiang leads Bai Yu to the exclusive passage, extending his palm. The tide's emblem materializes on the back of his hand, instantly commanding respect from the guards at the entrance. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Please, proceed. The guard's booming voice draws the attention of everyone nearby. Is that the exclusive passage for Tide? Those 2 are from Tide. It goes without saying. However, the esteemed individual later observed appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than a mere teenager. Come now, my friend, to join one of the 3 major guilds. One must at least have graduated from university. Could it be that he is the scion of some prominent figure within the storm? It is certainly within the realm of possibility, and I can't help but feel envious. It seems as though he was born at the finish line. Another possibility is that he is an extraordinary prodigy who has gained admission early. Yet, such an early admission seems improbable. I have heard that those on the list of the 100 greatest geniuses must also attend university. Discussing this is futile. Let's simply admire from afar. They say it is a dedicated passage, but in truth, it is merely a specially designated entrance. It offers no respite from the myriad gazes surrounding us. One will simply need to acclimate. As a member of one of the 3 major guilds, one must grow accustomed to the feeling of being revered. Is that so? Bai Yu wore an expression of contemplation. This must be the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he has been scrutinized and discussed by so many. After departing from the teleportation plaza, the 2 directly activated the guild teleportation and arrived at the headquarters of Storm, situated in the heart of the Magic City. No sooner had they materialized than an elder cloaked in black robes, accompanied by 2 middle-aged gentlemen, approached them. Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Ing. The 2 beside him share my position in the management hierarchy, Chasing Wind, Shen Xiao, and Overlord, Lu Hanming. It is a pleasure to meet Elder Ing and the 2 of you. The young lad seems promising. He exudes an aura of good fortune, Elder Ing remarked. Scrutinizing Bai Yu repeatedly, satisfaction evident in his gaze. Simultaneously, Bai Yu was assessing Elder Ing. He had long heard from Zhangxiang that Elder Ing was the foremost assassin in contemporary China, his primary profession being the Godslayer blade, with a secondary profession as a shadow walker. Any target that fell under his gaze would inevitably find themselves ensnared, only to face a swift demise after a full burst of damage. From the descriptions, Bai Yu had anticipated Elder Ing to possess an austere demeanor, with sharp, unyielding eyes and an aura of lethal intent. However, to his surprise, the elder appeared more like a genial neighborly grandfather. Bai, I have not prepared any gifts for our first meeting, but the guild leader entrusted me with this token for you. As he spoke, Elder Ing produced a softly glowing crystal from within his robes. This is a hidden quest voucher. Upon use, it will randomly assign you a hidden quest. What you receive hinges upon your luck, my young friend. The better your fortune, the more rewarding the quest will be. Naturally, the tasks will also be more challenging. It is up to you. Upon seeing the crystal, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. While others may not recognize its significance, he, as the creator of the crystal's underlying code, understood its true worth. This was a remarkable item. With a stroke of luck, it could yield a miraculous outcome. One that would astonish everyone. Glancing at the skill bar's console, Bai Yu licked his lips. What he lacked most at present was nothing but luck. Chapter 37. The Main Quest, An Uncommon Path to Ascendancy. My gratitude to Elder Ing and the esteemed guild leader, Bai Yu replied, accepting the hidden quest voucher and discreetly stowing it away. It seemed that in the past century, no one had ever utilized this item to unlock the most critical quests. Otherwise, it would not have been offered so freely. Yet, upon reflection, this was understandable. The chances of unlocking those quests were exceedingly slim. Coupled with the fact that the hidden quest voucher was inherently a rare item, its lack of discovery was not surprising. Now then, let us not linger outside. Please, come in. Under Elder Ying's guidance, Bai Yu entered the grand edifice of the Storm Guild headquarters. Indeed, it was a grand building. Bai Yu's mind struggled to comprehend it. In his memory, the guild headquarters had remained a vacant lot, with various guild structures built upon it. The strikingly modern exterior and the technologically infused interior of the building before him were a stark contrast. However, upon contemplation, this transformation was to be expected. A testament to the fusion of gaming and reality. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, Xiao Shen, please take Bai Yu on a tour of the headquarters. Familiarize him with the surroundings. I will attend to some guild matters and return before dinner, Elder Ing instructed. Understood, Elder Ing. As Elder Ing ascended in the elevator, the previously reticent Shen Xiao and Overlord Lu Hanming finally came to life. Bai Yu, right? Just call me Brother Shen. You can refer to him as Old Lu. That's what everyone else does. Oh, by the way, Old Lu is actually from your neck of the woods. He's also from the northeast. Yes, I'm from Liaoning. Old Lu chimed in with a hearty laugh. Come on, let me show you around upstairs. The 6th floor is a splendid place. It embodies the pinnacle of our Fengtian bathing culture. The ladies inside are simply exquisite. As Lu Hanming draped an arm around Bai Yu's shoulder, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. Just what aspect of this fellow resembled a so-called overlord? Furthermore, Was the atmosphere of the illustrious Level 10 Guild, Storm, always this relaxed and congenial? I say, can you two exhibit a hint of professionalism? Zhang Xiang interjected, noticing Bai Yu almost being whisked away. You two ought to exercise a modicum of restraint. This young lad is a fine gentleman, and we wouldn't want you leading him astray. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanming's expression soured. Old Zhang, are you even capable of conversing without disparaging someone? It's not as though I'm inviting you for an extravagant outing, is it? Caught in his own words, Zhang Xiang found himself momentarily speechless. After exchanging jabs with Zhang Xiang, Lu Hanming turned back to Bai Yu, continuing to guide him toward the elevator. Come, my brother, let me show you around. You'll see. Our Storm headquarters is truly magnificent. It's like wandering through an opulent palace, filled with treasures. Beside them, Xin Xiao chimed in, yes. If you find something you fancy, you can buy it. Just let Lu Ge handle the bill. He has plenty of money. Observing the trio's departing figures, Zhang Xiang's eyes twitched wildly. What in the world? How did I end up with these two characters after coming out with Elder Ing to fetch someone? As the saying goes, Northeasterners see fellow Northeasterners and shed tears of joy. Lu Hanming's enthusiasm nearly overwhelmed Bai Yu, insisting they share a meal together. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a trio of newcomers, one man and two women, arrived. Lu Hanming introduced them as senior core members of the guild, one from Jilin and two from Heilongjiang. Though they hailed from different provinces, the bond of the Northeast fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. The meal dragged on for a full hour, with Bai Yu caught in the midst of lively conversation. During the meal, Zhang Xiang enlightened him, explaining that the warmth he received was partly due to the inherent unity within Storm. Moreover, the strong naturally gravitate towards and respect other strong individuals. With 4 professions, achieving a first transfer in just a few days had led even Dragon-Tooth's astrologer to bend the rules in an attempt to forge connections. This undoubtedly signified Bai Yu's potential for the future. By establishing relationships during his humble beginnings, he might one day cultivate friendships that would prove mutually supportive. More friends equate to more paths to success. After finishing their meal, the group resumed their leisurely exploration of the building. 7 individuals, 5 hailing from the Northeast. The presence of 2 women among them made it nearly inconceivable how much chatter could ensue. Seizing the opportunity for conversation, Bai Yu gleaned a general understanding of the internal workings of the guild known as Guangchao. In essence, the entire headquarters building resembled a vast, opulent living area. The upper portion housed various essential functional zones for the guild, while the lower section integrated a plethora of leisure venues and shops. Notably, the lower level was not exclusively accessible to Guangchao members. Core members from subordinate guilds could also indulge in its offerings. Consequently, the headquarters buzzed with an unparalleled liveliness. Bai Yu spent his lunchtime traversing the various equipment stores, item shops, consignment stores, and trading markets scattered across the floors. It was only after 4 in the afternoon that he bid farewell to the crowd and accompanied Zhang Xiang to the top-floor office. Upon entering, he found Elder Ing standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sprawling metropolis below. You've arrived. Please, take a seat. Elder Ing said leisurely as he settled into the chair opposite Bai Yu. Now, let me see. Where do I modify the guild member information? He began to fumble through the interface. Moments later, a system notification echoed in Bai Yu's mind. Ding. Your guild position has been upgraded to senior core member. Access to the guild contribution store is now enabled, as well as the guild task system and the guild activity evaluation system. Ding. Your guild privileges have been elevated. Under the guild's protection, all your attributes are enhanced by 60, and experience gained from kills is increased by 50. Ding. You have received 200,000 guild contributions, which can be used for item exchanges in the guild contribution store. With the system's triple notifications ringing in his ears, Bai Yu finally began to comprehend why so many individuals were drawn to the 3 major guilds. The magnitude of the attribute enhancements was indeed captivating. Now, regarding your accommodation, simply visit the branch in the provincial capital and speak with the person in charge, Elder Ing concluded, sipping his tea with an expectant gaze fixed on Bai Yu. Little Bai, now that you are part of Guangchao, it becomes your stronghold, your second home. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us old-timers. We may be idle, but we are always here to help. Do you understand? Yes. Bai Yu nodded solemnly. All right, go enjoy yourself. After bidding farewell to Elder Ing, Bai Yu descended in the elevator, where Zhang Xiang suddenly remarked. It seems that the president and Elder Ing have placed considerable expectations on you. Bai Yu nodded, perceiving the anticipation and desire reflected in the eyes of everyone in the guild. Zhang Xiang added meaningfully, Little Bai, you will come to understand in due time. We are all too old. It is up to you young ones to wield the hammer that shatters the shackles and predicaments of this era. As they exited the elevator, Zhang Xiang busied himself with his own affairs. Bai Yu leaned against the railing, contemplating the scene below. The notion of wielding the hammer to break the chains of the era hinted at the weighty burdens carried by the older generation. Momentarily at a loss, he decided to set his thoughts aside. Taking out the hidden task voucher, gifted by the president, Bai Yu first accessed the control panel to max out his luck attribute. Without hesitation, he chose to use the voucher. Ding. You have used the hidden task voucher. Ding. You have received the task, main line, an uncommon path to ascend to divinity. Chapter 38, the battle begins. Even the gods shall face my blade. Indeed. By maxing out his luck, even the rarest tasks could be unlocked. Upon seeing the task information, Bai Yu's heart soared with joy. Among the myriad hidden tasks obtainable through the hidden task voucher, several were unique quests. Once a unique task was activated, it would be permanently removed from the list of selectable tasks. These unique quests predominantly belonged to the series akin to the path to divinity. Among them, the task with the most exceptional rewards was precisely this, main line, an uncommon path to ascend to divinity. It was no exaggeration to say that although the difficulty was somewhat elevated, at this moment, he feared no challenge. Ding. Would you like to enter the special task instance? Without further contemplation, Bai Yu selected to enter. This task was originally his design. If all went as expected, the sole living entity within the instance would be one of the severely injured triune gods, the Gemini god. The task acceptor would face a series of 10 trials issued by the Gemini god, each task presenting no less than an 8-star difficulty. However, upon completing each task, fragments of the Gemini god's divinity would be awarded. Once assembled into a complete divine essence, the player would inherit the Gemini god's position, becoming one of the elite few in the game. As his thoughts raced, another system notification resonated. Ding. You have arrived at the special space of the Divine Ruins plane. Due to the influence of time-space distortion, all your enhancement skills have been cleared and skill cooldowns have been reset. Regaining his focus, Bai Yu found himself standing in a desolate wilderness. This region appeared to exist beyond Earth. The blood-red remnants of the setting sun painted the sky in a dusky hue. A biting wind sliced through the barren expanse like a blade. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a towering figure standing still at the horizon's edge. Who goes there? Suddenly, the vastness was filled with a commanding voice. The imposing figure slowly raised its head, revealing a peculiar visage, half black and half white. The white side wore a benevolent and gentle smile, while the black side bore a fierce and wrathful expression. Simultaneously, information about the Gemini god materialized in Bai Yu's view. Injured Gemini god, deity, main god LV 1000. Race, deity. Health, 1, 980, 000, 000, 245, 000, 000, 000. Strength, 1, 320, 000. Intelligence, 1, 200, 000. Regardless of the attribute, an unending string of zeros followed. Even in a severely weakened state, the god retained nearly 2 billion health points, and at full strength, a staggering 245 billion. The skills below were so numerous that they overwhelmed the senses. Is this truly the information panel of a deity? The sight of all those zeros evoked a sense of nostalgia for Bai Yu, reminiscent of the time when he worked alongside a colleague responsible for the NPCs and boss panels. He still faintly recalled her name, Li Wei, of average appearance but commendable figure, often wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing somewhat disheveled. Lost in thought, Bai Yu noticed the Gemini god gazing in his direction. Ah, a practitioner. I am at the end of my strength, yet your arrival is surely fate's design. As the colossal form of the Gemini god approached, it gradually bent down to scrutinize Bai Yu. Let me see what profession you possess. The Gemini god suddenly expressed surprise, for it realized it could not perceive the essence of the practitioner before it. It seems my divine power has waned significantly. However, do not worry, come closer. In response, Bai Yu stepped forward. Suddenly, both faces of the Gemini god froze in astonishment. This aura is. The visibly dark visage of the twin divine deity swiftly spread, replacing the formerly pristine white expanse. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the location of Bai Yu. Boom! The mountains trembled. With millions of points of power, even a mere basic attack could unleash terror. What the hell? Bai Yu furrowed his brows and dodged the strike. His long sword materialized in hand, and the divine skeleton demon armor adorned his form. However, the instant the divine skeleton demon armor manifested, the twin divine deity unleashed his full aura. Divine skeleton demon. You are the sword demon. Die. Amidst the deafening roar, the twin divine deity, once merely a task NPC, went berserk in an instant. The once dim sky was engulfed in utter darkness. Simultaneously, Bai Yu's heart sank. This is bad. I forgot something crucial. In the storyline, the twin divine deity was gravely injured due to the self-detonation of the sword demon. As this thought crossed his mind, a grand voice resonated from the depths of the darkness. Instant death. In the alternating realms of black and white, a blinding beam of light became unavoidable, piercing directly through Bai Yu's forehead. 9, 870, 000, 000. An overwhelming damage figure that exceeded his life value by countless multiples instantly brought Bai Yu's health to the brink of annihilation. And reaching this critical state meant true death. Yet, despite being on the verge of collapse, Bai Yu did not fall. Ding! The equipment skill, Miraculous Rebirth, has been triggered. In the next moment, his previously empty life value was restored to full, and all of Bai Yu's attributes surged tenfold. Slowly he raised his head, casting a grim gaze towards the twin divine deity not far away. Are you seeking death? Is this the power of the divine skeleton demon? The twin divine deity looked at the not quite dead Bai Yu and raised his hand once more. Heir of the sword demon. Your demise was sealed the moment you entered this place. Life and death are in my hands. Control panel. Miss, Mississippi. A series of misses appeared above Bai Yu's head, indicating that the twin divine deity's attack had been completely nullified. Privileged dog LV2. A 1/5 chance to nullify any form of damage or debuff. With the luck value restored on the control panel, this chance was 100%. How is this possible? The twin divine deity looked perplexedly at his own hands. A skill that should have been a guaranteed hit. How could it all be ineffective? Are you done? Now it's my turn, isn't it? Bai Yu sneered, tightening his grip on the iron sword. The power belonging to the sword demon surging within him. Demonic chaos. Bloodthirsty rampage. A surging blue glow erupted into the sky, transforming behind Bai Yu into a colossal shadow of the sword demon. Under the quintuple effects of the divine skeleton demon armor, rebirth of the celestial demon. The sword demon's shadow was no smaller than that of the twin divine deity. Sword demon, I shall slay your mother. The recollection of his near demise ignited a furious blaze within Bai Yu. Regardless of whether you are a god or a ghost, take this sword. Chapter 39. For Suns in the Sky. You forced my hand to cheat. Supremacy, bloodthirsty slash. A torrent of blood-red light surged forth, violently slicing through the twin divine deity's form. In the next moment, an even more exaggerated blood-colored sword light was unleashed by the sword demon's shadow. Striking down once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu swung his sword again. Supremacy, Ice Piercer. Supremacy, Minor Annihilation. On the other side, the already gravely injured twin divine deity was forced back by Bai Yu's sudden onslaught. This is impossible. How could such a degree of magic be wielded by the sword demon? You have yet to fathom the depths of what I can do. Supremacy, bloodthirsty slash. Originally a mundane sword demon skill, under the transformation of supremacy, it had evolved into a skill capable of threatening deities. Moreover, the bloodthirsty slash, which had entered a lengthy cooldown, was once again unleashed by Bai Yu at this moment. Not only that, but all the skills he had just utilized seemed to have no cooldown, as Bai Yu recklessly unleashed them. The effects of the divine skeleton demon set. Every time a skill is released, there is a 20 chance to reset the cooldown of a random skill. Just like the skill Privileged Dog. With the full backing of luck, that chance translated to 100%. In the blink of an eye, dozens of skills were released, draining a third of his mana. Yet simultaneously, under the passive enhancement of Transcendence, Bai Yu's attributes doubled, and then some. Let us unleash something big. Having succumbed to his frenzy, Bai Yu raised his long sword high. An endless torrent of fire elemental energy surged forth. Supremacy magic, Falling Sun. The overwhelming magic of the abyssal zone re-emerged. However, this time, the two suns were each 10 times larger than before. One was a staggering 50 times larger than the previous. This is impossible. Gazing at the exaggerated suns in the sky, even the twin divine deity's face displayed astonishment. Such formidable magic could threaten him. How could this newly emerged young sword demon? You must die. The gaze of the twin divine deity towards Bai Yu intensified with murderous intent. Yet, as powerful divine skills were launched, their effects were horrifically nullified, leaving only a grand mist floating above Bai Yu's head. With his mana bar diminished by more than half, Bai Yu decided to take decisive action. Seizing the moment while the two suns were still descending, he braced against the twin divine deity's assault and unleashed another supremacy bloodthirsty slash, refreshing the cooldown for the falling suns. Once more, supremacy magic, Falling Sun. In an instant, 4 suns appeared in the sky. The terrifying heat caused a series of misses to appear above Bai Yu's head as the caster. Want to escape? Not a chance. Bai Yu blocked the twin divine deity with his sword, then executed an ice piercer to freeze him in place. Just then, the twin divine deity's robe suddenly gleamed. All element immunity. A massive mist manifested above the twin divine deity's head. Simultaneously, the effect of Bai Yu's divine skeleton demon armor, miraculous rebirth, concluded. And other equipment skills lit up. Damn, are you the only one with equipment skills? Energy detonation. Boom. Golden energy erupted from the core of the divine skeleton demon armor. The violent tremor left even the twin divine deity momentarily stunned. It was in that fleeting moment that everything changed. The energy orb in the sky erupted completely. Boom, 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 boom. A cataclysmic explosion far more exaggerated than the last engulfed the desolate land. In the next instant, another explosion of equal magnitude to a nuclear blast occurred. Bathed in an endless brilliance, even Bai Yu, the skill's initiator, felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. If all goes as expected, this should be the first time he has unleashed such frenzied firepower. With the tenfold attribute amplification of the divine skeleton demon armor, miraculous rebirth, combined with the quintuple enhancement of demonic chaos, unleashing the supremacy skill in this state. Once again, following a series of 2 consecutive explosions, The anguished howls of the twin deities reverberated through the core area. It was not until 2 minutes later that the duration of the control panel's abilities came to an end, whether it was due to the uniqueness of the GM skill or the passive ability of skill refreshing. It seemed that it could not influence the abilities of the rulemaker's profession. Without the invulnerability granted by full luck, Bai Yu's heart began to feel uneasy. At this moment, the radiant light had completely dissipated. The twin deities lay silent on the ground, as if they had perished. The glassy wasteland was continuously shrouded in intense heat, and even Bai Yu could only observe from a distance, unable to approach. Dead? No, something felt amiss. There were no notifications, nor did any items or reactions emerge. Attempting to leave the instance, Bai Yu found himself halted by the system's notification. Ding, the task is not yet complete. Departure from the instance is temporarily prohibited. Damn. An ominous premonition surged within Bai Yu's heart. He witnessed the twin deities, once sprawled on the ground, gradually transforming into fine ash and dissipating. However, Bai Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. If memory served him right, a girl at the adjacent table had mentioned that the twin deities were designed with 2 lives, 2 forms. In other words, Bai Yu gripped his sword tightly. If all went as expected, what he was about to face next was whoosh. The previously scattered ash suddenly reformed, coalescing once more into the figure of the twin deities. Yet, unlike their earlier feeble state, this time the twin deities appeared grander and more imposing. A resplendent divine light erupted from their form. In one hand, they wielded a platinum staff, and in the other, a long black-purple sword. Their visage radiated brilliance, while behind them lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Is this their complete form? Bai Yu scrutinized the twin deities from head to toe. Concurrently, the twin deities were also assessing Bai Yu anew. Young sword demon, this time you stand no chance. Their tone was devoid of emotion. I am destined to perish. Yet you have triumphed over my first phase. You are formidable. Tell me how you nullified my attacks, and I shall grant you a glorious death. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Is every deity this melodramatic? I find myself curious about how many states you truly possess. If you can defeat me, that will be your end. It seemed that following Bai Yu's victory over the first phase, the twin deities' demeanor had shifted from condescension to a more serious tone. However, after hearing the response, Bai Yu suddenly laughed. Are you certain that if I defeat you again, you will indeed perish? Indeed, my life force wanes. But you shall not have the opportunity. It was evident that the twin deities had underestimated Bai Yu's current state. Nevertheless, they remained oblivious to the fact that for Bai Yu, state was not everything. Well then, I am not one to dally. Let us determine a victor swiftly. I have dinner to get back to, he declared, planting his sword into the ground and looking up at the towering twin deities, a mysterious smile gracing his features. The deities boasted full health and readiness, all skills on cooldown reset. In stark contrast, Bai Yu found his mana depleted, most of his skills in cooldown. Yet even so, the advantage still lay with him. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a glorious death. The face of the twin deities darkened instantly. Raising their staff high, they began to conjure a skill of terrifying magnitude. You force my hand. Bai Yu pointed towards the twin deities. Data manipulation. Chapter 40, World Announcement. The first slayer of the divine. As the luminous screen manifested before him, a thought crossed Bai Yu's mind. In an instant, the twin deities' once grand panel, adorned with innumerable zeros, plummeted to the bare minimum of 1 point. The very next moment, a cataclysmic skill roared towards Bai Yu. A single line of health, utterly unchanged. A ferocious gale swept through, yet nothing occurred. Only the withered grass at Bai Yu's feet trembled slightly. The two figures, one human and one divine, stared at each other in disbelief. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the world. A blinding beam of light surged through the black and white void towards Bai Yu. The twin deities, employing the same trick, aimed to obliterate Bai Yu once more. This time, evasion seemed impossible. The light pierced through Bai Yu's brow. That tickles. Bai Yu scratched his brow, smiling at the twin deities. I must say, you're rather underwhelming, aren't you? You in confusion. The twin deities unleashed a barrage of skills. They even resorted to their ultimate technique without reservation, directing it straight at Bai Yu. As it turned out, this strategy proved somewhat effective, but not significantly so. The damage that floated above Bai Yu's head was no longer a solitary one, but rather a series of ones. An indescribable bewilderment and an unknown dread filled the thoughts of the twin deities. In that moment, they felt an unprecedented weakness, as if they could be swept away by the slightest breeze. The threat emanating from this seemingly inconspicuous young sword demon expanded infinitely. It was as if their positions had been entirely reversed. Bai Yu regarded the twin deities with an enigmatic smile, akin to observing a fish on a cutting board. With a single step forward, the twin deities could no longer maintain their former grandeur. What on earth are you? Do not approach me. Stay away. Great Annihilation Technique. 1. Bathed in the hollow radiance of the skill, Bai Yu swiftly closed the distance to the twin deities. Without hesitation, the twin deities swung their staff down with tremendous force. Yet in the next moment, with a resounding clang, the staff was effortlessly sent flying from Bai Yu's grasp. The overwhelming power rendered the twin deities feeling utterly powerless. Could it be that they faced a being beyond divinity? Was everything that had transpired merely a jest at their expense? Are you prepared to meet your glorious death? Bai Yu taunted, raising his sword. The dark energy, emblematic of despair, swiftly coalesced upon the blade. No, please, do not. The twin deities, in despair, turned to flee. An instinct deep within their soul warned them. This strike was insurmountable. To be struck would only lead to demise. Spare me. I can guide you to the divine realm. Just moments ago, they had no intention of sparing Bai Yu. Die. Exceeding level, minor annihilation. With a fierce shout from Bai Yu, a dark energy sphere, several dozen meters wide, tore through the earth, hurtling towards the twin deities. No. Boom. The dark energy ravaged the area, obscuring the damage numbers that floated above the twin deities' head. But it mattered not. After all, they were left with only 1 point of life. No matter the damage inflicted, it would be but a fleeting moment. Even as the energy began to dissipate, Bai Yu's other hand readied the data removal skill, poised to strike. Awaiting this duality of the divine, should it dare to play deceitful tricks and retain a hidden hand, I would simply unleash a swift data removal to obliterate both its form and essence. Fortunately, as the energy of the dark attribute dissipated, the system notification chimed in. Ding. You have slain a deity. The twin divine has acquired the title of Godslayer. Ding. As the inaugural slayer of a deity, your name shall be announced to the entire world. Would you prefer to conceal your identity? What? The first to slay a deity? An announcement to the world? Without a moment's pause, Bai Yu opted for anonymity. World announcement. The practitioner from Huaxia, XXX, has slain the primordial deity, becoming the first to achieve this feat and earning the title of Godslayer. World announcement. The practitioner from Huaxia, XXX, has slain the primordial deity, becoming the first to achieve this feat and earning the title of Godslayer. World announcement. The practitioner from Huaxia, XXX, has slain the primordial deity, becoming the first to achieve this feat and earning the title of Godslayer. A trio of announcements erupted, sending shockwaves through the ranks of practitioners worldwide. Wang Defa? Slaying the primordial deity? How did a Huaxiao individual accomplish this? Quickly, investigate. Alashet, the first to slay? Such an honor should belong to us Franks. Bakayuru, get to investigating. I demand the entire dossier of this Chinaman within 3 days, and then I shall personally eliminate him. A Godslayer? How could he be from our Huaxia? Which brave soul possesses such prowess? Hurry, dispatch someone to locate and safeguard him, and advise our top practitioners to lay low and avoid isolation. Slaying a deity? This individual must possess my Korean bloodline. A deity, you say? The spoils must be magnificent. I declare this Godslayer my next quarry. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Bai Yu had already opened his backpack to examine the so-called Godslayer title. Godslayer, title item. Description, upon equipping, your name will be preceded by the Godslayer prefix, enhancing damage dealt to deities, divine beasts, and mythic bosses by 1,000. It indeed aligns with the prior specifications. Placing the title back into the backpack, Bai Yu wisely refrained from equipping it. One could easily surmise that following the world announcement, individuals worldwide would be seeking him. Indeed, there are many good souls in this world. Yet, there are also a considerable number of nefarious ones. Although he currently possesses strength, it is far from sufficient to confront every potential crisis. Take today as an example. Had it not been for the divine skeleton demon armor, he would likely have perished. After all, facing a deity, the resurrection items in his backpack would be of little use. As he pondered, a sudden radiance enveloped the surroundings. Startled, Bai Yu swiftly re-entered a combat stance. Within the brilliance, the visage of the twin divine materialized, prompting Bai Yu to consider employing data removal to banish it along with its data. Yet, in the next instant, he realized the system had declared it deceased. Thus, what is this? Young sword demon, my spirit shall herald your emergence throughout the divine realm. You shall face the wrath of the gods, just like the previous sword demon. With those final words, the twin divine's form dissipated amidst the radiance, leaving Bai Yu with a countenance of gloom. The pursuit of the entire divine realm? This gamble seems rather significant. Ding. Due to your slaying of the twin divine, the quest, mainline, an uncommon path to ascendancy, has been altered. Ding. You have accepted the quest, mainline, the path of God-slaying. Ding. You have acquired the special item, Lost Radiance of the Divine Sovereign. Chapter 41. Unleashed an entire set of supreme artifacts? The Lost Radiance of the Divine Sovereign? Bai Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the system information. This revelation had far exceeded the originally designed quest trajectory. Could it be a result of the new changes following the fusion with the real world? Contemplating this, he opened his backpack. There lay a half-black, half-white glass arcane ring, appearing as an utterly mundane glass artifact. It felt as cold and heavy as glass itself, devoid of any magical aura. Lost Radiance of the Divine Sovereign. Description: a complete divine essence of the twin divine, yet devoid of the divine power due to its fall. Now lacking brilliance. A complete divine essence? Alas, it seems unusable. Bai Yu lamented inwardly. Typically, The series of quests associated with the path to divinity yield shards of divine essence at each stage. Only upon reaching the 10th reincarnation at level 200 and successfully completing all quests would one amass a complete divine essence. Possessing a complete divine essence guarantees players exceptional achievements while ascending the world tree, along with superior attribute bonuses upon attaining divinity. Looking at what he held, not only was it a divine essence, but a complete one at that. Yet it remains unusable. The sensation was akin to a stunning beauty lying naked on the bed, awaiting, while one's manhood stubbornly refused to respond. In resignation, Bai Yu could only hope that the new mainline quest would yield some rewards. Clicking on the mainline quest, the detailed introduction unfolded. Mainline, the path of God-slaying. Quest introduction. As the sword demon, you have become the target of the God-sworn vengeance. To survive, you must embark upon the path of God-slaying. Quest details. Slay a deity to reactivate the lost radiance of the twin divine essence with its divine power. I'm truly at my wit's end. Upon reading the quest introduction and details, Bai Yu felt his head swell. Was this not a blatant declaration that he must now oppose the entire pantheon of deities? Others may not comprehend the implications, but he was all too aware. The divine realm, since the inception of game design, consists of thousands of ordinary deities and over 100 high-tier deities, in addition to 15 supreme deities and 3 ultimate gods. Just managing a severely weakened twin divine would require every ounce of cunning. Had it manifested even one more form, or if 2 deities had attacked simultaneously, he might have already met his demise. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu forced himself to regain composure. There was no turning back. He must now focus on enhancing his strength. His thoughts raced, and plans began to form. The first priority was leveling up. With an advantage of 300 attribute points per level, advancement was essential. Moreover, continual reincarnation would grant him new skills from the sword demon, alongside the overlord spirit, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Most importantly, gathering the divine skeleton demon set and the new skills of the rule maker were the primary sources of his strength. It was also time to seek out a suitable hidden class to fill the vacant knight position. While his output was ample, his defenses were notably fragile. Additionally, he must refrain from using console skills lightly, saving them for unexpected emergencies. Who knows when those deities might descend? Having a console would greatly ease matters. At this moment, Bai Yu was far too weak to be concerned about the limitations of console usage affecting his ability to farm extraordinary treasure chests. He was acutely aware that without his life, everything else would be rendered moot. Very well, it is settled. I must expedite my second transition. With a plan firmly established, Bai Yu's heart found a semblance of peace as his gaze shifted to the glassy, searing terrain, still emanating waves of intense heat. Under the brilliance of the 4 consecutive sunsets, the original visage of this world had long since vanished. Arriving at the site of the fallen twin gods, it seemed that their forms had dissipated into nothingness. Scattered across the ground were the remnants of their belongings, including the staff that Bai Yu had previously sent flying, now lying forlorn in the distance. Curiosity piqued, Bai Yu picked up the robe once worn by the twin god, and its attribute panel materialized before him. Robes of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Note: cannot be used, requires the blessing of the twin god's divinity. Astonishing. A super artifact? Main god LV-1000. Yet again, it is unusable? Reluctantly, Bai Yu reached for the nearby circlet. Circlet of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Note: cannot be used, requires the blessing of the twin god's divinity. Just like the godly spirit set, this too is a super artifact ensemble. Bai Yu slowly surveyed the array of equipment scattered about. Gloves of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Boots of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Pants of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Wristbands of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Rings of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Approaching the staff with a sense of numbness, Bai Yu examined its information panel. Staff of light and darkness, devoid of divinity, super artifact, main god LV-1000. Including the weapon, there were precisely 10 pieces. Gazing at the complete set of light and darkness artifacts, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He had never anticipated that the first super artifact set he would collect would not be the godly spirit set. Perhaps I should feed one to the godly spirit chestplate. The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. If it yielded no upgrade or effect, it would be one thing. But if it did enhance the godly spirit chestplate to several transitions, or even to a divine level, he would find himself unable to don it again for an extended period. The implications were too significant to ignore. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily retain the entire set as a collection. Bai Yu carefully stowed away the complete light and darkness ensemble, and then turned his attention to other items left behind by the twin god. He wondered if it was customary for deities to leave everything behind upon their demise, Or perhaps it was merely this particular instance of misfortune. Regardless, it appeared this being had abandoned all its possessions. Among the assorted items were numerous tools, several unfamiliar materials, and a long sword that the deity had wielded in its second form. Truly, as a main god, these were splendid treasures. As Bai Yu organized the items and materials, he couldn't help but marvel. Every material was unequivocally divine in nature, some of which even Bai Yu could not identify. The tools were exceptionally impressive, including ones for point resets and the ability to alter the number of talent attribute points at each level. Remarkably, 2 class expansion scrolls had also dropped. Any single one of these items would incite fervor among top-tier practitioners. Among them, 2 items caused Bai Yu's heart to race. Super Divine Water, upon use. There is a 99 chance of death, a 0. 99 chance of increasing occupational strength, and a 0.01 chance of significantly boosting occupational strength. With a permanent increase of 1000 to all 5 basic attributes, can only be used once. Token of the Twin Goddess Treasure, a token of the Twin God. When used upon discovering their treasury, it can unlock the vault's door. Chapter 42. Unexpected Joy, the Sword Demon's Extinguishment. A 99 chance of death. The probability of becoming stronger is merely 1. Most individuals would likely regard this ominous black potion with trepidation. Yet, Bai Yu was different. With the aid of his console skill, any potential outcome transforms into a certainty. He decided to keep the Super Divine Water for now, awaiting the console's refresh to utilize it. He hoped the deities would not reappear too swiftly. As for the token, Bai Yu examined the twin goddess statue in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. A main goddess treasury, one could only imagine the treasures it housed. However, that treasury was likely situated within the divine realm, suggesting it would be of little use for the time being. Having collected all items and materials, Bai Yu's gaze fell upon the remaining long sword on the ground. The sword, entirely black, bore a somewhat menacing appearance. Dark purple energy patterns surged from the core of the hilt, pulsating through the fissures of the blade. The sword emanated an uncanny aura, as if it were a living entity. Its aesthetic starkly contrasted with that of the twin god, creating a strong sense of dissonance. Upon opening the longsword's information panel, Bai Yu immediately understood why this weapon appeared so incongruous with the twin god. It was not his possession at all. Instead, it belonged to the sword demon. Demon sword. Goddess extinguishment, super artifact, LV0. Equip position, weapon, class, longsword. Occupational restrictions, melee and mage classes. Physical attack, 800, 950. Magic attack, 800, 950. Strength, 240. Intelligence, 240. Agility, 200. Endurance, 150. Stamina, 150. Damage increase, 14. Skills, instant death, life and death control, transcendent demonization, demonic energy erosion, blood sacrifice, desperate rampage. Note, initially owned by the sword demon, it drank the blood of countless gods. After the sword demon's fall, it fell into the hands of the twin god, becoming a secondary weapon. This longsword utterly surprised Bai Yu. He had initially presumed that the main weapon, the longsword, was a component of the godly spirit set. To acquire such a super artifact level weapon, one would typically need to undergo several transitions. Yet unexpectedly, it was not part of a set, nor did it require any transitions. The sword demon's weapon had dramatically appeared before him. Though it wasn't a set piece, its attributes surpassed those of the chestplate component in the godly spirit set. Observing the skills, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. 2 exceptionally powerful active skills, instant death and life and death control, were those once wielded by the twin god. The former nearly having been his demise. Transcendent demonization and blood sacrifice were enhancement skills, the former bolstering magical output and defensive health, while the latter mirrored the abilities of blood sacrifice and bloodthirsty rampage, albeit with significantly amplified effects. Demonic energy erosion was a passive skill. Any wound inflicted by the demon sword would result in a loss of 1 health point per second, implying that in a battle lasting 100 seconds, one would assuredly perish. While it may not be useful for routine skirmishes, it could serve as a divine technique for overcoming formidable foes. As for the last skill, it was rather absurd, prompting Bai Yu to twitch at the corner of his eye. Desperate rampage. Deducting 99 points from health and mana, the damage is increased by 1000 for the subsequent 5 minutes. After the duration ends, health is restored by 50, with a cooldown of 3 hours. If utilized wisely, it is a divine technique. If mismanaged, it equates to self-destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu discarded the long-used level 0 iron sword in his possession, opting instead for this equally level 0 ultra artifact, the magic sword. It was not that he wished to refrain from upgrading the magic sword, but rather his inventory was entirely consumed by the breastplate, leaving him with no resources to spare. Feeling the pulsation of the long sword in his hand, Bai Yu was utterly satisfied. Although this mission was fraught with unforeseen challenges, including the looming crisis of the divine realm, it was ultimately worthwhile. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance, and Bai Yu's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had returned to the headquarters building of the Storm Guild. If memory serves, He should still have 200,000 contribution points, just enough to procure some equipment for the magic sword. He descended to the guild's contribution shop. Due to the automatic exchange of contributions, the shop was unattended. Bai Yu opened the list. Instantly, a dazzling array of items filled his vision, prompting even him to inwardly marvel. No wonder everyone aspired to join a level 10 guild. Just take a look. The meteorite and moonlight equipment, which could seldom be seen outside, were here in abundance, as if they were worthless. Various classes boasted an impressive collection of solar-level scattered pieces and sets. There were even over a dozen artifacts, alongside two without classification. As for materials and rare items, the store was overflowing. After perusing the offerings, Bai Yu's gaze settled on a particular crystal displayed on the page. It was the hidden quest voucher, previously gifted to him by the guild leader, Shadow. Priced at 30,000 contributions, this voucher was by no means inexpensive, considering that one artifact in the shop was sold for 50,000 contributions. However, Bai Yu paid no heed to the cost and immediately purchased the remaining 3 vouchers, spending a total of 90,000 contributions without a flicker of hesitation. If all went according to plan, these vouchers should unlock quests from the Divine Path series. With them in hand, he would possess the right to take initiative, slay gods, and subsequently activate the divine essence of the twin gods. To him, the 3 hidden quest vouchers represented 3 divine entities awaiting activation. After securing the hidden quest vouchers, Bai Yu scanned the contribution shop once more. Upon confirming that there were no other urgently needed items, he deliberately selected the lowest level equipment from the contribution warehouse for a shopping spree. He spent 50,000 contributions, filling his inventory with diamond gear across various levels. With the remaining 20,000 contributions, he exchanged for numerous skill books for both warriors and mages. Following his previous battle with the twin gods, Bai Yu had identified 2 of his weaknesses. First, he lacked mana. Should the twin gods adopt an additional form, even with the invincibility afforded by the breastplate skill, he would be unable to deal damage in an empty mana state. Secondly, he was limited by the scarcity of skills, or rather, the excessive cooldown periods of the skills he possessed. Under the dual influence of the sword demon and the superposition spirit, all his skills boasted formidable power, but their cooldowns were equally extended. Were it not for the abundant luck enhancing the set effect of the divine skeleton magic spirit, he would have been left to rely solely on basic attacks for damage output. Since the issue of cooldown cannot be swiftly resolved, a shift in strategy to increase the number of skills seemed prudent. Having completed these tasks, Bai Yu took a deep breath, his gaze penetrating through the glass curtain wall of the building towards the distant sky, the divine realm. From this day forth, it would weigh heavily upon his heart. The enhancement of his strength had become imperative. Returning home, he would first nurture the magic sword, and then prepare for the second-class advancement tomorrow to seek the 3rd piece of sword demon equipment. Chapter 43, The Terrifying Augmentation of the Magic Sword. 10-star Rebirth Task. Just as Bai Yu exited the elevator, he had not yet reached the entrance of the headquarters building when he encountered Zhang Xiang. Hey Bai, you haven't gone back yet? Just in time, I have a few things to discuss with you. Zhang Xiang pulled Bai Yu aside and whispered, Did you see today's global announcement? Global announcement? Bai Yu paused, then recalled, You mean the Slayers? Exactly, that's one of them, Zhang Xiang replied, his brow furrowing. The other involves the organization that unleashed 2 super-level spells in the Abyss region. It seems that things might get a bit turbulent in Huaxia, so you must exercise utmost caution, understood? Oh, got it, Bai Yu nodded on the surface, but internally he struggled to maintain composure. It dawned on him that the 2 significant issues causing tension for Zhang Xiang, the entire Storm Guild, and even all of Huaxia stemmed from his actions. The matter of the super-level spells was not particularly concerning. Likely, no one would connect it to him. However, the title of Slayer appeared to be something he must keep entirely under wraps. Oh, by the way, Bai, have you taken on the guild's contribution tasks? Zhang Xiang suddenly inquired. Bai Yu shook his head. I just had a close call with the twin gods. I'm still recovering. I haven't had the time to check the guild tasks. Zhang Xiang explained. Generally, newcomers to the guild receive welfare tasks. These tasks are essentially low difficulty, low-risk assignments that yield high contribution rewards. If you find yourself with spare time, you might as well complete one. There are such tasks. With a mindset that one should seize opportunities, Bai Yu opened the guild task panel. Sure enough, the very first task was a non-combat assignment. Liao Province Guild Delegate Inspection. Task difficulty, 1 star. Identity restriction, senior core member of the guild or above. Task details, as a delegate of the Storm Guild in Liao Province, assess 3 level 7 guilds currently applying for affiliate status within the province. Task reward, 10,000 contributions. Just to inspect a level 7 guild, and I get 10,000 contributions? Exactly, otherwise how could it be called a welfare task? Zhang Xiang clapped Bai Yu on the shoulder. You should accept the task first. I'll send you some pointers later, and you should be fine. Really? I'm only first class right now, Bai Yu expressed skepticism. Don't worry, even if you're level 0. As long as you're a senior core member of our Storm Guild, you're qualified to conduct the inspection. Anyone who dares to challenge you will find themselves facing the blunt end of my shield. Oh, by the way, are you currently staying at the Gu family? Zhang Xiang suddenly changed the subject. Bai Yu nodded, sort of. Perfect. You should take that kid from the Gu family and your little girlfriend to join the guild. If they manage to pull you away from Longya, they deserve some recognition. Wait a moment, Bai Yu interrupted, feeling a wave of confusion. What little girlfriend? You need to clarify that. Zhang Xiang laughed heartily. Come on. That night at dinner, the way you two were exchanging glances was obvious to anyone. Oh, by the way, I heard your little girlfriend has become a dual-class player and acquired a mythical profession? Yes, I did that. What is it to you? Zhang Xiang gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. You really spare no expense for a woman. That was merely a favor. You wouldn't understand, Bai Yu remarked, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. It was surprising to discover that Zhang Xiang, a burly man in his 50s, was so gossipy. Well, it seems he has considerable potential. I estimate that even if we don't bring him into our fold, it would only be a matter of time before he joins our ranks. Remember to keep me in mind for any good finds in the future. After all, I have a beautiful granddaughter who is bound to awaken next year. Zhang Xiang winked at Bai Yu with a grin, his insinuation unmistakable. Bai Yu promptly concealed the 2 profession enhancement scrolls that had popped out from his backpack. Trying to take advantage of me? Not a chance. With a wave of farewell, Bai Yu dashed away with remarkable speed. It wasn't that he feared Zhang Xiang's schemes. Rather, the treasures in his backpack, particularly the enchanted sword, were causing him an unbearable itch of anticipation. He yearned to teleport straight home. Upon returning to the Gu family residence, he coincidentally arrived just in time for dinner. As they dined and conversed, the topic of reincarnation arose. When Bai Yu learned that Gu Yue had already undergone her first reincarnation, he was taken aback. So soon? It seems that acquiring a new profession has significantly boosted your efficiency. Of course, I'm now grinding elite monsters at over level 50, Gu Yue replied, her head held high with pride. Gu Zhenghao and Jiang Yanru exchanged looks of satisfaction and pride. Achieving reincarnation in such a short time was a rarity nationwide. Coupled with her hidden dual profession, it seemed that even the top 100 genius rankings could no longer accommodate their daughter. Speaking of reincarnation, Bai Yu suddenly recalled his own experience from a while ago and couldn't help but ask, Yue, didn't you feel awkward during your reincarnation? Awkward? Gu Yue looked puzzled. The reincarnation officer assigns roles by gender, and you don't have to be undressed. Why would there be any awkwardness? Bai Yu was momentarily stunned. Assigned by gender? No undressing? How did it sound like his reincarnation experience was slightly different? After a brief moment of confusion, enlightenment struck him. Good grief. I was taken advantage of. No way. I absolutely cannot go to Changtu's Temple of Professionals for reincarnation again. Unaware of Bai Yu's embarrassment, Gu Yue continued, at this rate, I should be able to qualify for the selection of the 3 major guilds without even graduating. Bai Yu, when that time comes, I'll come find you in the Wild Tide Guild, and remember to look out for me. Recalling Zhang Xiang's request, Bai Yu snapped back to reality. Oh right, Yue. I need to send you and Qinglan an invitation for you to approve. Okay. The 2 of them didn't think much of it. Just as the system prompt resonated, they quickly clicked to accept. Ding. You have joined the level 10 guild, Wild Tide. Ding. Under the protection of the guild, your attributes increase by 35. And experience gained from kills is boosted by 20. Before the 2 could fully process this bewildering information, Bai Yu explained, if you have any questions, consult Zhang Lao. I'm just the messenger. It took a while for them to comprehend. So, does this mean we are now part of Wild Tide? Gu Yue looked at the glowing insignia on her hand, feeling as if she were in a dream. After 18 years of living in the spotlight, everything had changed since meeting Bai Yu. In comparison to her recent experiences, the past 18 years suddenly seemed so mundane and insignificant. A dual profession player, a mythical class, joining the 3 major guilds in high school. Was this truly not a dream? All right, my task is complete. You all continue your conversation. I have other matters to attend to. I'll head upstairs now. Just as Gu Zhenghao was about to interject, Bai Yu swiftly dashed away to his room. No sooner had he ascended the stairs than the Gu family erupted into thunderous cheers below. He could vaguely hear phrases like glorious ancestors and ancestral graves emitting green smoke. After a quick shower, he settled onto the sofa in the living room. A flash of black light in his hand revealed the enchanted sword. It was time for the delightful leveling up session. With eager anticipation, Bai Yu began to channel equipment into the sword, each piece transforming into radiant energy that surged into it. The sword's level began to ascend rapidly. Notably, the equipment exchanged at the Wild Tide Guild's contribution shop was generally of high caliber. With less than a third of his backpack's contents consumed, the enchanted sword's level soared to level 200 after reincarnation. The attributes it conferred were even more astonishing than those of the divine armor. Enchanted sword, divine extinction, super artifact, first reincarnation, level 200. Equipment slot, weapon, type, longsword. Class restrictions, melee and mage professions. Physical attack power, 46,000, 55,000. Magical attack power, 46,000, 55,000. Strength, 20,800. Intelligence, 20,800. Agility, 17. 500. Stamina, 13,000. Endurance, 13,000. Damage increase, 23. Traits, 1. After the enchanted sword releases a magical skill, the next attack has a 30 chance to critically strike. Skills, instant death, life and death control, beyond limit magic transformation, magic erosion, blood sacrifice, desperate rampage. In addition to the substantial attribute boosts, a newfound trait had emerged. Could it be a consequence of the level increase? As Bai Yu contemplated the powerful damage trait that had materialized seemingly out of nowhere, a bold hypothesis blossomed in his mind. If this were indeed the case, the growth potential of this enchanted sword might surpass his expectations. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Yu felt an overwhelming eagerness to undergo his second reincarnation. Once he did, both the chest armor and enchanted sword could rise to new heights. The second component of the divine armor set would also be within reach. Then, he could finally test his strength against those so-called deities. In the divine realm, an endless expanse of divine light enveloped this unique world situated in a different dimension. At the heart of the divine realm, a towering cylindrical peak reached towards the heavens. Its resplendent golden trunk and foliage seemed to have sprouted from other realms, encircling the entire mountain. Upon closer inspection, the cylindrical peak was actually composed of layers upon layers, defying gravity as it floated majestically. Each layer represented a deity's domain. The different divine energies flickered and intertwined, adorning the entire divine mountain like a vibrant rainbow. At the summit of the divine mountain lay the court of the gods, where the frostflower goddess lounged lazily on an icy throne, indulging in ice cream. Frankly speaking, it's not such a bad thing for humans to gain the world tree's acknowledgement and ascend to godhood. At the very least, it has brought us original gods a plethora of new experiences, she giggled. Frostflower, don't forget that the divine mountain has its limits. The god of war grumbled in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the frostflower goddess chuckled heartily. War, you thick-headed fool. Do you truly believe those humans can impose any burden on the divine mountain? Since the original change, the lower realms had undergone earth-shattering transformations, and the divine realm had also experienced significant upheaval, giving rise to a legendary domain that rivaled their own power. Yet, the one constant remained. Humans could only aspire to be low-level gods. They now find themselves reliant solely on the world tree to coalesce a meager demigod essence. Even upon reaching the divine realm, they are relegated to mere servitude, lacking any qualification to impose burdens upon the celestial domain. The prohibition against their ascent of the world tree stems merely from an overabundance of souls within the divine realm. Once some perish, the gates shall reopen. Upon hearing this, the god of war, with a stoic demeanor, reminded them, let us not forget the two entities beyond the divine realm. They were once human. The smile on the goddess of frost's face faltered, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, they are an anomaly, possessing the knowledge of every deity's secrets and vulnerabilities within our divine realm. Each of their abilities evades the constraints of the divine laws, rendering even the three supreme deities powerless against them. However, they have stated themselves that only three such exceptional beings exist, one of whom perished prior to the initial cataclysm. The three supreme beings keep those two humans at bay, leaving them with little recourse. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden radiance cleaved through the fabric of space. Ultimately, it coalesced into a hazy silhouette before Frost and War. The twins. Frost gasped. Where have you been for these past 300 years? Why do you return now? Frost. I have fallen, and can only transmit this message as a remnant of my soul. The voice of the twin god faltered, frail and intermittent. A new sword demon has emerged. His powers are most peculiar. He must be eradicated swiftly. With that, the light shattered into a myriad of luminous points and vanished. The countenance of the goddess of frost darkened visibly, a chilling aura compelling even the god of war to take 2 steps back. A sword demon, yet another one. Come, War, we must seek out the three supreme beings together. The following morning, before dawn, Bai Yu arrived at the reincarnation hall of the practitioner's temple in Fengdianxi. Just as Gu Yue had mentioned, upon seeing Bai Yu as male, the original female reincarnation officer retreated, swiftly replaced by a male counterpart. As the reincarnation officer summoned a faint glow from his hands, a system notification echoed in Bai Yu's mind. Ding. The current reincarnation requires the completion of the task. Reincarnation, a critical moment. Mr. Bai, I just noticed you are applying for a second reincarnation. Is it necessary to fulfill a reincarnation task at this stage? The reincarnation officer regarded Bai Yu with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Bai Yu nodded. My circumstances are rather unique. I see, Mr. Bai must possess exceptional talent. Once you complete the task, you may return. I wish you great fortune in your endeavors. Thank you. After departing the reincarnation hall, Bai Yu opened his task list to review the details. Reincarnation, a critical moment, difficulty, 10 stars. Task details, solo, in the wilderness. Seize the final kill of a level 208 Transcendence, Huanyua boss. Chapter 44, Despicable Tactics, the Monster Thief. Staring at his reincarnation task, Bai Yu fell into a prolonged silence. seizing the final kill of an 8 Transcendence level 200 Huanyue boss. No wonder it is said that the more professions one possesses, the more arduous the reincarnation tasks. Now that I am equipped with 4 professions, my initial reincarnation task is already of such magnitude. For others, even with 4 professions, attacking an 8 Transcendence Huanyue boss during their first reincarnation would likely result in a mere 1 point of force damage. It is no wonder the task is entitled a critical moment. Bai Yu was left utterly speechless, setting aside the fact that 8 Transcendence Huanyue bosses are regional bosses, heavily guarded by many. Whether I can inflict that 1 point of damage remains uncertain. Just getting the boss's health down to exactly 1 point would be an insurmountable challenge. To seize an 8 Transcendence boss, I should leverage the over 20 layers of Transcend passive accumulated from the prior defeat of the twin gods. It shouldn't be overly strenuous. I can only hope that subsequent reincarnation tasks do not become excessively outrageous. After a silent prayer, Bai Yu initiated a call with Zhang Xiang. Old Zhang, is there news of an 8 Transcendence regional boss from the guild? Yes, I happen to be at the guild building. I'll send you a picture. Shortly after hanging up, Bai Yu's phone chimed with a message from Zhang Xiang. He observed a large holographic screen in the guild's 6th floor member activity area, announcing the spawn information for various outdoor bosses. One caught his eye immediately. 9:45 a.m., Jixing's Baishan area, 8 Transcendence level 200 Huanyue boss, Frozen Earth Dragon. This is perfect. I still have time for breakfast. Having made up his mind, Bai Yu noted the information and departed the teleportation square in Fengdianxi. With 2 hours remaining until the boss's spawn, he first opened the map to confirm the location, then squeezed into a subway to the northeast division of the Chaotic Tide Guild located in the city center. It had been some time since he became a practitioner, yet he still found himself without a home, temporarily residing with the Gu family. While the Gu family was hospitable, it was still someone else's home. Living as a guest indefinitely was not an ideal situation, though it was labeled the northeast division of the Chaotic Tide Guild. The reality was that only a single regional manager and 2 senior core members were true affiliates of Chaotic Tide. The majority of the personnel responsible for the main tasks were hired hands and senior practitioners reassigned from subordinate guilds. After all, even Chaotic Tide had only around 10 to 20,000 members. They could hardly manage the boss dungeons without sufficient manpower. Mr. Bai, this way please. The regional manager will arrive shortly. After presenting his identification, Bai Yu was respectfully ushered into the top office of the building by the staff. He wondered who the regional manager in Liaoning province might be, hoping for amiable rapport, as he would be residing in Fengdianxi frequently. As he assessed the decor of the office, footsteps approached. Bai Yu rose to his feet, yet the figure that entered the room dispelled his initial apprehension entirely. Well, isn't this my little brother Bai? What brings you here? The thick northeast accent left no room for doubt. It was the formidable Lu Hanming. Upon realizing that the manager of the northeast division was this old brother, Bai Yu felt no need to hold back. Old brother, you have no idea what I've been through these past years. Briefly recounting his situation, the warm-hearted Lu Hanming could hardly sit still. What do you mean? You're still living in someone else's house. My dear brother Bai, why didn't you mention it yesterday? You should quickly find a place you like. Saying this, Lu Hanming pulled up a map of the central area of Fengdianxi on his computer. Take a look. The housing options in this area are splendid. Choose whatever you fancy. Bai Yu glanced briefly at the map. The entire area was filled with exquisite villas, each occupying several acres. It made sense. Those residing in the city center were either elites from the 3 major guilds or executives from colossal organizations. Prestige was always paramount. After a cursory look, Bai Yu casually selected a property closest to the main road for convenience. Rest assured, my little brother, I will ensure everything is handled properly. When you move in, remember to treat me to a drink. Lu Hanming waved his hand decisively, and thus the matter was settled. After departing from the branch office, Bai Yu hurriedly transported to the plaza, making his way towards the Changbai Mountain region. Meanwhile, in Baishan city of the Changbai Mountain area, the previously quiet little town erupted with commotion today. At the modest teleportation point, wave after wave of figures emerged, all of them high-ranking professionals. The sight left the local practitioners and ordinary citizens bewildered. What was happening? Why were so many people pouring out since early morning? They had no idea. But it was evident something significant was afoot. Goodness, the number of high-ranking professionals here today surpassed everyone they had ever seen combined in their lifetime. Look at their equipment. That shimmer, it must be either golden or diamond sets. Oh, look over there. It seems to be the Frost Dragon team from Longya. The Frost Dragon team is here? That means they are gearing up for the regional boss. We should hurry over and see if we can catch a glimpse of the action. Are you out of your mind? That's an 8th tier regional boss. A single AoE attack could wipe us out. We should just observe from a distance. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the number of high-ranking professionals in Baishan City peaked. The entire teleportation array was nearly paralyzed, continuously radiating beams of light. The first wave of individuals had already departed Baishan City and arrived at the base of Changbai Mountain, waiting at the respawn point. As the primary source of 8th tier equipment, the 8th tier bosses were monopolized by the major guilds. Naturally, the 3 prominent guilds would not miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Leading the charge from Quan Chao was none other than Zhang Xiang. Meanwhile, on the side of Longya was the familiar figure of the Frost Dragon team's leader, Ice Dragon Bai Ning, whom Bai Yu had previously encountered. Xiao Bai, has the border been secured? Zhang Xiang inquired. Bai Ning shook her head. I don't know. This time it's the bloodline faction's turn to maintain order. Oh, then we'll just have to compete for the boss. Zhang Xiang grinned, revealing his teeth. Just then, the ground trembled violently. It's time. No more chatter. Bai Ning turned back to her team. Zhang Xiang approached his side of Quan Chao and began issuing instructions. This Earth Dragon is a standard boss. As per our usual strategy, I will take the lead with the tank to draw aggro while the priests follow up with buffs. Pay attention to our health. As the tremors intensified, the boss raid teams of the major guilds took their positions. Under the watchful eyes of many, a patch of earth began to stir. With a deep roar, the earth-colored frost Earth Dragon burst forth from the ground. The boss has appeared. Everyone prepare. However, at that moment, from behind the boss, a team swiftly emerged, launching 2 items at the boss in quick succession. Instantly, a shimmering barrier materialized around the boss. The Earth Dragon's gaze turned a fierce crimson as it focused on the team behind it. Damn it, it's the Bloodline faction. Those bastards used the aggro gem and the damage absorption barrier. Zhang Xiang's expression darkened instantly. This combination was the most insidious method of snatching a boss. If successful, the aggro gem would secure the boss's attention. Unless they could inflict over 80 of the total damage the boss could withstand, the aggro would not shift. The damage absorption barrier, on the other hand, effectively prevented anyone outside the team from dealing damage. Together, these 2 methods eliminated any chance for others to compete fairly. Furthermore, the 3 major guilds had an established rule that only 2 guilds could compete for a regional boss, while the third maintained order. Thus, neither Quan Chao nor Longya had prepared for the Bloodline faction's actions. No one had anticipated that a guild as prestigious as one of the 3 major guilds would resort to such despicable tactics to claim a regional boss. What a disgusting display. Seriously, how shameless can they be? Is this what the Bloodline faction has come to? Quan Chao was thoroughly disgusted, and Bai Ning and her team from Longya wore equally grim expressions. Within the barrier, skill lights flickered, indicating that the Bloodline faction had commenced their assault on the boss. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiang waved his hand dismissively, scoffing. Those who steal the boss will always be targeted. Let's disperse. It seems there's no excitement to be had today. Chapter 45. Boss. This slash is 999,999. Can you withstand it? Team 1 and Team 2, hold the aggro. Team 6, keep a close watch on the barrier's perimeter. Everyone else, unleash your full power. Today, we are trading our faces for this boss. Inside the damage absorption barrier, the Bloodline leader commanded his team while vigorously wielding his staff to maximize output. One must admit, despite their underhanded tactics and questionable integrity, their raw strength remained formidable. In less than 5 minutes, the boss's health had already been reduced by 10. Outside the barrier, while Zhang Xiang had claimed to disperse, his body remained steadfastly in place, eagerly awaiting the moment to confront the Bloodline faction. As they observed the diminishing health of the boss, the expressions of Zhang Xiang and Bai Ning darkened, almost palpable with frustration. Even some other guild's boss teams and solo practitioners in the vicinity began to voice their discontent. Are you kidding me? The 3 major guilds would stoop to such underhanded tactics to steal a boss? This was their first encounter with the 3 major guilds, and it turned out to be such a disappointing display. Who do they think they are? They don't even give others a chance. Just hogging it all. It must be the Bloodline faction. Look at the faces of the 2 big shots, the Indomitable Shield and Ice Dragon. They seem ready to engage in a direct conflict. Strange, shouldn't the Bloodline faction be the ones maintaining order this time? How did they end up stealing the boss using such despicable methods? In no time, practitioners in the wild began to murmur among themselves. The Bloodline faction's actions undoubtedly tarnished the reputation of the Quan Chao and Longya guilds as well. As time passed, the Frost Earth Dragon's millions of health points dwindled to just 70. Inside the barrier, the Bloodline members wore expressions of triumph. Although the boss had yet to be completely slain, under the influence of the aggro gem, as long as they dealt over 20 of the damage, it would effectively declare the boss's ownership. Let us disperse. This has lost all meaning. Damn it. I spent over 2 million on teleportation fees for this. They resolved to vent their frustrations online anonymously later, expressing their disdain. As it became apparent that the boss was slipping away, everyone began to unleash their frustrations in a torrent of insults. The 3 major guilds are impressive, but when the walls crumble, everyone pushes. We are all witnessing this. And you think you can pull this off? Just as the practitioners were cursing and preparing to retreat, a figure cloaked in black suddenly emerged from the crowd, making a beeline for the battlefield, which was isolated by the barrier. Hey, guys, there's no need to try. They've used the aggro gem. We want to get anything out of this. A voice cried out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the figure in the black cloak. Zhang Xiang and Bai Ning exchanged glances. Strange. I can't see any information. Zhang Xiang furrowed his brow. Bai Ning also appeared puzzled. Even my dragons, I can't detect anything. Xiao Bai, something feels off. Yes. Among the gathered crowd, The two most formidable individuals furrowed their brows. Sensing an unsettling disturbance, a man clad in a black robe approached the barrier capable of absorbing nearly 10 million damage, merely caressing its surface with his palm. Suddenly, crackling sounds echoed as myriad fissures erupted across the barrier. In the next moment, the fully intact barrier shattered explosively. This spectacle left the Bloodline squad tasked with its protection utterly dumbfounded. Someone is stealing the boss. Hearing the cries from the outer squads, the Academy commander, who was fervently attacking the boss, did not even glance their way, simply replying, "Ignore it. Even if he tries to steal it, he won't succeed. Remember his name and appearance. We shall settle the score later." It's absurd. With this health pool, the outcome is already determined. Yet, the man in the black robe clearly held a different perspective. Radiant buffs emanated from his form as he pointed toward the distant frozen land dragon, whose health had plummeted to 72. Data manipulation. In an instant, the frozen land dragon's health was restored to full, as if invigorated by a surge of hormones. A furious roar erupted, and under the blinding yellow glow of magic, an area of effect skill rapidly took shape. What? How did its health regenerate? It's about to unleash a powerful attack. Fall back. Everyone, return to a state of at least half health to withstand this skill. Ignoring the black-robed man, the commander from the Bloodline swiftly issued orders. The Bloodline elites, illuminated by flashing skill lights, consumed health potions, restoring their vitality and bracing themselves to endure the impending damage. However, as the skill detonated, all present were left in stunned silence. The ground trembled with a reverberation akin to a nuclear explosion, shaking the entire Changbai mountain range. Observing the skill's range, it transformed into an abyss from which no trace of Bloodline professionals could be found. Only the lingering damage numbers haunted the onlookers. 9, 999, 999. 9, 999, 999. An unprecedented chill enveloped the hearts of all. Even Zhang Xiang and Bai Ning wore expressions of shock. "Old Zhang, do you believe you can withstand that skill from the frozen land dragon?" Zhang Xiang glanced at his level-less miraculous shield on his left arm, shaking his head with a wry smile. "If I don't use invincibility, it would be quite the challenge. But it's only an 8th turn boss. How could it possess such an exaggerated skill? I'm not sure. But my instincts suggest that everything seems to be connected to that black-robed man who shattered the bloodline barrier by some unknown means," Bai Ning mused, her gaze fixed on the back of the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the now fully healed frozen land dragon turned its attention back to the black-robed man who had previously attacked it. A furious roar erupted once more, and the yellow skill glow reappeared. However, the black-robed man neither dodged nor flinched. He simply raised his hand and pointed at the frozen land dragon. Celestial demonic chaos. Instant death. In an instant, the once bright sky, along with the blue glow emanating from the black-robed man, was enveloped by an endless night. Amidst the panic, the blue light flickered, followed by 2 brilliant beams that shot forth, striking the frozen land dragon squarely on its head. As the darkness dissipated, the previously clear sky remained unchanged. The only alteration was the frozen land dragon, which had been poised to unleash its skill, now stood still, its skill light extinguished. Its health bar plummeted from 100 to 0. In a state of stupor, 2 staggering damage numbers erupted from the dragon's crown. 5, 888, 900. 29, 444, 500. Accompanied by a cascade of luminous explosions, the frozen land dragon collapsed with a thunderous crash. Before the astonished crowd, the black-robed man nonchalantly collected the items dropped by the frozen land dragon, then crushed a random teleportation scroll in his hand, vanishing without a trace. Only the dazed professionals remained, rooted to the spot in silence. Chapter 46. Teleported to Goguryeo, instantaneously taken down, gazing at the corpse of the frozen land dragon. Qin Xiang felt an overwhelming shock. He was not alone. Bai Ning and all the other professionals present were similarly entranced, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Someone, not identified, let out a low chuckle. Well, this is truly delightful. The bloodline folks must be furious at the mere mention of the bloodline. Faces among the crowd lit up with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, the wicked must face their reckoning. The bloodline had their day of reckoning, huh? Ha, what a thrill. It was even more exhilarating than actually seizing the boss. Who knows which formidable figure dared to oppose the bloodline? No need to ask. It has to be either Fury Tide or Dragon Tooth. The bloodline broke the rules. The other 2 guilds would naturally retaliate. Regardless, simply witnessing the bloodline's misfortune made the 200,000 spent on this trip worthwhile. Ordinary professionals were less concerned about the intricacies of the matter. They were content to revel in the excitement. As for the finer details, they neither cared nor felt inclined to. However, for the management of the 3 major guilds, Zhang Xiang and Bai Ning felt a sense of disquiet. "Hey, Xiaobai, did you catch that damage number just now?" Bai Ning nodded, her expression mirroring his confusion. "I did. 30 million damage is indeed substantial, but the frozen land dragon's health should be over 100 million. It was clearly at full health before it was instantaneously killed. How could it have succumbed to over 30 million damage?" Zhang Xiang pondered. casting a thoughtful glance at Bai Ning. So, that person isn't from your dragon tooth? Of course not. Nor are they from our fury tide. And even less likely from the bloodline. Observing the massive crater left by the dragon's skill, Zhang Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. Regardless of the specifics, the bloodline must be devastated. An entire team of 30 people just wiped out. TSK. Fortunately, the raid team has resurrection items. But using 30 at once will certainly sting. Bai Ning chuckled in agreement. Zhang Xiang nodded vigorously. So, how many top-tier figures exist outside our 3 major guilds in China? I don't know. Can your mentor, the astrologer sage, predict anything? I don't know. Looking at Bai Ning, who was at a loss for words, Zhang Xiang felt a wave of frustration. Well, it seems there's no point in discussing it further with you. Let's report this situation back. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiang and Bai Ning sent the information back to their guilds. Soon, they received replies from their respective guilds, conveying a similar message. The situation was suspicious, and they were to return for further discussion. Consequently, the 60 or so members from the 2 guilds collectively withdrew from the scene. With the entertainment gone, many professionals began to disperse. Only a handful of high-level life professionals remained, protected by some of the others, as they commenced utilizing their skills to harvest the remains of the fallen frozen land dragon. Materials such as dragon skin and dragon scales possess considerable value, especially the flesh of the dragon itself, which is undeniably a premium ingredient. Meanwhile, in a certain wilderness, Zhang Lao and Bai Ning were unexpectedly present. Fortunately, they had concealed their information. Bai Yu, having utilized a random teleportation talisman to make his escape, lifted his hood and exhaled a sigh of relief. Reflecting upon the bloodline entity he had just encountered, he couldn't help but sneer. It was astonishing that one of the 3 major guilds, the bloodline, would engage in such antics. He wondered if the blow he had dealt to the frozen earth dragon, having altered its power attributes, would serve as a lesson for them. After discreetly surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, Bai Yu checked his location using the satellite positioning on his phone. To his astonishment, he found a small red dot, representing himself, situated perilously close to the peninsula adjacent to Huaxia. Concurrently, a system notification chimed. Ding. You have entered Goguryeo and are subjected to border suppression, resulting in a 5 reduction in all attributes. Ding. Skill, Authority Dog, has been triggered. Ding. Due to your illegal entry, you are unable to use the teleportation arrays within Goguryeo. Ding. Since Huaxia and Goguryeo are hostile factions, you will receive 3 national honor points for each practitioner you eliminate, and will be reported throughout Goguryeo, without accumulating sin points. A barrage of notifications left by you feeling overwhelmed. Over the past century since the game's inception into reality, South Goguryeo had rapidly developed under the guise of being a child of the lighthouse, effectively subduing North Goguryeo. Ultimately, it had quietly absorbed North Goguryeo, becoming one of the threats to Huaxia. Historically, Goguryeo had never regarded Huaxia, its former suzerain, favorably. If they were to discover that an illegal immigrant like himself had entered their territory, trouble would surely ensue. As for how to return, the border, indeed. Bai Yu looked up at the faint blue barrier that only he, as a foreigner, could perceive, feeling a tinge of helplessness. If the game's mechanics were inherited, this border would possess a terrifying defensive capability capable of withstanding 100 billion points of damage. Moreover, it could nullify various teleportation skills. To return, there were only 2 options. Either shatter the Goguryeo border or utilize a town return scroll or random teleportation talisman located within Huaxia. Unfortunately, he had never purchased a town return scroll, and the random teleportation talisman he had just used was dropped by a boss, and even then, it wouldn't guarantee his departure from this place. Thus, the only remaining choice was to shatter the border. How troublesome. The initial setup indicated that attacking the border would immediately trigger the emergence of a teleportation array connecting various cities, which would undoubtedly lead to pursuit. If he were to return to his homeland at that moment, it would inevitably incite friction between the 2 nations, and should there be any losses, he would be deemed a criminal. No, he needed to devise a foolproof plan. As he surveyed the map on his phone, Bai Yu's mind raced. Ultimately, his gaze involuntarily gravitated toward a certain island nation in the northeastern corner of the Asian plate. Perhaps a diversion to the east would serve his purpose? Chapter 47. Is the boss being stolen by a 10th turn expert? Did Goguryo's boss get stolen too? Recalling the historically tenuous relationship between the 2 nations, Bai Yu increasingly felt that this plan was feasible. Yes, that's the way to go. After stowing away his phone and confirming his direction, Bai Yu set off toward the nearest city. If he was to create a diversion, he might as well go all out. Just breaking through a border felt somewhat lacking. With the attributes granted by the demon sword and the divine skeleton armor, his agility soared to astounding levels. With a slight exertion, even high-speed trains would weep. Speaking of Goguryeo, it truly was surreal. At times a realm with cultural dominion over the universe, and at others, merely a diminutive nation. Just as Bai Yu felt he hadn't yet warmed up, a city of considerable scale came into view. Gangwon-do? It seemed to have some renown. Observing the increasing number of Goguryeo practitioners around him, Bai Yu adjusted his hood and made his way into the city. Compared to Huaxia, Goguryeo maintained a notably lenient governance over practitioners. Initially, Bai Yu contemplated sneaking in, but soon realized that the city gates were unguarded. One could enter or exit at will. As for whether ordinary citizens would be curious about going out to play, life was cheap. Who cared? Without breaking a sweat, he infiltrated the urban area, strolling leisurely as though he were a tourist. As for why he didn't use any form of transportation, it was primarily because he was utterly unfamiliar with the rapid-fire Korean language, which would easily expose his identity. Moreover, having ventured abroad, he wished to savor the sights of a foreign land. However, reality proved that if one sought leisure, Goguryeo was evidently not the ideal destination. The indistinguishable skyscrapers and unappetizing varieties of kimchi left much to be desired. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the artificially enhanced beauty of Goguryeo, with their sculpted figures reminiscent of a comic book aesthetic. Upon arriving in the central business district, Bai Yu first utilized paper and pen alongside his phone's translation feature to transcribe a sentence in Korean. He then approached the establishment with the note in hand. "Annyeonghaseyo," greeted two technologically savvy service personnel, and Bai Yu immediately began his performance. "Abba, Abba, Abba," he gestured, and the staff quickly grasped his intent. "Sir, please follow me." They beckoned. Unable to comprehend the dialogue, Bai Yu trusted the staff's guidance without hesitation. Upon reaching the counter, he presented his note. "Sir, are you looking for levitation skills? They may be quite expensive." Stealing a glance at the instant translation on his phone, Bai Yu rubbed his fingers together, displaying a nonchalant expression. "Oh." The service personnel understood at once. It was clear he was not short on funds. Without delay, they swiftly accessed their tablet and retrieved several levitation skill options. Presenting the device to Bai Yu. "Sir, please take a look at these." Faced with a series of numbers and Korean combinations, Bai Yu felt a headache coming on. Yet, it mattered not. He tapped his fingers and purchased all the skills in a single swoop. He had plenty of money to spare. "We will prepare these for you right away." Seeing Bai Yu's lavish spending, the personnel wasted no time. In less than 3 minutes, Bai Yu exited the establishment with several skill scrolls, being graciously seen off by the staff. An hour later, outside Gangwon-do's source city, Bai Yu opened his backpack. With the system's assistance, the attributes of the levitation skills were laid bare before him. "Oh, there are indeed some decent items here." He casually selected the wind walk, a skill with balanced flying and movement speeds, and stuffed the remaining scrolls back into his backpack. Just picking one for now. The rest would be sold at Dragon Line once he returned, as they would hold little use once he acquired a mount. In these times, earning money was no easy feat, so it was wise to save where possible and spend when necessary. With a sigh, Bai Yu crushed the skill scroll in his hand. "Ding! You have learned the levitation skill, Wind Walk. Excellent." Now, everything was in readiness. First, a message was sent to Gu Yue, informing her that he would not be returning tonight. Then, he unlocked his phone once more. "Zhang, do you have the respawn times for the bosses abroad?" "Yes." If you log into our Kongchao official website on your phone, you'll find the information in the boss strategy section under regional bosses. By the way, why do you ask? Just curious. Thanks. Hanging up the call, Bai Yu accessed the Kongchao website and, following Zhang Xiang's instructions, located the desired content. The regional boss of Goguryeo. "Ah, this is it. What is up, old Zhang?" In the conference room of the Kongchao headquarters, everyone turned their attention to him. Zhang Xiang put down his phone and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just by you asking me where to find the respawn times for bosses in other countries." "Oh, if that is the case, let us continue our discussion on the bloodline and the matter of that mysterious powerhouse." This time, it was another striking woman beside Ying Lao who spoke. Although she appeared to be in her late 20s, she was indeed one of the three giants of Kongchao. The enchanting Lin Ruyue. "I'm a bit curious. Why would the bloodline faction, not even a world boss, shamelessly pursue the 8 transformed Earth Dragon? I cannot fathom why a Tentrans guild would act without reason. What do you think, Ying Lao?" Lin Yuyu cast a flirtatious glance at Ying Lao, but he completely ignored her. "I second that. I've already sent someone to investigate. I estimate we won't receive news for a while. Additionally, Zhang Xiang, are you certain that the figure in the black robe shattered the damage absorption barrier with a single blow?" Zhang Xiang hesitated, shaking his head. "I'm not too sure. He merely placed his hand on the barrier, and then it shattered. It's unclear whether it was a skill or some kind of item." "What profession was he? Can you tell what weapon he used?" Lin Ruyue pressed on. Zhang Xiang shook his head again. He didn't draw a weapon when he released the skill. He just pointed at the Earth Dragon. Speaking thus, Zhang Xiang projected the video from his phone onto the conference room's large screen. A world plunged into darkness. A sudden flash of blinding light. And finally, those terrifying damage numbers. As they watched the video, silence enveloped the conference room. After a long pause, Ying Lao finally spoke in a somber tone. 30 million damage in a single blow. Even our esteemed guild leader could not manage that at present. Unless, Tentrans. Lin Ryue's smile faded. Unless it's a peak Tentrans. Paired with a full set of level 20 quasi-artifacts and at least 2 other artifacts or items of the same enhancement level. However, those with such equipment are renowned figures worldwide, and within our Huaxia territory, there are no Tentrans. The conference room fell silent. Huaxia had long been targeted. leaving all strong individuals stuck at the pinnacle of 9 trans. If a 10 trans powerhouse emerged to seize the boss that the Bloodline faction had already secured, there could only be one explanation. This person is an outsider. Damn it. The hot-tempered Lu Hanming suddenly stood up. How dare these foreign scoundrels swagger around in our territory? The others wore expressions of anger. But what could they do? The current situation in Huaxiao mirrored that of over a century ago. They could only swallow their grievances, burdened by the oppressive weight of those nations wielding nuclear power. Without 10 trans, it was akin to lacking nuclear weapons, devoid of any voice in international affairs. Alright. Ying Lao sighed, signaling Zhang Xiang to replay the video. There are still many questions regarding this matter. For instance, how did that earth dragon suddenly recover its health? And what about that skill that surpassed its capabilities? The meeting stretched from the afternoon into the late hours of the night. Yet, even at the conclusion of the meeting, no conclusions were drawn. They remained baffled not only by the black-robed figure's means of breaking the barrier, but also by the skill used to slay the earth dragon and the identity of that mysterious individual. Until the next day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Zhang Xiang, yawning and just waking up, received a call from Lu Hanming. Old Zhang, have you heard? The boss in Goguryeo has just been stolen as well. Chapter 48. Breaching the Goguryeo border. Diverting disaster? Damn those Japanese. How dare they seize our Goguryeo's national boss? Stop. Damn it. Our team's aggro was clearly well managed. What on earth is going on? Jean Keown advised. I suggest you consider how you'll explain to Lord William if you fail to capture that Japanese. Curse it. Give me another speed buff. Don't let him escape. On the eastern coast of Goguryeo, a group of elite Goguryeo players was in hot pursuit of a black-robed figure ahead. The person in front, masked, dashed forward while drawing the attention of the Goguryeo players, speaking in a garbled mix of Korean and Japanese that sent the pursuing Goguryeo players' blood pressure skyrocketing. I, Sunshan Yirun, graciously accept your boss. Thank you, you bunch of small fry. Are all your Goguryeo bosses just trash? How come they dropped so much garbage? Oh, look, a nice quasi-artifact. I can take this back to gift my Goguryeo girlfriend. By the way, your Goguryeo women are quite lovely. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. The pursuing Goguryeo players were nearly bursting with rage. They unleashed their ranged skills, regardless of their effectiveness, in a frenzied barrage. Kawaii, Goguryeo players are terrifying. I want to return to my great Fusong. Dream on. Right ahead is our Goguryeo border. You have nowhere else to run. Just as the Goguryeo player had said, the shimmering barrier on the distant sea was closing in as both parties raced forward. Upon reaching the coastline, the black-robed figure leaped into the air without a second thought. Instantly, green light erupted. He ran across the surface of the sea as if treading on air. The Goguryeo players pursued relentlessly, employing their skills, until they reached the national border. You little brat, where do you think you're going? The black-robed figure stopped before the border and slowly turned around, grinning at his pursuers from Goguryeo. Since you followed so closely, I shall gift you a parting present. Superlative. Twilight slash. The black-robed figure's hand shimmered with black sword light. Then, a massive blade of light, 100 meters wide, swept past the bodies of the pursuing players at an almost imperceptible speed, accompanied by a rain of crimson damage numbers. The Goguryeo pursuers vanished into light, with only a few plummeting into the sea, disappearing. TSK, daring to chase without resurrection items? Quite brave. With all pursuers dispatched, the black-clad figure removed his mask, revealing a handsome face still adorned with a smile. Who else could it be but Bai Yu? Having dealt with his tale, it was time to attend to the main business. Muttering to himself, Bai Yu extended his hand over the Goguryeo border, just as he had previously shattered the damage absorption barrier of the bloodline. Warning. The borders of Goguryeo are under siege, should the boundaries sustain damage. The attributes of our nation's practitioners will face a permanent decline. I beseech all practitioners to come forth and defend. A harrowing warning reverberates throughout the skies of Goguryeo. Simultaneously, a temporary teleportation array swiftly materializes not far from the borders. Figures begin to emerge in haste. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yu dons his mask once more. Arriving now? It is too late. As he speaks, the radiant palm of light that envelopes Goguryeo's borders ripples. Data removal initiated. Crack. Amidst the azure glow, a pitch-black spatial rift rapidly emerges, centered around Bai Yu's palm. Condensed to a mere 30 centimeters, streams of data begin to dissipate. In the meantime, fissures resembling a spider's web instantaneously spread across the entirety of Goguryeo's protective boundary. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonates deeply within the hearts of all Goguryeo's inhabitants. In that moment, what was once visible only to foreign practitioners is now laid bare before the eyes of every Goguryeo citizen. However, the boundary is marred with cracks. It is on the verge of collapse. No, stop. An urgent cry from the Goguryeo practitioners echoes from behind, as a smile spreads beneath Bai Yu's mask. Within the rift in his hand, the last remnants of the boundary's data are completely eradicated. Boom. The pale blue boundary explodes into a cascade of dazzling light, showering down upon the land. Simultaneously, a system notification resonates in the hearts of every Goguryeo citizen. even affecting the ordinary populace. Ding. Due to the breach of the boundary, all attributes of Goguryeo practitioners are permanently reduced by 5. Until the boundary is restored, the drop rate decreases by 30. Ding. Due to the breach of the boundary, Goguryeo's national fortune has suffered a severe blow. The awakening probability for combat-oriented professions in the next awakening season is reduced by 10. The consecutive announcements leave the hearts of all Goguryeo citizens chilled. A decrease of 5 in all attributes for practitioners, a 10 reduction in awakening probability for ordinary citizens. Beyond the immense humiliation, in this era where practitioners reign supreme, this is an extraordinarily grave blow to a nation. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? An urgent cry arises. I am set to awaken next year. This cannot stand. I have received news. It is a person from Fusang. Currently at the edge of the boundary. Hurry to the teleportation array. That despicable Fusang individual. We of Goguryeo shall exact our vengeance. Charge. Eliminate that Fusang person and destroy the Fusang boundary. Let them taste this bitterness. In an instant, the entirety of Goguryeo erupts into chaos. The range of the teleportation array at the boundary expands geometrically with the influx of pursuing individuals. Goodness, there are so many. As Bai Yu gazes upon the throng rushing towards him, he bolts away. With his exceptional agility, he deftly evades his pursuers while retrieving his phone to activate a translation application. He begins to hurl insults, albeit somewhat clumsily. However, witnessing the furious expressions of the pursuing Goguryeo citizens, as if they were on the verge of spitting blood, it is evidently having an effect. With agility points soaring into the tens of thousands, Bai Yu races across the surface of the sea like the wind. Yet, as a nation's combat strength, there are always a few exceptional individuals among them. He notices that a handful of Goguryeo pursuers, aided by flying mounts, gradually break away from the main force, rapidly closing in on Bai Yu. Oh, quite capable, are we? Glancing back at the few figures behind him, who are now channeling their skills, Bai Yu accelerates once more, heading towards his predetermined destination. Before long, several skill auras faintly emerge on the horizon of the sea. A colossal whale boss thrashes upon the surface. Realizing this, Bai Yu hastily calls out in the Japanese he had practiced for half the night. Help! I am being pursued by Goguryeo practitioners. Help! Bai Yu's voice successfully reaches the Fusang individuals engaged in battling the oceanic boss. Meanwhile, the pursuing Goguryeo practitioners also become aware of the presence of the Fusang individuals. Goguryeo practitioners? Fusang individuals? When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with animosity. The foremost Goguryeo practitioner, mounted upon a flying steed, raises his staff without hesitation. You seize our boss and destroy our boundary. Today, we shall make you taste this bitterness, you impertinent scoundrels. Charge! Let us slay these Fusang dogs, along with their boss. Chapter 49, Bloodlust Boiling. A bloody massacre. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Before the Fusang individuals can react, the horde of Goguryeo practitioners that followed Bai Yu launches their assault. In an instant, various skill auras intertwine spectacularly. Warriors and assassins utilize their aerial skills to pounce upon the Fusang side. Quickly, request support from the guild. Inform them we are under attack by Goguryeo practitioners. Quickly, hey, everyone, retaliate fiercely. In a moment, the two factions clash. However, they seem to have forgotten that this is within the domain of a boss. The open sea, or the transitional zone between nations, is home to bosses that are at least of the 8th transformation. At this moment, the enraged oceanic whale is a 9th transformation entity. Ignoring a 9th transformation boss is undoubtedly catastrophic. Boom. A tsunami-like wave forms without warning, crashing down upon the battlefield. It instantaneously obliterates the lower-tier Goguryeo practitioners. The remaining ones caught in its wake suffer significant health loss and are afflicted with a slow debuff. Yet, in this moment, both sides, blinded by rage, pay no heed to such consequences. Especially Goguryeo, whose boundary has already been breached, they relentlessly assault the Fusang defensive lines. At this juncture, a massive ice spear, several meters thick and hundreds of meters long, erupts from the Fusang ranks. The sudden strike, coupled with the boss's slow debuff, renders the Goguryeo practitioners utterly defenseless. The ice spear inflicts astonishing damage. Any Goguryeo practitioner grazed by it, already at half health, either plummets into the sea or vanishes into light, returning to their homeland to resurrect. The leader of the Fusang side, witnessing this, is instantly filled with elation. He exclaims, hundreds cannot breach a group of 60, and yet so many have been slain in retaliation. Goguryeo, you are too weak. You pathetic fools, over a century ago, our army should have trampled you alongside the invasion of China. Bai Yu, concealed among the Fusang crowd, feels a chill creep over him despite the dissipating coldness of his sword. Upon hearing the leader of the Fusang side's words, a frigid expression takes hold of his face. Every Huaxiao individual possesses an absolute taboo that must not be touched. This is a humiliation, a blood debt. Originally, he had not intended to take things too far. However, given the brashness of these individuals, uttering words they dare not speak, if they seek death, they shall not escape my wrath. As his thoughts coalesce, The rule ignorance that had remained dormant springs to life. The cursed sword began to tremble violently. A surge of murderous intent surged within Bai Yu's heart. Here they come. None shall escape. The power of life and death. Boom. A dark maelstrom suddenly expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield. Before either side could react, an eerie sensation of piercing pain radiated from their hearts, swiftly spreading throughout their bodies. It hurts. What is happening? I can't breathe. It's so painful. What has transpired? Why does it hurt so much? Kill me. Quickly, in my suffering. My skin, The air was filled with the harrowing cries of anguish. The fear of pain and death, once gradually forgotten due to the fusion of the system, returned with a vengeance. Under the encroaching dark energy, all those from Fusang and Goguryeo writhed in agony mid-air. Their skin was devoured, blood gushed forth. A gruesome spectacle, one that should not belong to this era, unfolded before them. A torrential rain of blood fell, staining the sea below a dark crimson. Splash! With the first individual plunging into the ocean, the practitioners in the sky began to plummet like dumplings. There were no damage numbers. No equipment dropped. At this moment, the most visceral and brutal form of death occurred. In mere moments, the previously chaotic space was entirely purged. Not a single Goguryeo or Fusang individual remained. Only Bai Yu, solitary and pale, floated above the sea. Gasping for breath, Bai Yu struggled to control himself, desperately avoiding the sight of the blood-soaked sea and the hundreds of lifeless bodies drifting below. This was his first true act of killing. No, it was more accurate to say it was the first time he had killed so vividly. Gone were the aids provided by the game's fusion, replaced instead by the acrid scent of blood and the horrific scenes before him. No, I must endure. It isn't over yet. I need to leave this place. Thinking of the imminent support from Fusang, Bai Yu fought against his nausea and revulsion, racing in the opposite direction. Splashing through the sea, the enraged giant whale, affected by Bai Yu's skill, surfaced, having lost a tenth of its health. Its eyes reflected a semblance of human fear as it gazed towards the direction Bai Yu had vanished. Behind him, countless wounds bled profusely. The giant whale opened its massive jaws and began to consume the bodies floating on the surface of the sea. As its enormous body glided through the water, the bloodstained surface was gradually washed away until it vanished without a trace. Only when the figures of Fusang practitioners appeared in the distance did the giant whale submerge back into the depths. What on earth happened? Where are they? Where has everyone gone? The Fusang practitioners began to search frantically in all directions. However, silence enveloped them. There were no comrades, no Goguryeo practitioners among their ranks. Not even a single seabird was in sight. Taisukawa-kun, do you think Ozawa and the others might have already perished? Impossible. The leader vehemently denied his companion's speculation. We have witnessed Ozawa-kun's escape abilities firsthand, and he possesses 3 revival items. How could he possibly be dead? Though he spoke with confidence, he still opened the communication list just in case. To his dismay, a multitude of contacts had turned gray. This indicated that they had perished and were unreachable. Ozawa and the others, they truly. The leader, Taisukawa, gaped in disbelief, scrutinizing the guild communication list. Among the 60 elite members of the public sea boss raid group, aside from a few who had revived early on, the rest were all dead. Goguryeo. We will not let this stand. Taisukawa glared fiercely towards Goguryeo's direction, declaring, inform the elders of the Black Dragon Society and other guilds. We shall declare war on Goguryeo. Those despicable Fusang people, that amounts to over 200 of our high-level practitioners, not to mention a top-tier practitioner. War. We shall go to war with Fusang. The situation in Goguryeo was similarly dire. Upon learning of the demise of over 200 elite members, the entire nation trembled once more. In this era, where the game had fused with the real world, everyone possessed their own means of survival and revival items. Instances of death were rare. High-level and top-tier practitioners were considered vital strategic resources for a nation. The losses incurred this time were comparable to the total losses of the past century. How could the Goguryeo endure this? Thus, a war between the two nations' practitioners was ignited. Only a few hours later, the sea that had once been the grave for hundreds of practitioners erupted into a larger scale of battle. Various colors of energy surged into the sky. Combatants ranged from intermediate practitioners of the 5th and 6th tiers to advanced practitioners of the 7th and 8th tiers. Practitioners continuously transformed into beams of light, returning to resurrect, or fell lifelessly into the sea. The battle raged on throughout the night, only gradually winding down by the following morning. Relying on their numerical superiority derived from a population twice as large, Fusang began to stabilize their victory. Although Goguryeo was showing signs of defeat, their fury remained unquenched, and their strikes remained ruthless. However, at that moment, a blue light curtain, riddled with cracks, faintly emerged from the direction of the Fusang Islands. The practitioners from Fusang froze momentarily, their faces draining of color. Simultaneously, a warning, once resonating in the minds of the Goguryeo practitioners, echoed within them once more. Warning. The borders of Fusang are under attack. Should the borders be breached, the attributes of our practitioners will permanently decline. All practitioners are urged to defend. Chapter 50. Has Fusang's border also shattered? Damn. Those despicable and insidious Goguryeo people, launching a sneak attack. They have no samurai spirit. Hurry. Hurry back to defend the borders. The Fusang practitioners, regaining their senses, rushed to provide assistance. Yet, it was already too late. As the pale blue borders shattered into a shower of light, it felt as though the hearts of the Fusang practitioners shattered alongside it. Ding. Due to the border breach, all attributes of Fusang practitioners have permanently decreased by 5. Until the borders are restored, drop rates have decreased by 30. Ding. Due to the border breach, Fusang's national luck has suffered a severe blow. The awakening probability for combat classes in the next awakening season has decreased by 10. As he watched countless Fusang practitioners surge towards him from the temporary teleportation array like rabid dogs, Bai Yu took off running towards Goguryeo. This time, he did not conceal his speed. In a flash, he vanished from the sight of the Fusang practitioners within mere moments. Enraged, the practitioners behind him fumed with fury. Cunning Goguryeo people, this matter is far from over. Their roars echoed faintly, but Bai Yu had already disappeared beyond the horizon of the sea. He ran towards Goguryeo for an unknown duration until the horizon of Goguryeo came into view. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one had noticed him, he turned his direction toward the Bohai Sea and continued onward. After yet another half-hour of arduous travel, a particularly welcoming system notification chimed. Ding. You have returned to the borders of Huaxia. At last, gazing out at the vast expanse of the Bohai Sea, Bai Yu felt a profound sense of relief. Although the past 2 days appeared to be leisurely and enjoyable on the surface, the underlying tension and the psychological fatigue from slaying hundreds of foes, coupled with the physical exhaustion from relentless travel, were burdens only he truly comprehended. Now, having finally returned to his homeland, he could breathe easy. Upon disembarking, he casually sought out the nearest city and arrived at the teleportation square. With a flash of light, Bai Yu reappeared in the practitioner city of Fengtian. Dragging his weary body to the reincarnation hall of the practitioner temple, he was greeted by the familiar reincarnation officer, that same beloved little face. Mr. Bai, have you completed your task? Yes, I finished yesterday morning, but I had some other matters to attend to over the past 2 days, Bai Yu replied dismissively. Very well. I shall prepare your reincarnation. Unlike the first time when he had been at a disadvantage, this time Bai Yu donned a pair of shorts, avoiding the embarrassment of reclining in the pool unclothed. As the warm waters enveloped him, the already fatigued Bai Yu drifted into a deep slumber. He did not know how long he had been asleep, but when he awoke, the sky had dimmed slightly. Whether it was the effect of reincarnation or simply the depth of his sleep, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Checking his status panel, he noted that his previous first reincarnation level of 200 had transformed into second reincarnation level 0. Before he could delve deeper, a sudden system notification chimed. Ding. Due to your swift completion of the reincarnation task, your character has been rated as excellent. Task reward, 1,000 free attributes. Additional skill, Supreme Magic, Cataclysm of the Gods, for the class of Superlative Spirit. No wonder there had been no reward upon completing the reincarnation task. It appeared that one had to undergo reincarnation to receive it. Contemplating the message record, Bai Yu understood. It was evident that although the reincarnation task had not stipulated any explicit requirements or criteria, the subsequent results would be evaluated. This evaluation would, in turn, influence the rewards granted post-reincarnation. Whether it was due to his exceptional task completion or the inherently high difficulty of the 4th-class reincarnation tasks, the rewards were unexpectedly generous. Bai Yu continued to examine his status panel. His 5 base attributes had indeed increased by 1,000 points compared to before reincarnation. Additionally, he had acquired a new skill evidently belonging to the Sword Demon class, Frenzy, and a talent of the Superlative Spirit class, Superlative Source Flow. Among his active skills, aside from the task reward of the Superlative Magic, the Superlative Spirit class also granted him an additional Supreme Magic, Supreme Absolute Zero Epic. Most delightfully, the long-awaited rule maker had not only upgraded his GM authority to level 3, but all skills had automatically been elevated to level 3 as well. Moreover, a new active skill named Logic Rewrite had emerged. Simply from its name, Bai Yu discerned that it was likely another bug skill with effects rivaling data manipulation and data removal. After dressing and leaving the practitioner temple, Bai Yu found a quiet spot to sit and eagerly opened the skill descriptions. Frenzy LV1. For 30 seconds after activation, all output skills have a cooldown time of 0, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Superlative Source Flow. Upon successfully casting a Supreme Magic once, all subsequent Supreme Magics cast until the end of combat will not consume mana. Logic Rewrite LV3. Rewrites the underlying logic of the target data. Effective for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 6 hours. Having perused these 3 active skills, Bai Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The introduction of Frenzy and Superlative Source Flow effectively addressed his 2 most pressing shortcomings. The prolonged cooldown times and high mana consumption of skills had severely hindered his endurance. As a man, this had long been a source of frustration for Bai Yu. However, the advent of Frenzy did not fully resolve the issue of endurance. But as long as he could be overwhelmingly powerful in short bursts, the necessity of prolonged endurance seemed to diminish. Moreover, the previous mana concerns were now alleviated with the emergence of superlative source flow. From now on, every time he engaged in combat, he could start with a supreme magic as a gesture of respect, and thereafter, mana would no longer be a concern. He would no longer find himself in the embarrassing situation he faced during the battle against the twin gods, where his body could still endure another round, but his mana left him incapacitated. As for the rule maker's logic rewrite, the skill description left Bai Yu somewhat perplexed, and he planned to test it out when the opportunity arose. Having familiarized himself with his skills, Bai Yu took a deep breath and anxiously opened the task list. In the next moment, a look of joy illuminated his face. Indeed, the equipment task for the sword demon had refreshed. However, just as Bai Yu prepared to examine the task details, a communication came through. The voice of Zhang Xiang resonated from the other end. "Hey Bai, come to the guild headquarters tonight for a meeting. There is something significant to discuss. Also, the assessment task for the 7th level guild is scheduled for tomorrow, so you might as well come prepared." Chapter 51. Bai Yu, what? Am I the illegitimate child of the guild leader? Under the envious gazes of countless individuals at the teleportation square, Bai Yu traversed the exclusive passage of the guild, and in a flash of white light, he returned to the headquarters of the guild, Crazy Tide. Something significant? He was curious what it could be. However, the 7th level guild assessment task was fortunate indeed, as he managed to return just in time. The thought of nearly losing out on that 10,000 guild contribution made Bai Yu feel lucky. Had he dallied any longer between Goguryeo and Fusong, he would undoubtedly not have made it back today. "Good evening. Bai, shall we dine together?" "Bai Yu, what level are you now? Do you need assistance?" "Hey little Bai, let us go out for drinks. You must be Bai Yu, truly a handsome figure. I have high hopes for you." As Bai Yu walked through the headquarters, many people greeted him. Unfortunately, he could hardly recall the names of most of them. Having not even met them before, he could only smile politely in response. "What is going on? It seems the entire guild recognizes me now," Bai Yu pondered, perplexed. Just then, someone clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Gu Yue. "Yue, what are you doing here?" Upon noticing the peculiar look in Gu Yue's eyes, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled with a slap to his forehead. "Oh right, you've joined Crazy Tide. How could I forget? It's quite impressive that you can remember the events from the day before yesterday while I can't. Considering you were the one who brought me in." Gu Yue looked at him, exasperated. "By the way, what have you been up to these past 2 days?" "I had a rather demanding task," Bai Yu replied nonchalantly. If he were to speak the truth, it would involve capturing a regional boss, instigating a war between Goguryeo and Fusong, and inadvertently destroying the borders between the two nations. Given Gu Yue's character, she could effortlessly send herself to a mental institution to engage in some divine intervention. "Bai Yu, you might not be aware, but you have now become a prominent figure within the tumultuous tides of the community." "What?" Bai Yu appeared utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything noteworthy. So how had he become such a celebrated figure? Gu Yue glanced around before pulling Bai Yu aside, whispering, "There are rumors suggesting that your true identity is the illegitimate child of the president. Is there any truth to this?" "Well, it seems that is false. Are you truly still the president of the Red Star Guild? Has this news already spread?" Zhang Xiang's loose lips are to blame. Bai Yu sighed, realizing it was likely due to his secondary identity as the president of the Dragon Tooth's affiliated level 9 guild that such suspicions arose. It made sense why it felt as if every member of the chaotic tide recognized him along the way. So, the rumors are indeed true? Gu Yue looked at Bai Yu with astonishment. They were all contemporaries, yet here she was, elated at the prospect of merely joining one of the 3 major guilds as a regular member. For other ordinary professionals, merely joining a level 6 guild was already a notable achievement. And Bai Yu? He had awakened less than a month ago, only to transform into the president of a level 9 guild, second only to the 3 major guilds. This was the president of a level 9 guild. Not just in Liaoning province, but throughout the entire northeast region, he was a figure of immense significance. Goodness. Will I be able to boast in the future that my friend is the president of a level 9 guild? Oh my goodness. Witnessing Gu Yue's ecstatic expression, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "I must say, you are also a legendary figure of our generation. Could you possibly refrain from appearing so naive? Allow me a moment to catch my breath. This experience is truly incredible." Gu Yue's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes crescent-shaped and breathtakingly beautiful. "All right, enough of this banter. Shall we head home together later? The conversation might be a bit intense. I have to attend a meeting regarding a significant development." Bai Yu admitted candidly. "A meeting? You're now participating in discussions reserved for the upper management?" TSK. Gu Yue regarded Bai Yu anew, her gaze markedly different from before. "Fine, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to return for dinner." After bidding farewell to Gu Yue, Bai Yu took the elevator directly to the top-floor conference room. Upon arriving, he found Zhang Xiang, Lu Hanming, and several other familiar managers already present, engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Bai Yu approach, Zhang Xiang waved him over. "Come sit here, kiddo." After exchanging greetings, Bai Yu settled next to Zhang Xiang. Just as he sat down, Lu Homing leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Bai, have you heard the news? Something monumental has transpired. The matter concerning the bloodline monster theft? There is some connection, but it's far more significant than that." Zhang Xiang interjected. "It concerns the world stage. Fusang and Goguryeo are embroiled in a fierce conflict, and the borders of both nations have been breached." Bai Yu was taken aback. Is this the major issue they were discussing in the communications? Yet, this matter seems unrelated to our country, doesn't it? Bai Yu probed cautiously. Not necessarily. Zhang Xiang replied seriously. We suspect this incident is linked to the mysterious individual who stole the bloodline boss. Apparently, Chun Qiming from the guild management discovered something, but the details and conclusions should be revealed in the meeting. What did he discover? Bai Yu's expression hardened. Could it be that his disguise was compromised? He had thought he was well concealed. Or was it concerning something else entirely? In an instant, Bai Yu felt a surge of caution. If the chaotic tide were to uncover anything or realize that he had orchestrated the entire affair, what actions would they take? Would the current situation change? For better or worse? As he pondered, more individuals arrived at the conference room. Eventually, all three of the other major heads, aside from the president, were present. Zhang Xiang quietly introduced, the person beside Elder Ying is Qin Feng, the sword master, our guild's highest combat power aside from the president. He single-handedly took down 5 opponents when besieged by European counterparts, emerging victorious with a sliver of health left. Quite impressive. And that woman is another of the 3 heads. The enchanting Lin Yu. Though she appears youthful and alluring, she is actually over 60 years old, often deceiving high school and university students. You'd best. Zhang Xiang, you're being naughty. Lin Yu interjected suddenly, interrupting Zhang Xiang's warning, then shot a flirtatious glance at Bai Yu. If he were unaware of her true nature, Bai Yu might have found it flattering. However, given the current circumstances. All right, Elder Ying suddenly spoke, and the entire conference room fell silent. You all should have heard about this matter, so I want to elaborate further. Let us commence the meeting. With that, Elder Ying pressed a button, illuminating the large screen. This is a video from the boss encounter 2 days ago. The video displayed a cloaked figure placing their hand upon a damage-absorbing barrier. As blue light flickered, the barrier shattered explosively. Soon, the next segment of the video began playing. This footage was captured by Qiming through his skills. Let us take a look. In this unfamiliar footage, a cloaked figure stood above a sea, swiftly dispatching all pursuers with a flash of sword light. Once unimpeded, the figure replicated the familiar motion, placing their hand upon a blue barrier before him. Bai Yu's heart sank. Wasn't he this precisely when he had breached the Goguryeo border? This was disastrous. He had been exposed. As the video continued, the cloaked figure emitted a blue flash, and the barrier exploded into a dazzling display of light. At this moment, Elder Ying abruptly paused the video. What are your thoughts? Everyone. A middle-aged woman dressed as a mage spoke up. It appears the 2 figures in the videos are indeed the same person. Yes, I sense the same. Zhang Xiang nodded vigorously. How could it not be obvious? They share the same stance. Zhang Hanming interjected. Others nodded in agreement. Elder Ying smiled faintly. Indeed. The other 2 heads, and I share this sentiment. Furthermore, the barrier depicted in the second video is the Goguryeo border. What? The room erupted in shock. Elder Ying, are you suggesting that this individual broke the Goguryeo border with a single strike? My goodness, the threshold for that border is in the trillions. How could this person manage such a feat? Is it some kind of artifact? This individual could shatter national borders. No wonder they could effortlessly dismantle the bloodline's damage-absorbing barrier. Elder Ying suddenly turned his gaze toward Bai Yu. And the other 2 heads along with the managers also fixed their attention upon him. What is your perspective on this? Me? Hearing Elder Ying address him, a low-ranking newcomer. Bai Yu's mind raced. What is happening? Have I truly been exposed? Or is this merely a test? Faced with this situation, Bai Yu decided to abandon pretense. It must be an artifact, right? I recall there exists an exceedingly rare artifact known as the boundary-breaking cone, capable of transcending any barriers, including national borders. Oh, you are even aware of the boundary-breaking cone? One of the triumvirate, Qin Feng, expressed his surprise upon hearing this. Indeed, you possess some knowledge. As acknowledged by the esteemed Qin, Elder Ying, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Quite right. The 3 of us have conferred with the president and share the same sentiment regarding the boundary-breaking cone. Only the boundary-breaking cone can achieve such a feat. Yet there remain 3 points of contention. First, the boundary-breaking cone is immensely precious. Even the most abundant source, the lighthouse, possesses merely 5. Who, then, would utilize 2 such invaluable boundary-breaking cones consecutively, especially for the purpose of seizing an 8th turn boss? As for the second point, Elder Ying's expression grew grave. The implications of breaking national boundaries are well understood by all practitioners and the fate of nations. Thus, the existence of the boundary-breaking cone is akin to nuclear weapons from a century ago, its greatest significance lying not in its usage, but in its deterrence. Under circumstances where mutual destruction is imminent, why would the target resort to employing a boundary-breaking cone against a nation? Silence enveloped the conference room. A slightly relieved Bai Yu tentatively inquired, Elder Ying, have you clarified the identity of that person? Yes, Elder Ying nodded, causing Bai Yu's heart to race once more. But in the next moment, he exhaled in relief. According to the information, the individual also seized the national boss of Goryeo and, during the ensuing pursuit, revealed their identity as a person from Fusang. Consequently, Goryeo assembled over 200 high-ranking practitioners to confront Fusang after their national boundary was breached, only to encounter Fusang's maritime expedition team en route. At that time, the team was engaged in subduing a ninth-turn boss. Perhaps due to their forceful engagement in the boss area, both sides suffered total casualties, igniting a dispute between the two nations. Subsequently, it seems Goryeo also employed a boundary-breaking cone, launching a surprise attack and shattering Fusang's national boundary. After Elder Ing recounted the specifics of the incident, the attendees in the conference room wore expressions of exhilaration. Was this not akin to a dog biting another dog? They truly deserved it. My goodness. Both national boundaries have been breached. The conflict is quite fierce. It appears that neither side will recover for several years. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Only Bai Yu, while feeling a sense of relief, could not suppress a smirk. Well, it seems the 2 days of effort were not in vain. This large, dark pot of blame will undoubtedly fall squarely on Fusang. As for how both sides will deny it, he harbored no concerns. In the current situation, it was akin to yellow mud falling into one's trousers. It was neither clean nor unblemished. At this moment, Zhang Xiang appeared to focus on the crux of the matter. Speaking of which, can a ninth-turn boss truly annihilate hundreds of high-ranking practitioners? Did they not bring resurrection items? This precisely constitutes the third point of contention. Qin Feng rumbled in a deep voice. As high-ranking practitioners, it is understandable if a few lacked resurrection items. However, for all of them to be unprepared, even the expedition team from Fusang, is simply implausible. Bai Yu sighed inwardly upon hearing this. At that time, he had been swept up in fervor and acted impulsively. Fortunately, it seemed the triumvirate did not intend to dwell excessively on this matter. Due to the black-robed individual's actions in seizing the bloodline boss, certain suspicions lingered. Thus it is prudent for everyone to exercise caution in the forthcoming period. While Elder Ing was speaking, he suddenly paused. Excuse me, I must take a call. Astrologer? Is there something amiss? I am in a meeting. Oh, what? Our people? Are you serious? All right, I understand. We will discuss it later. After ending the call, Elder Ing surveyed the room, his expression peculiar as he stated, just now, the astrologer from Longya divined about this matter. There has been a development. The black-robed individual is one of our own, a person from Huaxia. A gasp echoed throughout the conference room, creating a ripple of astonishment. Everyone, including the usually composed Qin Feng and Lin Yuru, fell silent. Only Bai Yu's heart tightened. He had completely forgotten about Longya's diviner. It seemed he had not disclosed to Elder Ing that he was the one in question. Was it because he had not divined it? Or simply chose not to reveal it? Throughout the remainder of the meeting, Bai Yu found himself somewhat distracted. By my grandmother, that mysterious figure is indeed formidable. Managing to acquire 2 boundary-breaking cones and creating chaos between 2 nations all by themselves. How exhilarating. However, I am puzzled. If they are indeed one of us, it implies they have not reached the 10th turn. How could someone below the 10th turn inflict such damage? Leaving the conference room, Zhang Xiang clasped Bai Yu's shoulder, still reveling in the unexpected joy. Who knows, perhaps some special skill. Bai Yu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the world is vast. What kind of peculiarities could exist? Young Bai, if not for your inspection of those level 7 guilds tomorrow afternoon, we must certainly share a drink tonight. Speaking of inspections, remember this, regardless of level. You must bear in mind that you are part of our Guangchao's prospective management tier. Uphold our Guangchao's stature. Bai Yu nodded. Rest assured, old Zhang, I will return now. All right, see you tomorrow evening. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiang, Bai Yu made his way back to Changde County. Sitting in the Gu family's vehicle, the thought of possibly being exposed stirred an inexplicable urgency within him. It appears that, apart from the deities of the divine realm, one must remain vigilant in the real world as well. He must accelerate his growth. Glancing at the itinerary on his phone, the inspection was set for 2:30 in the afternoon, leaving him with ample free time beforehand. Perhaps he should tackle the equipment quest first? Chapter 53, Equipment Quest. Sword Demon versus Sword Demon? With this thought, Bai Yu opened his quest list, clicking on a task he had yet to peruse. Reforging. Body of the Sword Demon, 2. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Details. You have seized the long-coveted divine skeleton demon spirit chest armor from the projection of the demon soul sword master, thus drawing his attention and provoking a confrontation. Defeating the demon soul sword master will grant you the divine skeleton demon spirit grasp in his possession. Task objective. Before reaching level 200 in the second turn, venture to the eastern abyss of Zhejiang province. The aura of the divine skeleton demon spirit chest armor will lure the demon soul sword master from the abyssal fissure, and you must defeat him. Observing the task details and objectives, Bai Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. Luring a boss from the abyssal fissure? It seems this will not be as effortless as the last time. The abyssal district has never been an easy place to traverse. Furthermore, extracting a boss from the fissure clearly necessitates entering the core area of the abyss. Entry is not overly difficult, but the commotion inevitably created will be substantial. Must I stage another grand spectacle? Bai Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. For him, bosses were not particularly troublesome adversaries, regardless of their nature. The worst that could happen was merely data removal. However, the true dilemma lay in the likely beast tide that would ensue following any actions taken within the Abyssal District. Once a beast tide erupted, resolving it would be far more challenging than dealing with the boss itself. At present, the only means at my disposal to eliminate the beast tide is the superlative magic. However, the activation of such magic undoubtedly heralds a cataclysmic event akin to the fall of the sun. It appears I must resort to a somewhat troublesome method, dispatching one foe at a time. This approach may extend the duration of my task, and with the aim of completing it before tomorrow afternoon, I find myself pressed for time. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yu spoke. Master, turn around and return to the teleportation point. I suddenly recalled that I have another task to attend to. Understood, Mr. Bai. We returned to the teleportation point and then transported ourselves to the Eastern Abyss defense town in Zhejiang province. The sky had darkened by this time, and a communication from Gu Yue inquired about my sudden return. Bai Yu, the driver mentioned you went back to the teleportation point. Is there an urgent matter? Yes. I remembered another task I need to undertake. It seems I may have to pull an all-nighter. Oh, what's the matter? Is everything all right? Sensing a hint of concern in Gu Yue's tone, Bai Yu asked. It's nothing. Just take care of yourself and be sure to rest. Rest assured I will. After ending the communication, Bai Yu gazed upon the brightly lit defense town with a deep sigh. He too yearned for respite. After 2 days of relentless travel and combat, and having just returned from a meeting, he had managed only 2 or 3 hours of sleep during the reincarnation process. Fatigue was inevitable. Yet what choice did he have? With the myriad threats from the divine realm ahead and the potential risk of exposure looming behind, every wasted minute further jeopardized his life. Putting such thoughts aside, he resolved to focus on the task at hand. Donning his familiar black robe, Bai Yu equipped the godly skeleton magic spirit chestplate and strode toward the outskirts of the defense town. As he passed through the gates, he was inevitably subjected to the admonishments of the guard stationed there. Warnings about the Abyss region being particularly perilous at night. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally exited the town, greeted by the wild winds sweeping through the wilderness. Pairs of crimson eyes roamed the night. Bai Yu's strategy was straightforward: to eliminate any hostile creatures before they could register his presence. Though this method demanded a high level of proficiency in ranged attacks, it posed no challenge for him. He casually picked up a stone from the ground, aimed at a level 200 creature in the distance, and hurled it with precision. The damage output was staggering: 330, 050, 329, 990. With his class's unique characteristics allowing for damage beyond mere weaponry, a single stone could inflict 600,000 points of damage. Merely by throwing stones, he could dispatch the majority of the creatures inhabiting the Abyss region. Thus, he advanced, casting stones to eliminate the monsters that blocked his path, pushing forward further into the depths. As he traversed deeper, the creatures grew in both level and density, making his progress increasingly arduous. Nonetheless, this strategy proved effective. 5 hours later, around 2 in the morning, he finally stood before the Abyss Rift, gazing at the mesmerizing and ethereal colors before him. Bai Yu struggled to suppress his urge to venture inside, calling forth the godly skeleton magic spirit chestplate from his preparation slot. Is this sufficient? By this time, the surrounding creatures had all been eradicated, leaving only a few high-level elites and bosses that could not be swiftly defeated, opting to avoid confrontation instead. Now, all that remained was to await the emergence of the so-called sword master of the demon soul. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu felt perspiration bead on his palm as he gripped the magic sword tightly. He fixed his gaze on the Abyss Rift, anxious that this boss might ambush him like the twin deities. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes, the Abyss Rift remained unresponsive. Half an hour passed, then an hour, then 2. Just as dawn began to break and Bai Yu felt himself on the verge of slumber, the Abyss Rift suddenly rippled. Startled, he sprang to his feet beside the stone he had been leaning against. It has arrived. With a swift motion, a massive greatsword emerged from the rift, followed by a 3-meter-tall demon adorned with ram's horns. Its skin was cracked, revealing dark red energy that flowed like molten lava. The demon's bare upper body was only adorned with a pair of sinister black gauntlets. From its style and texture, it was evident that this was the godly skeleton magic spirit's grip, which Bai Yu had longed for. However, to wear the godly skeleton magic spirit set, you must also be a sword demon? Bai Yu and the sword master of the demon soul exclaimed in unison. After a brief moment of astonishment, a stiff smile appeared on the swordmaster's face. A human who inherits his father's will? No wonder you were able to defeat my projection. As he spoke, the swordmaster's gaze inevitably fell upon the long sword in Bai Yu's hand. This is my father's magic sword. You have obtained the magic sword? Observing the sword master of the demon soul before him, Bai Yu's expression turned somber. It was no wonder that the difficulty of this task had reached 10 stars. No wonder this sword master was collecting the godly skeleton magic spirit set. It turned out this fellow was also a sword demon, and from his words, he was the son of the previous sword demon. Human, come forth. The sword master of the demon soul raised his great sword with a single hand, pointing it at Bai Yu. You seek the godly skeleton magic spirit's grip that I possess, do you not? Defeat me, and you may claim it. Alternatively, should I vanquish you, I shall take your sword and armor. Demon of heaven, chaotic dance. Boom. A blinding blue light erupted, and the massive shadow of the sword demon materialized behind the sword master of the demon soul. Confronted with a rival of the same class, Bai Yu licked his lips, his fighting spirit reaching a fever pitch. Very well, I shall claim your gauntlet. Chaotic dance of the demon of heaven. Human. The sword master of the demon soul charged towards Bai Yu wielding his great sword, the intense fire elemental energy rapidly coalescing around him and the shadow of the sword demon behind him. Bai Yu met the challenge head-on, manifesting his true form as a sword demon. The surging fire attributes flared wildly. Explosive flame slash. Superlative explosive flame slash. Chapter 54. The gift of the sword master of the demon soul. The godly skeleton magic spirit's grip. Boom, boom, boom. The violent waves of magic surged forth. Bai Yu's magic sword clashed against the sword master of the demon soul's great sword. In this exchange, neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Again, the sword master's face radiated unrestrained excitement as the light surrounding him began to flicker incessantly. Berserk power. Potential overdrive. Magic energy surges. Is that all you can do? Bai Yu's thoughts stirred, and the black light of his magic sword surged dramatically. Transcendental demonization. Blood sacrifice. Frenzied demon. Life or death rampage. In the next moment, Bai Yu swung his magic sword, unleashing an even more ferocious explosive flame slash. The sword master of the demon soul responded with an explosive flame slash of his own. The ensuing eruption of fiery energy scorched the ground around them, creating a charred expanse. The air was filled with the cacophony of thunderous roars and the shrill clanging of metal. Wave after wave of combat ensued, and Bai Yu found himself immersed in the exhilarating struggle. The two combatants fought from the core zone to the edge zone, and then back to the core zone once more. The terrifying aftermath of battle mercilessly obliterated all the wild creatures and bosses caught in its tumult. Whether it was a beast tide or mere danger at this moment, the only focus of the human and the demon lay in the relentless barrage of attacks they unleashed upon one another. Once more. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Human. You are utterly feeble. Then try this move on for size, superiority, dimensional slash. The dazzling array of skills illuminated the horizon, eclipsing the rising sun. Demonic energy surged uncontrollably. A chaotic blend of various attributes. Such a colossal uproar drew the attention of the adventurers stationed in the 6 nearby fortified strongholds. Is that the pinnacle of the 9 turns engaged in battle? It must be. I've never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Damn it, what are they thinking? Fighting in the abyss zone? Aren't they just inviting a beast tide? Is anyone brave enough to go and take a look? Have you lost your mind? This is the abyss zone, not a place for high-level combat. Are you willing to throw your life away? In an instant, the onlookers at the fortified strongholds swelled in number. Although they could only catch fleeting glimpses of the skill flashes, their fascination remained unquenched. However, the celestial brilliance of the skills soon began to dim. It appeared that the battle was reaching its climax. The clashing of weapons replaced the once pervasive bursts of magical energy with an intensified cacophony. The human and demon tirelessly wielded their weapons, their eyes still ablaze with fervor. Despite all of Bai Yu's buffs having expired and his skills entering cooldown, the demon sword master's blue mana gauge lay depleted. His gigantic sword marred with deep gashes from the magical blade. Bang! With a resounding thud, Bai Yu was sent sprawling several meters by a kick from the demon sword master, and they finally separated for a moment. Dusting off the substantial footprint left on his chest plate, Bai Yu glanced at the heavily breathing demon sword master leaning against his massive sword in the distance. If his previous encounter with the twin deities marked his first full-throttle engagement, then this clash with the demon sword master was the most exhilarating battle yet. No GM skills were employed to cheat, nor was he using superior magic to dominate. It was purely a contest of sword against sword. Each basic attack and skill exchange was imbued with a visceral thrill. No man could remain unmoved by such a spectacle. Had it not been for his health bar dipping below 50%, the battle might have continued indefinitely. Human, you are formidable yet profoundly weak, the demon sword master gasped, propped up by his long sword. Nonsense. Strong is strong, and weak is weak, and it is you who shall taste defeat, Bai Yu retorted, sword in hand. Judging by their current states, the demon sword master's health had dwindled to less than a third, while Bai Yu maintained over 50%. With both their buffs depleted and skills rendered unusable, the outcome was becoming evident. The demon sword master withdrew his long sword and approached Bai Yu, stopping just short of him. What do you want? Looking for another round? In response to Bai Yu's wariness, the demon sword master wore a perplexed expression. Strange human, your magical prowess overwhelms me. Yet you seem unable to wield the elements with ease. Moreover, your swordplay is so juvenile, akin to a child. I was more skilled at 3 years old. I can sense the magical sword weeping in your grasp. Bai Yu's eyes twitched slightly. This guy has a passive ability to resort to taunts when he is losing? ISNT that a bit against the rules? I could have easily dispatched you. Isn't it excessive to say such things now? Bai Yu said with a scowl. However, the demon sword master remained unfazed, his expression as wooden as ever. I cannot ascertain your ability to eliminate me, but I am well aware of my father's magical sword powers. You have not utilized them, otherwise I would not survive beyond 100 seconds. Then you still. I speak only the truth. The demon sword master raised his gigantic sword, and in an instant, brilliant arcs of electricity began to coil around it. Human. It seems you cannot even imbue your weapon with magical power as I do. Your defensive capabilities are weak and ineffective. Bai Yu opened his skill panel and scrolled through. I don't think I have that skill. Skills. The expression of the demon sword master shifted, revealing unmistakable disdain and confusion. Could it be that you rely solely on so-called skills to engage in combat? My instincts were correct. You are powerful yet pitifully weak. You possess immense strength, but cannot wield it proficiently. Had I the same power as you, you would already be defeated. This time, Bai Yu fell into a contemplative silence. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized there was indeed some truth to that. Every basic attack from the demon sword master was infused with various magical attributes, executed with remarkable finesse. Even in skills like the explosive flame slash, his opponent could directly counter his superior version with sheer proficiency. Initially, Bai Yu could only rely on the high-frequency skill output from demonization and transcendent source flow to barely hold his ground. It was only after the skill usage increased that transcendence turned the tide in his favor through attribute dominance. Thus, without the backing of the superior spirit class, the outcome of this battle could have been reversed. Of course, that was not the most outrageous aspect. Since the game merged with the world, the rules governing the entire realm had shifted. During combat, aside from defensive classes like knights, other classes, even when attempting to block, still incurred damage from their opponent's attacks. Yet the recent demon sword master had completely negated the physical damage from the magical sword, with his health reduced predominantly due to magical harm. Damn it. This guy's verbal prowess is formidable. Human, the divine realm will seek you out, should you continue to fight in this state. The name of the sword demon shall be sullied because of you. As the demon sword master spoke, his surrounding magical energy rippled. Bai Yu furrowed his brow. What? Regaining some mana to continue? The demon sword master shook his head. I have activated a teleportation skill. I can leave at any moment. Human. You now have two choices. Continue to foolishly flail your magical sword, blindly relying on skills, thus bringing shame to the title of sword demon, while I depart, taking the grip of the divine phantom with me into oblivion. Or, accept special training. The grip of the divine phantom I bestow upon you. Ding. Do you accept the gift from the demon sword master? Grip of the divine phantom, super artifact, LV0? Chapter 55, Special Training. In the name of the sword demon. What the? Bai Yu's eyes lit up at the system prompt. Directly labeled as a super artifact, it even displayed a level. It made sense, after all. The demon sword master was also a sword demon, and upon obtaining the grip of the divine phantom, he could surely unseal it. Ready for immediate use. This was far more convenient than armor. Thus, faced with the choice presented by the demon sword master, Bai Yu cheerfully opted for the latter. Ding. You have accepted the gift from the demon sword master, acquiring grip of the divine phantom, super artifact, LV0. Upon receiving the grip of the divine phantom, the magical radiance enveloping the demon sword master faded. Clearly, the teleportation skill had been deactivated. Bai Yu cast a puzzled glance at the demon sword master. Are you not afraid that I might renege once I obtain the item? The lord of the demon soul, shouldering the colossal sword, replied nonchalantly. A true stronghold does not resort to deceit to achieve their aims. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu could not help but regard the lord of the demon soul with newfound respect. Truly, he was a formidable figure. Internally, Bai Yu marveled at the lord's composure before eagerly unzipping his backpack to examine the attributes of the grip of the divine corpse demon spirit. Grip of the divine corpse demon spirit, supreme artifact, LV0. Description, temporarily entrusted to the lord of the demon soul. May be utilized only upon gaining his acknowledgement through special training. Bai Yu's eyelid twitched slightly. How ironic. He had just been admiring this fellow's demeanor of a true powerhouse, only to realize he was now being kept in suspense. Let us proceed, the lord of the demon soul urged in a deep voice. I understand, Bai Yu replied, irritated as he stowed the grip of the divine corpse demon spirit and turned to head back to the fortified town. However, he soon sensed something amiss and glanced back at the lord of the demon soul following him. What are you doing trailing behind me? Special training, came the reply. Are you seriously intending to accompany me back to the city? Indeed. After living over 40 years across 2 lifetimes, Bai Yu had never felt so speechless. Good grief. This is the realm of humanity, and you are a boss. Do you plan to go in and start farming gear? This time, the lord of the demon soul fell silent, staring intently at Bai Yu, as if to convey, I can forego entering, but you must return my gloves. Feeling a sense of realization, Bai Yu opened his quest list. Upon seeing the newly updated equipment quest, he felt a surge of frustration. Equipment quest. In the name of the sword demon. Quest details. Your capabilities as a sword demon have been called into question by the lord of the demon soul. Accompany him to explore the fundamental power of the sword demon, mastery of sword and sorcery. Quest content. Bring the Lord of the Demon Soul back to your residence and complete his special training daily to gain his acknowledgement. Are you kidding me? Bai Yu thought, staring at the towering figure of the Lord of the Demon Soul, a being that clearly resembled a boss. Though his name had shifted from a threatening red to ally green, walking around in this form on the streets was still problematic. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yu suddenly inquired, "Can you use items?" "Yes." "Splendid. Since you can use items, this will be manageable. Find a spot and wait for me. I will procure something that will allow you to enter the city." "All right." The Lord of the Demon Soul turned and strode into the abyssal rift with a fluid grace, making Bai Yu momentarily think he was departing. Surveying the trembling monsters around, frightened by the demonic aura emanating from the Lord, Bai Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, he need not worry about a beast tide. He hastily made his way back to the fortified town. A large crowd remained gathered, gazing into the distance. Bai Yu discreetly merged into the throng and made his way to the magic city via the teleportation square. It was only 9:30. He should still have time. Checking the time, Bai Yu took the express line of the guild to the largest offline store in the magic city. This establishment also held the title of the largest offline store in the entire East China region. After presenting his guild credentials, he was ushered into the VIP area. "I wish to acquire a disguise item. The higher the grade, the better," Bai Yu stated. "Please hold on, sir." The business manager swiped through his tablet and then handed Bai Yu several options. "Mr. Bai, these are the highest grade disguise items available at our store. Please take a look and see if any meet your satisfaction." After a brief perusal, Bai Yu, leveraging his knowledge of these items, ultimately selected a star-level disguise item. "Mr. Bai, this item is currently featured in an auction," but before the manager could finish, Bai Yu interrupted, offering a flat price of 15 billion and transferring the funds. "Forget the auction. I'm in a hurry," Bai Yu stated, suppressing the sting of his expenditure. There was no choice. This was crucial for the grip of the divine corpse demon spirit. The necessary expenses had to be made. Within 10 minutes, under the pressure of Bai Yu's financial might, the item was delivered from another city via the teleportation array. With the item in hand, he wasted no time in returning to the abyssal region. By 10:30, Bai Yu once again stood before the abyssal rift. With a whoosh, the Lord of the Demon Soul emerged from the rift, his health bar fully restored. "Here, use this." Bai Yu extended the item towards him. As a flash of white light flickered, the towering figure of the Lord of the Demon Soul began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a human man over 6 feet tall, still wielding a massive sword. Though he remained somewhat exaggerated in appearance, it was far more acceptable. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. "I will take you back to my residence first. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. We can discuss anything later tonight." "Very well," the Lord of the Demon Soul replied, nodding, his face resembling that of a ripe papaya. Given his company, Bai Yu knew he could not return home. Fortunately, after several contacts, he eventually brought the Lord of the Demon Soul back to the exquisitely furnished villa he had applied for in downtown Fengtian just days prior. "Welcome. You shall reside here. This is the bathroom. The bedroom should be around here," Bai Yu said, flipping through the property manual in hand. The Lord of the Demon Soul regarded Bai Yu with a hint of skepticism, asking, "Is this truly your home? What sort of question is that?" "Of course. This is my home. I'm just not very familiar with it yet." After much effort, Bai Yu finally settled the Lord of the Demon Soul in. Exhausted from the night's toil and the 2-hour commute, he collapsed onto the grand bed in the master bedroom, staring at the ceiling as his eyelids grew heavy. "I can't hold on any longer. Just a quick nap," he thought to himself. If he didn't sleep now, he might succumb before the Divine Realm's pursuers even arrived. In a haze, Bai Yu drifted off to sleep. It was not until 2 hours later that the communication device chimed, rousing him from his stupor. Bleary-eyed, he opened the communication list to find task alerts from the guild. "The reception for the 3 level 7 guilds has been prepared. You may proceed." Chapter 56. Welcome, Inspector Bai, to the Giant Spirit for inspection. "President, when shall we address that boy Bai Yu, the one mentioned by Guofeng?" In the lobby of the level 7 guild Giant Spirit, Chen Ming, the vice president of the level 5 guild Breaking Heaven, whispered to the president beside him. The last time Guofeng was publicly humiliated and reduced to critical health by that boy at the city gate, he even invoked our guild's name. "President, it is not just Guofeng who has been humiliated. It is our guild's reputation. This matter is not urgent. We shall discuss it later," President Zhang Xiao replied dismissively, continuing to stretch on tiptoe among the crowd, peering towards the lobby's entrance. "President," Chen Ming protested, "Guofeng is quite the sycophant, and now many people in the guild are voicing their discontent on his behalf. If this continues, the camaraderie will. Have you no end to your prattling?" Zhang Xiao finally snapped, his voice low but filled with irritation. "Chen Ming, do you realize where we are? This is the headquarters lobby of the level 7 guild Giant Spirit. Surrounding us are the leaders and vice presidents of level 4 and level 5 guilds. Over there, do you see? Those are the presidents of the 3 level 6 guilds. And also the president of the Giant Spirit Guild. You. What do you mean by you? Today, the envoy from the Tide is here to inspect the qualifications of the Giant Spirit Guild. If any errors arise on our end that lead to the giant spirit being disqualified, it won't just be this vice president who is in trouble. Even I, and all of us at Breaking Dawn, will face dire consequences. Do you understand? After being yanked by his collar and berated by the president, Chunming finally came to his senses. Zhang Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, and continued in a hushed tone. That Bai Yu is just a newcomer who has barely awakened for less than a month. Does this trivial matter really require my intervention? Use the old method. If he can outmatch Guofeng, it indicates a decent talent. If not, we can publicly blacklist him in Lingtai City and privately seek an opportunity to deal with him. This way, we can prevent him from being recruited by others, which could pose a threat to us later. Indeed, how trivial this matter is to warrant my inquiry. However, it is rather amusing that this newly awakened lad shares the same name as the envoy arriving today. What a pity, though. Same name, different fate. With a sigh, Zhang Xiao resumed his tiptoe vigil at the Grand Hall entrance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary level 10 envoy. Meanwhile, not far away, Guo Xiao, the president of the Giant Spirit Guild, was meticulously verifying the details of guild strength and assets on his tablet. Subsidiary industries, dungeons, secret realms. Specific information about personnel and their combat capabilities, as well as the low-level guilds and corporate factions that had pledged allegiance to him. All potential indicators of the guild's potential were meticulously recorded on the tablet. President, you have already checked 3 times. There are no issues, one of his aides urged. No, I must check again. Guo Xiao continued to scrutinize the documents in hand. Old 3, are you certain there are no errors? Are all the materials recorded properly? Rest assured, President, you've already asked 5 times. I know I can be a bit tedious, Guo Xiao sighed, putting down the tablet. You must understand that the 2 other level 7 guilds competing against us are not inferior in strength. Therefore, we must win their favor through the right demeanor and etiquette. Do you comprehend? I understand. Let me tell you, Old 3, I've spent a fortune to inquire about this envoy, and he is quite different from previous envoys. Guo Xiao leaned in closer to his vice president and whispered, I have heard that this envoy is of considerable pedigree. Though young, he was personally invited by the indomitable Shield Zhang to join the Tide, and upon entry, he was placed in the preparatory management tier. Old 3's heart skipped a beat. The Tide, one of the 3 major guilds, actually extends invitations to others? And to be placed in such a high position right away. Not only that, but I also heard that at that time, Longya and the Tide were competing for him, with the astrologer himself intervening. Yet, in the end, they could not outmatch the Tide. Even so, the Elder Sage still bestowed the title of president of a level 9 guild and a rank of major general upon that envoy. You know Red Star, right? The current president is this Bai envoy. Upon hearing the president's words, Old 3's legs nearly buckled beneath him. This was no mere big shot. This was a celestial being. President, I think I should double-check everything once more. Perhaps I should remind the reception and etiquette teams as well. We must not afford any mistakes. Yes. The president nodded vigorously. Remember, even if we do not secure a spot with the Tide, we absolutely must not offend this envoy. Otherwise, even Longya will be out of the question for us. Understood. Envoy, up ahead lies the headquarters of our Giant Spirit Guild. The specially customized stretch limousine glided smoothly along. One of the Giant Spirit vice presidents was cautiously attempting to flatter Bai Yu, the president, along with the other 2 vice presidents. And some members from our affiliated small guilds are already waiting in the hall. Considering that the envoy has traveled all afternoon, we have prepared a banquet for you. We hope you will grace us with your presence after the inspection. At this moment, Bai Yu was draped in a crimson robe, adorned with dazzling golden tide motifs. Underneath, he wore a resplendent magical armor, with a magical sword hanging at his waist. As Zhang Xiang would put it, the identity of the envoy was meant to impress. All the finest treasures were to be showcased, as this was the face of the Tide. Hearing about the banquet, Bai Yu set aside the tablet recording data from the previous 2 guilds. After a day and night of busyness without a meal, he replied, All right, you may arrange it. Certainly. Rest assured, envoy. Upon hearing Bai Yu's agreement, the vice president's face broke into a beaming smile. The previous 2 guilds had failed to retain this young envoy. But now it seemed secure. The vice president began making arrangements. While Bai Yu was poised to continue comparing data, he suddenly paused. Ding. Fire Swordman Lu Yen has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Lu Yen? Who is that? Out of curiosity, Bai Yu accepted the friend request. In the next moment, a pre-written message appeared. I am a manager from Breaking Dawn. Your recent attack on our member Guofeng has significantly impacted our guild's image. You now have 2 choices. Join Breaking Dawn or be blacklisted and hunted down by us. You have 5 minutes to consider. Failure to respond within 5 minutes will be deemed as opting for the second choice. 2 choices. Glancing at the message, Bai Yu nonchalantly deleted the friend request. As for Breaking Dawn, just as he had surmised, they sought to recruit him. But if that failed, they would resort to threats? A bit clever, but not much. Regardless, he was currently disinclined to engage with them. The headquarters of the various guilds were all located within the core of Fengtian, not too far apart. After merely 10 minutes, the stretch limousine had already entered the confines of the Giant Spirit headquarters. Instantly, a grand scene unfolded. with thousands of giant spirit members neatly lined up along the sides of the red carpet, stretching for hundreds of meters. Welcome, by Envoy of the Tide, to our giant spirit for inspection. The thunderous welcome roared through the air, audible even through the soundproof glass of the limousine. Outside, thousands of giant spirit members stood ready, each team displaying their respective responsibilities, some for dungeon runs, others for boss strategies, and yet others specifically for PvP. Each was adorned in luminous gear, their vibrant effects nearly blinding Bai Yu's titanium alloy eyes. Behind them, meticulously selected receptionists and etiquette personnel bowed slightly, creating an atmosphere akin to a military parade. Envoy, please. The vice president opened the car door, welcoming Bai Yu down from the limousine. As he walked down the red carpet, Bai Yu could distinctly feel the gaze of every individual upon him, their emotions a complex tapestry of anticipation, curiosity, excitement, envy, and reverence, much like the two previous guilds he had visited. Envoy, please come inside. Casting a glance at the guild members, Bai Yu followed the vice president toward the headquarters building. Only after Bai Yu had departed did the members of the giant spirit begin to excitedly discuss amongst themselves. My word, this is the first time I have ever laid eyes on a formidable figure from a level 10 guild. Indeed, I never expected such a young individual to hold the title of inspector. Is he a new addition to the guild? Nonsense. To be appointed as an inspector, one must at least be a senior core member. It's improbable that he has just joined. How impressive it is that he has risen to such a status at such a tender age. Surely he will eventually manage the guild, or even become vice president. By the way, have you all noticed the equipment worn by this esteemed inspector? Indeed, that chest plate and sword, right? It seems they lack a glowing aura. Yet it is evident they are not ordinary items. Undoubtedly, he is a luminary from a level 10 guild. I have heard that the sunlight set is abundant. I suspect this gentleman is adorned with its components. Nonsense. Given the quality of those items, I would wager they are at least divine artifacts, perhaps even without rank. A divine artifact? If I could acquire even a quasi-artifact in this lifetime, I would die content. Stop dreaming. It would be more pragmatic to aspire for a better reincarnation in the next life. To be honest, obtaining divine artifacts is largely a matter of status rather than luck. One must possess sufficient talent upon awakening, or else one might as well resign to fate in this life. As Bai Yu arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall, he spotted President Guo accompanied by 2 vice presidents and 3 leaders from subordinate level 6 guilds coming forth to greet him. Esteemed inspector, welcome, welcome. Please come in. Upon hearing the commotion, the presidents and vice presidents of several level 4 and 5 guilds inside hastily adjusted their attire, standing tall and maintaining a respectful demeanor. Esteemed inspector, these are members from our guild's level 4 and 5 affiliates. We have met the esteemed inspector. Their resounding voices echoed throughout the hall, causing Bai Yu's head to buzz. Let us first examine your facilities. No problem, no problem. Esteemed inspector, please follow me. Under Guo guidance, Bai Yu took a comprehensive tour of the entire guild. To be candid, while the amenities and scale of these level 7 guilds may not rival the ostentatious skyscraper-level headquarters of the Storm, their size and arrangement are certainly far superior to those of typical establishments. Overall, it was rather impressive. Upon returning to the first-floor hall and settling onto a sofa, Bai Yu began to peruse the tablet that Guo had handed him. Esteemed inspector, all the details regarding our guild are contained herein. The data and personnel information have been meticulously verified, and there is absolutely no issue. Good. As Bai Yu swiped through the tablet, he simultaneously made horizontal comparisons with the other 2 guilds he had mentally noted. To be frank, the decision to appoint him as inspector by the Storm Guild was indeed a wise choice. As the architect of the entire guild system, it is unlikely that anyone else in the world possesses a greater understanding of guild systems, developmental trends, and possibilities than he does. Noticing Bai Yu's earnest examination, Guo and the 3 vice presidents exchanged anxious glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. During the time Bai Yu was engrossed in the information, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The presidents and vice presidents of the level 4 and 5 guilds remained rigidly upright, scarcely daring to breathe. Bai Yu suddenly spoke, causing Guo and the 3 vice presidents to tremble in unison. Breaking dawn? He looked at the information on the tablet regarding the lower-level guilds under the giant spirit. Where the words level 5 guild, Breaking Dawn stood out, Bai Yu smiled. What a small world this is. Such a dramatic turn of events to encounter. Clicking on the details, the comprehensive information about Breaking Dawn appeared. Breaking Dawn, level 5 guild. Territory, Lingtai City. Member count, 1,500. So it is true? Bai Yu chuckled as he set the tablet down. Guo, seeing this, anxiously inquired, Esteemed inspector, what is your intention? You just mentioned that the presidents and vice presidents of the level 4 and 5 guilds are over there, correct? Is Breaking Dawn among them? Bai Yu inquired with a smile. Yes. I will summon them right away. Guo promptly stood and approached the opposing side. Zhang Xiao, Chen Ming. The esteemed inspector wishes to see you. The 2, standing rigidly, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Guo's words. President, the esteemed inspector has taken notice of our guild. Chen Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The surrounding presidents and vice presidents cast envious glances. Among the level 4 and 5 guilds present, Breaking Dawn's data was indeed the most remarkable. Being singled out by the esteemed inspector likely heralded good fortune. The two hastily jogged over. We have met the esteemed inspector. This time, Bai Yu did not respond but merely smiled and asked, Breaking Dawn, do you know Lu Yan? Yes, he is one of our guild's managers. Zhang Xiao replied emphatically. Good, then Chen Feng should be familiar as well. Vice President Chen Ming replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course, he just joined our guild this year. Oh, then you should also know me, correct? Bai Yu's question left Zhang Xiao and Chen Ming momentarily dumbfounded. Bai Yu smiled and said, you two truly have short memories. The manager from your guild, Lu Yan, just sent me a message, did he not? Oh wait, he has just sent another one. Bai Yu casually opened the communication panel and switched it to public mode. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a friend request accompanied by a note. Flame Swordsman Lu Yan has sent you a friend request. Note, it has been over 5 minutes. Prepare to face our guild's suppression and pursuit. TSK. It seems I cannot return to Lingtai City anytime soon. Bai Yu closed the panel and turned to the visibly pale Guo Xiao, the president of the Giant Spirit Guild. President Guo, as for the banquet, let's forget about it. I have matters to attend to at headquarters. Stay? Chapter 58. Provoking him? Is your father the bloodline president? Inspector. Watching Bai Yu depart in his vehicle. Guo Xiao stood alone in the wind, feeling utterly bewildered. The surrounding professionals from the Giant Spirit Guild exchanged glances, puzzled. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the esteemed inspector would attend the guild banquet? Why has he left so abruptly? Is there trouble brewing? Just as they pondered, Guo Xiao suddenly bellowed, Zhang Xiao, Chen Ming, come out here this instant. The grand hall's doors were flung open with a resounding bang. The two, their faces ashen, rushed out. Before they could utter a word, Guo Xiao turned and seized Zhang Xiao by the collar. You, Zhang Xiao, your guild, Breaking Dawn, is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. You dare threaten this esteemed inspector? Huh. Do you have any idea of this individual's identity? At that moment, faced with Guo Xiao's wrath, Zhang Xiao, being yanked by his collar, trembled uncontrollably. I know. You know nothing. Guo Xiao roared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Xiao crashing into the wall several meters away, depleting a significant portion of his health. This esteemed individual is not only the prospective manager of the Storm Guild, but also the president of the Red Star Guild. Do you even comprehend what that means? Guo Xiao, seething with anger, approached the wall and lifted Zhang Xiao once more. The prospective manager of the Storm Guild, president of the Level 9 Dragon Tooth Guild, supported by 2 of the 3 major guilds. They are treasures held dear by both the Storm and Dragon Tooth Guilds. Zhang Xiao, may I inquire whether your father is the president of the bloodline? What imbued you with such audacity? Zhang Xiao's face turned ashen, still somewhat dazed. Could it be that this white inspector is indeed Bai Yu? The very Bai Yu who just issued the order to eliminate those who could not be recruited? Where is the so-called ordinary warrior who had forsaken dual professions? At that moment, Zhang Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. What grave sin had he committed in his past life? How could a mere guild member, yet to be reincarnated, attract such a formidable being? Good heavens! Zhang Xiao, I shall lay it out for you plainly. Guo Xiao spoke with a tone laced with menace. His teeth clenched. The troubles you've stirred with Petion must be resolved by you. Should this implicate the giant spirit, even in death, I will ensure your ashes are scattered. Bring forth the vice president. Guo Xiao summoned the vice president, coldly commanding, cast these Petion miscreants out. From this day forth. No, from this very moment, Petion is to be classified as a hostile guild. Upon returning to the office on the top floor, Guo Xiao gazed down at the city of Fengtian, a wave of melancholy washing over him. The vice president cautiously inquired, President, our response has sufficiently conveyed our stance. Will that esteemed individual still pursue this matter? Does it even matter? Guo Xiao leaned against the glass, lighting a cigarette, and after a puff, he bitterly chuckled. Regardless of whether that esteemed individual chooses to pursue this, the matter has inevitably spread, bearing the rumors of having provoked both the frenzy and the dragon tooth. Do you believe anyone will wish to join our guild in the coming years? No. Not only will no one join us, it is likely that even our current members will gradually defect to other guilds. Amidst this ebb and flow sigh, Guo Xiao slumped back into his chair, lost in thought. Behold, this is the might of the powerful. This is the kind of existence they can only gaze up at in awe. They require no utterance, or even a mere gesture. Their influence alone is sufficient to render a level 7 guild like ours utterly obsolete. Finally, having completed his tasks, Bai Yu stretched luxuriously in the conference room on the top floor of the Frenzy headquarters, letting out a yawn before slumping into his chair without a care for decorum. Xiao Bai, are you not heading home yet? Suddenly, from behind, he was startled by the unexpected voice of Eldering. Very detailed indeed, remarked Eldering, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the information on the tablet. It is far superior to what Xiao Lu produced. You must be exhausted, huh? Elder Ing affectionately ruffled Bai Yu's hair as one would a beloved grandchild. It's late. You should return and rest. One day or two won't make a difference. All right, Elder Ing, I shall take my leave now. Go on then, and sleep early. After bidding farewell to Eldering, Bai Yu hurried back to his new residence in Fengtian, perhaps due to having stayed in the Gu family for over 10 days and becoming accustomed to the lively atmosphere. The vast villa felt eerily desolate upon his return. Is there anything to eat? Glancing up at the wooden-faced figure peeking from the second floor, Bai Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had almost forgotten about this fellow. I wonder if such an impressive boss will starve to death. Muttering to himself, Bai Yu ordered takeout for 5. Don't ask why it's for 5. The answer is simple. I fear that a certain towering figure, standing over 3 meters tall, might find a single serving insufficient. However, the reality proved otherwise. Not only was a single serving inadequate, but even 4 servings fell short. Watching someone devour their meal with reckless abandon, Bai Yu began to suspect that this equipment quest was actually a test of his financial endurance. The objective being to see how long he could withstand being financially drained by this individual. After taking a shower, Bai Yu collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until the next morning. Until, bang, the sound of an expensive solid wood door crashing to the ground in several pieces jolted Bai Yu awake. And he looked up in despair at the imposing figure of a sword demon entering the room. Human, why did you lock the door? To prevent situations like this from occurring, Bai Yu wiped his face and helplessly laid back down to stare at the ceiling. Brother, could we please knock next time? His elder brother did not respond, merely grumbling in a low voice. Today, you shall undergo my special training. No problem, no problem. Let us discuss this in the afternoon. Shall we? Why? Because I intend to seek trouble with the divine realm this morning. After some resistance, Bai Yu finally got out of bed to change his clothes. Originally, he had planned to wait until he equipped the divine skeleton's grasp, enhancing his attributes further before using the hidden task certificate. Seizing the opportunity before the divine realm took action, he aimed to weaken their combat strength while simultaneously activating the twin main god's divine status. He had long coveted this. Regrettably, with the recent turmoil surrounding the demon soul sword master, equipping the divine skeleton's grasp in the near future seemed bleak. Nevertheless, with the protection of GM skills, facing an ordinary deity that was inferior to the twin main god's wound posed much of a challenge. After dressing, Bai Yu noticed his brother still standing at the door, watching him. He felt a slight twitch in the corner of his eye. Brother, are you not a bit of a weirdo? Why are you staring at me while I get dressed? No need to feel inferior. Among humans, you are quite substantial. Where's my breakfast? His brother asked with utmost seriousness. An hour later, a table in the dining room was laden with 12 servings of takeout breakfast. Bai Yu had 2 servings, while his brother consumed 10. Even after Bai Yu finished, his brother was still feasting. I've truly had enough. In a state of despair, Bai Yu produced the hidden task certificate, opened the control panel, and maxed out his luck attribute. Ding. You have used the hidden task certificate. Ding. You have received the task, main line, path to ascend. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yu promptly chose to teleport into the instance. Are you eager to complete the task? Not particularly. He merely wished to escape this home as swiftly as possible. Chapter 59, Super-level magic in a tenfold burst. In a certain special space, an elderly and a young, ordinary deity, both radiating divine power, were engaged in conversation. Tesharis, how have you endured over 100 years in this dull divine bestowal realm? The youthful one replied, you do not understand. My task is appointed by the rules. I never find it tedious. The aged deity wore a proud expression. Yet, he continued, I cannot comprehend why the rules would have me bestow my divine status upon those base and foolish humans. Do not worry. The young deity reassured. The 3 supreme gods and the other main gods also do not wish for divine statuses to fall into human hands. Which is why I am here. After all, I am not bound by the rules. As long as I eliminate him before the human accepts your task, there will be no issue. A radiant smile spread across the young deity's face. As if killing a human were merely a matter of tidying up a room or having a meal, utterly devoid of any sense of guilt. What a pity, though, that I cannot go out and play. I've heard the outside world is quite lively lately. What has transpired in the divine realm? The elderly deity inquired. It seems that the sword demon has resurfaced, having slain the twin deities who had been missing for centuries. The goddess of frost and the god of war have already made their way to the world tree. As the 2 deities conversed, the entire space began to ripple with fluctuations. Has another arrived? The young deity's expression brightened, and he casually tossed the dagger he had been toying with back onto a pile of equipment and items beside him. Judging by the scattered bones, it was evident that many had ventured here before, all of whom had met their demise at his hands. One could only wonder if this time would bring forth an intriguing opponent. Observing the ripples not far away, the young deity licked his lips, curiosity and mockery gleaming in his eyes. Ding. You have entered the special space of the divine endowment, influenced by the forces of time and space distortion. All of your enhancement skills have been cleared, and skill cooldowns have been reset. The familiar system notification chimed in his ears, regaining his focus. A brilliantly illuminated space came into view. The divine endowment. He never anticipated that experiencing it firsthand would evoke such feelings. Bai Yu meticulously surveyed this space, both familiar and foreign. The Godfall Plains, the divine endowment, and all the quests within the hidden task certificate were coded by him, piece by piece. To claim he felt no special attachment would be a lie. Suddenly, Bai Yu furrowed his brow. In the distance, two figures stood still, seemingly gazing in his direction. How could there be two? The initial task setup had only designated one elderly deity to act as the NPC for issuing quests. Could this be another consequence of the game's integration with reality? Or perhaps, Bai Yu's thoughts stirred, and a chilling aura flickered and vanished from the demon's sword. He then stowed away the skeletal armor and the demon's sword into his preparation slot. After rummaging through his backpack for a few pieces of mage equipment to don, excluding his upper garment, he finally set off towards the two distant figures. Humans, halt. The young deity stepped forward, commanding, turn back, or you shall meet your end here. Oh, Bai Yu appraised the young deity with a smile. If I recall correctly, my task was to accept the divine inheritance, was it not? Should you insist on this? Defeating me will grant you the qualification to receive the divine inheritance. The young deity's gaze towards Bai Yu was tinged with disdain. Indeed, these lowly humans were all the same, greedy and foolish, daring to covet divinity. Disgusting. I don't recall needing any qualifications before taking on this task, Bai Yu remarked, playfully digging at his ear while casting a smirk at the young deity. The young deity paused in surprise. Huh, how do you know this? Are you surprised I didn't fall for your ruse? Bai Yu's grin widened. Of course, I set the rules and task system of the entire divine endowment. Who else would know? Yet, as he carefully analyzed the young deity's demeanor and words, Bai Yu began to discern a hint of insight. Let me venture a guess. You didn't appear here merely to prevent adventurers from accepting divine inheritance tasks, did you? You. The young deity stared at Bai Yu in disbelief. And there, the old man, Bai Yu waved at the elderly deity in the distance. If memory serves, your name is Tethys, is it not? The aged deity trembled slightly. Who? Who are you? Curious to know? Bai Yu replied with a mysterious smile. I can only tell you one person. All right, you come here, Tethys exclaimed. The young deity hastily attempted to intervene, but Tethys silenced him with a glance. With a smile still gracing his face, Bai Yu bypassed the young deity and leaned closer to Tethys's ear. Actually, surprise attack. Icicle spike. A tremendous explosion erupted, and a frigid gust swept through the area. An icicle, the thickness of a person, pierced through Tethys, instantly freezing him. Seizing the moment while the young deity stood dumbfounded, Bai Yu equipped the breastplate and the title of the Godslayer, drawing the demon's sword as an array of buffs illuminated him. Skills such as Frenzy, Blood Sacrifice, Beyond Limits, Demon Possession, and Heavenly Demon Confusion activated simultaneously. Even Desperate Rampage was triggered at that instant. Bai Yu's health plummeted to a mere 1 point. Take this. Explosive Flame, 12 slashes. Boom, 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 boom. With his true form and the sword demon combined, Bai Yu unleashed 24 continuous explosive slashes. Each subsequent strike bolstered by an increase of 10 due to the effects of Frenzy and Supreme Origin Flow. The damage numbers skyrocketed beyond comprehension. The already weakened Tethys saw his health plummet further. Human, you lack honor. Tethys roared in fury as he broke free from the frozen state, while the young deity who had regained his senses charged in. Without hesitation, Bai Yu activated his skills once more. Have you moved? Sleep. Boom. Golden energy erupted, instantly rendering them both unconscious. Once subdued, the previously temperate divine space erupted with an intense chill. In an instant, droplets froze midair. No, it wasn't just the water. All objects, even the movement of molecules, ceased in the face of this terrifying low temperature. The two deities, who should have awakened from their stupor, remained motionless. Frozen in place, the entire space fell into a profound silence, as if even time had been immobilized. Supreme Magic, Absolute Zero Era. Due to the delayed activation of the Supreme Magic, Bai Yu had initiated this previously unused spell the moment he entered the divine endowment upon discovering the two deities. His intention was to completely immobilize them. Observing the deities encased in solid ice, a sly smile spread across Bai Yu's face. Have you ever experienced despair? In the next moment, an indescribable convergence of fire and lightning elements surged forth. Supreme Magic. 10 consecutive launches. The sun falls. The sun falls. The sun falls. The sun falls. The wrath of the gods. 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 Chapter 60. 10 suns in the sky. The deities are exploding. Once, many of the world's top mages engaged in a discourse concerning whether magical elements could be entirely depleted. They even conducted an experiment, gathering as many high-level and top-tier mages as possible within a fixed area to mindlessly unleash their skills. This was to test whether these intangible magical elements had a limit to their usage. However, after 3 consecutive days of skill releases, the casting remained unaffected, while several mages exhausted themselves. Hence, a conclusion was drawn. The magical elements in the world are infinite. Yet, at this very moment, Bai Yu was poised to demonstrate through practice that while magical elements may be abundant, they too have their limits. As long as your magic is sufficiently potent, consumes ample resources, and is cast with minimal intervals. Ding. Insufficient fire elemental magic in this area, supreme magic, solar fall, cannot be activated. Ding. Insufficient lightning elemental magic in this area. Supreme magic, cataclysm of the gods, cannot be activated. Is that it? Observing the two supreme magics now grayed out in his skill bar, Bai Yu scratched his head in resignation. There are still 5 seconds left of the frenzied state. Who knows if he can finish them off in time? Oh well, consider it a boon for you. As he gazed upon the two deities encased in ice, the azure glow on his magic sword surged once more. Absolute zero era. Absolute zero era. Absolute zero era. Ding. Insufficient ice elemental magic in this area. Supreme magic, absolute zero era, cannot be activated. With the last supreme magic rendered unusable, Bai Yu, bolstered by the invincibility of divine shell protection, casually found a spot to sit and prepared to enjoy the ensuing spectacle with a clear conscience. Quite the coincidence. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a pile of equipment and items nearby. Oh, an unexpected delight. Although everything was frozen solid by supreme magic, thawing them in hot water might render them usable. It wouldn't hurt to feed them to his breastplate and magic sword. Whoosh. A flash of white light. And Bai Yu collected everything without hesitation. Then, an overwhelming heat beyond the limits of sensation and a thunderous roar shattered the air. 10 suns blazed in the sky. The heat radiating from their mere brilliance rivaled the intensity of a supreme magic. The resplendent azure, St. Elmo's fire danced amid the crackling lightning. Millions of volts coursed through the air. Not even deities could withstand it, as even the air began to ionize and conduct electricity. The entire divine space was engulfed in white once more. Yet this time, the white was not the original hue of the divine space, but a blinding, colorless white. Time lost its meaning as the chill dissipated, the thunder ceased, and the flames extinguished. The two deities lay motionless on the ground, their health bars utterly depleted. No system notification. It seems they are not entirely dead. Why do these deities possess so many life-saving measures? Annoying. Bai Yu grumbled as he stood and stretched. In truth, his initial intention upon entering was not to utilize supreme magic, but to employ data removal. He had hoped to eliminate the two with a single data removal, to see if he could dispatch them effortlessly. However, after some contemplation, he reconsidered. Who launches a surprise attack with their trump card right away? It might have worked for a sudden kill, but if it failed, that would be quite embarrassing. Gripping the two trump cards, data removal and data manipulation, Bai Yu confidently observed the white light emanating from the two deities. Oh, it appears to be an equipment skill. He would check if he could strip it later. As he spoke, Bai Yu activated a skill he had never used before on the still reviving young deity. Logic rewrite. Whoosh. An unprecedentedly massive light screen materialized before Bai Yu. A dark green cascade of data streamed continuously. As a seasoned programmer, Bai Yu recognized it at first glance. This was the foundational data of the young deity. As for the logic rewrite, he wondered if it would work. With a thought, Bai Yu swiftly halted the scrolling data and introduced a line of new code. After confirming its accuracy, the light screen vanished. Simultaneously, both the elder and younger deities were revived again with the aid of their equipment skills. Observing Bai Yu's relaxed demeanor, their faces were etched with shock and fury. Moreover, they noticed the crimson title hovering above Bai Yu's head. Godslayer. You have slain a god? Tashiri's gaze towards Bai Yu was no longer laced with disdain, but instead was filled with unmistakable astonishment. Their eyes then inevitably fell upon Bai Yu's magic sword and divine skeletal breastplate. The young deity's pupils dilated. Sword demon, you are the one who felled the twin gods. Is it truly him? The two deities exchanged glances, then turned their gaze back to Bai Yu. This time, a sense of retreat blossomed in their hearts. You know, it seems the divine realm has indeed spread the word. Bai Yu's smile slightly faded. He had initially harbored hopes that the twin gods were merely attempting to intimidate him. Now, it seemed he had to prepare for battle with all his might. Just as he thought this, the elder and younger deities appeared to be whispering to each other, retreating as they spoke. Are they attempting to flee? Seeing these two cowards seemingly intimidated by their own identities, Bai Yu immediately felt displeased. He still had skills to test. Fleeing? With a thought, the display of his level, now at second transition LV34, materialized. Oh dear, how did I accidentally reveal my level? I must hide it quickly. They must not see it, or it would be over. Bai Yu's voice soon captured the attention of the two deities. Tashiri's, am I seeing things? P.S. only at second transition? Indeed, it is second transition. Yet his title as Godslayer cannot be mistaken. The soul of the twin gods even explicitly stated that this young sword demon was the one who killed him. Hearing their debate, Bai Yu's eyes darted. Oh no, I've exposed my level. They will surely deduce that I ambushed and killed the twin gods in their weakened state. What? An ambush? Upon hearing this, both deities completely halted their retreat. The younger deity's eyes glinted with a hint of greed as he raised his sword, pointing it at Bai Yu. Despicable human. Speak. Where did you slay the twin gods? Are his belongings in your possession? Want to know? Bai Yu grinned. Call me father and I shall tell you. You. The young deity was instantly consumed with rage. Not only humans, but even the low-tier gods of the divine realm would not dare to be so disrespectful. Human. Today I shall slay you. Just as the young deity was about to launch an attack, Bai Yu not only did not evade, but instead wore an expression of eager anticipation. The next moment, boom, the young deity exploded. The once fully healthy young deity detonated into a sky full of starlight the instant he made his move. Chapter 61. Bai Yu, wait a moment. Let me see if I should kill you. Ding. You have slain the high-tier deity, Sword God Elros. Ding. Task completed. Main quest, Path of the Godslayer. The lost divine spark of the god has undergone a transformation under the influence of divine power. Please check your inventory. Hearing the consecutive system notifications, Bai Yu's smile broadened. Did he truly perish? By adding a logic directive that would cause death upon executing a basic attack or casting a skill in the foundational data, it actually worked? The skills of the GM are indeed increasingly outrageous. At this moment, Bai Yu gained an understanding of the active skill named Logic Rewrite. In essence, it is akin to rewriting the target's code. How to modify it, what effects to produce, and for what purposes, all depend entirely on the programmer's imagination. As for the scope of its application, whether it can only target the most formidable adversaries or whether it extends to items and other objects remains to be tested. Were it not for the temporal limitation of this skill, the possibilities for creative exploits would undoubtedly be far greater. What have you done? Bai Yu pondered, as Tesserus finally exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the plethora of equipment and items that had exploded forth from his fallen companion. Tesserus felt a mixture of terror and dread at the bizarre scene that had just unfolded. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you in your silence. Bai Yu lifted his gaze towards Tesserus, displaying a broad grin. I have a question for you. Will the divine realm be immediately aware of that fellow's demise? Do you suppose I would divulge that information? Tesserus replied, his tone a mix of intimidation and caution. Human, the divine realm shall not forgive the sins you have committed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu instantly donned a genial smile. Old man, I advise you to think before you speak. Otherwise, you may be the next one to explode. I merely suggested you use your intellect when speaking, not to remain silent. Do you comprehend my meaning? Under Bai Yu's imposing presence, Tesserus had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. The death of Elros will be known to the divine realm through the obliteration of his domain on Divine Mountain. Yet this is a protracted process that will take at least several years. Years? Well, that settles it. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, simultaneously accessing his task log. Just wait a moment. I shall ascertain whether I need to eliminate you. Main quest, The Path of Godslaying, 2. Quest brief. As the Sword Demon, you have become a target that the gods have sworn to annihilate. To survive, you must embark on the path of godslaying. Quest details. Activate the Twin Divine Goddess Divinity to 30 to unlock the first stage of divine abilities. Quest reward. Prototype of the Divine Domain. Activating to 30%. Bai Yu casually opened his backpack to take a look. He observed that the black and white magical ring, which had previously appeared as an ordinary glass item, now shimmered with a faint glow. Its name had transformed from Dimmed Divine Goddess Divinity to Faint Twin Divine Goddess Divinity, 10. This indicated that a high-ranking deity could grant a 10% activation to a divine goddess divinity. Thus, Bai Yu slowly raised his head, his expression brimming with anticipation as he regarded the now sweating Tesserus. Old man, come here. I wish to discuss something with you. A few minutes later, Bai Yu squatted on the ground, humming a tune as he rummaged through the pile of equipment and items dropped by the two high-ranking deities. Indeed, as expected of the divine, the equipment is quite impressive. In no time, Bai Yu had neatly arranged two complete sets of gear before him. One set was a warrior's ensemble dropped by the young deity, Divine War Order. The other set was a mage's outfit dropped by Tesserus, Crimson Lotus Conduit. These sets were not akin to the super divine artifact sets like the god Skeleton Demon Spirit, but were somewhat similar to the set dropped by the Twin Divine God, requiring divine enhancement for use. However, there was one distinction. Ding. After use, the divine enhancement attribute will dissipate. Do you wish to equip Divine War Order Boots, Divine Artifact, of unrestricted rank? A divine artifact, is this yet another new concept? With a spirit of experimentation, Bai Yu chose to equip it. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, rendering his form considerably lighter. Upon reopening his equipment panel, the name of the boots had changed. Divine War Order Boots, Artifact, of unrestricted rank. The artifact ranking no longer bore the prefix of divine enhancement. And as for the attributes, they appeared to align with the standard levels of unrestricted artifacts. It seemed that the rarity of unrestricted sets was likely second only to ordinary super artifacts, Bai Yu surmised. He glanced at his god Skeleton Demon Spirit breastplate, then at the entire set of Divine War Order gear, which shimmered with a platinum hue, emanating an aura of sanctity. Without hesitation, Bai Yu removed the boots. It was not that he found the styles of the two sets incongruous. Their attributes were impressive, after all. The primary reason was that he intended to consult his elder brother regarding their utility. After all, he still had the super artifact gauntlets left by the elder's father stored in his backpack. It would only be courteous to show some consideration. Certainly, his elder brother, a demon lord, would not have an affinity for such resplendent, divinely infused gear. He could inquire about it later and re-equip them afterward, achieving a win-win situation. With this thought, Bai Yu couldn't help but silently commend his own resourcefulness. He then scanned for any other valuable items. Goodness, yet another 2 profession expansion scrolls. Is the divine realm engaging in wholesale? So many warrior techniques and mage skills? Excellent, I shall accept them. 5 ordinary artifacts, and 2 of unrestricted rank. Tokens? Are these standard for deities? I shall take them for now and explore their treasury later. Enhancements, attribute resets, skill boosts, oh, even rare items for refining equipment? A bountiful haul indeed. What on earth is this anal plug? Do the deities indulge in such frivolities? Bai Yu exclaimed, realizing he had unwittingly touched a certain mysterious item, causing him to feel unclean. Hastily, he discarded the item and wiped his hands on the crimson lotus conduit robe. In a flash of light, everything except for the mysterious item was secured in his backpack. Ding. Your backpack is full. Please clear it promptly. Bai Yu wore a helpless expression. He had almost forgotten, as the system's reminder had slipped his mind. Since the incident with the bloodline-stealing boss a couple of days ago, he had not tidied his backpack. Coupled with the multitude of items dropped by the twin divine god, the Goguryeo boss, and these 2 deities, it was all far too much. Fortunately, his new house had a storage room. He could stash the good items there and sell off the junk to recuperate some health. His breastplate and magic sword were also due for upgrades. Resolving this, Bai Yu transformed into a beam of light and vanished. When he reappeared, he was back in his spacious abode. Luncheon. As soon as he materialized, his elder brother's grim visage loomed before him, nearly causing Bai Yu to choke in surprise. I say, brother, do you adhere to such a regimented meal schedule in the abyssal domain? His brother nodded solemnly. 3 meals a day sustains combat readiness. It is also a form of cultivation. You need not respond so earnestly. An hour later, a 12-person lunch was laid out upon the dining table. Gazing at the bountiful spread, Bai Yu couldn't help but reflect, thank goodness this house is spacious. Otherwise, I fear even my brother's lunch would not fit. While Bai Yu was enjoying his meal, Gu Yue sent a message. Bai Yu, I will bring the items from home over tomorrow morning. Moreover, I have some good news. My family has also moved back to Fengtian, but we have changed houses. The new place is next door to your Jiuxiao courtyard. At Tianshan Mansion. What time is convenient for you tomorrow? Come visit. Indeed, the Gu family had relocated as well. Previously, Bai Yu had heard that the Gu family was initially developing in Fengtian, but due to ancestral traditions, children were required to study in their ancestral land until high school to receive blessings from their forebears. At that moment, Bai Yu pondered that it would not be long before the Gu family returned to Fengtian. Sure enough. Great, I'm free all day tomorrow. Just let me know what works for you. After replying to the message, Bai Yu continued to eat in silence. It must be said that his elder brother was remarkably quick. He devoured 10 portions of food at a pace that eclipsed Bai Yu's meager 2 servings. Once finished, he cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yu, as if to say, human, is eating such a laborious task for you? I'll wait for you in the training room upstairs, he declared, striding away. Hearing this, Bai Yu was not pleased. Elder brother, our home cannot withstand the chaos we might unleash. Wouldn't it be better to train outside the city? No need. The noise won't be significant. Came the indifferent reply as his elder brother vanished at the top of the stairs. What could he do? With his brother having spoken, surrender was the only option. If worse came to worst, they could always crash at the neighboring Gu family's residence if their new house collapsed. After finishing lunch, Bai Yu did not head directly upstairs. Instead, he went to the storage room adjacent to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Since the entire community was built for the elite few among professionals, the storage rooms were quite spacious. He hastily piled all the intriguing items from his backpack that he did not intend to sell into the room. Once done, he finally ascended the stairs. As soon as he arrived, his elder brother, who had been lurking at the stairway, approached him. Come on, let us begin the special training. Elder brother, I understand your eagerness, but please, hold on a moment, Bai Yu urged as he pulled his brother into the training room. Rather than a mere training room, it resembled a training arena. The entire 4th floor of the villa had been converted into a vast training space. This meant that the size of the villa directly correlated with the size of the training area. However, Bai Yu was discontented with the walls of the training room. Upon his first visit, he had found them utterly unadorned, resembling a bare and desolate space, which did not bode well. This won't do. Bai Yu retrieved various components of the light and dark alternating set from his backpack and hung them on the walls in specific positions. Before long, the entire set of extraordinary artifacts was displayed. Stepping back to admire his work, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. With so many walls left, I can arrange them like this in the future. It will look splendid. His elder brother gazed at the wall adorned with the extraordinary artifacts, and then back at Bai Yu. The light and dark alternating set of the twin divine gods, on par with the divine skeleton demon spirit, is quite impressive. Isn't it? I pried it off the corpse of the twin divine god. Bai Yu placed his hands on his hips, thinking he could finally astonish his elder brother with this revelation. But you can't use these. Of course. It's an extraordinary artifact set. If I could use it, would I hang it on the wall? Bai Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. His elder brother paused for a moment before suddenly asking, do you want to know how to unlock it? Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. You know? Yes. Chapter 62. Enlightenment. Sword Mastery. Elemental Mastery. Elder Brother. Before, it was my little brother who spoke too loudly. Bai Yu grasped his elder brother's rough hand. As long as you tell me how to unlock it, I'll gladly offer you a meal. 10 portions, no less. Even 20 if you want. To his surprise, it seemed his elder brother was genuinely considering this offer. It appeared that the food in the abyssal realm was not very satisfactory. 20 portions, however long it takes? However long it takes. Bai Yu nodded earnestly. All right, I'll tell you. His elder brother maintained his usual expression, staring blankly as he stated. It says here that as long as you possess the complete divine essence of the twin divine god, you can wear it. So, obtaining the complete divine essence of the twin divine god is the key. Both were left bewildered. Bai Yu's eyelid twitched slightly. Elder brother, are you serious? Yes. His elder brother nodded gravely, not appearing to jest. After confirming that he had not misheard, Bai Yu suppressed the impulse to pummel his brother. Who could he blame? One could only fault oneself for being too naive, actually hoping his elder brother would have the answer. Sighing, Bai Yu approached an empty wall again and hung the remaining set of Crimson Lotus Resonance on it. By the way, elder brother, take a look at this. Bai Yu cheerfully presented the entire set of the Divine Battle Order that shimmered with a holy platinum glow. I acquired this unranked set from another high-tier deity. I thought you might need some compensation since I took your gauntlets. Such equipment wouldn't even compare to the value of the Divine Skeleton Demon Spirit gauntlets. His elder brother replied earnestly. Look, I'm somewhat limited in ability here. Do you really need it? If not, I'll keep it for myself, all right. His elder brother, not one for many words, nodded. In an instant, he donned the entire set of equipment. Suddenly, a radiant platinum glow erupted, exuding a divine aura unmistakably. Coupled with his elder brother's towering height of over 6 feet, adorned with a golden red cloak, he exuded an aura that surpassed even that of the fabled sword god. However, elder brother, you're just accepting this? Well, you gave it to me, didn't you? His elder brother tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I was just worried. After all, you're a demon. Would wearing such radiant holy equipment feel uncomfortable or out of place? Upon hearing this, his elder brother took a few steps and leaped several times before confidently asserting, comfortable, very comfortable. Watching his elder brother stow away the equipment, Bai Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a nuisance. I shouldn't have asked. Let us get started. His elder brother moved to the center of the training room, gesturing for Bai Yu to stand opposite him. Let us see your attributes. Without hesitation, Bai Yu opened his attribute panel. He held a profound trust in his elder brother, a sentiment that was inexplicably strong. Perhaps it stemmed from knowing that they both shared the same path as sword demons, or from the fact that his elder brother had unhesitatingly entrusted him with their father's divine skeleton demon spirit's grasp. Whoosh! The light screen flickered into existence. The moment his elder brother beheld Bai Yu's attributes, his typically stoic face finally displayed a ripple of emotion. Shock. It was an astonishment that far exceeded expectations. You're human? Observing his elder brother's expression, Bai Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Elder brother, could you refrain from using interrogative sentences? Otherwise, it feels as if you're insulting me. His elder brother ignored Bai Yu's banter, repeatedly verifying that the data he was seeing was accurate. Level 40, second advancement. Over 70,000 in strength and intelligence, with the other 3 attributes also impressively high. For a better comparison, his elder brother opened his own panel as well. Bai Yu cast a curious glance and was nearly taken aback. Level 200, 8th advancement. Strength and intelligence both at 360,000. The combined total of the other 3 attributes was around 6 to 70,000. A total attribute some exceeding 1 million. Elder brother, why did you only wear the divine skeleton demon spirit's grasp when fighting me before? Bai Yu asked, trembling with apprehension. I had no other equipment. Bai Yu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. If his calculations were correct, excluding the enhancements from equipment, his elder brother's base attributes should exceed 200,000. Furthermore, after accounting for the inherent bonuses of the sword demon class, it meant that his elder brother possessed over 160 points in free attributes at level 1. Is that right, brother? Bai Yu inquired, astonished. Indeed, his elder brother nodded, leaving Bai Yu speechless. What is the point of even playing in the realm of humans? Excluding his own extraordinary circumstances, having just 20 points in innate talent at level 1 was already considered a stroke of good fortune. Exceptional prodigies with multiple classes might boast 50 or 60 points, and even the 3 major guilds would hold them in high regard. Yet here was his elder brother from the demon race, flaunting a staggering 160. Bai Yu was compelled to give his brother a thumbs up. However, the serious expression in his elder brother's gaze made him uneasy. What is it you seek to observe? You are merely in your teens? Ah, I am 17. And you, brother? 320. To think he still appeared youthful. His elder brother, with a solemn demeanor, lowered his head as if deep in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. Your talent far surpasses mine. Such is the fate that has been bestowed upon you. He firmly placed a hand on Bai Yu's shoulder and declared with utmost seriousness, Young one, you are destined to take my place and that of our father, rising to the pinnacle of the divine realm under the name of the sword demon. Before Bai Yu could react, a surge of purple energy radiated outward, Simultaneously, a system alert sounded. Ding. Quest, equipment quest. In the name of the sword demon, has commenced. Your attributes have been suppressed. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Yu hastily reopened his attribute panel. To his dismay, the once resplendent 5-digit figures now plummeted to a mere 10 points. He had been reduced from a formidable powerhouse to a mere novice, utterly powerless. This is your weapon. His elder brother produced 2 unsharpened sword blanks from seemingly nowhere and tossed them to Bai Yu. From this day forth, you shall wield them to practice your swordsmanship and magical control until the special training concludes. Begin with the most fundamental exercises, such as the horse stance, and follow my lead to learn how to manipulate the elements. As training commenced, his elder brother's instructions became more frequent. Though Bai Yu harbored 1,000 reservations, he understood that to obtain the god skeleton demon spirit's grasp, he must endure. However, as time passed, what began as a mere obligation gradually transformed into an all-consuming endeavor. He even abandoned his plans to visit Guiyue the following day, immersing himself entirely in rigorous training. Women are of little importance compared to strength. The vibrant hues of magic illuminated the training room at midnight, with energy spheres coalescing from various elements swirling around Bai Yu like planets in orbit. At the center, Bai Yu grasped the unsharpened sword, executing fluid motions through the air, despite sweat soaking his attire and the floor beneath him. Exhaustion mixed with fulfillment, monotony with diligence. These contrasting emotions intertwined to form Bai Yu's current state of mind. Initially, he had approached this training, compelled by the quest, with the intention of merely going through the motions. Yet, as the special training unfolded, his elder brother introduced him to the very essence of power. The pure act of wielding the sword and the clarity of feeling the elements were experiences that far surpassed the hollow numbers on an attribute panel and the vague descriptions of skills. With a swing of his sword, lightning crackled along its edge, and flames traced graceful arcs through the air. This was not a mere execution of skills. It was an authentic mastery over the sword and the magical elements. This visceral sensation of possessing true power captivated him, drawing him deeper into the experience. Day after day, the training room's glow persisted until the dawn of the next day, with the sound of his sword cutting through the air growing ever sharper and more resonant. After a fortnight, ding. You have comprehended the skill, sword mastery. Ding. You have comprehended the skill, elemental mastery. The dual notifications from the system momentarily stunned Bai Yu as he trained. His elder brother, supervising from the side, nodded slightly. You have succeeded. It took you merely 15 days. Ding. Quest, equipment quest. In the name of the sword demon. Completed. God skeleton demon spirit's grasp. Seal lifted. Attribute suppression effect ended. Is that all? Before Bai Yu could fully process the information, an overwhelming surge of power flooded his being. The thousands of points in intelligence enhancement granted him heightened elemental perception and control, causing the elemental spheres surrounding him to swell exponentially. Just as the spheres threatened to explode and devastate the entire villa, Bai Yu focused his mind. The elemental control he had honed over the past 15 days allowed him to effortlessly dissipate the spheres into their basic magical elements, causing them to vanish without a trace. You have grown stronger. His elder brother maintained a serious expression, though a glimmer of satisfaction was evident in his eyes. You taught me well, Bai Yu grinned. I now suddenly grasp the meaning behind your earlier words, that I am both strong and weak. However, as Bai Yu pondered this, his smile faded, and he turned to his elder brother. Brother, now that the task is complete, will we have the opportunity to meet again after you return? During their time together, day and night, aside from bathing, sleeping, and using the restroom, the two had been inseparable, despite being from the demon race. His elder brother's sincerity and authenticity far surpassed that of most humans. The thought of their impending separation stirred a sense of reluctance within Bai Yu. Observing Bai Yu's reluctance, his elder brother seemed momentarily taken aback. I am not leaving. In that instant, Bai Yu felt a surprising sense of ease. Perhaps I should take my leave then. Never mind. I shall take a moment to admire the precious gauntlet and calm my thoughts. As Bai Yu's mind turned to the fully unsealed god skeleton demon spirit's grasp, he felt a renewed surge of enthusiasm. Just then, a message from Guiyue arrived. Bai Yu, are you available for communication? Without replying to her message, Bai Yu immediately initiated a call. What is it, Yue? A busy person like you finally has time to call. Guiyue's tone carried a hint of resentment. Having been stood up once and subsequently ignored for 2 to 3 invitations under the pretense of tasks. Are you hiding someone from me? Stop with the accusations. It's genuinely due to the tasks, Bai Yu hastily clarified. All right, for now, I shall take your word for it. I called to remind you that you haven't completed your guild activity yet. If you delay any longer, the guild's mechanism will automatically remove you. Even if the management tries to reinstate you later, it would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Bai Yu smacked his forehead. In his singular focus on special training, he had nearly forgotten about maintaining his activity level, grateful for Guiyue's timely reminder. However, according to the guild's regulations, personal activity accumulation required participation in dungeon runs or boss fights with guild members. In a level 10 guild like the Frenzy, it was unquestionable that everyone had completed their activity by the beginning of the month. As the month drew to a close, Those who wished to enjoy leisure would do so, while others would accompany their wives and children. It would indeed be quite challenging to rally a few members for a team. What to do now? Is there no response? It seems you finally remembered. Do not fret. We have a team destined for a second-tier dungeon tomorrow. Would you care to join us? Do not tell me you have already advanced to the third tier. Gu Yue's voice resonated with mirth. This time, Bai Yu did not decline. Count me in. I shall arrive punctually. Chapter 63, Unseal. The Grasp of the Divine Skeleton Demon Spirit. Ending the communication, Bai Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yue had a team at her disposal. Otherwise, he would have been left in the lurch. The thought of failing to gather a team and consequently being automatically expelled from the guild due to insufficient activity accumulation this month, only to be brought back later, would surely provide Zhang Xiang, that old rascal, with ample fodder for laughter for half a year. Gather at the guild headquarters on the first floor at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not stand me up. Glancing at the message sent by Gu Yue, Bai Yu silently set an alarm for 9 o'clock in the morning using the intelligence system in his room. After informing his elder brother, he hurriedly made his way to the Tao Tao store in Fengtian. Bring me 50 billion worth of diamond tier equipment and above for those below the third tier. Bai Yu's audacious request left the sales staff momentarily speechless. They stood dumbfounded for a full 2 seconds before regaining their composure. Please hold on, sir. I will initiate the request for you right away. 10 minutes later, equipment began to arrive in droves. Yet Bai Yu did not rush to collect it. Instead, he began to extract various materials and items from his backpack, all of which he had accumulated over the preceding period. Originally, he had intended to sell them off after completing special training, but that endeavor had been delayed for half a month. As he continued sorting, Bai Yu suddenly paused. When had this item entered my backpack? Guild War Initiation Token, Special Item. Description, upon use. It allows the initiation of a guild war against a guild of the same level. The side that loses the guild war will automatically be demoted. And if the defensive barrier of the headquarters is breached after the war is initiated, the guild will disband. The drop rate for this item is exceedingly low. It should only be obtainable from bosses of regional level or higher. Was it the Earth Dragon? Or perhaps a national boss from Goguryeo? As he pondered, Bai Yu seemed to recall a question he had nearly forgotten. The bloodline. Why would they brazenly attempt to seize a regional boss? Was this their objective? If so, how could they ensure that this regional boss would indeed drop the token? Could it be that particular item? Lost in thought, the staff member beside him suddenly spoke up. Sir, is there anything else? Huh. Oh yes, there is. Bai Yu, interrupted from his musings, resumed tidying up his backpack, continuing until nearly the entire store was filled. All right, with this quantity, how much can you sell? As he surveyed the mountain of materials before him, all the staff present were left in a daze. Are you serious? Sir, this workload is quite substantial. If you do not mind, you may attend to other matters while we prepare a lighter video and bill for your review. Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, you all handle it. I will take the equipment with me for now. In a flash of light, a multitude of equipment was absorbed into his backpack. Without pausing, Bai Yu rushed home and eagerly opened his backpack, beginning to feed the grasp of the divine skeleton demon spirit with equipment. In just a few minutes, the recently acquired gear had been adorned, elevating its level to first tier LV 200. Of course, Bai Yu was not negligent in his efforts. The chest armor and magic sword, which had lingered at first tier without upgrades, were also retrieved. Come on, my little treasures, let us level up together. Rubbing his hands together, Bai Yu extracted 6 long-awaited level-less artifacts from his backpack. One of them was left over from an earlier extraordinary treasure chest, while the other 5 had been dropped by the twin deities and 2 high-tier gods just half a month prior. To upgrade a super artifact to second tier, 2 level-less artifacts were required. Perfectly, 6 were sufficient to nourish 3. Suppressing his reluctance, Bai Yu decisively fed them all. Light flared and shimmered. The magic sword, chest armor, and gauntlets were all successfully elevated to second tier. Grasp of the divine skeleton demon spirit, super artifact, second tier LV0. Equipment slot, gauntlets. Category, light armor. Class restriction, sword demon. Defense, 9,000. Attack, 10,000, 12,000. Strength, 13,000. Intelligence, 13,000. Agility, 10,000. Stamina, 8,000. Endurance, 8,000. Damage amplification, 10. Features, when using magic sword divine extinguishment. Control over sword and magic elements is enhanced. Skills, magic energy surge, soul capture, forceful plunder, disarm. The set effect is undeniable. As a component of an equipment set that balances offense and defense, in addition to over 50,000 attributes. This, Grasp of the Divine Skeleton Demon Spirit, also offers formidable offensive capabilities. It includes the powerful buff, Magic Energy Surge, previously utilized by his elder brother, along with 3 other unique skills. Soul Capture, after usage on a target, it forces them into a state of unconsciousness for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Forceful Plunder, it forcibly siphons the target's life and magic points, with values of 10 and 50 respectively, depending on whether the target's combat power is higher or lower than his own. Each target can only be used once. Disarm, after use. It has a 20 chance to seize the opponent's weapon with a cooldown of 1 hour. It seems that when he fought me, my elder brother was indeed holding back. Upon seeing these 3 skills, Bai Yu was drenched in cold sweat. Forced unconsciousness, life and magic plunder, and weapon seizure. These gauntlet skills were utterly unreasonable. Whichever skill his elder brother had employed against him during their battle could have completely reversed the outcome. Such an overpowered item was best kept in his possession. Silently, Bai Yu equipped the grasp of the divine skeleton gauntlet and stealthily cast Disarm towards his elder brother, who was comfortably seated on the sofa watching television. With a flash, a battered great sword appeared in his hands. A 1/5 chance, terrifying indeed. Bai Yu said nothing, merely concealed the great sword and tiptoed back upstairs to rest. Uncertain how much time had passed, a puzzled voice from downstairs suddenly broke the silence. Huh, where's my sword? The following morning, after completing his morning routine, having breakfast, and ordering lunch for 10 for his elder brother, Bai Yu made a beeline for the guild headquarters. At 9:50, he was relieved not to be late. Glancing at the clock in the hall, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a large hand clapped down on his shoulder. Hey kid, you're quite early today. Unquestionably, Zhang Xiang was the only one in the entire guild who referred to Bai Yu in such a manner. What have you been busy with lately? I have hardly seen you around. Don't even mention it. With 10 minutes left, and no one here. I might as well chat with you, Bai Yu replied as he engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Xiang. You mean you have been practicing your sword techniques and magic control after disengaging from skills? Upon hearing Bai Yu's account, Zhang Xiang appeared utterly astonished. Does that sound a bit dull? Bai Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose. In the current environment, it seems rather unconventional to focus on accumulating equipment and skills. Instead, most time appears to be squandered on seemingly trivial matters. However, Zhang Xiang's subsequent reaction took Bai Yu completely by surprise. Hey Bai, this is serious business. Practice. You must practice diligently, regardless of what others say. This is of great importance, Zhang Xiang admonished with utmost seriousness. Curiously, Bai Yu inquired, of great importance? What do you mean? Hee, you'll find out in due time, Zhang Xiang teased, leaving Bai Yu to ponder the matter. It appeared there was more to this than met the eye. By the way, Bai, are you here to team up with your little girlfriend today? Bai Yu felt a wave of exasperation. Zhang Xiang continued unabated. You shouldn't always act like a lone wolf. Spend some time with your peers. Let me tell you, despite our jovial demeanor, there are quite a few of your contemporaries who do not hold you in high regard. Understood, Bai Yu sighed in resignation. In truth, when considering his actual age, which spanned 2 lifetimes, he was already in his 40s. Compared to those younger than him, he preferred the company of Zhang Xiang and Lu Hanming, his contemporaries. Yet, who could blame him for possessing the visage of a youthful, handsome lad? It was quite vexing. Bai Yu, just as he was lost in thought, the voice of Gu Yue reached him from behind. Alongside her were 2 other girls and a boy descending from upstairs. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll head upstairs for a moment, Zhang Xiang said, patting Bai Yu on the shoulder as he made his way to the elevator. Soon, Gu Yue and her companions approached. We just had breakfast together. Let me introduce you, Bai Yu. These are Cheng Lulu and Xiao Xiao, she said, gesturing to the 2 girls beside her. Both of them are prodigies not on the top 100 genius list, and they joined the frenzy at the mere start of their sophomore year. The one next to them is Zhang Huai, who is also quite formidable. Being a freshman this year, Bai Yu nodded in acknowledgement and took a moment to assess the trio. Cheng Lulu had an average appearance but possessed an alluring figure, her long legs curvaceous and captivating. Xiao Xiao was a shy girl wearing glasses, evidently a priest. If her breast size were proportional to her healing capabilities, she could likely sustain an entire team. As for Zhang Huai, he was clad in full armor even during meals, carrying a shield. To Bai Yu's surprise, his weapon was not the standard knight's rapier or dagger, but an exaggeratedly large greatsword. It seemed the members of Frenzy were indeed intriguing. Wow, Bai Shuedi is quite handsome. As Wei Wei claimed, I hope your skills are as impressive as your looks, Cheng Lulu jested, serving as a friendly introduction. Xiao Xiao seemed timid, merely nodding at Bai Yu. Meanwhile, Zhang Huai, the greatsword knight, stepped forward and blandly remarked, I have always been curious. The one who was sought after by 2 major guilds, invited without selection. Bai Yu, just how much stronger are you compared to me? Bai Yu chuckled and shrugged. Honestly, I advise against being too curious about that. It might lead to disappointment. Chapter 64. The Prodigy Group. A realm only accessible to the 9 transformations. Disappointment? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huai scrutinized Bai Yu anew. I shall await the opportunity to see for myself. Bai Shuedi, you possess quite a character. Cheng Lulu, pulling Bai Yu's arm, brought him closer to the 3 girls. Attempting to ease the atmosphere. What university are you planning to attend, Bai Shuedi? Probably Fudan in Magic City, Bai Yu replied casually. To be honest, he hadn't given much thought to the matter of university. Most students aimed for university merely to join better guilds and secure brighter futures. Yet, being someone who had already reached the finish line, he felt utterly lost. Choosing Fudan was merely for proximity to the guild. Fudan? Did you and Wei Wei discuss this beforehand? Here I thought I was being fed some dog food, Cheng Lulu teased, causing Gu Yue to blush profusely. Lulu, Wait, isn't it almost time? Xiao Xiao suddenly whispered from the side. Oh right, I almost forgot about the important matter. Cheng Lulu exclaimed, realizing the day's agenda. Come on, Bai Yu. We need to gather at Jinmin City. Bai Yu nodded and followed the four as they exited the hall, boarding the guild's dedicated light rail, heading straight for the teleportation array. Along the way, Cheng Lulu and Gu Yue engaged in animated conversation, discussing makeup, fashion, equipment, professions, skills, and even men. Xiao Xiao, caught between the two, offered little input, simply nodding along. As for Zhang Huai, he remained silent, maintaining an air of coolness. Before long, they arrived at the teleportation square. The five of them stepped onto the teleportation array under the gaze of many onlookers, vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in Jinmen. Upon arrival, they were greeted by four others, 3 men and 1 woman. Bai Yu had already heard from Cheng Lulu that this time they were embarking on a large-scale dungeon raid. And since there were few second transformation members of their age across the 3 major guilds, they were collaborating. The duo from Longya, Shun Yi and Bai Fengling, were both prodigies, with Bai Fengling being a distant nephew of Bai Ning. The Zheng siblings, Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu, were also renowned prodigies not on the top 100 genius list. You must be Bai Yu? Zheng Xian scrutinized Bai Yu and couldn't help but chuckle. I expected the first among our generation to be someone of considerable stature. Yet here stands a mere boy. TSK, are you perhaps a fan of oil cakes? Bai Yu shot back, refusing to indulge the baseless mockery. Hey, you look to be about 24 or 25. I'm merely 17. Your comments reek of immaturity. By the way, you haven't brought any props like the damage absorption barrier this time. Have you? At this, the members of Frenzy and Longya erupted in laughter, while the Zheng siblings turned various shades of red and purple. The incident involving the damage absorption barrier had become widely known after their attempt to steal monsters using it. Bai Yu's retort was a direct strike. Humph. I hope your skills prove as formidable as your tongue. Zheng Xian huffed, leading Zheng Yu towards the exclusive passage for the 3 major guilds. The others quickly followed suit, with the 2 brothers from Longya giving Bai Yu an approving thumbs up, evidently sharing in the sentiment against the Zheng family's prior actions. As they entered the exclusive passage, the presence of so many young men and women inevitably sparked discussions among the onlookers. My goodness, are those youngsters from the 3 major guilds? They must be the prodigy group. There are only a few of the most elite in the nation, right? From their equipment, they appear to be second transformation members. So they must belong to this generation. This generation? That youngest boy in there, could he be the one? By something? Wow, you don't know that? It's Bai Yu. They say he is the number 1 of this generation. Alas, I have heard that among the current 3 major guilds, 2 members were recruited without having attended university. One of them is this Bai Yu, and the other is said to be his girlfriend, who is also quite extraordinary. Bai Yu is indeed impressive. He has incited a rivalry between Longya and Quang Chao, and it is rumored that Longya even bestowed the title of Red Star upon him. This is no mere rumor. I have a friend in Red Star, and the current president is indeed Bai Yu. Remarkable, a 19-year-old president of a level 9 guild. Listening to the discussions around her, Gu Yue leaned closer to Bai Yu and playfully inquired, Pray tell, what is the mood of our esteemed first of the cohort? Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly. I am indifferent, but I reckon that the member from the Zheng family is likely to be seething. Bai Shuedi, pay no mind to those 2. Let us focus on our own endeavors, interjected Cheng Lulu. One cannot deny the prowess of the 3 major guilds. Upon exiting the teleportation plaza, there awaited a dedicated express line. This express line has no designated destination, relying entirely on the whims of the passengers. Moreover, it is even more impressive than the light rail and subway lines that operate solely within the city. The express line from the 3 major guilds can take one directly to the target dungeon. Once aboard, everyone promptly organized their team. However, the choice of captain was ultimately bestowed upon Zheng Xian, as he had led the group through 2 dungeons previously and possessed the most experience due to his age. I am aware that everyone in the team is remarkably gifted, with some being deemed the best of their cohort. Thus, it is inevitable that they may hold an inflated sense of self-worth. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that the dungeon known as the Nest of 10,000 Insects has a maximum capacity of 50 players and is an ultra-large dungeon designed for level 200. With only 9 of us, we must coordinate our roles with precision. Let us dispense with the formalities, Zhang Huai interjected abruptly, cutting off Zheng Xian's lengthy discourse, leaving the latter visibly frustrated. Ultimately, Zheng Xian had no choice but to abandon his aspirations of establishing authority among the group and proceeded directly to assign positions. Among the 9, there were Gu Yue, Zheng Yu from the Zheng family, along with Long Ya's Shun Yi and Bai Yu, amounting to 3 half-mages. Cheng Lulu, of the assassin class, was responsible for drawing aggro, while Xiao Xiao provided support. The knights Zheng Xian and Zhang Huai would tank, and Bai Yu, alongside another 2-handed sword warrior from Longya, Bai Fengling, would deal damage. Overall, the composition appeared quite reasonable. Bai Yu, however, had little to say on the matter. Upon hearing the name of the Nest of 10,000 Insects, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This particular dungeon had been one he painstakingly crafted over several sleepless nights. from the attributes and models of the minions to the elite bosses, culminating in the final boss, along with the entire scene's data construction and the information on hidden quests. In essence, the Nest of 10,000 Insects is one of the dungeons to which he had dedicated the most effort in his previous life. As for positioning and coordination, Bai Yu merely shrugged. These prodigies were all quite headstrong. It would be a wonder if any of them heeded another's commands. As predicted, upon descending into the dungeon and commencing the first battle, events unfolded precisely as he anticipated. Wave Slash, Flame Storm, Thunder Dragon, 18 critical strikes, Neck Snap, strategy, positioning, coordination, none of it mattered in the face of absolute strength. Chung Lulu, with her high burst damage, darted from behind the enemies, dispatching foes with ease, disregarding the fact that they were 50 levels above her. Zheng Xian and Zhang Huai, the two knights, behaved equally absurdly. Zheng Xian charged into the monster horde, tanking the damage while unleashing counterattacks without even lifting a finger, while Zhang Huai, like Bai Fengling, wielded his shield and great sword with reckless abandon. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, merely sat on a nearby boulder, snacking quietly while playing the role of an observer. Everyone's health was robust, so her assistance was unnecessary for the time being. However, when it came to efficiency, no one in the group could compare to the three mages. The minions within the dungeon stood no chance against the barrage of elemental magic unleashed by Gu Yuwei and her fellow mages. They were rendered to naught amidst the chaos. Tanking? Entirely unnecessary, it seemed. After swiftly eliminating a wave of monsters, the trio approached Xiao Zhao's boulder to rest and watched the spectacle unfold. When I was with Longya, I heard that your Kuang Chao's Zhang Huai is a berserker in knight's guise, and it seems that reputation holds true. Your berserkers are formidable as well, aren't they? Sister Xiao Xiao? Ah. Oh, Xinyi, you are quite impressive too, and so is Brother Bai, came the cheerful replies. Haha, am I doing alright? Truth be told, my output is just a tad extreme. When it comes to overall strength, Gu Yuwei is indeed stronger. I've merely been fortunate, possessing a good class, replied the trio from Longya, engrossed in conversation, while Zheng Yu, of the bloodline, could not help but interject. My brother is indeed a bit slow with monster farming. But in terms of defense and health, I doubt anyone in our cohort surpasses him, especially when accounting for counterattack damage. In PK, he is quite the challenge. Chung Lulu, that's her name, right? High stealth and burst damage. But that Bai Yu, TSK, is this all he has? Upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, everyone turned their gaze towards Bai Yu. There stood Bai Yu, devoid of any fervent battle cries or exaggerated sound effects. He simply wielded his magical sword, twirling it elegantly, at times blocking the monster's attacks, at others unleashing slashes imbued with flames and lightning. His footwork was a graceful dance, skillfully weaving through the throng of monsters while dispatching them one by one. Though his movements appeared fluid, in comparison to the others, he seemed to fall short. After watching for a while, even the reticent Xiao Xiao could not resist leaning over to Gu Yuwei and whispering, Wei Wei, does Bai Shuedi have no skills? Yes, surely he does, came the hesitant response. This was hardly a matter of concern, yet at that moment, Gu Yuwei found herself genuinely pondering. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that throughout all their time teaming up, she had never witnessed him unleash a skill. TCH what? Is he pretending not to use his skills? Zheng Yu scoffed derisively. No sooner had his words left his mouth than another voice chimed in. Hailing from the Zheng family, yet your vision is so myopic? Bai Fengling approached, having sheathed his dual swords. He cast a glance at Bai Yu, his expression serious. He is practicing. Initially, I harbored doubts regarding the rumors of the first of the younger generation, but it appears the ones who should be doubting are us. Doubting us? What do you mean? Shun Yi inquired, inching closer to Bai Fengling. Gu Yuwei and Xiao Xiao, ever the earnest souls, perked up their ears. Bai Fengling perched upon the boulder, observing Bai Yu's dexterous movements among the monsters, his eyes gleaming with realization. This Bai Yu, he is practicing, and he has already transcended our level. This is a realm only accessible to those who have reached the 9th transition. Chapter 65. If I were to employ my skills, you would have no chance to play. What? Upon hearing Bai Fengling's proclamation, the group was utterly astounded. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow and retorted, from Longya, do refrain from spreading alarmist rhetoric. Regardless of how one might argue, we are among the foremost in our generation. Our leveling attributes and ceilings affirm this. Just how much stronger can Bai Yu truly be? And what can he possibly use to access the 9th transition? His handsome face? Do not allow your ignorance to overshadow the facts. Bai Fengling cast a cold glance at Zheng Yu. For the weak, limitations serve as constraints. Yet for those truly exceptional, these limitations are merely boundaries awaiting transcendence. Well said, cheered Xin Yi from the side, clapping enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Gu Yuwei, intrigued, inquired, so, what is this realm that can only be accessed through the 9 transformations? Indeed, do elaborate. Chung Lulu, having finished her wave of monsters, joined the gossiping circle. Bai Fengling gestured towards Bai Yu, explaining, observe closely the health points of Bai Yu. Not a single drop has been lost, Xiao Xiao whispered. Precisely, not a drop, Bai Fengling affirmed. Those in melee professions should understand that this is quite unreasonable. Yes, Lulu nodded vigorously. In the heat of battle, it is instinctive for a person to use their weapons to block attacks. However, since the game has merged with reality, aside from a few specific skills, weapon blocking merely reduces the damage taken. Generally speaking, even shields can only mitigate damage to a certain extent, not completely nullify it. To avoid damage entirely, one must either activate invulnerability or evade the attacks. Yet, at this moment, Bai Yu has evidently not activated any invulnerability skills. Although he is dodging, amidst such a dense horde of monsters, mere dodging is utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a series of metallic clangs captured everyone's attention. Have you noticed? Bai Yu is blocking the monster's attacks with his weapon, and he is completely untouched, Bai Fengling announced. Moreover, the elements attached to his sword appear to be under his own command. As if in response to their conversation, Bai Yu seized an opportunity amidst his swordplay, unleashing a burst of lightning that swiftly cleared a patch of ground. Look, he is not using a skill. He is directly manipulating the lightning element, Bai Fengling remarked. Xinyi nodded in agreement. Gu Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he casts magic without any incantations or delays. Bai Fengling nodded. This is the effect of mastering magical elements. However, releasing skills still requires some initial preparation and incantation. How do you know all this? Lulu asked curiously. Because my uncle, the ice dragon Bai Ning. Bai Fengling responded, a glimmer of reverence appearing in his eyes at the mention of his uncle. He is currently at the peak of the 8 transformations and is engaged in the 9 transformations task. For highly potential practitioners, the 8 transformations task requires one to transcend reliance on skills, returning to the essence of combat. This is a primary reason why the 9th tier serves as a dividing line between advanced and top-tier practitioners. My uncle has been diligently practicing how to control elements by himself. It's just that I never expected. Watching Bai Yu navigate through the horde of monsters with ease, a profound admiration welled up within Bai Fengling. At that moment, everyone fell silent, gazing at Bai Yu. Even Zhang Huai, who had just returned from defeating monsters, clenched his fists upon hearing this, as he vaguely recalled the conversation between the two when they first met. Easily discouraged, is this what they meant? Everyone, being of exceptional caliber, understood better than ordinary people the terrifying implications behind what appeared to be a mundane weapon block and elemental control. To say that it was a miracle-producing ability would not be an exaggeration. Of course, what was even more astonishing was that this individual had completed the task of transitioning from the 8 transformations to the 9 transformations during his 2nd transformation. That is sufficient. What one hones in seclusion must ultimately be tempered through practical combat. Bai Yu swung his sword, deflecting the claws of a large blade-wielding insect, then thrusting forward, dispatching it in a single stroke. The last remaining monster transformed into a radiant burst of experience points and vanished. I suppose my elder brother would commend me for this. He mused as he approached the others. Well, everyone is quite swift. It seems I have been the one lagging behind, Bai Yu remarked, puzzled by the astonished gazes directed at him. Bai Fengling spoke up. Bai Yu, have you already acquired the skills, sword mastery, and elemental mastery? You noticed that? Bai Yu was taken aback. Indeed, Bai Fengling's admiration only grew. Upon hearing Bai Yu's admission, Zhang Huai clenched his fists even tighter. Seeing everyone silent, Bai Yu slapped his forehead. I see. You all must have trained to acquire these skills too, right? I thought as much. Such a passive skill should be attainable in half a month. There is no reason everyone wouldn't have it. I was led to believe by old Zhang that it was something extraordinary, but it seems he was merely teasing me. The others exchanged glances, somewhat hesitant. You all managed to master it? That would be a tremendous overestimation of their abilities. Furthermore, in just half a month, Bai Fengling nearly fell to his knees at the realization. His uncle Bai Ning had been stuck on this task for nearly half a year without achieving a transition to the 9th tier. As the group remained in silence, Zheng Xian returned after finally defeating all the monsters. It seems everyone is faster than I am. As a knight, I can tank the monsters. But when it comes to farming, I truly cannot keep up, he chuckled. Then he glanced at Bai Yu and, with a hint of sarcasm, said, however, I did notice that some individuals just returned not long ago. Is this the so-called top of the class? Everyone looked at Zheng Xian with bemusement. Even Zheng Yu gestured to him to ease off. Zheng Xian, being perceptive, recognized the awkwardness and cleared his throat, suggesting they proceed to the next level. The entire Wanchong nest consists of 9 layers. The first 5 layers feature increasingly numerous hordes of monsters. The 6th, 7th, and 8th layers each contain 3, 6, and 9 mini-bosses, respectively. By the 9th layer, the difficulty escalates sharply. Initially, there are 5 consecutive waves of monsters comparable to the total number in the first 5 layers, accompanied by 2 mini-bosses. The final boss emerges alongside even more minions. As they venture deeper, the group transitioned from a lack of coordination to an increasingly defined division of labor. The primary reason for this was not the difficulty of the dungeon, but rather the inefficiency of farming monsters separately. The artillery provided ranged support from the back, while several melee fighters, bolstered by Xiao Zhao's buffs, charged in to slice through the foes with ease. Remarkably, they completed the 4th layer faster than the first. Upon reaching the 6th layer, they divided into 3 groups to tackle the 3 mini-bosses. While they were merely small bosses, even being of the same level, their attributes were vastly different from regular monsters, requiring the utmost diligence. As a melee class, Bai Yu, along with his unique sword mastery, proudly took on the role of frontline for Gu Yue and Cheng Lulu's group. After a flurry of clangs and clashes, the boss fell to the combined might of Gu Yue's magic and Cheng Lulu's critical hits. They pressed onward until the 8th layer, where all 9 bosses were vanquished. After assessing their healing output, the group was astonished to discover Zheng Xian and Zhang Huai. These 2 knights found themselves receiving more healing than Bai Yu, the warrior. Oh, but that is not quite accurate. Bai Yu had not lost a single point of health from the beginning until now, relying solely on his impeccable blocking skills to absorb the boss's attacks and abilities with unwavering steadiness. This left both knights questioning their very existence. It wasn't until the 9th level that Zheng Xian, who had been simmering with frustration since the 1st level, could no longer contain himself amidst the continuous provocation and comparison. Bai Yu, is there anyone who can slack off as much as you do? You've only been using basic attacks, and, when tanking, you output no damage aside from blocking. What are you even doing here? Before Bai Yu could respond, Bai Fengling coldly interjected, and what of it? Even if Bai Yu only blocks, he performs better as a frontline than you do as a knight. Face it, even with just basic attacks, he is more efficient at farming than you are. Cheng Lulu regarded Zheng Xian with an unmistakable disdain in her eyes. You're barking up the wrong tree here. If you can't keep up with him in terms of efficiency or damage mitigation, what right do you have to complain? Cheng Lulu's words were laced with sharpness, and her remark struck a nerve, inciting Zheng Xian to lose his temper completely. He raised his shield, ready to strike, but Bai Yu effortlessly blocked it with one hand. With a firm grip on the shield, Bai Yu's voice grew increasingly frigid as he said, "Let me make this clear. If you lay a hand on me, the consequences will be significant. The young heirs of 2 major guilds clashing. I can represent the storm, but can you truly represent bloodline?" Zheng Xian found himself at a loss for words. Everyone present understood that although Bai Yu was part of the younger generation, he was a prospective manager of Storm. Moreover, he held a level 9 guild red star. He was not merely a representative of Storm. In contrast, Zheng Xian was just an ordinary member who had joined Bloodline less than a year ago. In comparison, there was no contest. They were not even on the same level. Perhaps one day, when Bai Yu truly became a manager or even the vice president of Storm, Zheng Xian would still be nothing more than a minor leader of a dungeon or boss raid. Alright, that's enough, Bai Yu said as he pushed Zheng Xian's shield aside, twirling his magic sword with a flourish. Glancing at the dense throngs of monsters and several elite bosses in the distance, he stretched his shoulders and continued. You're probably wondering why I'm only using basic attacks and not my skills. As he spoke, bolts of lightning began to coalesce around his magic sword. The vibrant blue lightning illuminated Bai Yu's face, reflecting a wild and unrestrained grin. I'm primarily concerned that once I unleash my skills, you'll have no chance of participating any longer. Chapter 66, Ultimate Move? Such skills fill an entire skill slot for me. As Bai Yu's voice faded, he swung his magic sword, crackling with lightning. Supreme Lightning Slash. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the vast 9th level of the dungeon. The azure lightning shot forth at an incomprehensible speed, cleaving through both minor monsters and bosses alike. The concentrated lightning radiated from the struck foes, spreading and intertwining with the hordes of monsters. In an instant, blinding arcs of electricity illuminated the entirety of the 9th level, drowning out any roars from the wild creatures or other sounds. Only the crackling of electricity and the shock of thunder remained. With this single strike, Bai Yu encompassed all the wild monsters in the 9th level. The brilliance still flickered, casting astonishment across the faces of all team members. As time passed, the lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a line of fallen monsters, each bursting forth with items that transformed into streams of experience, flowing into the 9 players. All dead in a single second. However, at that moment, it was evident that everyone had lost interest in experience points. All 8 members turned their gazes toward Bai Yu, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. They were awestruck by the sheer power of this skill and perplexed by how, despite being at the same second evolution level, the disparity between them and Bai Yu could be so vast. See, I told you, Bai Yu shrugged, sheathing his sword. It's not that I want to show off. It's just that the class feature of the Supreme Spirit dictates that whenever I make a move, it's anything but a minor spectacle. You using a big move doesn't prove anything, Zheng Xian stubbornly retorted. It wasn't that he was unwilling to acknowledge the truth. But given the tense relations from the outset, he found it difficult to shift his stance. Bai Yu, however, was indifferent. If Zheng Xian and his sister, Zheng Yu, could so easily change their attitudes, they would hardly be worthy of standing with the group. Yet, this was not a problem. Stubbornness was merely a sign of pride and scathed. An ultimate move? No, skills like this fill an entire skill slot, Bai Yu grinned widely. He then raised his hand toward the emerging second wave of minor monsters and executed another supreme flame slash. The blazing inferno once again engulfed the entire 9th level of the dungeon. The intense heat compelled even the icy earthen wall erected by Gu Yue to falter under the relentless onslaught of flames. Unexpectedly, even Gu Yue's dual attribute ice and earth skills began to crumble beneath the continuous waves of scorching heat. Once the ice layer melted, the earthen wall cracked under the oppressive temperatures. What should have been a barrier against the heat had transformed into a baking box for the entire group. Fortunately, Bai Yu swiftly conjured ice magic to counteract the searing heat until the earthen wall collapsed and the flames subsided. By then, the third wave of monsters had already been incinerated. With no hesitation, Bai Yu unleashed another radiant slash, effortlessly cleaving through all minor monsters and the boss. Coincidentally, this radiant slash triggered the passive effect of the divine skeletal spirit set, refreshing his flame slash. Thus, the fifth wave of minor monsters, along with the final boss, turned to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. As the system chimed with the dungeon completion notification, the remaining 8 members found themselves questioning their own existence. In that moment, they suddenly understood the feeling others must have experienced when they had teamed up with ordinary players and looked up in awe, feeling utterly powerless. Was Bai Yu truly on the same level as them? See, I told you this dungeon was tedious. It's such a waste, Bai Yu lamented. As the designer of the dungeon, he preferred players to fully experience the various charms this dungeon had to offer, rather than rushing through without any engagement. Alas, things seldom went as planned. Enough dawdling, let us clean up the battlefield, Bai Yu called out, stepping forward to sift through the scattered equipment and items. The first to regain her composure was Gu Yue, who had long been aware of Bai Yu's extraordinary abilities. I'll help you. Wait for me. Xiao, don't just stand there, go collect the loot. Is this the sensation of clinging to someone else's success, brother Bai? Perhaps we should align ourselves with Bai Yu in the future. It would guarantee us a life of luxury and indulgence. Indeed, my uncle has spoken of this as well. The tides of chaos and the dragon's Fang gradually approached. Yet, only the siblings Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu stood by, their expressions oscillating between shades of green and purple as they gazed at Bai Yu's retreating figure. A slap to the face. A resounding slap to the face. Just moments ago, they remarked that he didn't require any skills, only for him to effortlessly clear the screen with a single move. They had just criticized him for using what they deemed a grand move, and yet he proceeded to unleash a torrent of abilities as if they were without cost. Moreover, the damage and duration of his skills were exceedingly exaggerated, with intervals shorter than their regular abilities. What on earth is going on with Bai Yu's profession? Why can't we find a single trace of information even now? Zheng Xian's composure began to fray, unable to suppress his rising frustration. Fortunately, his sister Zheng Yu managed to maintain her composure, softly reminding him, "Brother, don't dwell on this. Remember why we are here." Taking a deep breath, Zheng Xian forced down the anger simmering within. Completing the mission is paramount. Once we finish this contribution task, I will be able to exchange for a shield of near-divine quality. At that point, my power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The thought of the third-tier quasi-artifact shield awaiting him in the contribution shop rekindled his enthusiasm. Let us go and see if anything useful has dropped, Zheng Xian declared, leading Zheng Yu toward the crowd. However, as they drew near, the siblings were rendered speechless. It turned out that everyone had already sifted through and claimed all the items scattered across the ground. Seeing the two newcomers, Cheng Lulu couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, look who finally decided to join us. We thought you two weren't interested, given how long you've been whispering over there. Oh, it's nothing. Just curious about the items from a dungeon run, Zheng Xian replied, forcing a smile, though his heart was bleeding. This was a super dungeon for 50 players. The drop rates were high, and it was teeming with valuable items that could fetch a handsome price. By the way, I wonder if anyone has heard about the hidden quest clues in the Nest of 10,000 Insects dungeon? Zheng Yu suddenly interjected, with the dungeon's conclusion approaching. How about we split up to search? Hidden quests? Upon hearing those words, Gu Yue and the others' eyes lit up. Hidden quests signify not just a wealth of experience, but also books of free attribute points, top-tier equipment, skills, and special items. Although hidden quests are generally challenging, those present were not the kind to shy away from such difficulty. Let us split up and search. If we find it, this trip will be immensely profitable, Zheng Xian said, approaching with a provocative grin. Are you really that bored? How old are you? Bai Yu retorted, exasperated. Had I known Zheng Xian was such a petty nuisance, I would have put him in his place at our first meeting. He seems to need to measure himself against everything. How childish. Oh, so you do have moments of weakness? It seems you've learned about my skill, eye of insight. Zheng Xian finally revealed a triumphant smile. Yet, Bai Yu couldn't be bothered to engage. Lao Bai, Lao Shun, come here, he called, summoning Bai Fengling and Shun Yi, obtaining their trust signals. Seizing the moment while the Zheng siblings were distracted, Bai Yu created a chat group. 8th level Tempest, is everyone here? I have something to inquire about. Lulu not Loyola, what does Bai want to ask? Why the need for a group? Wei not micro, what is going on? Xiao not small, confused JPG. One hand, shield, one hand sword. Crazy Bai, about the Zheng siblings? You noticed something off too? Shenye, Bai Go. What have you discovered? Why have you all noticed something I haven't? Shenye, 8th level Tempest. Haha, I just saw your name. So this is the real Bai Yu. 8th level Tempest. Shao not small. Confused JPG. Way not micro. What is wrong with the username? I thought it was a bit strange too, but I couldn't pinpoint why. 8th level Tempest. That is not the point. 8th level Tempest. What I want to know is, who initiated this dungeon? One hand shield, one hand sword. Zhang Xian. Crazy Ao Bai. Interesting. 8th level Tempest. So it was them. 8th level Tempest. I have a bold hypothesis, just to be safe, during the upcoming hidden quest. Everyone stay sharp and don't stray too far from me. One hand shield, one hand sword. Understood. Lulu not Loyulu. One hand shield, one hand sword. Oh. Has our Huai surrendered? Shenye, mainly because 8th level Ge is indeed powerful, but he is also quite reserved. Shenye has been muted for 99,999 minutes by admin, 8th level Tempest. Putting his phone away, Bai Yu cast a contemplative glance at the Zheng siblings, who were still scouring the 9th layer. Just yesterday, while shopping at Taotao Trading, he had grown cautious after discovering the Guild War initiation token. If his suspicions were correct, and the Zheng family had used a particularly unique item to foresee the loot from the boss and snatch it from the Earth Dragon, then Zheng Xian's sudden organization of this special dungeon and the call for hidden quests warranted vigilance. As the architect of the entire dungeon and subsequent hidden tasks, no one understood the precariousness of this hidden quest better than he did. Though it promised riches, under the current world's rules, this was nothing short of a trap. A trap that could utterly ruin everyone's future. Chapter 67. It matters not. I shall intervene. Damn it, where could the task clues be? The Zheng siblings remained oblivious to how the others had begun to regard them with suspicion, continuing their fervent search for the so-called hidden task clues. In contrast, Bai Yu and the others were busily tapping away on their phones, occasionally bursting into laughter. Even Zhang Huai, the cool man, struggled to suppress the upward tug of his lips, tapping the screen now and then. Only Shen Yi, the unfortunate soul, stared at his muted screen with a face full of despair. This scene ignited a fire within the Zheng siblings. Zheng Xian could no longer contain himself. Can you not move at all? My sister and I are not your laborers. If this continues, perhaps the rewards from the hidden tasks should be distributed to whoever finds the clues. Exactly. Hearing this, the others were about to respond when Bai Yu raised his hand to halt them. Wait, are you serious about distributing the rewards based on who finds what? Are you truly implying that you would accept nothing if you ended up with empty hands? Absolutely. I just don't know if you can manage it, Zhang Xian scoffed. That sounds good. I can record it now, Bai Yu declared. He carefully stored the recording device and then bent down to retrieve a note from the crevice of a nearby boulder. Alright, I found it. Ding. Team member GNMO Bai Yu has discovered a mysterious note beneath the giant rock, triggering the hidden quest. Source of the insect nest. After a brief silence, Zheng Xian erupted in furious rage. Bai Yu, are you playing me for a fool? Hey, don't hurl baseless accusations, Bai Yu interjected, raising his hand to silence Zheng Xian and tapping on his phone to replay the recording. Wait, whoever finds it gets to allocate it. Are you serious? Absolutely serious. So, if you end up with nothing, you won't complain? Not a chance. But I do question your capabilities, humph. Zheng Xian, a real man keeps his word. I hope you stick to your promise, Bai Yu replied with a grin as he tucked away his phone. Come on, friends, let us examine the quest information. Bai Yu cheerfully unfolded the note in his hand. The contents were straightforward, conveying that the monsters within the insect nest were actually transformed humans. The reason for this transformation was linked to a parasitic creature from the abyssal realm that converted humans into insectoids. The final line of the note revealed the coordinates of the creature's lair, with the quest objective being to utterly demolish this nest. Did you know where this task was hidden beforehand, Bai Shuedi? Cheng Lulu nudged Bai Yu with her elbow, whispering. Bai Yu feigned innocence, Lulu. Please don't wrongfully accuse me. I am but an honest person. What expression is that, Sister Xiao Xiao? Need I say more? Sister Xiao Xiao doesn't believe you either. Gu Yue giggled, her demeanor lively. Amidst the laughter, the group exited the dungeon and boarded the shuttle, making their way toward the coordinates of the insect nest. Compared to before, the atmosphere in the vehicle had shifted significantly following their previous dungeon experience. The Zheng siblings found themselves completely isolated. While the members of Quan Chao and Long Yo were reveling in camaraderie and laughter, a sight that painted a grim picture for Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu. Exchanging glances, Zheng Yu finally mustered a forced smile and approached. After that last dungeon, we truly respect Bai Yu, he admitted. Huh, Cheng Lulu scoffed, her disdain evident. Respect is one thing, whether you truly accept him is another. Zheng Yu's smile faltered, and he awkwardly chuckled. Sister Lulu, please don't tease us. I do have a suggestion. We formed this team to gain experience, so it wouldn't be wise to constantly rely on Bai Yu. Why not tackle the next dungeon on our own to hone our skills? What do you think? Huh, Bai Yu internally scoffed, realizing that the siblings were indeed somewhat naive, as they were already revealing their true intentions. Just then, his phone vibrated slightly. Shen Yi, Big Brother Level 8, what do you say? Wei not Wei. Should we agree to their proposal? Crazy Bai, it seems Bai Yu is indeed right. There is something fishy about this matter. Big Level 8 Frenzy, doesn't matter, I'll handle it. One hand shield, one hand knife, received. Lulu not Lulu. Bai Shuedi is so manly. I'm smitten. With Bai Yu backing them, everyone felt unfazed. Agreed. I concur. What kind of real man hides behind others? I, Xin Yi, will be the first to mock. Bai Yu shot Shun Yi a silent eye roll, noting the irony of his bravado. The shuttle ventured deeper into the wilderness, finally halting beside a concealed cavern after nearly an hour. Ding, you have discovered the hidden dungeon, the insect nest. This dungeon is extremely perilous. Please proceed with caution. The system notification resonated in everyone's minds. We're here. Let us move. Chen Lulu was the first to leap into the cave, followed closely by the others. As the Zheng siblings entered the cave, Bai Yu remained outside, sighing inwardly. It appeared no one took the warning of extremely perilous to heart. However, he mused. Perhaps this group was beginning to feel anxious now. Ding, you have entered the hidden dungeon, the insect nest. Ding, this dungeon is a special instance. Resurrection items cannot be used. Ding, the air within the nest is saturated with insect eggs. You have been infected. You must defeat the demon domain brainworm for the eggs within you to perish. 3 notifications rang out consecutively. Upon entering the dungeon, Bai Yu observed the others. As he anticipated, even the most formidable among them turned pale at the chilling system alerts. All right, time to wake up. Bai Yu clapped his hands. Instantly, a ring of fire elemental energy formed around the group, protecting them while illuminating the dim nest. However, this illumination had an unintended effect, causing several of the girls to turn ashen-faced. Surrounding them was a swarm of grotesque, many-legged creatures advancing towards the group. Each creature bore a ghastly appearance, larger than southern cockroaches, clustering together ominously. Even the bravest men in the team instinctively took a step back. Help! I don't want to do this dungeon anymore. Mom. Damn it, who thought of such a twisted dungeon? Bai Yu discreetly raised his hand. That would be me. Fortunately, these creatures appeared more terrifying than they were deadly. They hadn't even approached the fiery perimeter before being scorched and curling up. Nonetheless, the team was still unnerved, their minds racing with the thought of what might have transpired if Bai Yu hadn't been there to support them, setting aside the inability to use resurrection items. Even just facing these countless tiny creatures would have been enough to spell disaster for them. Illuminated by the flames, the group advanced deeper into the dungeon. Surprisingly, it seemed that the primary foes of this dungeon were these endless minuscule insects. After nearly half an hour of exploration, they had yet to encounter a single legitimate wild monster. At that moment, Bai Yu suddenly called out, "Gather around me. The real attack is coming soon." They didn't have time to ponder how Bai Yu knew this so well. The group quickly readied themselves for battle. Do you really not need my help? Of course not, Zhang Xian scoffed, positioning himself at the forefront of the team. Meanwhile, the original wave of insects began to dissipate. Bai Yu dismissed the fire elemental, leaving only a few fireballs suspended in the air for illumination. The sound of scuttling footsteps and eerie hisses echoed from the darkness nearby. The group swiftly assumed their combat formation. At the back, Xin Yi unleashed a flame dragon roar. The crimson fire dragon surged into the darkness, exploding into a blaze amidst a cacophony of roars and screams, illuminating the source of the noise. With just a glance, the group felt their scalps prickle, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before them. Before them loomed a grotesque creature, a monstrous amalgamation of several human torsos seamlessly fused together, with severed joints transformed into arthropod-like appendages, resembling a centipede. The creature was enshrouded in a multitude of the very insects that had scurried about moments before, their countless legs quivering incessantly, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld the sight. "What in the world is this abomination?" exclaimed someone in disbelief. Flamestorm. Shen Yi summoned his dual attribute spell once more, while Zheng Xian, Zhang Huai, and Bai Lingfeng braced themselves at the forefront. They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. As for Bai Yu, he nonchalantly produced a handful of sunflower seeds, munching away while quietly reflecting, "I must admit, the firepower of this formidable team is truly astonishing." The dungeon he had designed was, after all, akin to the nest of 10,000 insects, a 50-player ultra dungeon requiring concentrated firepower against creatures with exceptionally tough hides. Yet, even so, this human torso demon insect was being mercilessly pummeled, howling in agony. In merely 6 or 7 minutes, amidst the frenzy of assaults, the human torso demon insect burst into a shower of loot before vanishing in a brilliant flash. They collected the spoils and pressed onward. As they delved deeper, they began to discern a pattern: waves of small insects followed by a boss, then more small insects, and another boss, with the difficulty steadily escalating. Overall, it had long surpassed the challenges of the previous nest of 10,000 insects, yet it remained within the realm of their capability to manage. Until they reached the final boss. Ding! The demonic brain insect activated the demonic egg within you. You must eliminate it within 15 minutes, or you shall meet your demise. What the hell? This creature has a time limit? The group was momentarily stunned. However, the bewilderment only deepened when they witnessed the demonic brain insect retracting its 8 legs, encasing its brain within a hardened shell. Invincible. It was over. As they gazed upon the invincibility progress bar above the boss, showing no signs of concluding, a chill spread through their hearts. It was crucial to note that in this special dungeon, the use of any special items was strictly prohibited. Death here meant true death, with nothing left behind. At that moment, Zheng Xian suddenly spoke up. I know a way. Everyone, see those eggs around us? If each of us shatters one, we can withstand the egg's explosion. Concurrently, Zheng Yu handed over a phone containing recorded data to the group. It detailed a strategy shared by a previous team that had successfully navigated this dungeon. The advice echoed Zheng Xian's words. We must act swiftly. Let us get to it. With that, Bai Fengling brandished two massive swords and prepared to advance. Just then, Bai Yu abruptly reached out to stop him. Trust me, do not touch those eggs.